Senior sister, stop sucking. If you keep going, I'm really going to come out. Good junior brother. Hold on. Senior sister will be fine soon. It's only because you possess the fallen body of an immortal. Yet you are in this extreme pleasure sect that primarily raises furnace cauldrons. Seeing that your good brothers who joined the sect with you have now had grass grow over their graves to more than 3 meters high, you, fearing to follow in their footsteps, plan to hide and become a transparent person. But you are still discovered by the sharp-eyed senior sister. Junior brother, you wouldn't want this secret to be discovered by the other senior sisters, would you? If they find out you possess the supreme yang body, you might soon be buried next to your good brothers. You, bound tightly, feel a bit helpless. You have been cautious and prudent in the sect, and with your cultivation at the first level of chi refining, you shouldn't have attracted the attention of the senior sisters. Confused, you glance at your senior sister Chuyao standing by the bed. How did you find out? Upon hearing this, Chuyao chuckled and slowly took out a white pill from her pocket. Junior brother, do you recognize this pill? You are startled but still pretend to be calm and act as if you don't know. Isn't this just an ordinary yang enhancing pill? What's so special about it? Still being stubborn, Chuyao gave you a disdainful glare. This pill was made by you, and its efficacy is 5 times that of what I refined. The most important thing is that I detected the scent of the stone heather flower from this pill. As a female cultivator of the extreme bliss sect, she knows very well what can have this scent, so that's how it is. You sigh slightly in a daze. Although your cultivation is poor, you do have a bit of talent in alchemy. After 2.5 years of practice, you can barely refine this low-grade yang enhancing pill. However, due to being extremely poor, you couldn't afford the main ingredient, the lotus yang grass, so you had a sudden idea to mix in some of your own yuan yang as a substitute. Unexpectedly, while succeeding, you also exposed a flaw. Since you've been caught, you might as well accept your fate. With this thought, you helplessly looked at Chuyao beside you and asked, Senior sister, what do you want? Of course, I want to imprison you and enjoy you every night. As Chuyao said this, her gaze towards you was filled with desire. Although she didn't know the rank of your yang body, even the lowest grade could help her cultivate quickly. If outsiders found out or reported it to the sect, she, as a low-ranking outer disciple, wouldn't be qualified to enjoy it. Don't worry, junior brother, I will cherish you well. After all, you are my opportunity. After saying this, Chuyao twisted her slender waist and walked towards you with a swaying motion. Then, a puff of pink mist was blown towards you. In an instant, your consciousness began to blur until you completely fainted. 2.5 hours later, you finally opened your eyes wearily, but you were still sealed and unable to move your spiritual power. Your whole body was immobilized. Congratulations, host. Your alchemy experience has increased by 1. You are currently a first-tier low-grade alchemist, and your mid-grade wood element root talent has increased by 1, as well as your mid-grade fire element root talent. Hearing this sudden voice, you are somewhat surprised, not expecting to activate the golden finger in this way. Moreover, as long as you continue to cultivate with the woman, you can gain various cultivation experiences from her. Additionally, the higher her talent level, the more experience you can gain from her. Driven by curiosity, you look at Chuyao, who is sitting cross-legged and cultivating nearby. Name, Chuyao. Boundary, 5th layer of Chi refinement. Aptitude, medium quality wood element spiritual root. Medium quality fire element spiritual root. Low quality earth element spiritual root. Alchemy technique, 1st tier superior. Cultivation method, ancient dragon devouring technique. Spells, low level charm spell, fireball spell, wood escape technique. After seeing her message, you suddenly realize that Chuyao can refine pills, so you can gain alchemy experience. The same goes for talent roots, but with your low-grade roots of 5 elements, only the wood and fire elements have been upgraded to mid-grade, while the earth element roots of the same level as you have not gained any experience. It seems that only by finding roots of a higher grade than your own can you gain experience. Just as you were pondering, Chuyao, who was originally meditating, was overjoyed. Excited, she stared at you with wide eyes for a long time. With such a physique, it seems I have really found a treasure. She didn't expect that just this one session of cultivation would be worth a month of her hard work. With your assistance, she is confident that she can complete her foundation establishment within a year. Seeing Chuyao's naive expression, you sneered disdainfully. On the day you were captured by the Extreme Bliss Immortal sect, you already knew your fate. Since you cannot change the fact of becoming a spirit slave, how could you not have thought of a backup plan in advance? Suddenly, Chuyao, who was still immersed in her fantasies, furrowed her brows as the spiritual energy within her began to stir for some unknown reason. What is happening? Confused, she hurriedly operated her technique to suppress it, but not only did it have no effect, the spiritual energy became even more turbulent. If this continued, she would probably explode and die. Looking at Chuyao's somewhat terrified expression, you slowly spoke in a calm manner. Senior sister, You are poisoned, and only I can cure this poison. Poisoned? How is that possible? When did you poison me? Shu Yao looked at you, who was unable to move, with some confusion. How could this be? You didn't even have the chance to act. How could you have poisoned me? Hearing this, you smiled faintly. Did the senior sister forget what you just did to me? Upon hearing this, Shu Yao was shocked and suddenly thought of something. You shamelessly applied poison there. Senior sister, I was also forced into this situation. If it weren't for your coercion, I wouldn't have done this to you. Seeing your smug expression, Shu Yao instantly became furious, feeling that her intelligence had been severely insulted. Hand over the antidote now, or I won't hesitate to kill you right now. Saying this, she drew a magic sword from her waist and pressed it directly against your neck. Senior sister, stop pretending. I am the body of pure yang. Would you really be willing to kill me? Suddenly, Shu Yao's killing intent vanished completely, and instead, she began to hesitate. Her talent was average, and it took her 5 years to reach the 5th level of chi refining. If she really missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for her to even establish a foundation. Seeing Shu Yao start to waver, you finally revealed your purpose. Senior sister, how about we make a deal? I will regularly provide you with the antidote to help suppress the spiritual poison, and you will keep my secret. Without thinking, Shu Yao readily agreed. Deciding to get through the current crisis first, she would find time to ask other alchemists if they could help with the poison, and once she fully recovered, she would deal with you harshly. So she waved her hand to release the restraints on you, then reached out her hand towards you. Where's the antidote? Hurry up and give it to me. But before you could hand over the antidote, Shu Yao anxiously snatched it away. Moments later, the previously agitated spiritual energy finally began to calm down. How often do I need to take the antidote? Every 7 days, and I will prepare one for you every 7 days. Good kid, you are quite clever. This way, before she finds the right antidote, she really can't do anything to you. The more Shu Yao thought about it, the angrier she felt. And since she couldn't kill you, teaching you a lesson to vent her anger was still possible. With that in mind, she raised her hand, intending to restrain you again, but you were one step ahead of her, directly picking up a rusty hoe and pressing it against your own neck. Senior sister, don't force me, or if I die, you won't be able to cultivate either. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that you, a mere outer sect spirit slave, would have such a strong character. If it weren't for keeping you around for cultivation, how could she endure such humiliation? Shu Yao quickly withdrew her hand and stopped. What do you want? I want to make another deal with you. Senior sister, I know you are tempted by my body and want me to help you cultivate, but even though I am a pure yang body, there are times when I can run dry. So, senior sister, you understand the principle of being well-fed and satisfied. I can't always help you cultivate, but I can promise to help you for 4 days each month. As for why it's 4 days instead of 4 times, it's because you are also afraid that Shu Yao will take advantage of it. 1 session a week would be unbearable. No way. 4 days is completely insufficient. Without even thinking, Shu Yao rejected you. After tasting the sweetness, she wished to cultivate day and night. Yi Ba secretly laughed in his heart. These female devils dominated by the desire to cultivate could not possibly resist the temptation of the supreme young physique. However, his golden finger also needed to cultivate with the female demon, from which he gained all sorts of experience to upgrade his alchemy level and spirit root qualification. But he couldn't show too much. A deal that is rushed is not a good deal. Senior sister, it's not impossible for you to want more time to cultivate. For every additional hour of cultivation, you have to give me an additional 100 lower grade spirit stones. Yi Ba stretched out a finger. That was his purpose, to cultivate 1 spell fodder, 2 spell talent, 3 spell resources. He had no dad and even more talent in one lump, so he had to find a way to get more resources. With resources, he was able to raise his cultivation. No way, it's too much, a maximum of half a coin a day. Chu Waste directly refused. The sect only issued 100 lower grade spirit stones a month. Yi Ba was really daring to ask for them. Even if she wanted to give it, she couldn't afford to. I'm a supreme young physique. 80 pieces a day. It can't be any less, Yi Ba retorted. Eventually, after a long haggle, priced at 10 spirit stones a day, it was also agreed to increase the number of free times per month after Yi Ba's cultivation level increased. Chu Waste, on the other hand, had to help Yi Ba answer his doubts on cultivation in his free time. Yi Ba was still satisfied. The two each made a deal. Senior brother has entered our sect. Don't you still recognize your fate? Think you can get out alive? Chu Waste re-entered the bed and sat on the edge of the bed with his clothes half undone, crossing his long legs. There's always no harm in arguing anymore. Doesn't senior sister have to argue anymore? Yi Ba laughed lightly. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you don't even fight for yourself, how can you climb the avenue of eternal life? Chu Waste said with a straight face. But you, The tripod furnaces were planted with a heart-piercing spell when you joined the sect, and as long as you leave the area covered by the sect's great formation, you will die with your heart veins broken, and you will be confined to the sect for the rest of your lives. Since the heart-piercing curse can be cast, there is naturally a way to lift it as well. Yi Ba retorted. You are talking about the once every 6 years tripod furnace trial, right? Chu Waist sneered. With your qualifications, it's impossible to pass. The number of spirit slaves that participate each time exceeds 100,000, and only 3 or 5 can pass the trial. And with your realm of practicing chi at the first level, you won't even be able to report your name. Yi Ba gently shook his head without answering. In the old days, it really wasn't possible for him. But now, things are different. The tripod trial was the only chance for them, the tripods, to break away from the sect. This was also the reason why certain spirit slaves worked hard to cultivate, even though they knew that the higher the realm they cultivated in, the more likely they were to be looked at by the demoness. This brings us to the great ultimate bliss, immortal sex mastery. Instead of driving them completely to their deaths, they left a way out. Many people are willing to fight tooth and nail for this path to live. The same goes for Yi Ba. In the past, he was underqualified and was out of options. But now, with the golden finger in his body, 2 years later, he may not be unable to compete in the furnace trials. Seeing that Yi Ba did not speak, Chu Waist also lost interest in speaking. It just raised its bare foot and hooked it towards Yi Ba. My good senior brother, come over and help senior sister cultivate. Yi Ba's heart indisputably beat several times faster. A smile curled up at the corner of his mouth immediately afterward, and he walked straight over. Without saying a word, he simply grabbed the wobbly foot. Chu Waist's face was slightly red. It was the first time she had been held in such a way by a stovepipe. She opened her mouth and was about to spit out the confusing mist to mesmerize Yi Ba, but right at this moment, Yi Ba suddenly jumped back a step. Senior sister, you can't be so selfish? Chu Waisted in disbelief. You can't just focus on your own cultivation without taking care of senior brother's feelings. Yi Ba smiled playfully. Now that a deal has been struck, what's wrong with him wanting to enjoy himself? Where did Chu Waist not know what Yi Ba was thinking? She pursed her lips and laughed lightly. Are you sure? The Taishang dragon swallowing skill I cultivate is very overbearing. I'm afraid that you won't be able to control yourself and get too excited, thus your heart veins will burst. In other words, mesmerizing Yi Ba was protecting him. Senior brother wants to taste the flavor salty. Please make it happen. Yi Ba did not believe it. He hadn't seen any scenes in his previous life, and it was impossible for him to not be able to hold on. Really? Seriously? Oh well, then let senior brother see what I can do. Chu Waist stepped off the bed and approached towards Yi Ba. At the white wrists, a trace of white mist escaped, completely enveloping the space inside the room. Chapter 3, Sister. You're really addicted. 2 days later, inside the narrow house where Yi Ba lived, Chu Waist shook as his body's aura violently increased several times. Its eyes opened with a joyful face, feeling the spiritual energy surging within its body. Its snowy whites trembling happily. She had unexpectedly broken through. Now, she was already at the 6th level of chi practicing cultivation. This effect is too strong. Chu Waist looked toward Yi Ba, who was lying on the side and had already passed out, and was very shocked in his heart. Moreover, she hadn't completely absorbed all of those benefits. If she absorbed them all cleanly, her cultivation would definitely still be able to rise a notch. Yi Ba's physique is definitely not an ordinary supreme young physique, otherwise the effect wouldn't be this good, Chu Waist secretly said. After looking at Yi Ba once again, she pondered for a split second and took out an elixir from within her storage bag and placed it beside the bed. He then put on his clothes and turned into a touch of fragrant wind to leave the house, flying towards the outer sex scripture collection pavilion. She had to go through the canonical books to confirm what kind of physique Yi Ba really had. After it left, Yi Ba slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. What with the Taishang dragon swallowing technique, he didn't have any other negative states in his body at all, other than feeling some fatigue in his limbs. Deliberately pretending to be asleep was just to confuse Chu Waist. He picked up the elixir by the bedside and put it away smoothly after realizing that it was a chi replenishing elixir. Chu Waist this is to appreciate how good he is and realize how important he is. That's why he took the initiative to leave the cultivation elixir behind. He wouldn't be grateful to Chu Waifu for that. Chu Waifu did it all just for her own sake, so that he, the king of leeks, can thrive. She's good for repeated harvesting. He gathered his thoughts and looked at the virtual panel in front of him. Dandao experience plus 24. First order lower grade alchemist, 25 out of 10, can break through. Wooden spirit root qualification plus 24. Lower wood spirit root, 25/10, can be broken through. Fire root qualification plus 24. Inferior fire spiritual roots, 25/10, can be broken through. After 2 days of hard work, he was equally rewarded. The mind meditates on the breakthrough. Click. In the back of his mind, a shackle seemed to open. A wave of clarity came over me. In the past, the obscure and difficult to understand alchemy techniques in his mind were actually gradually becoming clearer at this time. Many epiphanies flashed rapidly through his mind. His sense of alchemy deepened. In addition, the fire and wood auras around himself were perceived more clearly. Looking towards the virtual panel again, it too was completely changed. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Realm, First Level of Qi Refining. Qualification, Medium Wood Root, Medium Fire Root, Lower Earth Root, Lower Gold Root, Lower Water Root. Talent, None. Alchemy, Medium First Grade, 15/100. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, None. The alchemy, Earth and Fire Spirit roots have all improved. Yi Ba's heart was joyful. The increase in spiritual root qualification would allow him to cultivate faster. However, after the Earth and Fire spiritual roots were upgraded to the middle grade, they were already the same as Chu Waste's qualifications. That meant that he could no longer obtain spiritual root qualification experience from Chu Waste, and the increase in alchemy level would allow him to refine first-order medium-grade pills. But the problem was that he was poor and simply didn't have the extra spirit stones to purchase the needed alchemy spirit materials. There wasn't even a first-order mid-grade Dan formula on hand. Next time Chu Waste comes over, we can try to advance some spirit stones, Yi Ba planned in his mind. Chu Waste will not be satisfied with January 4th. He would definitely spend spirit stones on him in the aftermath. At that time, he could offer Chu Waste a monthly discount, thus getting the spirit stones in his hands first. It is used to purchase various elixirs for cultivation. Immediately after that he tapped on the small print details after physique. Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Quality Spirit Slave Physique. Can assist female cultivators in rapid cultivation, help them quickly break through bottlenecks, increase cultivation sense, enhance the chances of entering the epiphany, and assist in the development of the hidden physique. Physique of the hardest and most masculine. Do not fear the sinister fog. Essence never dry up. This, looking at the long list of effect descriptions of the Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Yi Ba was shocked. He didn't expect his physique to be so awesome. The first thing that came to his mind was that he could infinitely assist others in their cultivation. In other words, he wouldn't be drained and sucked to death by the female devil like those two senior brothers with the Supreme Young physique. You can just be someone's spirit slave. No way. I can't let anyone know about this, Yi Ba admonished himself in his heart. Once the demonesses learned of his physique's anticlimactic nature, inevitably, he would be completely imprisoned and used as a machine for cultivation assistance. At that time, he will completely lose his freedom and be reduced to a tool. It was impossible to get out of the great ultimate immortal sect until death. No, it's that it's hard for him to die. After all, he can't suck it up. Ugh, Yi Ba sighed, feeling like he was literally walking on thin ice in the great ultimate bliss immortal sect. One mistake and all hell will break loose. He stepped out of the house and washed himself briefly at the courtyard water basin. He then returned to the house, swallowed the chi replenishing pill into his stomach, and began to sink his heart into cultivation. Although he was not qualified, he had been cultivating daily for 9 years without slacking off. Now that you have a golden finger, it's only natural to work harder. The chi replenishing pill melted in his mouth and turned into aura that surged into his meridians. Although it was only a first-order lower-grade spirit pill, it was enough for his cultivation level of the first level of chi practicing today. Ha! Yi Ba suddenly let out a cry of surprise. I realized that this time, the effect of the chi replenishing dam was actually much better than before. He had taken chi replenishing pills before, but with his trashy spirit root qualification, he was only able to absorb a third of the medicinal power. But now, with his spiritual root qualification upgraded, he had been able to absorb almost 70% of the medicinal power. It's a little more than double what it used to be, and the speed of absorbing aura increased. Surprised, he began to concentrate on running the Great Extreme Bliss Dao technique, concentrating on absorbing the medicinal power and raising his cultivation level. The time soon came to evening. Yi Ba's body shook as he finally opened his eyes. A strong color of joy flashed under his eyes. 8 years, who knows how he survived those 8 years, cultivating day in and day out, but his cultivation never advanced an inch. That kind of torment, that is, he was tough-minded, or else he would have given up long ago. As it turns out, talent doesn't work, and hard work is literally useless. There are some things that you don't get just by trying. Now that his spiritual root qualification had improved, he had also successfully broken through to the second level of chi cultivation during this cultivation. Congratulations senior brother, for successfully breaking through the realm. I'm also somewhat impressed that senior brother has such poor talent and still cultivates so hard. Right at this moment, Yi Ba's nose caught a touch of fragrant breeze, and Chu Waifu appeared in his house at an unknown time. A flash of snowy white rattled in front of him. What's wrong with senior sister? Yi Ba spoke faintly after admiring the Chu waist wear up and down carefully. Seeing that senior brother's complexion is good, He should have recovered almost, so assist me in my cultivation tonight. Chu Waist took a step to the bedside and sat down beside Yi Ba, crossing his legs. She went to the hidden scripture cabinet during the day to look through the canonical books, but after reading through all of the supreme yang body qualities recorded in the canonical books, she actually did not find any among them that matched the characteristics of Yi Ba's body qualities. It blew her mind. Their great ultimate bliss immortal sex research on the supreme yang physique was such that no one would dare to say first if they said second in the entire Xianxiao continent. There were more than 600 kinds of supreme yang physique recorded in the canonical books, but there was actually nothing on it that matched Yi Ba. This showed that Yi Ba's supreme yang physique was very rare, so rare that it has never been seen in the entire clan. Moreover, Yi Ba looked like he was fine at this moment. It further confirmed her suspicions. This made her even more determined to keep Yi Ba firmly in her grip. Today she also brought a little surprise to Yi Ba. Senior sister can only have 2 days of cultivation left, Yi Ba reminded. It's fine. I've also accumulated some spirit stones over the years, so I can compensate you with them. Cultivating with Yi Ba was better than any effect she could get from eating spirit pills. Spending some spirit stones was nothing. Elder sister, you're so addicted. How about you take a monthly subscription? Yi Ba reached out and put his hand on Chu Waist's thin waist. Chu Waist moved, and a blush appeared on her face. Chapter 4, Sister gave me spirit poison. What does a monthly subscription mean? Chu Waist grabbed Yi Ba's fidgeting hand and inquired suspiciously. 10 spirit stones a day. 30 days in a month is 300 spirit stones. A monthly package means that senior sister will give me 300 spirit stones and I can cultivate with senior sister for a whole month. Yi Ba explained. But realistically I probably won't last 30 days. After all, I'll have to rest for about 15 days at most. I'll give senior sister a little discount. Just give me 200 spirit stones. What? 10 spirit stones a day. 15 days is only 150. How dare you manage to ask for 200? And that's with a special offer. Do you think I'm stupid? Chu Waist looked at Yi Ba in surprise, a face of disbelief. He even thought that Yi Ba was out of his mind to say these words to her. Senior sister, 10 spirit stones a day was the price for my first level of chi cultivation. And now I'm at the second level of chi cultivation. The price will naturally go up as well. I just asked you for 50 more spirit stones. It's already a good deal. Yi Ba patiently explained. At the end, he added, the sect furnace spirit slave hall has the same rule. Chu Waist was stunned. The anger in his heart dissipated a bit, and he nodded slightly. That makes some sense. The higher the cultivation level of the spirit slaves, the greater the benefits to them. As for the sect spirit slave hall, it registered the information of the spirit slaves of the entire sect. If any disciple needed a spirit slave to aid in their cultivation, they could spend spirit stones to rent one. In addition to this there is also a one-time buyout with sect contribution points. Only the price is very high is all. Yi Ba's information was also in the spirit slave hall, but his cultivation level was too low and his qualifications were too poor, so there were simply no disciples who were willing to spend spirit stones on him. Cultivating in secret with Yi Ba in private like Chu Waist belonged to the private use of a public weapon. If they were caught by the law enforcement hall, it would be a serious offense. I can promise you that, but I don't have enough spirit stones on hand. So I'll use this first-rank upper-grade chi gathering pill to offset it to you. In addition, I'll make up another 100 spirit stones to you. Chu Waist nodded his head in agreement and took out something from his waist storage pouch and handed it to Yi Ba. First-rank upper-grade chi gathering pill. Yi Ba's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. It was too much better than the effects of the chi replenishing pill. And that 100 spirit stones were almost enough for him to purchase some alchemy spirit materials. He put the stuff into his storage bag, then headed for the bed. Senior sister, come on. The next day, early morning, Chu Waist covered her belly and left the small courtyard with a satisfied look on her face. In the last night, she secretly put an insidious poison called Confusing Love Mandala on Yi Ba. This poison is a chronic poison that can change the mind of the target, making them slowly fall in love with the poisoner, and in the end, they will be obedient to the poisoner. She intended to use this poison to completely control Yi Ba. It was that the method of administering this poison was somewhat special, requiring the poison to be administered within the body. Last night, she went to a lot of trouble. It's what finally worked. Back then, Yi Ba had poisoned her there, and now she was sort of taking revenge in the same way. She expected that after practicing a dozen more times, she would be able to completely control Yi Ba's mind. At that point, it's still up to her what she wants to do. You can't come here to Yi Ba very often these days, lest the other senior sisters find something unusual. I also need to find a powerful Dan master to help me get rid of the spirit poison in my body. In addition, I'm going to take the time to do quests to earn more sect contribution points and go to the spirit slave hall to buy Yi Ba into my hands. So it's foolproof. As long as she bought Yi Ba into her hands, it would be considered her personal belongings. He himself didn't need to sneak over to Yi Ba's place every day. You can bring it directly back to your cave for daily enjoyment. Shu Waist was planning the subsequent arrangements in his mind. There was a lot going on, but she didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, energized. 1 month from now is the peak inner and outer sect disciple competition. If I can break through the realm again before then, I should be able to get a good ranking as well. Shu Waist's eyes revealed a color of anticipation. The Red Luan Peak where she was from had an outer disciple competition once a year, and as long as one participated and made it into the top 50, they would be rewarded with all sorts of cultivation resources. According to the past, as long as one was at the 7th level of Qi practicing, one would almost be able to enter the top 50. Inside the small courtyard, Yiba looked at the panel in front of him with a hint of helplessness on his face. Dan Dao experience +7. First order medium grade alchemist, 22 out of 100. After a busy night, the experience he gained was small. Only Dan Dao experience. Shu Waist's talent is still a bit low. I need a higher qualified demoness, Yiba secretly said. However, it is a very dangerous thing to approach other female devils when one is not strong enough. Shaking his head, he stepped out of the small courtyard and walked towards the Spirit Slave Hall. He had broken through the realm and needed to register at the Spirit Slave Hall at the first opportunity. If they were found to be concealing their cultivation, they would be punished very severely. In addition to this, cultivation increases also earn rewards from the Spirit Slave Hall. The Spirit Slave Hall was halfway up Red Luan Peak, and it took him about half an hour to reach it, and update yourself in it. When he came out, he had an extra 100 spirit stones in his possession. This was the clan's reward for his breakthrough to the 2nd level of Qi practicing. After exiting the Spirit Slave Hall, he did not immediately return to the small courtyard. Instead, he walked towards the next workshop. Now that he had spirit stones in his hand, he was able to purchase some alchemy spirit materials. The marketplace was bustling with many disciples coming in and out of it. Yiba kept his head down as usual, trying not to draw attention to himself. He came to the 100 Square Church without incident. Senior sister, do you have a first order mid-grade yuan enhancement Dan formula here? Yiba stood in front of the counter and inquired. With his current realm, a first order mid-grade yuan enhancement pill was enough for his daily cultivation. 60 lower grade spirit stones. A young girl behind the counter, holding a medicinal book in her hand and reading it with great interest, sniffed and casually replied back without even looking at Yiba. So expensive. Yiba was shocked. But having come, I can't go back empty-handed. I'll buy it. He pulled out spirit stones from within his storage bag and placed them on the counter. Yo, senior brother has a good fortune. It can't be that he has taken on some private work, right? When the young girl saw the spirit stones, her gaze finally retracted from the medicine book and looked at Yiba with a playful face. I just broke through to the 2nd level of Qi cultivation. This is the spirit stone rewarded from the Spirit Slave Hall side. Yiba spoke out to explain. He had thought this loophole through before coming here. That's why he deliberately went to the Spirit Slave Hall first. Some male disciples, in order to obtain resources to cultivate, would choose to privately assist the female devil in her cultivation at a price of spirit stones lower than that of the Spirit Slave Hall. This is called private work. Being discovered by the Spirit Slave Hall is also punishable, but there are always male disciples who will take the plunge. Taking jobs through the Spirit Slave Hall would only give a few complementary element pills to compensate. Taking private jobs on your own, although the spirit stones were fewer, but at least it would come to your own hands. Oh, the young girl lost interest when she heard the 2nd level of Qi practicing. From behind the counter, he took out the Dan formula and threw it to Yiba. Yiba's face was calm as he took the Dan formula and turned to leave. After coming out, he circled around the marketplace and entered another store called 100 Herb Pavilion, buying a full 10 copies of the medicinal herbs on the Dan formula. The spirit stones on hand were almost squandered by him. Still saying you didn't take on private work? Yiba had just stepped out of the gate of the marketplace when a figure slowly stood out behind him, and it was none other than the young girl from the 100 Square Hall. She followed Yiba all the way and realized that his expenses in the workshop market added up to almost 200 spirit stones. As for breaking through the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, the reward in the Spirit Slave Hall was only 100 spirit stones. It was obvious that Yiba had lied just now. You're unlucky if you meet me, but to be able to receive private work even at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation is also considered to be gifted. She turned toward the Hall of Law Enforcement. Sect disciples who report other people's violations can be rewarded accordingly by the Law Enforcement Hall. That's what teenage girls are for. Report Yiba and get the reward from the Law Enforcement Hall. Chapter 5 Law Enforcement Hall Sisters surprisingly fishing for law enforcement. Yiba returned to the small courtyard. The first time, he took out the Dan formula from within his storage bag and carefully examined it. After making sure to memorize all the alchemy steps inside, he set up the alchemy furnace, and light the spirit wood underneath to act as a spirit fire. It was best to use the earth fire within the fire vein for alchemy, followed by one's own spirit fire. Fire pulse earth fire was not something he was worthy of using. As for him, he was only at the second level of Qi cultivation, and the spiritual Qi in his body simply could not support him to complete the entire alchemy process. Therefore only spirit wood can be used instead. After taking a deep breath and calming his mind, he followed the steps and began to refine the elixir. Everything is in order. Half a day later, Yi Ba looked at the 5 yuan enhancement pills inside the alchemy furnace with a hint of surprise on his face. Surprisingly, he did it all at once. After all, even a true first-rank middle-grade alchemist couldn't say that the spirit pills he made were successful in every furnace. He picked up the enhancement pill and brought it to the tip of his nose to observe it. Suddenly his gaze slightly condensed. Surprisingly, it's a flawless pill. In the process of refining spirit pills, it was inevitable that some of the medicinal power of the spirit materials would be wasted. Depending on the ability of the alchemist, even pills of the same rank had a division of potency. They are generally categorized as ordinary, perfect, and flawless. Ordinary pills retained roughly 70% of their potency, perfect pills 85%, and flawless was not a single ounce of potency wasted, 100%. He picked up another 4 elemental enhancement pills and found that all of them were of flawless quality. It's best for me to take all these pills by myself alone. Taking them out for sale will attract attention, Yi Ba said in his heart. Being a small person, you have to be careful at every step. If he's not careful, he'll expose his secret and thus be doomed. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting darker, Chu Waste could come over again at any time. He did not continue to refine the enhancement pill. Instead, he returned to the house and began to cultivate with the help of the Yuan enhancement pill. The medicinal effect of the Yuan enhancement pill exceeded the Qi replenishment pill by a lot, and he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was growing rapidly. At this rate, he felt that it wouldn't take long for him to make another breakthrough. Breaking through too quickly is also a problem. Yi Ba had a bit of a headache. It would likewise get him noticed by the femme fatale, but for the moment, he could only deal with what was in front of him first. The night is gradually falling. Chu Waste is late. Yi Ba was a bit puzzled. Given Chu Waste's level of eagerness, there was no way he wouldn't come. Maybe there is something delayed? Yi Ba thought so, but this was good. He could have more time to cultivate. And at this moment, outside the small courtyard where Yi Ba was, a woman was hiding not far from the courtyard wall and peeking in. It was dressed in a fiery red robe with a small golden sword embroidered on it. The thighs were open to the base of the legs, revealing white, slender, straight legs. The woman's face was delicate, her skin was fair, and she just looked a bit cold. Below the left eye, there is a mole of tears. Hanging on his waist was a golden token with the word execution engraved on it. I have to come even for this small matter, delaying my cultivation. Bu Shenghua complained softly. She was originally cultivating, but was assigned the task of coming over to squat and catch adultery. Humph. What specialties can a waste spirit slave at the second level of Qi cultivation have that a fellow disciple would choose to have a private meeting with him or her? I'd like to see which fellow disciple is so starved for food. She coldly snorted in disdain in her heart. She wouldn't even look at such a wasteful spirit slave when she walked down the road. Cultivation is quite hardworking, but it's only a 5-system lower-grade miscellaneous spirit root, and cultivating for a lifetime will only result in the Qi refining stage. It's so late in the day, why haven't any fellow disciples come over yet? Wasting my time again. An hour later, still no one had shown up. Damn it, if I catch which one of my fellow disciples it is, I'll have to beat her up. 2 hours later, still no one. Maybe no one will come by today. Why don't we go back first? No, the mission isn't finished, and I have to come over tomorrow. Cultivation time can't be wasted on this. Bu Shanghua shook her head violently. If no one comes to the door, then create an opportunity for someone to come to the door. Bu Shanghua took off the belt tag of the law enforcement hall disciple from his waist and put it away in his storage bag. Immediately afterward she scaled the courtyard wall, entered the small yard, and knocked on the door of the house. Yi Ba inside the house was a bit puzzled when he heard the voice. The first few times Chu Waste wouldn't have been so polite. They all just went straight into the house. What's going on today? He stopped practicing and got up to open the door. Behind the door was a complete stranger. Yi Ba's heart was startled, and the first thing that came to his mind was whether or not his physique had been exposed. Otherwise, what was the clan's female devil looking for him for in the middle of the night? He couldn't really think of any other reason. Thinking so in his heart, he did not move on the surface and politely spoke. Senior sister came to me in the middle of the night. Is there something important? Sure, I have a private job here. Do you want to take it? 20 spirit stones a night. Bu Shanghua nodded slightly and was about to take the initiative to walk into the house. A private job? 20 spirit stones, Yi Ba murmured in his heart. With the garbage talent he's displayed, not to mention that no one would even approach him for a private job. Even if there was, 20 spirit stones was simply being charitable to him. At the same time, the information of the demoness in front of her appeared before her eyes. Name, Bu Shanghua. Realm, 8th level of Qi refining. Qualification, top quality fire root. top quality gold root. Physique, sword spirit body, unawakened. Technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, middle order charm. Burning shadow sword art. Imperial sword art. Practicing chi at the 8th level. Something's not right. Yiba frowned and looked seriously at Bu Shanghua for a few moments, stopping him at the door. What effect could a cultivator of the 8th level of chi practicing have by looking for him? A cultivator of the 2nd level of chi practicing. To cultivate together? He said with a straight face. Senior sister, taking on private work is against the rules of the sect, so please leave, so that the senior sister of the law enforcement hall won't see you here and have a misunderstanding. When Bu Shanghua heard Yiba's refusal, he secretly said that he had given less? 25 spirit stones, no more. Also, I've seen you take on other people's private work, so you don't have to intentionally cover it up. Bu Shanghua wanted to swindle Yiba, let it admit itself. As long as Yiba admitted it, he could take him down himself and complete his mission to go back and continue his cultivation. Saw Chu waste going out from within my courtyard? Yiba was shocked in his heart, but on second thought, there is a glaring loophole. After all, even if the senior sister in front of him had seen Chu waste go out from within his courtyard, it was unlikely that she would choose to come to him. A waste of time, to practice. Senior sister, I don't understand what you're saying, please leave immediately or I'll call out to the law enforcement hall. Yiba said seriously. Still pretending? Bu Shanghua was exasperated in her heart. She had already wasted too much time on the matter. Suddenly, her eyes flickered to the bed in the room. Quickly, he came to the edge of the messy bed and picked up a slightly longer strand of hair from it. Bu Shanghua's heart rejoiced that he had finally found evidence. She took out the law enforcement hall token. Reprimanding, Yi Ba. I'm law enforcement hall disciple Bu Shanghua. Someone has reported you for taking private jobs. Come with me to the law enforcement hall to be investigated. As long as he entered the law enforcement hall, there were ways to make Yi Ba open his mouth. While telling the truth, she struck out like lightning, and the moment she grabbed Yi Ba's wrist, she ferried aura towards his body, about to confine his meridians. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and her eyes widened violently. Shocked. This is the Supreme Young Physique. Chapter 6 Failing to Fish and Getting Bitten by the Fish. Bu Shanghua never expected that the Yi Ba in front of him had a Supreme Young Physique. Its information within the sect was completely unrecorded. In other words, Yi Ba had only awakened his physique after entering the sect. No one else in the clan knew. Yi Ba showed a bitter smile on his face. The disciples of the Hall of Law Enforcement would actually fish for law enforcement. Though the steps were unsuccessful, the hair of Chu Waste was found inside his house. How can he explain this now? Once he entered the law enforcement hall, he would have no more secrets to keep. There are all sorts of ways to dig up his secrets in there. In addition to that, his Supreme Young Physique seemed to have been exposed. Boo! Stephanie lifted her long legs and closed the door to the house from the inside. Approaching Yi Ba. Senior brother, you're committing an additional crime by concealing your own Supreme Young Physique. She had fully understood why Yi Ba was able to receive private work at just the second level of Qi practicing, all because of its Supreme Young body. Faced with the threat of Bu Shanghua, Yi Ba was relieved instead, since Bu Shanghua didn't take her away right away and closed the door. Obviously had other ideas. It would be good to have thoughts about him, but I'm afraid that Bu Shanghua doesn't have thoughts about him. He lowered his head and said softly, Senior sister is broad-minded. Please don't denounce me yet. Humph. If this matter is stirred up, you will definitely have your sanity erased and become a cultivation puppet. Bu Shanghua coldly snorted. This is the cruelest form of punishment. After erasing his sanity, the cultivator would be equivalent to a vegetable. And then using a special secret method, he would refine his physical body into a puppet that could aid in cultivation. Yi Ba's face pretended to look alarmed. Hugging Bu Shanghua's arm, she begged for mercy. Senior sister, save me. I don't want to die. A trace of dislike swept across the bottom of Bu Shanghua's eyes and pushed Yi Ba away. In her eyes, these spirit slaves were cultivation tools, inferior beings unworthy of touching her body. I can help you keep your secret, but you will have to put off all private work from now on and only serve me alone. Bu Shanghua stated her purpose. She had been practicing daily since the time she joined the sect, plus she had good talent. After joining the sect for 3 years, he was already at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, becoming one of the top 10 disciples in the inner and outer sects of the peak. However, the higher the cultivation level, the slower the speed of raising the realm. According to her current cultivation speed, it would take at least 3 more years before she could break through to foundation establishment. She didn't want to wait that long. In the past, she had also rented a spirit slave to cultivate, but it was only an ordinary physique, and the effect of assisting in cultivation was average, so it was not as good as consuming spirit pills to cultivate herself. But it was different now. Even the most trashy Supreme Young Physique was of great help to her cultivation. It could quickly help her raise her realm. Spirit slaves assisted in cultivation and did not necessarily require physical contact. which was also the overbearing aspect of the swift dragon swallowing decree technique. Only the cultivation effect of this method, compared to point-to-point cultivation, the efficiency of obtaining benefits is much worse. Because of Bu Shanghua's innate dislike and contempt for Ling Nu, so far it has been practiced with the first method. Senior sister, I can help you cultivate, but there are other senior sisters who know about my supreme young physique, and if I serve you alone, they will surely turn me in. Yi Ba voiced a reminder. Bu Shanghua's sword brows furrowed. That's a serious problem. It was impossible for her to kill and silence all the other fellow disciples. That would draw more attention instead. At that time, the secret of Yi Ba's supreme young physique would be even more impossible to hide. Then what do you say you want? I don't care about the others. I can't afford any less cultivation time here. Bu Shanghua was somewhat forceful. I must be satisfied with 4 hours of practice every day. Senior sister, I will try my best to fulfill you. Yi Ba promised in one gulp, while in his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. With that said, the odds are that things are sorted out. In addition, Bu Shanghua would be even less likely to denounce him after gaining benefits from him. He was very confident. Count on you to be sensible. Also, you can't let a third person know about what's going on between you and me, or else I'll turn you in as well. Bu Shanghua warned Yi Ba. What she is doing nowadays is also against the rules of the door. If the elders of the law enforcement hall knew about it, she would be chastised as well. In other words, she and Yi Ba were already considered grasshoppers on a rope. Only, Yi Ba's consequences would be worse than hers is all. Don't worry, senior sister. I won't say anything to anyone else, Yi Ba promised. Then he walked towards the bedside. Senior sister, it's getting late. Why don't you let senior brother assist you in your cultivation? He's going to let Shanghua get a taste of it first. That's what makes it harder to give him up. Aha! But during the cultivation process, you are not allowed to touch a single finger of mine, or else I will chop off your fingers. Bu Shanghua gently nodded her head. There was some anticipation in his mind. This was the first time she had cultivated with the help of the supreme young physique. I don't know what kind of cultivation effect it will have. Wanting is even too much. I'm afraid you'll kneel down and beg me to touch it later. Yi Ba mocked in his heart. He plopped down on the bed and closed his eyes. After seeing that Yi Ba obeyed and did as he was told, Bu Shanghua similarly sat down in front of Yi Ba. He began to operate the swift dragon swallowing skill and began to induce the Yuan Yang within Yi Ba's body through the air. As she cast the spell, a special aura channel slowly took shape, connecting the two together. Yi Ba's current feeling was marvelous. It was as if the self had transformed into a swimming fish, sliding rapidly under the water, smooth and free. Feeling the enormous benefits he had gained in just a few moments, Bu Shanghua was incomparably alarmed. So many benefits that she didn't even have time to absorb them. Cultivating day and night at this rate, she was certain that she would break through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation within half a month. Break through to foundation establishment in 2 months. Is this my immortal Dao blessing? Bu Shanghua murmured in his heart, incomparably delighted. She was now ranked 8th among the inner and outer disciples of the peak. As long as she broke through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, her ranking would rise once again. Entering the top 5 was not a problem. Yi Ba's supreme young physique must not be exposed. Once the sex elders and peak masters find out, I won't even be able to have soup. Bu Shanghua secretly admonished himself. 2 hours later, the cultivation ended. This one cultivation was enough to be worth 2 months of her bitter cultivation. If she went back and absorbed all the remaining benefits, she estimated that she would be able to add another month of bitter cultivation. Wait a minute, why is Yi Ba unconscious? Did I just absorb too violently? When Bu Shanghua saw Yi Ba not moving at all, he rose up with hindsight. He felt that he might have been so immersed in cultivation that he forgot about Yi Ba's ability to endure. After all, she had once been careless and cultivated into the realm of forgetfulness, but she had sucked a spirit slave to death alive. For this, she also compensated a lot of spirit stones. She stretched out her fingers, intending to check Yi Ba's state, but just as it made a move, Yi Qing stretched and woke up with a yawn. It had just gotten so comfortable that he had fallen asleep. You're done, elder sister? Chapter 7 The difference between eating all at once and all at once. Step Shanghua's hand stopped in mid-air, looking at Yi Ba, who was acting like nothing. She even suspected that she was hallucinating. Assisting her in cultivating for 4 hours, Yi Ba was not only fine, but he was also asleep. In any other ordinary physique, one would definitely have fainted to death. What kind of grade is this? To young physique not only is the cultivation surprisingly effective, but it's also long-lasting. In order to confirm that Yi Ba was truly fine, she went up and carefully probed. It was finally confirmed that Yi Ba was indeed fine. 4 hours isn't enough. I want to add up to 8. Bu Shanghua opened her mouth. After seeing the strength of Yi Ba's physique, she was no longer satisfied with the 4 hours of cultivation time. Senior sister, do you eat every day? Yi Ba didn't answer Bu Shanghua immediately, but instead asked an unrelated question. Even though I have a high level of cultivation, I haven't reached the realm of the Valley of Rescue. I still need to eat. Bu Shanghua replied doubtfully. Senior sister, there is a difference between eating all at once and eating only one meal. 8 hours is too long. It's easy for other people with good intentions to discover our secret, and then you'll never be able to eat again. Yi Ba explained. Bu Shanghua was too greedy for him to agree. The risk was too great. Bu Shanghua frowned and spoke after a moment of contemplation. And what if I bought you out? Senior sister had better not do this either. If you take me for yourself, the other senior sisters will report me under their displeasure, and there will be no food to eat. Yi Ba hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Chu Waste also knew about his supreme young physique. He was afraid that if Chu Waste learned that he had been bought out, he would become enraged and do something irrational. Then it's all over. In addition, even if he didn't have Chu Waste, he didn't want to be bought by Bu Shanghua. He needed female demons with better natural talent to speed up the rate of gaining various experiences. Bu Shanghua was merely an upper-grade spiritual root, and was still much short of a top-tier qualification. Some truth. Bu Shanghua nodded lightly, thinking differently. If another fellow disciple had bought Yi Ba away for exclusive use, she would have reported it as well. If you can't get it for yourself, you won't let anyone else enjoy it even if you destroy it. Therefore, she no longer insisted in her mind. But there's still some time before dawn tonight, so let's continue cultivating for a while. Bu Shanghua thought that it wouldn't be that bad of a day. Yi Ba smiled bitterly in his heart. What else could he say? He resumed his seat and closed his eyes. Senior sister, come on. 1 hour later, Aya Shanghua opened her eyes in surprise. The spiritual energy in her body had somehow started to boil. At the location of its heart, an illusory spirit sword silhouette emerged. What's going on? Is my sword spirit body going to awaken? The supreme young physique still has this kind of effect. As Bu Shanghua felt the changes within his body, his heart was once again shocked. According to the elders of the law enforcement hall, her sword spirit body had congenital defects that made it difficult to awaken at the chi practicing stage. At the very least, one would need to break through to the foundation establishment stage and combine it with elixirs to have a chance of awakening. But now, her sword spirit body was actually showing signs of awakening. After the shock, what replaced it was excitement. If she awakened her sword spirit body, her strength would once again increase, and she would definitely be able to get a better ranking in the clan competition a month later. It might even be seen by the inner sect elders and be accepted as a disciple. At the thought, she began to absorb it more vigorously, but for some reason, the sword spirit body was always so close to being completely awakened. It made it very difficult for her. It's obviously close. Why not? Exasperated, Aya Shanghua pondered the possible reasons. She was in a hurry and wanted to awaken her sword spirit body immediately. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Maybe there's a loss in spaced absorption. Maybe we can do it another way. But she's naturally clean and doesn't see these spirit slaves. A tangled look appeared in her eyes. I'm dedicated to the Tao and the pursuit of immortality. If I can't even overcome the difficulties in front of me, what's the point of cultivating the Tao? The physical skin is only an external object, and I should not be influenced by these external objects. Spirit slaves are just great medicines for cultivation. As long as they are beneficial to cultivation, even if they are dirty, I will still eat them. It was a full 10 minutes of hesitation before she finally bit her lip and made up her mind. In the next second, she flicked her tender lips and spat out a mouthful of confusing mist. Yi Ba smelled a familiar odor and opened his eyes with some doubt. He was met with exciting images that made his head spin. But before he could take a closer look, a wave of vertigo passed through his mind, sending his consciousness into a daze. Damn demonesses! Why do they all know this trick? Yi Ba secretly cried out in pity. It really works! After only a few moments of starting, Step Shanghua felt a noticeable change. Not only did she get more than she bargained for, these benefits were also more refined and helped her even more. The spiritual energy in her body surged even more violently, and the spirit sword shadow at her heart was solidifying, taking the final step towards awakening. She clenched her teeth, forcing back the disgust and loathing in her heart. If it wasn't for the awakening of the sword spirit body, how could she put up with Yi Ba, putting layer after layer of dirt on her body? If Yi Ba didn't have the supreme young physique and dared to treat her like this, she would have stabbed him to death with a sword. Under the sustained impact, the spirit sword silhouette inside her finally solidified completely. The sword spirit body began to awaken. Rumble! Spiritual energy rushed through her body, rapidly converging towards the sword spirit at her heart. It made it more and more solid. A huge and sharp aura emanated from her body. Right in the center of its brow, a spirit sword mark slowly emerged. Around her body, a large amount of spiritual energy rapidly converged towards her brow. It followed her meridians and eventually entered the dantian. Boom! In just a moment, the aura of its body changed once again. The aura of the entire person lifted several times. I'm practicing the 9th level of Qi. Bu Shanghua was like falling into a dream. She had actually gained great benefits and raised her realm when her sword spirit body awakened. In the next second, she quickly suppressed the strange movement of the sword spirit body. The awakening of her sword spirit body would trigger heaven and earth anomalies and move too much. If the other fellow disciples found out that she was here with Yi Ba's secret could no longer be kept. At that thought, she grabbed her robe aside and was about to leave the house. However, before leaving the house, she took out a bottle of pills from within her storage bag and threw it onto the bed. This time, Yi Ba had made a great effort, so he must have suffered a great loss as well. She couldn't use that bottle of elixir, so it was just right for Yi Ba to take it to restore himself. Early morning, Yi Ba finally woke up. Hiss, that hurts. He covered his thigh and cried out in pain. The flesh and blood on its body unexpectedly showed some bruises. Alas, my cultivation level is still too low. Yi Ba sighed after checking the injuries on his body. Although he was a supreme yang immortal body, his yuan yang never dried up. Now he was like a depository with gold coins in his stomach. Rich on the inside, crunchy on the outside. It should have been because Bu Shanghua didn't control his own power that he was injured. It's better to raise the realm as soon as possible, Yi Ba muttered. Luckily, it was only a flesh wound, so he should be able to recover after taking some recovery elixirs. Collecting his thoughts, he looked up at the virtual panel that surfaced before him. Chapter 8, Can I also awaken the sword spirit body? Sword spiritual body experience plus 20. Sword spirit body, 20 out of 100, wonderful item. Gold spirit root qualification plus 20. Lower gold roots, 20 out of 10. Fire root qualification plus 20. Medium grade fire spiritual roots, 20/100. Physique can also be obtained. Yi Ba was a bit surprised. Not sure what class the oddball belongs to though, but after all, it's for nothing. He'll just make a bloody fortune. This female devil, Bu Shanghua, after mesmerizing me, she actually cultivated for such a long time. Yi Ba's teeth itched with hatred. Worthy of being a demoness, she treated the spirit slaves with no mercy at all. If he didn't have a supreme yang immortal body, he would probably have died. When his cultivation increased, all of this would be returned as it was, and let these demonesses taste his pain. No, wouldn't that still make them earn? Yi Ba was somewhat helpless and felt that it was not right. However, the qualifications of this Bu Shanghua were quite good, and the experience gained from the spirit root in a single session was 5 times that of Chu Waste. It's a pity. If only those hours at the very beginning were counted. Yi Ba somewhat lamented. Only with physical contact can he gain experience, so for those first few hours, he was totally hoard out. But it's not much of a problem. The stepchildren have already had their first time. There's only a first time and a million times for this stuff. He wasn't worried at all about the follow-up. Ha, is this what she left for me? Yi Ba looked towards a Dan bottle by the bedside and let out a cry of surprise. I don't know what these demonesses are used to. There's always something left when you're done. The same is true of the Chu Waste, and the same is true of the stepsons. It made him feel like he was out for sale. Open the Dan bottle and pour out the Dan to check. Inside were 10 golden pills, which were the size of glass beads. A first-order middle-grade elixir, the Yang replenishing elixir. After looking at the elixir, Yi Ba was instantly disappointed. This stuff replenishes essence. His essence was so strong that he couldn't use it. It would be better to leave him some elixir that could enhance his cultivation. However, this Bu Shanghua was quite generous and looked like a little rich woman. He put the elixir away and looked at the clutter on his bed and smiled helplessly. Get up and carefully clean up the bed. Confirmed that there's nothing left of the demoness. He took the cluttered sheets outside, threw them into a tub of water to wash them, and hung them to dry. It's too much of a waste of my time to clean every time like this. These female devils can't bring their own dick thing. Yi Ba thought so. He then refined another furnace of Yuan enhancement pills. The Yuan enhancement pill is enough for me to use for cultivation. In a short period of time, there is no need to not go out. Yi Ba admonished himself. He had just gone out once yesterday, and at night, a law enforcement hall disciple came to his door. Someone must have seen him spending too many spirit stones and reported him. These sect disciples, who might not necessarily be doing well themselves, would be jealous and cause trouble when they saw others doing well. Returning to the house, he swallowed the elixir and sat down on his knees to cultivate. Yi Ba quickly entered the state of meditation. Time passes quickly. Turning to the afternoon. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door of Yi Ba's small courtyard. Wake up Yi Ba from his training. He got up and went to the door and looked out through the crack. After seeing that it was an acquaintance of his, he opened the door. What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you're about to be emptied? Yi Ba looked at Qin Shuang in front of him and said with some surprise, they, spirit slaves, also have a circle of spirit slaves. The Qin Shuang in front of him was a friend he had made over the years. The cultivation qualifications were that much better than his, and now he was at the 3rd level of Qi practicing. Don't mention it. A few days ago, I was rented away from Spirit Slave Hall by a female devil, and lived a few days of inhumanity. I almost couldn't come back, and I have to go over to the female devil tomorrow. Qin Shuang's face was full of afterthought. Unlike him, the pressurized tale of the first level of Qi Cultivation, Qin Shuang's third level of Qi Cultivation still had a female devil lease, at least 5 or 6 times a year. The demoness who rents spirit slaves in the Spirit Slave Hall has no mercy. When they spent their spirit stones, they sucked them to death, afraid that they would lose out. The spirit slave's miserable state was imaginable. If it wasn't for the spirit slave's death and the fact that they had to pay for the spirit stones, there was a high probability that the spirit slave wouldn't have been able to come back alive. Come in and sit. Yi Ba invited him inside and poured a glass of water. Qin Shuang, who had just sat down and drank some water, suddenly looked deeply at Yi Ba twice. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Brother Yi has broken through to the second level of Qi Cultivation?" "Well, I had a lucky breakthrough 2 days ago," Yi Ba replied with a smile. Higher realm Qi refiners could easily see through lower level Qi refiner cultivation. And he wasn't trying to hide it. He had only been cultivating for 8 years to reach the second level of Qi practicing, and in the eyes of outsiders, he was still a waste. "Congratulations, Brother Yi." Qin Shuang arched his hand and smiled to express his joy. Immediately after, he took out a spirit herb and handed it to Yi Ba. "This is a lian yang grass that I obtained by chance, and I'm gifting it to Brother Yi as a congratulatory gift. Brother Qin is polite." Yi Ba put away the lian yang grass after a polite sentence. Brother Qin should have something else on his mind this time, right? With his understanding of Qin Shuang, it's nothing would not come to him at all. He. This body of mine is losing a lot of essence and I want to purchase 2 young enhancement pills here from Brother Yi. Qin Shuang hemmed and hawed. Tomorrow, he still had to assist the female devil in her cultivation, but he didn't want to be sucked to death himself, which was why he took the time to come and purchase the elixir. The Yang enhancement pill that Yi Ba had refined was not only cheap, but it was also quite effective. Yang enhancing Dan? Yi Ba hesitated in his heart. He still had Yang enhancing Dan remaining in his hand, but last time, Chu Waste was the one who discovered his secret through the Yang enhancement pill. If the Yang enhancement pill flowed out further, it would not be good if it was discovered by the other female demons. His eyes rolled several times before he pulled out a golden pill from his bosom, the very same Yang replenishing pill that Bu Shanghua had left for him. "Brother Qin, I don't have any more Yang enhancing pills here. What I have is a first order, mid-grade spiritual pill, Yang replenishing pill, which has a much better effect than Yang enhancing pill. First rank middle grade? Brother Ye's alchemy level has risen?" Qin Shuang uttered in surprise before adding, "How many spirit stones apiece for this Yang replenishing pill?" If Brother Qin wants to buy it, 10 spirit stones will do," Yi Ba said smoothly. "Alright, give me 2. Qin Shuang directly took out the spirit stones to trade. After both sides finished trading, Yi Ba sent Qin Shuang out of the small courtyard. Back inside, he sat on his bed and frowned. The third level of Qi practice could be leased away by the demoness at any time. He, on the other hand, should soon be able to cultivate to the third level of Qi practicing. If he was leased away by the demoness, the secrets he was carrying could come out. He sat in silence in the house for half a day until the night grew dark. Yi Ba finally thought of a way. As his cultivation increased, it was only a matter of time before he was leased away. But he could have the 2, Chu Waste and Bu Shanghua, take turns leasing him away without giving anyone else a chance. Also, on the side of the Spirit Slave Hall, it might be possible to develop a female demon within it to join the gang. In this way, there is no fear of being detected as a physical problem. Chapter 9. This thing can still heal wounds? Into the night, Yi Ba, who was cultivating inside the house, suddenly heard a slight movement. By the time he opened his eyes, Chu Waste was already in front of him. The slender, white waist twisted before his eyes. Yi Ba looked up and found that Chu Waste's face was a little pale, and there was still a trace of blood smell on his body. "Senior sister is injured?" Yi Ba's heart stirred and he opened his mouth in surprise. "Are you concerned about me?" The corners of Chu Waste's mouth hooked into a smile, his tone playful. She had taken up a clan mission yesterday and had an accident in the process, suffering some internal injuries. How narcissistic. "I just asked that." Yi Ba mentally spat. On the surface, he didn't move. "I'm now considered one with senior sister, so I naturally have to be concerned about senior sister's well-being." "You're right about that." Chu Waste sat down on the edge of the bed and nodded gently. She then lay down of her own accord. "I'm injured and have trouble moving, so I'll let you do it yourself today." With that, she lifted the hem of her frosty skirt. She did not treat Yi Ba as an outsider. Sinning, Yi Ba blurted out in his heart. 2 hours later, the practice is over. Yi Ba lay down on the side to rest, while in his mind, he was thinking about how he would inform Chu Waste about the matter of the step Shenghua in a while. It would be troublesome to explain the sudden appearance of the Ikebana in case it was not clear, and at that moment, Chu Waste was observing itself in amazement. The injuries on her body had actually healed in the process of cultivation. Does that thing even heal? At this moment, Chu Waist was like discovering a new continent. The more he came into contact with Yi Ba, the more he could feel the special features of Yi Ba's physique. After all, she had never heard of any supreme young physique that still had a healing effect. Push down the vibrations in your mind. She pinched her hands and struck her belly, and a clean white array of awnings surfaced at the location of her belly, before it was hidden again. This is a blocking spell to prevent the benefits from flowing backwards and creating waste. She then slowly closed her eyes and began to absorb those benefits to raise her cultivation level. Half an hour later, her meridians had felt bulging, which had forced her to stop. This night, not only had she recovered from her injuries, her cultivation had also refined once again. After practicing a dozen times tonight, the bewitching love mantoline poison has pretty much accumulated. Yi Ba should listen to me. She looked to the side at Yi Ba and said in her heart. She came over to Yi Ba's side and softly inquired, "My good senior brother, what kind of poison did you give to senior sister?" As long as the poison in her body was detoxified, Yi Ba would no longer be able to threaten her. Ha! Yi Ba was very surprised, thinking to himself that I'm a little cutie. What? Will I tell you what kind of poison it is? Moreover, he hadn't poisoned at all. That day, he had only applied some spiritual liquid that could disorganize spiritual energy. That kind of thing didn't need to be treated at all, and when the time came, the effect naturally disappeared. That day, he was totally scaring Chu Waist. Therefore, this matter must not be known to Chu Waist, he said in a deep voice. Senior sister, don't think about the antidote. Senior brother me, will give you the antidote regularly. Chu Waist's heart sank, looking at Yi Ba's appearance. He didn't seem to be affected by the yin poison. Could it be that the medicine isn't potent enough, and the resistance of the supreme yang physique is stronger? She began to suspect that it was not enough times and planned to increase the dosage at a later stage. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Ba's supreme yang immortal body was immune to any yin poison. Any more confusion mantras would be useless. Also, I have something to tell senior sister. Yi Ba brought up the main matter. What is it? Chu Waist frowned. The fact that I have a supreme young physique was discovered by the disciples of the law enforcement hall, Yi Ba said in a deep voice. What? Chu Waist almost jumped out of bed in shock. She'll be chastised too once their affair falls apart. More importantly, she would lose Yi Ba as a great medicine for cultivation. Senior sister, don't panic. Listen to me slowly. Yi Ba hurriedly calmed down, then briefly recounted the matter under Chu Waist's puzzled, surprised, and shocked gaze. You mean, that law enforcement hall disciple came to your door, discovered your supreme young physique, and then also wanted to possess you and have you all to himself night after night? But you threatened her there are other senior sisters know about you, behind and its temporary confidentiality cultivation agreement. Chu Waist lifted the heart, gradually put down. Luckily for them, things didn't fall apart completely. Who is she? Yi Ba shook his head. Senior sister, I can't say. She doesn't know your name either. The way things are now, as long as the two of you come to me at a staggered time and don't bump into each other. Of course, if you accidentally bump into each other, don't fight, or else things will get out of hand and it won't be good for the three of us. Yi Ba persuaded bitterly. Still need you to say? Chu Waist gave Yi Ba a flirtatious blank stare. Immediately afterward, he reminded, but you've already received my spirit stones. 15 days this month, not a single day less. Senior sister, don't worry. I will definitely get things done after taking your spirit stone. Even if you suck me to death, I will never complain. Yi Ba seriously and squarely said. The mouth is quite sweet. Don't worry, I can't afford to suck you to death. Chu Waist stretched out her white fingers and traced them across Yi Ba's cheeks. Starting tomorrow, I'll come every other day. Also, you shouldn't go out lately. If there's anything you want to buy, give me the spirit stones and I'll purchase it for you. It's quite proactive. This is because you're afraid that I'll be reported again. Yi Ba secretly laughed in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as self-interest is involved, the demoness will start to take the lead, offer to help him with all his troubles. Okay, thank you senior sister. Yi Ba grabbed Chu Waist's fidgeting fingers and nodded in agreement. It's a big deal for him, too. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. Time passed quickly, and a week passed in a flash. Chu Waist and Bu Shenghua both came to him every other day. On this day, Bu Shenghua had just left. Yi Ba then looked at his own panel with a happy face. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, 100 out of 100, Odd Grade, can be awakened. Realm, second level of Qi Refining. Qualifications, Top Grade Fire Root, Top Grade Gold Root, Middle Grade Wood Root, Lower Grade Earth Root, Lower Grade Water Root. Talent, none. Alchemy, First Rank Top Quality. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. After his days and nights of diligent farming, he finally managed to accumulate a full body of experience in the Sword Spirit Body. However, he couldn't immediately awaken the sword spirit body. During the awakening process of the sword spirit body, there will be a great deal of movement. The last time when Bu Shenghua awakened her sword spirit body was an example. It's hard not to be noticed by others. Moreover, the sword spirit body was mainly about boosting battle power. With his current realm at the second level of Qi practicing, he couldn't escape the great extreme bliss immortal sect even if he elevated any further. The heart-piercing spell on his body would cause him to die violently the instant he left the great ultimate immortal sect. Therefore, he decided not to awaken first. It's not too late to wait until later when there is the right time to awaken. And the increase in his spirit root qualification had allowed his cultivation speed to increase drastically, and now he was just 1 foot away from the third level of Qi cultivation. Chapter 10 Slave. All my slaves? Yiba sat down on his knees, threw a yuan enhancement pill into his mouth, and began to concentrate on his cultivation. The rich aura flowed rapidly through his meridians. With every weekly carry, the aura within the dantian would increase by a sliver. At this moment, his cultivation speed was even faster than that of Step Shenghua. Half a day passed in a flash. Boo! Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from the dantian within his body, and its interior expanded several times. A large amount of aura surged into its dantian. The aura on Yiba's body followed suit and rose wildly. It lasted for 10 minutes before the breath gradually stabilized. It's the third level of Qi cultivation. Yiba exhaled and stopped cultivating. At this point, he could be leased by other female demons as soon as he went to the spirit slave hall to update his information. In the evening, Chu Waste came to the small courtyard on time, a familiar 2-hour practice. When it was over, Chu Waste opened the blocking spell as usual to prevent backflow. After doing so, Chu Waste stretched out, lay down and looked sideways at Yiba. Senior brother, are you really not going to tell me what kind of poison it is? After every cultivation, Chu Waste would send out a similar inquiry, but the results obtained are the same. I'm not going to say anything. Senior sister doesn't have to ask again. Yiba shook his head. Chu Waste was still really unrelenting, and he was a bit annoyed by the questions. How come it still doesn't work? Chu Waste's heart was filled with doubts. She had increased the dose of spirit poison, but it still didn't look like it was working. Primary affiliation achieved. Primary subordinate? A new prompt appeared in the panel in front of Yiba. Tap on the details to view. Primary subordinate relationship. Chu Waste can listen to your suggestions or requests without violating their own interests. The Yang immortal body is the strongest yang physique in the world. When a female cultivator gains benefits, she will also be influenced subconsciously. The lower her cultivation level is, the more easily she will be influenced, and she will eventually be completely reduced to being your slave. Yiba's heart was ecstatic. The supreme Yang immortal body was simply too heavenly. It was actually possible to make these female demons fall into his servitude. Chu Waste first threatened him to cultivate, and because his cultivation was not high, he could not compare to Step Shenghua. That's why it was the first to be affected. In that case, some of the next things are good. We need to take care of the step life flower more in the back and turn it into a subordinate as well as soon as possible. Yiba murmured in his heart. Every time he practiced, Bu Shenghua would use the confusion mist to make him pass out and fall into a tool. And there was always a look of disgust and loathing on her face. The bias still sucks the hardest every time you practice. When it became his subordinate, he said he would get his revenge back. Yiba then looked towards Chu Waste and spoke tentatively. Senior sister, I have now broken through to the third level of Qi cultivation. This cultivation level could be leased away from the spirit slave hall by other senior sisters at any time. My plan is for the 2 senior sisters to lease me away from the spirit slave hall on a rotational basis, rotating every half a month. That way the others won't have a chance to take advantage of it, and our secret won't be exposed. That's fine. Chu Waste nodded slightly after a brief contemplation. After leasing Yiba, he could bring Yiba back to his cave to cultivate daily in a fair and square manner. No more sneaking around and worrying about being discovered by other fellow disciples. She'll be able to get a lot more out of it. It just costs some spirit stones. If your cultivation improves, are you still afraid that you won't be able to earn spirit stones? The day after tomorrow I will go to the spirit slave hall to update my cultivation information. Senior sister will just lease me away at the back. Yiba was already using a commanding tone. He had not yet communicated with Bu Shenghua about this matter, so he reserved a day out. Chu Waste didn't have the slightest look of displeasure on his face. The matter was answered with a rather smooth nod. If Chu Waste knew that he had failed to poison himself, and that he had instead been secretly enslaved by Yiba, he didn't know what he would feel in his heart. Yiba saw that Chu Waste was so obedient. Afterwards, he asked some questions about cultivation. Chu Waste also patiently explained, and explained more carefully than before, allowing him to benefit greatly and gain many new insights into cultivation. After a short explanation, Yiba continued to assist Chu Waste in his cultivation. Time is speeding up. Next day, evening, Yi Ba said the same thing to Bu Shanghua about the suggestions he and Chu Waist had made. Shanghua didn't have a problem with that. Straight up yes. He even gave him a special body breath masking restriction in his body. According to Bu Shanghua, as long as it wasn't a spiritual probing, it was impossible for any chi refiner below the foundation establishment cultivation level to discover his pure young physique through divine sense probing. This also made the stone in Yi Ba's heart completely fall to the ground and put his mind at ease. Eat this elixir. Bu Shanghua took out an elixir and threw it to Yi Ba. Yi Ba curiously looked at the scarlet elixir in his hand. He was at least a second-order lower-grade alchemist now. Just by looking and smelling, one could guess the vague effects of the elixir on the hand. This potion doesn't look good. Senior sister, what kind of elixir is this? Yi Ba did not take it immediately. This is the Ascension Pill. It can amplify your 5 senses, and is a commonly used pill in the cultivation process. Bu Shanghua explained impatiently after giving Yi Ba a disgusted look. All she wanted to do now was to immediately cultivate and absorb the benefits. After realizing that Yi Ba's supreme young physique was strong, she was no longer worried that Yi Ba would be sucked to death by her. This Ascension Pill would allow her to absorb more benefits. Even if Yi Ba didn't want to eat it, she would force Yi Ba to eat it. Her sword spirit body had awakened and her strength had gained a huge boost. But in order to beat the other disciples and get first place in the outer disciple competition at the end of the month, she also had to raise her cultivation as much as possible. The Demoness really wants me dead. Yi Ba's heart chilled. 20 to 30 times a night wasn't enough, but he had to be made to eat the Ascension Pill. That is, his supreme yang immortal body. In the place of his friend Qin Shuang, it is estimated that he would have turned into a dry corpse in one night. Looking at the expression on Bu Shanghua's face that could not be refused, Yi Ba could only swallow helplessly. In his heart, he was determined that when the subordinate relationship was established, he would inevitably torture and humiliate Bu Shanghua. The moment the Ascension Pill entered his mouth, the rich medicinal power melted away in his mouth, integrating into his meridians and strengthening his 5 senses. Step Shanghua's broad chest enlarged in his eyes, seeing it more clearly, and even seeing the delicate sheen on the surface of the skin. The faint scent of his body reached his nose, causing his heart to beat indisputably fast. Suddenly, Step Shanghua lifted her foot and moved closer to him. As she walked, her open robe swayed and her mysterious place was hidden. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Ba's heart felt like a drum. The qi and blood in his body was surging wildly, surging from within his heart towards his lower limbs, causing them to become bulging. Yi Ba's eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing became ragged. Garbage is garbage. This is too much to bear. Strong disgust flashed underneath Bu Shanghua's eyes. If it wasn't for the sake of enhancing her cultivation, she would have gouged out Yi Ba's blasphemous eyes. Chapter 11 Spirit Slave Hall Disciple. Qi Hongyue. He rested until the afternoon, when his body slowly regained its intuition. After he briefly cleaned up, he limped out the door towards the Spirit Slave Hall. Today was the day of his appointment with Chu Waist. After spending several hours, he managed to get to the Spirit Slave Hall halfway up the mountain. I met Chu Waist at the entrance of the Spirit Slave Hall. He did not greet Chu Waist, but walked straight to Ru Ling New Hall. The Spirit Slave Hall was very huge inside, and the entire hall was supported by a dozen or so thick, gold-painted wooden pillars. There were not many cultivators inside at this time, only a few scattered people, and most of them are female devils. Yi Ba came to the huge wooden table set up in the hall, placed the disciple plate in his hand on the table, lowered his head and said, Spirit Slave Yi Ba, who broke through the realm to the 3rd level of Qi practicing the day before yesterday, has come to update his information. Behind the wooden table, a clean and pretty-looking Spirit Slave Hall disciple glanced at Yi Ba before picking up the disciple card on the table. Raising his hand, he threw the disciple card into the huge ball of light next to the wooden table. The ball of light tumbled, and 2 breaths later, Yi Ba's disciple card flew out again. It was thrown to Yi Ba, and along with it, there was a bag of spirit stones. Opening his mouth, he said, Register, this is your spirit stone reward. Thank you, senior sister. Yi Ba uttered his thanks, bowing his head and turning towards the outside of the hall. What happened next was none of his business. Just after walking out of the entrance of the law enforcement hall, a group of Qi refiners sped from a distance and landed at the entrance of the law enforcement hall. Yi Ba lowered his head and looked over with a sidelight. There were a dozen of these Qi refiners. The leader was a young red-clothed woman with a bloated body and average or even somewhat ugly looks, followed by a dozen or so male spirit slaves behind her. The faces of these male cultivators were gray and looked listless. Qi Hongyue. Yi Ba was shocked in his heart. Qi Hongyue was a Spirit Slave Hall disciple, and one of the 2 supreme young physique senior brothers he knew had died at the hands of this woman. It was said that this woman was the daughter of the elder of Red Luan Peak, and that there was no lack of cultivation resources at all on weekdays. However, her cultivation qualifications were very poor, so she was often surrounded by a dozen or so spirit slaves, rotating to assist her in her cultivation. It would be fine if this was the case. After all, the destiny of the spirit slaves was laid out there, and helping whoever cultivated was helping. However, the death rate of spirit slaves who cultivated in their hands was extremely high. As long as one is selected by it, that is basically a death sentence. Even if it survived, it would most likely be wasted. Thus its reputation amongst the outer sex spirit slaves was poor. Right at this moment, it seemed to have sensed Yiba's gaze. Shi Hanyu's icy gaze looked toward Yiba. Frightened, Yiba directly turned his head and accelerated his pace down the mountain. Shi Hanyu looked at Yiba's back, and there was an inexplicable light flickering in the bottom of her eyes. She gently beckoned towards a disciple within the spirit slave hall. Bring me that spirit slave's information. Yiba, who was walking quickly towards the bottom of the mountain, had some fear in his heart. Shi Hanyu's perception was too sharp. Luckily it's not angry enough to come over and get him. It's too dangerous outside. Yiba muttered. He's been out twice this month, and both times he seemed to have bad luck. If he didn't have to come in person to update the information this time, he would never have come to the spirit slave hall. Not long after walking out, there was a sudden sound of wind behind him. Turning his head to look, he realized that it was Chu Waist who was coming with his magic spirit boat. Come up here. He reached out his hand to pull Yiba onto the spirit boat and flew straight towards his residence. She couldn't help but feel excited at the bottom of her heart when she thought that Yiba would be her own for the next half a month. After Yiba's cultivation increased and she broke through to the 3rd level of chi practicing, the benefits she could obtain from Yiba would also be greater. Half a month's time was enough for her to break through to the 7th level of chi refining and get a good result in the clan competition. A few moments later, the spirit boat landed within a verdant bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest there was a turquoise water pool, and by the side of the pool was situated a modest bamboo house. Chu Waist walked to the front of the bamboo house, took out a token from his hand, and shook it towards mid-air. The space in front of the duo suddenly distorted as a faint spiritual film emerged, followed by the appearance of a hollow in it. Chu wasted and drilled through it with Yiba. Yiba knew that this was a spell formation to protect the cave. You can't come in without a token to open the spell. This kind of protective spell formation was usually very expensive, and he didn't have the spirit stones to purchase it before. Senior sister, how many spirit stones are in this protective spell formation? Yiba curiously inquired. This is a first-order top-grade spirit protecting spell formation that requires roughly 300 spirit stones. Chu Waist replied. What? You want to buy it too? Where do I have so many spirit stones in my hands? I'm just curious to ask. Yiba smiled and vaguely passed. This spirit protection formation looks good. What are all the functions? It can withstand the attacks of cultivators below the 9th level of chi cultivation, in addition to masking aura fluctuations, so even if we make a big commotion inside, we won't be able to perceive it outside. That's true. Well, it's getting late. Let's rest. Chu Waist glanced at the sky and stretched out his blocking waist and said, the fullness of their breasts is crying out for attention. Yiba was a bit helpless. It was now at least 2 or 3 more hours until dark. Chu Waist is still really open-eyed. The mouth is really anxious. Yiba spat in his heart. However, he didn't think of refusing, even though Chu Waist's qualifications were not good, and the experience he could provide today was limited. But a little goes a long way, and he can reap a lot if he plows diligently. Okay, senior sister. Yiba nodded his head in agreement. A smile appeared on Chu Waist's face and he subconsciously licked his lips. She couldn't wait. In the next second, she lifted Yiba with one hand and rushed into the bamboo house under a few steps. Boo! A muffled sound. The door of the bamboo house was slammed heavily from the inside. Spirit Slave Hall. Inside a secret room in the inner hall, Shi Hanyue sat cross-legged on a huge warm jade bed. Its eyes were tightly closed, and a look of pain appeared on its face from time to time. It was as if it was suffering great pain itself. Icy frost escaped from her body from time to time. Click! The good warm jade bed underneath it came with a crisp rattle, and it was actually cracked by the raw freeze. In the next second, a dozen or so semi-translucent aura channels drilled out of its body, like pythons, biting the spirit slaves sitting around her. The spirit slaves were bare-chested, and a great deal of sweat spilled from the surface of their skin. You can imagine how hot it is inside this chamber. These spirit slaves had ashen faces and white lips, looking like they had lost sleep for a long time and their bodies had been emptied. As the cultivation progressed, their bodies began to tremble slightly, as if they would not be able to hold on and collapse in the next second. The same is true of the facts. In just less than half an hour's time, a spirit slave collapsed without support. Its body turned dry at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all of its essence was sucked dry. However, Shi Hanyue still didn't stop cultivating. A serving servant girl stepped forward and removed the body from the bed. It was thrown like garbage to a huge fireplace not far away. The fire within the furnace flared up and engulfed the body. In the end, there wasn't even any ash left. It wasn't until the fall of the third spirit slave that Chi Hongyue finally stopped her cultivation. There was a hint of anger on its face. Looking around, the spirit slaves chided. Wastes, all of them are wastes. With so many spirit slaves, it's amazing that they couldn't even last for several cultivations. She was a 9-yin extinct vein, and the 9-yin chi flourished in her body. If there was no powerful yang chi to suppress and unblock it, if it went on for a long time, her meridians would be blocked by the yin chi, and she wouldn't be able to cultivate. It would even threaten her life. 2 years ago, if her mother hadn't found a spirit slave with a supreme young physique for her, she might have died. But that supreme young physique was only a spirit grade that was one level higher than the lowest mortal grade. Even though she had been extraordinarily careful in her cultivation process, that punk still didn't last long and died. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at the maidservant to the side and opened her mouth to ask, "Has that spirit slave's information been sent?" "It was delivered an hour ago. Senior sister was cultivating, so I didn't let them disturb it." The maidservant spoke. Immediately afterward, she took out a jade talisman from her bosom and handed it to Chi Hongyue. Chi Hongyue nodded slightly and took the jade talisman and placed it against her brow. Yi Ba, 5 elemental lower grade spirit root, 8 years into the sect, broke through the second and third level of Chi cultivation in succession some time ago, resides in the foot of the mountain Dingji 1314 small courtyard. It was rented out for half a month. Chi Hongyue frowned slightly. Other than the time interval between the two breakthroughs becoming a bit smaller, it seemed that there was nothing else special about this one called Yi Ba. It was even more of a waste than these spirit slaves in front of her. But, she recalled how she felt when she was just outside the spirit slave. At that time, as she landed at the entrance of the spirit slave hall, a sudden tremor appeared in her 9-yin absolute vein. This is very rare and only occurs when strong yang energy is encountered. Of course, the powerful yang chi was not only found in spirit slaves, it could also be in other heavenly treasures. Although it's unlikely, I can't let go of even the slightest possibility. Chi Hongyue murmured in her heart. She intended to personally take a look at this spirit slave called Yi Ba. Chapter 12, Sword Spirit Body Awakening. 4th level of Chi practicing. Early the next morning, inside the bamboo house, Yi Ba, who was lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling speechlessly. Chu Waste, after finishing his cultivation, said that there was something in the battle hall, and then directly carried his pants and left, like the heartless scum of the earth. Shaking his head, Yi Ba sat up from the bed with a pensive look in his eyes. The outside of the bamboo house was protected by a spirit protection formation, which could conceal the fluctuations of the aura. Rather, it was a suitable place for the awakening of the sword spirit body. He looked to his own panel. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, 100 out of 100, odd grade, can be awakened. Realm, 3rd level of Chi refining. Qualifications, top grade Fire Root, top grade Gold Root, middle grade Wood Root, lower grade Earth Root, lower grade Water Root. Talent, none. Alchemy, 1st rank top quality. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. Begin the awakening. A movement in his mind. Rumble. In the next second, the aura in his body began to surge up rapidly, flushing his meridians over and over again. It eventually converged on the location of his heart. A spirit sword shadow loomed at his heart, flickering and extinguishing. However, as time passed, the light on it became brighter and brighter, and eventually solidified completely. The moment it took shape, a golden sword-shaped mark emerged above Yi Ba's brow. Boom! In an instant, the aura near the bamboo house was triggered and began to rapidly converge towards his location. A large amount of spiritual energy converged at the top of his head and was absorbed into his body in the form of a funnel by the seal on his brow. Such a massive amount of spiritual energy caused Yi Ba's meridians to bulge all over his body and even sting a little. He hurriedly concentrated, running his own kung fu to carry the circumference. So much for feeling better. As he cultivated, a large amount of aura was absorbed by his dantian. The dantian was rapidly filled with aura at a speed visible to the naked eye. This cultivation speed surprised Yi Ba. For 8 years, he had been absorbing aura at a turtle speed. Where could he have imagined that he would one day be treated like this? This change lasted for a full hour before it slowly stopped. And he also managed to break through to the 4th level of Chi practicing. Strength is further enhanced. I broke through too quickly. Sooner or later, I'll be noticed by the spirit slave halls people. Yi Ba muttered, a sense of crisis once again in his heart. Later on, we can pull in people from the spirit slave hall to join us. With our own people inside, some things will be better. Yi Ba planned the follow-up in his mind. However, these things still required the cooperation of Chu Waste and even Step Shenghua in order to work. They're all in the same boat now. It doesn't make sense that the risk should be all his alone. Chi Hongyue of the Spirit Slave Hall has come to pay a visit. Will senior sister Chu please come out to meet us? Just then, a woman's voice came from above the bamboo house. Yi-ba was shocked in his heart and instinctively felt that things were not good. Yesterday he was noticed by Chi Hanyu, and today it's looking for him. It's not right. It's very wrong. His secret may have been discovered. Yi-ba's face was gloomy. If Chi Hanyu really found out about his supreme young immortal body, there was no way he could guarantee what would happen. Chi Hanyue's mother was a Red Luan Peak elder with a high position of power. If he found out his secret, there was no guarantee that he would not tell his mother. Things could get out of hand. Well, Chi Hanyue left after not receiving a reply. However, Yi-ba had a premonition that it should come over again soon. In the afternoon, Chu Waste returned to the bamboo house. Yi-ba was the first to inform the news of Chi Hanyue's visit in the morning as well as his own guesses. Are you saying that Chi Hanyue most likely discovered your supreme young physique? Chu Waste's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, feeling that things were very tricky. Chi Hanyue was different from her. It's had a powerful backstage. Even if Yi-ba's pure young physique was exposed, it still had a way to make Yi-ba stay by her side. By then, she won't even have a chance to drink the soup. Having just experienced the goodness of Yi-ba for a few days, it was going to end like this, and she was very unwilling in her heart. The mind was desperately trying to think of a solution, but after half a day's thought, there weren't any good ideas. She turned her head to look at Yi-ba. What do you have in mind? There are only two paths before us. 1. Kill Chi Hanyue to silence her. 2. Pull Chi Hanyue into the gang. Yi-ba said in a deep voice. You want to kill Chi Hanyue? No way. Her mother is the intersex elder Chi. Once Chi Hanyue dies, none of us can escape. Chu Waste directly negated the first one. As for pulling Chi Hanyu into the fold, it's not realistic either. The odds are that she won't share you with us, and even if I threaten to pick on your pure young physique, it's useless. Her mother will squash the matter and buy you out. Yi-ba frowned. What realm is she in? Her cultivation qualification seems to be very poor, only at the 3rd level of Chi practicing. Yi-ba's eyes lit up. There seemed to be a way out. They could first capture Chi Hanyue, and then he would make a move to quickly establish a subordinate relationship between Chi Hanyue and him. At that time, Chi Hanyue would be considered his person. Are you afraid that it will not listen to you? Chu Waste was at the 6th level of Chi practicing, and it took him 5 or 6 days to bind the primary subordinate. At that time, he was still only practicing Chi at the 1st level, and now, he was already at the 4th level of Chi practicing. The cultivation level was even higher than Chi Hanyue. Binding subordination will only get faster. There is another way. If you swindle her over and take the initiative to let her cultivate with me, I can poison her body and threaten her with that. Yi-ba said with a twinkle in his eye. The matter of binding a subordinate relationship was naturally something that could not be explicitly stated with Chu Waste. Only an excuse for poisoning could be found. Moreover, Chu Waste had already seen his power of poisoning, so he should be able to accept it easily. In fact, it was pretty much what he thought it would be. Chu Waste agreed after merely thinking for an instant. It's the only thing that can be done now. I'll stay in the bamboo house for the next few days and wait for her to come over of her own accord. Good. Yi-ba nodded his head. Things were going better than he thought they would. On the one hand, there is a primary subordinate relationship between him and Chu Waste. On the other hand, they both have the same interests. With the 2 points added together, he couldn't think of a reason for Chu Waste to refuse. Chapter 13 9 in Jedi Vein. Things are getting out of hand? The two of them waited until evening, but they didn't wait for Chi Hanyue to show up. Yi-ba even wondered if he was too sensitive and guessed. Senior brother, I don't think Chi Hanyue will come over today, so we'd better rest early. Chu Waste yawned, took Yi-ba's hand and walked towards the house. It's clearly a craving. Yi-ba mentally spat. Boo! The door to the house was heaved shut from the inside. The next day, early morning, Yi-ba got up with a bitter smile. Perhaps it was Chi Hanyue's appearance that gave Chu Waste a sense of crisis. It's actually cultivated for the whole night. Even though he hadn't moved much, he still felt a little tired. Spirit Slave Hall Chi Hanyue has come to pay a visit. Please come out to meet Senior Sister Chu. Just then, a voice came from outside the Spirit Protection Formation once again. Chu Waste, who was absorbing the benefits inside the room, opened his eyes when he heard the sound. After exchanging glances with Yi-ba, he got up and came outside the house. Across the formation, Chi Hanyue, who could be seen outside, did not come alone. Accompanying them were several spirit slaves. Chu Waste opened the formation and looked at Chi Hanyue. Senior sister came to my place, but is there something going on? I checked the information of the spirit slaves within the Spirit Slave Hall yesterday and found that Yi-ba's recent breakthrough speed was abnormal, so I wanted to retest his qualifications. Chi Hanyue spoke out the excuse she had long thought of. It's really similar to Yi-ba's guess. Chu Waste's heart stirred as he secretly said, since that's the case, then senior sister will come in and test it. Yi-ba is in the houses, but I didn't find anything abnormal during my cultivation. Chu Waste invited Chi Hanyue to walk into the spell formation. The two walked into the bamboo house together. leaving those few spirit slaves outside. Just after stepping into the bamboo house, Chi Hongyue's face changed. The 9 absolute vein in her body unexpectedly trembled once again. She couldn't believe it was such a coincidence both times. The Yiba in front of him definitely had big problems. Senior sister, there are only the two of us in the room. Let me be honest with you. Yiba is actually a pure yang physique. It was also at this moment that Chu Waist directly revealed Yiba's secret. It really is a pure yang physique. Chi Hongyue was excited in her heart. She's finally saved. No need to suffer the pain of the 9 chi eroding the meridians on a daily basis. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. But just as its mind was agitated, Chu Waist, who was standing behind it, made a move. With one hand, he struck out towards Chi Hongyue. With a bang, Chi Hongyue fell down in response. With Chu Waist's current cultivation at the 7th level of Chi practicing, dealing with Chi Hongyue, who was only at the 3rd level of Chi practicing, was simply a breeze. Chi Hongyue didn't expect that someone would still dare to make a move against her within the sect. You hurry up and do your job. I'll go outside and control those spirit slaves. Chu Waist glanced at Chi Hongyue on the ground, picked her up with one hand, threw her next to Yiba, and barked. Then he turned around and walked out of the bamboo house. Yiba looked at Chi Hongyue in front of him and gulped. To be honest, Chi Hongyue was really ugly. The body is bloated even if it is, and the face is flat as a pancake. This was considered an oddity within the immortal sect where beauty was abundant. But even if it's ugly, in order to survive, he can only tearfully gobble it up. I don't have a firm enough moral heart for cultivating immortality and longevity. I actually hesitated just now. Yiba reflected on himself. Before his eyes, Chi Hongyue's message surfaced. Name, Chi Hongyue. Realm, 3rd level of Chi refining. Talent, superior water spirit root. Qualification, Jiuyin Jielin, wonderful. Talisman technique, 1st order upper grade. Technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, elementary charm, water butterfly. Surprisingly, it's an extreme water spirit root. Wealthy. Yiba's eyes lit up, and he was incomparably surprised inside. But immediately after, he realized something was wrong. In the circle of spirit slaves, it was rumored that Chi Hongyue's qualifications were too poor, and that she used a large number of spirit slaves daily, but her cultivation was still very low. Now it seems that this is not the case and that there may be other hidden agendas involved. In addition, Chi Hongyue unexpectedly had a special physique, and a few days ago, he learned by questioning Chu Waist. Immortal cultivators' physiques were divided into a total of 9 grades. Mortal grade, spiritual grade, wonderful grade, myriad grade, king grade, emperor grade, sacred grade, divine grade, and immortal grade. Bu Shenghua's sword spirit body was a wonder product. Chi Hongyue's 9 absolute vein was actually 1 rank stronger than the sword spirit body. Reaching the myriad grade, when he awakened his sword spirit body, he broke through a realm in passing. Later on, when he awakened the 9 absolute vein, he didn't know what kind of benefits he would be able to obtain. Yiba pulled a white cloth and covered Chi Hongyue's face. Then the business began. Assist Chi Hongyue in her cultivation. Half a day passed in a flash. Because his own little life was at stake, Yiba also put his best foot forward, but never heard a prompt from the system. There was no choice but to continue. In the evening, Chu Waist pushed the door in suspicion. She thought about how Yiba used nearly a day's time just to poison. What's taking so long? Chi Hongyue's physique is somewhat special. Give me a little more time. Don't come in and disturb me. Yiba opened his mouth. Although Chu Waist still had some doubts, after seeing Yiba's eyes, he chose to keep his mouth shut and went back to stand guard outside the bamboo house. Yiba's heart was relieved that Chu Waist was suspicious, but the good thing was that with primary subordination in place, as long as it wasn't detrimental to Chu Waist's interests, she would do as she was told. Continue. Yiba gritted his teeth, but just as he made a move, Chi Hongyue's body actually experienced an abnormality. Its body suddenly turned abnormally cold, and the temperature on its skin was like frigid ice. What happened? Yiba looked at the scene in front of him in shock, not knowing what was going on at all, and as time passed, Chi Hongyue's entire body was emitting an icy cold aura. The skin on his body was even cracked. An unknown gray liquid was even oozing out of the slit. These liquids exuded a sinister cold aura, and the moment they dripped down on the bed and couch, they made frost emerge on it. Just when Yiba was at a loss for words, Chi Hongyue's body suddenly moved. The white cloth on his face came off and he surprisingly woke up. The moment her eyes locked with Yiba's, Chi Hongyue was also confused. She had fainted just as she entered the house and woke up in front of her, but before she could think about it in detail, her attention was drawn to the pain in her body. The color of the 9 has completely gone berserk. Chi Hongyue's face was ugly. She always carried a spirit slave by her side at all times, just to suppress the 9 chi that could erupt at any time. But right now, in the entire house, there was only Yiba in front of him. Between life and death, she subconsciously operated her gong method, wanting to absorb Yiba's yuan yang to suppress the 9 chi that was storming in her body. If she didn't suppress it in time, she would be completely consumed by the color of the 9, and in the end, there wouldn't even be a soul left. In the moment the gong method was running, she realized that there was already a sea of yuan yang in her body. An unending stream of benefits were absorbed by her. She was surprised to find that the 9 chi, which originally could not be suppressed by a dozen or so spirit slaves together, had erupted. Now it had actually been easily dissolved in just a few moments. Chapter 14, Chi Hanyue is surprisingly an absolute beauty. Her 9 absolute vein. When the 9 chi stormed out, her meridians were like the 9 quarters of the cold abyss, and would have her skin cracked and ooze out Xianin true water. But at this point, after continuing to absorb a large amount of benefits, her situation had finally stabilized. Moreover, the meridians, which had been blocked by Yin Qi for years, had been revitalized under the flushing of Yuan Yang and were being rapidly unblocked. With her own crisis out of the way, she also had extra time to think about the situation at hand. She couldn't figure out why Chu Waist had taken a shot at her. Could it be to cover up the matter of Yiba's supreme young physique? Moreover, after Chu Waist had knocked himself out, why did he let Yiba assist in his cultivation? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. She was tempted to stop her cultivation and go find Chu Waist to ask for clarification, but the comfort coming from her body was too much for her to leave right away. She had been tortured by the 9 chi for many years, and all kinds of pain assaulted her nerves. It drove her almost crazy. Now, finally, she didn't have to endure this pain. Cultivate for a little longer. Just a little longer. Chi Hanyue murmured in her heart. She closed her eyes and began to concentrate on absorbing the benefits. Yiba also breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw Chi Hanyue return to normal. In case Chi Hanyue died here, it would be hard for him and Chu Waist to live. To his surprise, Chi Hanyue didn't stop to inquire about the reason, but instead wanted to continue cultivating. What an addiction this is. The female devil really can't be speculated by normal human mind, because they just don't do things right, but it was exactly what he intended to do, and he was happy to go along with it. Chi Hongyue's physique was also truly domineering, absorbing Yuan Yang at an astonishingly fast rate, at least twice the size of Chu Waist, and that pace is accelerating. Suck on it. The more you suck on it, the faster it will become my subordinate, Yiba murmured in his heart. Suddenly, Chi Hongyue's face revealed a joyful expression. The 9 chi that was blocked in her body was made of the purest heaven and earth aura. After being melted away by Yuan Yang, all of these pure heaven and earth auras were all absorbed by her body. These 9 chi was originally a part of her, and at this time, it was easy to absorb it without the slightest stagnation. Rumble! A large amount of spiritual chi surged into her dantian, and her cultivation, which hadn't gained an inch in many years, broke through in just a few moments of effort. After breaking through to the 4th level of chi cultivation, the speed of her absorption of aura did not show the slightest sign of slowing down and continued. The cultivation level was also rapidly drawing up. 5th level of chi cultivation, 6th level of chi cultivation, 7th level of chi cultivation. Chi Honyue's heart was filled with joy. The problem that had plagued her for years was finally solved today, and what surprised her was that Yiba, who had been absorbed by her for so long, was acting like a nobody. This reinforced the idea in her mind. Yiba's physique was bound to be extremely strong, otherwise it would have turned into a dry corpse by now. Although she wanted to continue to break through, successive breakthroughs would destabilize her cultivation realm. She needed to stop and spend time stabilizing her realm. Stop! Chi Honyue uttered her first words as she entered the house. Yiba obeyed and withdrew, because in front of his eyes, a system prompt had appeared. The primary subordinate relationship between him and Chi Honyue had already been established. All that was needed next was for Chi Honyue to keep the secret. It's not that hard. Senior sister Chi, don't mention the matter of me being a supreme young physique to anyone, Yiba admonished. Why? Chi Honyue frowned and asked back. She wondered why a spirit slave would speak to her in a commanding tone. She, on the other hand, did not teach Yiba a lesson on the spot, even have a hint of inexplicable good feelings towards Yiba at the bottom of his heart. Could it be because he helped me? Chi Honyue wondered. I think senior sister has already experienced the effects of my supreme young physique. As long as the secret of my physique is exposed, there are bound to be other senior sisters within the sect to compete for it, and then I won't be able to assist senior sister in her cultivation. Yiba spoke out to explain. Your worries are superfluous. My mother is an inner sect elder. As long as it's a word, you will only belong to me. As for Chu Waist, I will find a way to kill him. A cold aura appeared in Chi Honyue's eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chi Honyue's possessive desire is so strong. Yiba's heart was shocked. Senior sister. It's not only senior sister Chu Waist who knows my secret, There are other senior sisters who have the same background as you. As long as my secret is leaked, it's impossible for me to continue assisting you in your cultivation. Yiba spoke in a deep voice. Besides, can you be absolutely sure that your mother won't turn on me? In front of the great way of eternal life, affection is nothing at all. Chi Hongyue frowned. If there are too many disciples involved, things will not be easy indeed. As for her mother, when the supreme young physique was first discovered, there were actually two of them, but her mother only gave her the worst one. If her mother had given her that better supreme young physique in the first place, she might not have been unable to raise her cultivation for years. Moreover, over the years, perhaps because she had never been able to raise her cultivation, her mother, under her disappointment with her, was also clearly not more concerned than before. It's only once a year that she's even asked about her. She hesitated at the thought. Senior sister, I hope you can keep it a secret. This is the choice that is in your best interest. Yi Ba continued to persuade. Chi Hongyue hesitated for a split second before finally nodding. Good. I'll keep it a secret for you. She inexplicably felt that Yi Ba was credible. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. With a subordinate relationship in place, it was impossible for Chi Hongyue to disobey. Ha! Suddenly, he gave a startled cry. The Chi Hongyue in front of him had actually undergone a big change in her appearance and figure. The bloat is gone. The current Chi Hongyue was merely slightly fat. Anyone who always drives a car knows that a microfat is the ultimate ceiling. Chi Hongyue, on the other hand, was an innate BBW saint body. Moreover, Chi Hongyue's appearance nowadays was even more stunning. It's nothing like it was when I entered the house in the morning. The Chi Hongyue in front of him had fair and smooth skin, delicate and three-dimensional features, and a pair of Danfang eyes full of water between blinks. There was a slight tenderness in the coldness that made people feel pity. Senior sister, your appearance? Yi Ba voiced a reminder. Looks? Chi Hongyue looked at herself in confusion. I was surprised to find that some of her blemishes had disappeared and her legs and arms were thinner. She took out a mirror from her storage bag and reflected herself. This, my appearance, has been restored. Chi Hongyue's eyes had tears flickering in them as she sobbed. It was under the influence of the Nining Absolute Vein that her figure and appearance changed drastically. For this, she took a lot of flack. The senior sisters around her were all great beauties, and she was the only one who looked ugly. For years, she had an inferiority complex. Externally it can only be covered up by acting strong. Thought it would be like this for the rest of my life. But today, after the Nining Chi in her body was resolved, her appearance was also miraculously restored. Yi Ba sighed in his heart as he looked at the tearful Chi Hongyue. Reaching out, he took him in his arms for comfort, his heart stealing. I expected to be the ugly one that everyone hated, but I didn't think I would end up being a great beauty. He's picking up the slack. Moreover, he was considered to have his own people within the spirit slave hall. Thinking of this, he inquired in a low voice. Senior sister Chi, I've been making breakthroughs at a fast pace lately. Is there any way for me not to attract the attention of the other senior sisters? Chapter 15, Who needs Route 11 when you can ride the maglev? This is a good idea. I can change your information while the others are away. There are nearly 10,000 of us Red Luan Peak spirit slaves. Your information change won't draw attention. Chi Hongyue replied. Yi Ba breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's true that it's good to have someone on the inside. The problems that plagued him were nothing to Chi Hongyue and could be easily solved. Then please help me change my information. Senior sister, I'm currently at the 4th level of Chi practicing. 4th level of Chi practicing? Didn't you just break through the 3rd level of Chi practicing? Chi Hongyue was very surprised, suddenly had an epiphany and then made a breakthrough. Yi Ba replied perfunctorily. Okay, give me your identity token and I'll return it to you after I change the information. Chi Hongyue nodded her head. Helping Yi Ba was helping herself. Yi Ba handed over the identity token to Chi Hongyue. It was also at this moment that Chu Waist pushed the door in. Looking towards the greatly changed Chi Hongyue, Chu Waist's face was incomparably surprised. Sister Chi? Senior sister. Something has changed in Senior Sister Chi, but none of that matters. Now Senior Sister Chi is also one of our own. Yi Ba winked towards Chu Waist. Chu Waist sniffed and sighed in relief, knowing that it was Yi Ba who had successfully poisoned it. If there is no way to control Chi Hongyue, things will become very difficult to deal with. Killing is not good. Releasing is not good either. It seems that Senior Sister Chi has gained a lot? Chu Waist could see the change in Chi Hongyue's aura and was a little jealous in his heart. Chi Hongyue had clearly only been practicing Chi at the 3rd level when she came in, but now she was actually all practicing Chi at the 7th level. Catching up with him. In just one day's time, it had actually broken through 4 layers one after another. The speed of this breakthrough is simply terrifying. Where are those spirit slaves that came with me? Chi Hongyue did not answer Chu Waist positively and turned to inquire about the others. Her tone was not very good. There was some grudge against Chu Waist for knocking her out. If Yi Ba hadn't talked her down, she would have inevitably gone back and found a way to get Chu Waste killed. Who in the outer sect didn't know that her mother was an inner sect elder? No one dared to bully her at all. Chu Waste was the first. Don't worry, senior sister. They are all well outside. Chu Waste hooked her mouth in a light smile. She knew in her heart why Chi Hongyue's tone was so bad. And don't bother with the generality of it. Humph. Chi Hongyue coldly snorted as she got up and dressed to come in front of Chu Waste. What's going on here can't be rumored. And those few spirit slaves outside can't leave here alive. The two of us will suck them dry. And I'll explain to the spirit slave hall side afterward. Hiss. Yi Ba mentally sucked in cool air. This was the nature of the female demons, treating spirit slaves as ants and killing them when they said so. If he hadn't been useful, he would have ended up like the spirit slaves outside. He remained silent and had no intention of opening his mouth to plead for mercy. He's no saint, and he's currently in the mire himself, so how can he care about anyone else? They have only themselves to blame for their bad luck. Yes, Chu Waste nodded. The two walked out of the bamboo house together. Outside the house, under Chi Hongyu's command, all those spirit slaves obeyed and did as they were told and began to assist the two in their cultivation. However, under the reasonable absorption of Chu Waste and Chi Hongyue, who were both at the 7th level of Chi practicing, these spirit slaves whose cultivation was only at the 5th level of Chi practicing at the highest level fell down one after another. In the end all of them were sucked to dryness. Death looks horrible. What a bunch of losers. Chi Hongyue frowned, her face full of displeasure. Even if she drained these spirit slaves, it wouldn't do much to enhance her cultivation. The effect is nowhere near as good as Yi Ba. The good thing is, she won't even need any of this crap anymore. Having Yi Ba alone was enough to maintain what she needed to cultivate. Even she couldn't suck it up at all. Both the quality and quantity far exceeded that of other spirit slaves. Immediately afterward, its sleeve robe lightly waved. Will be on the ground all the corpses into the storage bag after leaving the bamboo forest. Inside the room, Yi Ba was looking at the virtual panel in front of him. Experience of the 9 Absolute Vein plus 100. 9 Jedi Pulse, 100/1000, quality wonderful. Rune Road experience plus 100. First order lower grade talisman maker, 100/10, can break through. Water spirit root qualification plus 100. Lower grade water spirit root, 100/10, can be broken through. Primary affiliation achieved. Sheesh. Yi Ba was secretly staggered. 100 times. 100 times. The cows that plow the land aren't as bad as he is, are they? But his rewards were also huge. The dangling water spirit root could finally break through. Break! Yi Ba's mind moved. Click! It was as if a shackle had opened in his head. The whole mind became lighter. At the same time, his perception of the external water aura became sharper and clearer. In the past, his perception of water aura was almost equal to nothing. Now it's completely changed. Looking at his water spirit root qualification again, he had actually directly raised it to the middle grade. Afterwards, he made a breakthrough in charm making as well in passing. During the breakthrough process, a large amount of basic talisman making experience flooded into his mind, making him feel dizzy. It went on for several minutes before the change finally stopped. Yi Ba checked his personal panel. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9 in Extreme Vein, 100/1000, Wonderful Grade. Realm, 4th level of Chi Refining. Qualifications, Medium Water Root, 90/100. High Grade Fire Root. High Grade Gold Root. Medium Wood Root. Low Grade Earth Root. Talent, none. Alchemy, First Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, First Order Medium Grade, 90/100. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. His talisman making skill had also been upgraded to a mid-first rank. A first-order mid-grade talisman could already cause damage to cultivators below the 6th level of Chi cultivation. We can find a way to draw some talismans to use to defend ourselves in critical moments. Yi Ba muttered. To draw a talisman, you need a spirit pen, vermilion sand, spirit paper and other things. These things don't come cheap. With his current wealth, he can't afford to buy it. Of course, he had no intention of going out to the marketplace to buy it. It was too conspicuous for him, a spirit slave at the Chi refining stage, to purchase these things. Chi Hongyue is also a talisman maker, so she should have something similar in her hands. Perhaps she can ask her. Yi Ba secretly said, it's a safer way to go. When Chi Hongyue came over next time, she could find a chance to mention it. Just when Yi Ba was thinking about the subsequent cultivation plan, the door of the bamboo house was pushed open, and Chu Waste twisted her slender white waist and walked in. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at Yi Ba. Senior brother, did you give Chi Hongyue a small cooking? How else could she have broken through so quickly? Yi Ba, listening to this voice with dissatisfaction from Chu Waste, how could Yi Ba not know that it should be jealous? Feeling like I've given Chi Hongyue more than she deserves, can you blame him? People's Chi Hongyue fought for herself. Yi Ba shook his head and denied. Senior sister, senior brother, I don't have the slightest bit of favoritism or care. To all of you I am gracious and rainy. In the back of his mind, he silently added, it's up to you, too. Yeah, of course. Don't believe me, unless you let me break 4 realms in a row as well. Senior brother will definitely try his best. Chapter 16, Chi Hongyue's mother. Chi Lan. Inside a large hall at the peak of the Red Luan Peak, Chi Hongyue raised her head to look at a woman located above the main hall. The woman was wearing a white muslin. The view behind the muslin was hidden, and she was lying on her side on a wide bed couch, with a female disciple pounding her calves by her legs, and a handsome male disciple pinching her shoulders behind her. If one looked closely, one could notice that the woman bore a 4 to 5% resemblance to Chi Hongyue. Yuer, the elder in charge of the spirit slave hall, came over to me today and said that you got 7 spirit slaves killed at once. Is that true? Chi Lan spoke softly, back to mother. But there was at this time, when the color of the 9 yin in my body stormed out and I couldn't control it, so I could only use those spirit slaves to suppress it. The compensation for the deaths of those spirit slaves, I've already paid it to the sect. In addition, my daughter has been blessed by the misfortune. The color of the 9 yin in her body has been suppressed, and her cultivation has been raised to the 7th level of Qi practicing. Chi Hongyue told the pretext she had already thought of. Yesterday, after she had reported the death of the spirit slave to the spirit slave hall, she was already thinking about how she was going to explain it. I just didn't realize that his mother would personally ask about it. Her mother was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and there was no way to hide her cultivation in her eyes, so she was the first to tell the reason for her breakthrough. It was also to keep her mother from becoming suspicious of her. Oh, there's such a thing? Chi Lan was surprised and got up from the bed with bare feet. Lightly clicking his feet, the person floated from midair towards Chi Hongyue. After looking Chi Hongyue up and down for a few moments, she raised her hand on Chi Hongyue's shoulder. A strand of overbearing spiritual energy surged in from her shoulder and quickly traveled around Chi Hongyue's meridians. Chi Lan withdrew her hand. The 9 yin Qi in your body has indeed been unblocked. With your qualifications, without the influence of the 9 yin Qi, the cultivation will be very smooth later on. The matter of the deaths of those spirit slaves, I have already explained it to the elder of the spirit slave hall of the outer sect, and she will not look for trouble from you in the aftermath. Thank you, mother, for doing this for me. Well, cultivate hard and strive to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Chi Lan nodded. Then it gently waved its hand. I'm a bit tired. You go back. Mother, take care of your health. Yuer will leave. Chi Hongyue breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Things were sort of muddled. With Yi Ba's help, she was confident that she could enter the inner sect as soon as possible. After Chi Hongyue walked out of the main hall, Chi Lan on the wide couch stared at Chi Hongyue's back and withdrew her gaze. Then he opened his mouth to the disciple at his feet and commanded, keep an eye on Yuer for me in these few days, and come back to report anything at any time. Yes, master. Tung Shahan raised his head, revealing a pair of large, soulful eyes. Immediately afterward, he got up and bowed towards Chi Lan before turning around and flying out of the great hall. The residual Yuan Yang in Yuer's body contains much more power than some of the supreme young physiques I've seen. This little girl is actually hiding something from me. Chi Lan murmured in his heart and slowly closed his eyes. Tang Shahan flew out of the great hall, trailing Chi Hongyue all the way, staring at her as she returned to the spirit slave hall. Its whereabouts didn't look too unusual. She was puzzled in her mind, not understanding what her master teacher meant by asking her to keep an eye on Chi Hongyue. It should be related to the death of those spirit slaves. Tung Shahan guessed. It's also possible that the color of the 9 yin within Chi Hongyue's body dissipated, or both. She was the one with the most active mind among the several disciples of the master. A lot came to mind in a flash. If Chi Hongyue knew what was going through Tang Shahan's mind, she would have been very surprised, because its guesses are basically right. Deng Shahan hid outside the spirit slave hall, observing Chi Hongyue from the shadows. Until the next morning, Chi Hongyue always stayed in her residence and did not go out at night. Deng Shahan was not in a hurry. As long as Chi Hongyue had a problem, then sooner or later, she would reveal her cracks. A cultivation room in the inner hall of the spirit slave hall. Chi Hongyue sat cross-legged on the warm jade bed, absent-mindedly cultivating. She opened her eyes in disgust and glanced at the few spirit slaves next to her. Several people were all losers, and together they couldn't compare to a single one of Yi Ba. The help to her cultivation was minimal. After experiencing rapid cultivation, she was no longer satisfied with today's cultivation speed. It's too slow for her. First stabilize the realm, and when the realm is completely stabilized, then I'll go find Yi Ba to cultivate. Chi Hongyue forcefully resisted the urge to go find Yi Ba. She had just broken through 4 minor realms, and the most important thing she needed to do now was to stabilize her realm, instead of rushing into things. In addition, I haven't finished absorbing those benefits from Yi Ba, and I've just absorbed them now. Chi Hongyue's heart was actually somewhat grateful and secretly happy. Even these remaining benefits are much better than these losers in front of us. There is no comparison between the two. Bunch of trash. All of you get out. Chi Hongyue was annoyed at the sight of these trash and waved her hand to drive them all away. After doing so, she began to sink her teeth into it and absorb the remaining benefits. A moment later, she opened her eyes in surprise. She was shocked to find that her realm's foundation had actually stabilized by a small half within this moment of effort. Chi Hongyue's eyes widened. She could not have imagined that Yi Ba's physique was so powerful. It was actually able to help stabilize the realm and tamp down the foundation. Delighted, she accelerated the rate of absorption. 2 days later, Chi Hongyue finished absorbing the benefits. Not only was her realm completely stabilized, even her foundation had become more solid. The spiritual energy in his body had even become much purer. This effect is too amazing, Chi Hongyue murmured, a greedy light emerging from her eyes. As long as she could keep practicing with Yi Ba, her cultivation would definitely be able to make a quick breakthrough, and it wasn't impossible for her to break through to foundation establishment in a short period of time. Thinking of this, she already couldn't wait to cultivate with Yi Ba again. She left the spirit slave hall and descended the mountain alone, turning around several times halfway up the mountain to make sure no one was paying attention to her. She finally made it to the bamboo forest. In a low voice, he shouted, "Senior Sister Chu, I'm Chi Hongyue." Inside the bamboo house, Yi Ba heard the commotion and walked out from the house. Chu Waste usually had to go to the battle hall to carry out missions during the day and would only return at night. Therefore only Yi Ba was here at the bamboo house during the day. He knew all too well about Chi Hongyue's purpose for coming here. No demoness can hold back when confronted with the cultivation of immortality and longevity. It's just the length of time. Senior Sister Chu isn't here. You'd better come over later, Yi Ba shouted through the air. In fact, he had already learned the way to open the formation from Chu Waste. Just don't want to come across as too aggressive. Chu Waste is not here? Just in time. Chi Hongyue's eyes lit up. It's better for her to do her job without Chu Waste. I'm here to find Senior Brother Yi. Your information in the Spirit Slave Hall has been changed, and I'm here to return your disciple Jade token. Chi Hongyue opened her mouth. So that's how it is. Senior Sister, come in quickly. Yi Ba pretended to be surprised and pinched his hand to open the spirit protecting spell formation, releasing Chi Hongyue into the formation. He didn't believe that Chi Hongyue was simply exchanging for his disciple Jade token. Chapter 17, in order to learn the truth. Deng Xiaohan feeds a tiger with his body. Entering the bamboo house, Chi Hongyue returned the disciple Jade token to Yi Ba, but there was no intention of leaving. She came close to Yi Ba, her palm resting on Yi Ba's shoulder, and spoke with a delicate smile. Senior brother. Senior sister feels that she has encountered a trace of stagnation in her cultivation in the past few days. It might need senior brother's help to assist in cultivating and unblocking it before it's good. Yi Ba laughed coldly in the bottom of his heart, where he still didn't know Chi Hongyue's mind, but it was right up his alley, and there was no reason to refuse. Senior sister is polite. I can only make a small contribution, Yi Ba said modestly. With that, he lay down on the bed. Be my guest, senior sister. Meanwhile, over the bamboo forest, Deng Xiaohan looked at the spirit protector formation below and was a bit puzzled in his heart. I don't understand what Chi Hongyue is doing here. The moment the spirit protecting formation opened, she realized that there seemed to be a male disciple inside. Could it be that the abnormality in Chi Hongyue's body was related to that male disciple? She waited patiently, and it wasn't until near evening that Chi Hongyue once again stepped out of the bamboo house. Its face was slightly red and its feet were weak, not knowing what it had experienced. After Chi Hongyue left, Deng Xiaohan dropped down from midair and arrived in front of the bamboo house. However, she was unable to see what was going on inside because it was covered by the spirit protection formation, but it was hard to beat her. Deng Xiaohan raised his hand and struck the center of his brow. A faint spiritual light emanated from his eyes. After taking a few glances towards the spirit protector formation, she quickly raised her hand and tapped on it several times. The magic happens. The masking effect of the spirit protector formation had unexpectedly disappeared, revealing the scene inside the bamboo house inside. The corner of Deng Xiaohan's mouth hooked into a smile. As the youngest array Dao genius of Red Luan Peak, if she was willing to do so, even if she were to quietly sneak into the spirit protecting spell formation, it would be a breeze. Only for fear of spooking her, she didn't do that. Inside the bamboo house, Yi Ba was standing in front of a square table, surveying the few items in front of him. A spirit pen, a pile of yellow talisman paper, and spirit ink mixed with the blood of demonic beasts in a box. All of these things, he had asked for them from Chi Hongyue. For this, he had wasted a lot of words. Unfortunately, these things were the most basic materials that Chi Hongyue couldn't use. The grade was only first-order medium. In other words, with these materials in front of him, he could at most only draw a first-order mid-grade talisman. In addition, Chi Hongyue gave him a book of talismans. On it were recorded the styles of almost all the charms of the first order. Try it, Yi Ba muttered. He flipped through the book of talismans and looked for a first-order medium-grade talisman named Palm Thunder in it. After carefully memorizing the pattern of the runes on it and where they go, he picked up the spirit pen on the table, took a deep breath, and began to draw on the talisman in front of him. The pen is in the air. As Yi Ba lifted his pen and completed the last stroke, the entire talisman immediately emanated suction power, and the nearby heaven and earth aura was drawn towards converging within the talisman. It's done! Yi Ba looked at the Palm Thunder talisman in front of him that was emitting a faint spiritual light, and his expression was joyful. During the process of drawing this talisman, he didn't feel the slightest sense of stagnation and completed it very smoothly. He then tried several other types of charms, all of which were successful. In the end, he had to stop only after all 10 pieces of talisman paper in front of him were exhausted. Putting away the talismans and other things that had already taken shape on the table, Yi Ba turned around and returned to the bedside, sitting down on his knees to cultivate, and soon entered a state of meditation. Outside the spirit protection formation, Tung Shahan withdrew his gaze, a look of surprise in his eyes. Can hardly believe my eyes. A disciple at the 4th level of Qi practicing could easily draw a first-rank mid-grade talisman, and it was drawn 10 times, without failing a single one. This kind of terrifying success rate was something that even the disciples of the intersex rune hall that she knew were unable to achieve. After all, even a second-ranked talisman maker would not be able to achieve 100% success with the talisman he drew. What exactly was the identity of the disciple in front of him? At this moment, Deng Shahan's heart was flooded with intense curiosity, desperately wanting to know Yi Ba's identity. But at that moment, her expression moved and she struck her body with one hand, hiding her figure. And not long after she had hidden her figure, a figure landed outside the bamboo house, opened the spirit protection formation and walked in. It was none other than Chu Waste, who had returned from the war hall. The breath on its body was undulating, obviously injured. After Chu Waste entered the bamboo house, Tang Shahan cast a spell once again to look towards the spirit protection formation. He was only seen walking quickly into the bamboo house, and after speaking briefly with the male disciple, he began to cultivate. Deng Shahan's cheeks blushed slightly, feeling that some of the knowledge within her mind had increased again. She observed until early morning before the two finally stopped practicing. When Chu Waste left the bamboo house early the next morning, she was surprised to find that the injuries on Chu Waste had recovered. Cultivation can help raise cultivation, but I've never seen one that can help recover from injuries. Could it be some special supreme young physique? Tang Shahan was puzzled in his heart. In her opinion, Yi Ba inside the bamboo house was filled with mystery. Not long after Chu Waste left, the sneaky Qi Hongyue came near the bamboo forest. After looking around to see that no one was there, he also got into the bamboo house. Just after entering the bamboo house, before he could even say a couple words, Qi Hongyue and the male disciple entered the cultivation state. This, Deng Shahan was very surprised. The male disciple in the bamboo house was only at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. How did he persevere when he continued to assist her in cultivation for 2 days in a row? If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to continue at this time even if they didn't turn into dry corpses. But now, the male disciple inside the bamboo house acted as if nothing had happened. There was nothing out of the ordinary except that it looked like it's a little sleepy. It's definitely a special supreme young physique, Tang Shahan concluded. With her foundation establishment stage cultivator's insight, it was impossible to misread it. So it makes sense. Tung Shahan's large, soulful eyes narrowed slightly. Qi Hongyu was born with a 9-yin absolute vein. This kind of physique would cause the meridians in her body to be blocked by the 9-yin qi. Without a powerful yuan yang to suppress and unblock them, it would be impossible to cultivate normally. Now, the problem of the 9-yin qi in Qi Hongyu's body was resolved, and her cultivation level was rapidly rising as a result. All of this indicated that the disciple inside the bamboo house was a supreme young physique, and it wasn't even the usual supreme young physique. The supreme young physique beside her master's father was a pure young physique of odd quality, one that had no other special effects other than the yuan yang being thicker and purer, and cultivating with the disciple in front of him was something that could still help recover from injuries. Thinking about it, she had roughly understood what was going on. At this point, there were two options before her. One was to report the matter here truthfully to her master, who would most likely take it for himself and reward her with some spirit stones or magic weapons afterwards. Rather, she was hiding the matter here as a way to threaten Qi Hongyue so that she could join in and share some of the benefits. But if the master knew she lied afterward, she would likely be expelled from the master's sect. For a moment, there was some indecision in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. It's not too late to see just how helpful that disciple is for cultivation before making a decision. If it helped her in general, then she didn't have to risk it. Conversely, if the benefits are particularly large. This is also part of the investigation. Deng Xiaohan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable gleam. She couldn't wait to solve the mystery before her. Chapter 18. Gouge out your eyes if you look at me. It was not until the afternoon that Qi Hongyue staggered out of the bamboo house. At this moment, only Yi Ba was left inside the bamboo house. Seeing the opportunity coming, Deng Xiaohan no longer hesitated. After Qi Hongyue moved away, she clenched her hands together and tapped out several times one after another on the spirit protecting spell formation. A gaping hole opened up in the spirit protection formation. Deng Xiaohan stepped into it, and the spell formation automatically healed. She walked to the door of the bamboo hut and pushed it in. In Yi Ba's shocked gaze, a finger was pointed out and a spiritual light quickly disappeared into Yi Ba's body. When Yi Ba reacted, he realized that his body could no longer move. He looked at the strange female cultivator in front of him in confusion, not knowing what was going on at all. I know you're confused, but I don't need your inquiries right now. Deng Xiaohan curiously sized up Yi Ba, just from its appearance. There was nothing special about it other than its looks being okay. She took a step forward and reached out to put her hand on Yi Ba's shoulder. A look of surprise appeared on its face. You really are a pure yang physique. She hadn't guessed wrong, but immediately after, Deng Xiaohan frowned. With her insight, she was actually unable to tell which specific type of supreme yang physique was in front of her. The next moment, a light went on in front of her eyes. Wouldn't this mean that the supreme yang physique in front of her would be very special? There was a high probability that it would bring her a surprise? The look in Deng Xiaohan's eyes made Yi Ba a little scared. It felt as if this demoness wanted to eat him alive. At the same time, its message surfaced in front of him. Name, Deng Xiaohan. Realm, Early Foundation Stage. Qualification, Excellent Earth Spirit Root. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation, Unawakened. Formation Technique, Upper Second Order. Technique, Swallowing Dragon Technique. Spells, Advanced Phantasmagoria. Ban Breaking, Coiling Dragon. Surprisingly, it's a foundation-building cultivator. Yi Ba was shocked in his heart. When did he or she get in trouble with this demoness? He forced himself to calm down and think about his current situation. The female devil in front of him knew about his supreme yang physique, so the probability was that she would not kill herself. I just don't know what its purpose really is. So, what is your relationship with Qi Hongyue and the owner of this bamboo house? Let me guess? Deng Xiaohan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Raising his head a moment later, he stared into Yi Ba's eyes. They knew you were a supreme young physique, and imprisoned you only for cultivation, not wanting to be discovered by others, or you'll be robbed and they'll never use it again. It must be. The more Deng Xiaohan thought about it, the more excited he became. So, just how strong is your physique? Deng Xiaohan came up to Yi Ba and carefully examined him. Suddenly, she raised her hand and waved it lightly. Yi Ba's body floated up and slowly landed on the bed. Let me just try and find out. Deng Xiaohan blinked his eyes, and there was intense excitement in the bottom of his eyes. The curiosity in her mind had reached its peak. Immediately afterward, it sat down on its knees and actually began to cultivate in front of Yi Ba. A translucent spiritual energy channel was established between the two. As Deng Xiaohan's internal gong method operated, a large amount of benefits were absorbed by him. Just as soon as he absorbed it, Deng Xiaohan sensed something unusual. Your physique is truly extraordinary, Deng Xiaohan uttered in surprise. The benefits offered by the one person in front of him were a dozen or even dozens of times greater than those offered by the others. Even the male disciple beside the master was no match for him. In other words, the quality of the disciple's supreme young physique in front of him was at least above the myriad grade. This is a quality that only peak masters are usually qualified to enjoy. For inner disciples like them, having a low-quality supreme young physique would be burning high incense. No wonder senior sister Qi lied to Master Qi, Deng Xiaohan secretly said. In her place, she would have done the same thing. Competition within the clan is also fierce. In order to cultivate to a higher level of cultivation, disciples from the bottom of the clan, up to the clan elders and even peak masters would do anything. As soon as the physique of the male disciple in front of him is exposed, even her master teacher might not be able to leave him behind. Master, I don't blame disciple. It's really because I want to progress too much. Deng Xiaohan's heart had already made up its mind. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. Simply too happy. Deng Xiaohan was excited as he felt the cultivation level growing within his body. This is only a spaced-out cultivation. If Deng Xiaohan is a little heartbroken, want to get a better practice. It was only that she had previously been cultivating with male disciples in isolation. Cheap. Deng Xiaohan blinked his eyes. The effect is really quite different. Deng Xiaohan was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, happy as a child who has acquired a favorite toy. Suddenly, the look on her face stalled. In was actually entering a state of epiphany during the cultivation process. Countless epiphanies from her cultivation surfaced one by one within her mind. Some of the previous obscurities had actually become clear. It left her in the dark. At the same time, At the location of her heart on her chest, the silhouette of a multicolored heart slowly emerged. This is her 5-elemental formation heart. It was also with this 5 elements formation heart that she was able to become a formation Tao expert in just a few years. At this moment, during the epiphany, her 5 elements formation heart actually surfaced automatically. A great deal of knowledge and experience about the Tao of formations appeared within her mind. It gave her many new insights into the Tao of formations. So array formations can still be like this. Her heart was shocked, as if she had discovered a new continent. Time passed for an unknown period of time. She finally stepped back from the pause. My formation Tao level has risen, reaching the lower 3rd rank. Tang Xiaohan murmured in surprise. Lower 3rd order. That meant that the current her could already set up formations that targeted the early stage of Jiadan. In addition, her cultivation level had also increased, only that she was still a bit short of breaking through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. But even so, she was quite satisfied. The gaze towards Yiba was like looking at a rare treasure. She raised her hand to remove the confinement on Yiba. Opening his mouth, he said, "You don't need to know who I am, and you're not allowed to say anything about me to anyone. Otherwise you're dead. Do you understand me?" Understood. Yiba nodded his head. The Deng Xiaohan in front of her wanted to kill her. It was similar to crushing an ant, where he had the capital to refuse. "Well, you know your stuff. What's the name?" Deng Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction. "Yiba." Yiba replied. It wasn't hard for the other side to investigate his name. Rather, he said it himself to gain favor. After saying that, he glanced at Deng Xiaohan's body for a few moments. Deng Xiaohan's cheeks are delicate and fair. His nose is straight, and within his watery eyes is a spirituality and cunningness that he can't hide. Its body is light, as if it were a pliable willow branch dancing in the wind, with fruit hanging from it. It attracted Yiba's full attention. It's the same as a grapefruit, however it looks more shaky than sunlight. Yiba mentally muttered, as if sensing Yiba's gaze. Deng Xiaohan's cheeks blushed slightly. Disgruntled, he said, "Keep looking around and I'll gouge your eyes out." Yiba stopped looking at once. It's so damn scary. Chapter 19, If Sister Doesn't Suck It Up, It's Cheaper for Others Too. After Tang Xiaohan left the bamboo house, he went straight to the outer sex spirit slave hall and accessed Yiba's information. Back at her place, she lay on her side and checked Yiba's messages. Lower grade 5 elemental miscellaneous spirit roots? For 8 years it was only at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, and this year it suddenly broke through to the 4th level of Qi cultivation? In the next second, a trace of spiritual energy overflowed from her palm, shattering the information jade tablet in her hand. In her opinion, all of this information was simply false, without a single reference. How am I going to capture Yiba in my hands? Tang Xiaohan's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. The master's side is good, as long as you make up a random excuse to put it off. The key was Yiba's side. She couldn't sneak Yiba away, since all spirit slaves had the seal of the spirit slave hall on them. Unless they died, the seal would always exist. We can only use the official and formal method to take Yiba away from the bamboo forest so that Qi Hongyu and the others won't become suspicious. Tang Xiaohan muttered. Suddenly, she looked puzzled, and an idea popped into her mind. The various protective formations on Red Luan Peak needed to be maintained every year, and as she was a disciple of the inner sex formation hall, this kind of work naturally came without her every year. And because there weren't many disciples in the formation hall, some of the underhand work would be given to the spirit slaves. In other words, she could completely use this reason to transfer Yiba to her side. Moreover, she had handled this matter from the inner sect formation hall before it finally reached her. Thus even if the spirit slave hall's disciples asked about it, they only knew that it was requisitioned by the inner formation hall. On the other side, inside the bamboo house, Yiba was staring at the personal panel in front of him. Name, Yiba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9 in Extreme Vein, 250/1000, Wonderful Grade. Realm, 4th level of Qi Refining. Qualifications, Top Grade Water Aura, 140/1000. Medium Grade Earth Aura, 90 out of 100. Top Grade Fire Aura. Top Grade Gold Aura. Medium Grade Wood Aura. Talent, None. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Heart, 100/1000. Alchemy, First Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, First Order Upper Grade. Formation Technique, First Order Medium Grade, 90/100. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, None. Although Deng Xiaohan hadn't been practicing for a long time, he was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and the operation speed of his gungfu exceeded Qi Hongyue and the others by too much, so he also sucked in his fill. The Earth Spirit root of the lower grade was directly upgraded to the middle grade. There were also formation techniques, which had also reached the middle grade of the first rank. In addition, with Qi Hongyue's help some time ago, his water spiritual root had also reached the upper grade. Its current cultivation speed was already no weaker than that of an inner disciple. However, To reach the extreme, it requires 100 practice times, which is hard to achieve in a short time. But his mind was on none of that at the moment. Deng Xiaohan's appearance was very sudden. He hadn't even figured out what the hell was going on when Deng Xiaohan left. Deng Xiaohan is a foundation establishment cultivator. Odds are he's an inner disciple. For it to discover my secret, it should be that Qi Hongyue or Chu Waste exposed their whereabouts and aroused Tang Xiaohan's suspicion. And it's this that made them enter the bamboo house to forcefully cultivate with themselves in the absence of both. Now that I know her name, I can inquire about Chu Waste, Yi Ba pondered in his mind. In his opinion, Deng Xiaohan was an unstable factor, and this feeling that he would be thunderstruck at any moment made him uneasy inside. Perhaps I was wrong from the start, Yi Ba muttered. Previously, he thought that he had to keep his own secrets and cultivate peacefully within the sect to raise his realm, and he stood out in the spirit slave trial 2 years later, thus getting rid of the heart-piercing curse and leaving the great ultimate immortal sect. But with the entire clan being female devils, this little wish of his seemed difficult to fulfill. In just less than a month's time, a succession of female demons had approached him, though he resolved them one by one with his own wisdom. But sooner or later, he would come across something he couldn't solve, like Deng Xiaohan, who had suddenly appeared now. It's better to suffer passively than to take the initiative. These female devils regard my supreme yang immortal body as a supreme treasure, but as long as they come into contact with me, they will gradually bind a subordinate relationship with me, and all of them will fall into my servitude in the future. A dangerous light flickered in Yi Ba's eyes. I just want to cultivate well and seek a long life, but each and every one of these female demons wants to harm me. In that case, let you all become my slaves. At this moment, a shocking plan bubbled up in Yi Ba's mind. He wanted to turn the entire female demons of the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect into his slaves. The Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect was all his people, so he would be completely safe. You can practice as much as you want when the time comes. He wouldn't have to be on his toes every day, afraid that the next moment a female demon will come to my door. First come from the outer disciples with low cultivation levels, then the inner disciples, elders, and peak masters. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to activate the subordinate attribute. He didn't want to be imprisoned for 1,000 years and completely become a cultivation tools. Moreover, if his cultivation had remained stagnant, he wouldn't have been able to live until that time at all. Next, focus on the Qi Hongyue few, and turn them into my slaves completely. Yi Ba planned in his heart, intending to use Qi Hongyue's few as the core. He created a set of his own team in the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect, then it was radiating to the entire Red Luan Peak Outer Sect. As for Deng Xiaohan, his cultivation was too high. Wanting to establish a subordination with him should not be something that could be accomplished in a short period of time, and it was not in his consideration for the time being. Yi Ba stood in front of the window, pondering over some of the details. He didn't stop thinking about it until Chu Waste returned from the war hall. Chu Waste looks as if he's in a good mood. Is senior sister happy about something? Yi Ba curiously inquired. Completed a quest and earned some spirit stones, Chu Waste replied with a smile. Immediately afterward, it took out a red Dan bottle from within its storage bag. I used those spirit stones to buy a bottle of Ascension Dan. Yi Ba. No wonder it's so much fun. Turns out it's possible to suck him hard, but it was just what he wanted. The more Chu Waste sucks, the faster the subordination between them will rise. In time, Chu Waste will become his first loyal dog. Senior sister. Let's start then. Yi Ba walked forward and pulled Chu Waste. This was the first time he took the initiative. Oh, Chu Waste was a bit surprised. Senior brother, this is a sudden realization? In the past, Yi Ba would not have been so enthusiastic and proactive. Instead of suffering passively, we should enjoy actively. Senior sister will suck to the best of her ability in the future. After all, if senior sister doesn't suck, it will be cheaper for others. Yi Ba smiled. Chu Waste was stunned, followed by a hint of flirtation on her face. Twisting her waist towards Yi Ba, senior brother can think openly. Senior sister mie, or very happy. Here, open your mouth and take your medicine. Chapter 20, 3 together. It's okay, I can handle it. Elder sister, do you still want to continue? Yi Ba looked to the side at Chu Waste, who had just exited from his cultivation state, and opened his mouth to inquire. Chu Waste's cheeks were slightly red, her body covered in fragrant sweat, and she gently shook her head. No need, senior brother. You go about your business. Senior sister really doesn't need to think about me. Yi Ba hesitated for a split second and reminded seriously. Chu Waste, was she thinking of Yi Ba? Not at all. The benefits were full and she couldn't continue to absorb them. I know, but I have to go to the battle hall to do something later. Chu Waste excused himself, unwilling to expose his vulnerable image in front of Yi Ba. Senior sister, call me anytime you need me. Yi Ba gave a final exhortation, then came outside the bamboo house and sat cross-legged in the courtyard to cultivate. He'd love for Chu Waste to continue, but it doesn't look like Chu Waste is quite in the middle of it. Inside the outer sect law enforcement hall, Bu Shanghua suddenly stopped from her cultivation, her eyebrows frowning slightly. Ever since she had experienced cultivating with Yi Ba's assistance, she had become more and more dissatisfied with her own cultivation speed nowadays. Although, as promised, it would be her turn to wrench Yi Ba in a few days, but she didn't feel like she could wait that long anymore. Now, every time she cultivated, she would have distracting thoughts and her mind would unconsciously recall the cultivation process with Yi Ba. Those benefits, one that made her unable to sink her teeth into cultivation at all. If I force myself to forcefully cultivate, I'll probably go off the deep end. Bu Shanghua was clear about his own current situation. Cultivation can't slack off even for a day. I can't continue like this. Bu Shanghua got up and walked out of the law enforcement hall. The best solution at this time was to go to Yi Ba to cultivate. Though it had been spoken of in advance beforehand, she couldn't wait that long. In addition, she had previously secretly investigated the female cultivator who leased Yi Ba, knowing that it's the Chu Waste of the Hall of Battle. Even the location of Chu Waste's residence, she had already inquired about it. Bu Shanghua traveled all the way forward and soon arrived outside the bamboo forest. The closer she got to Yi Ba, the more her own emotions could not be calmed. Senior Sister Chu, Bu Shanghua has come to pay a visit. Bu Shanghua stood in front of the spirit protection formation and spoke. Yi Ba, who was cultivating in the courtyard, was startled and a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. What's with the stepsons coming? At this time, there are still about 10 days before the half-moon period. Chu Waste, who heard the commotion, walked out of the house. She looked through the spirit protection formation and frowned at Bu Shanghua outside. After hesitating for a split second, she spoke. Is there something important that Senior Sister Bu came to my place? It's about Yi Ba. Bu Shanghua opened the door. Chu Waste looked at Yi Ba with a questioning look in his eyes. Obviously something had been guessed. Yi Ba spoke out to explain. Senior Sister Chu, Senior Sister Bu is that enforcement hall's senior sister. It was agreed earlier that you guys would rotate every half a month. Chu Waste fell into a deep thought. But the matter was about Yi Ba, so as not to expose Step Shanghua outside for a long time. She still opened the spirit protection formation and let Bu Shanghua in. Senior Sister Bu, say what's up. Chu Waste and Bu Shanghua kept their distance and said vigilantly. Her realm was not as good as Step Shanghua, so she naturally had to remain cautious. From now on, rotate Yi Ba once a day. I need Yi Ba to assist in my cultivation, Bu Shanghua said in a deep voice. She was straightforward, no unnecessary nonsense. Yi Ba was surprised, not realizing that Bu Shanghua was actually looking for him because he couldn't help himself. Wouldn't these female devils, one by one, leave him and practice on their own? When they hadn't met themselves in the past, didn't they cultivate well? Is this a case of having tasted seafood and not wanting to keep eating the chaff? Rather understandable. Bu Shanghua and I haven't established a primary subordinate relationship yet, so I can take this opportunity to establish the relationship. Yi Ba pondered the benefits he could gain from this. That's not in keeping with our agreement, is it? Chu Waste replied with a frown. It's obviously with some reluctance. Bu Shanghua didn't answer directly, but instead looked at Yi Ba. If she wanted to talk about a pact, it was also her pact with Yi Ba, not with Chu Waste. Senior Sister Chu, one day for each of you is the same. There is no one with more time. Yi Ba persuaded in a low voice. To him, even if the two were on the same day, he didn't care. One sucks, and so do two. He couldn't have been sucked dry anyway is all. That's fine, but you can't just waltz over here like this. It will increase the risk of our secret being exposed. Chu Waste thought that Yi Ba had a point, but was a bit irritated by Bu Shanghua's sudden arrival. I don't need you to remind me of this matter. I will pay attention to it myself. Bu Shanghua nodded. She had been cautious enough on her way here. Chu Waste frowned, becoming even more irritated with Bu Shanghua. However, just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, a voice suddenly came from outside the spirit protection formation. Is Senior Sister Chu here? Chi Hongyue has come to pay a visit. Yi Ba was a bit speechless. What kind of day was today? How did everything come together? Why is Chi Hongyue here? Does she know about you too? Bu Shanghua frowned at Yi Ba and questioned. Yes, Yi Ba nodded. There's no way to hide this kind of thing. He had also thought it through, and since he was all here, it was just as well, just to get it all out in the open. Chi Hongyue and Chu Waste both had a primary subordinate relationship with him, so as long as he convinced Bu Shanghua, the rest would not be a problem. Senior Sister Chu, let her come in, Yi Ba commanded. Chu Waste nodded and complied, releasing Chi Hongyue. Seeing Bu Shanghua, Chi Hongyue was also very surprised. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to ask, Yi Ba directly informed him of the matter of the stepshang flower. At the end, he said, the situation now is that all three of you want me to assist in your cultivation, and I'm all for it, depending on how you schedule your time. My suggestion is for each of you to rotate for a day. and the spirit stones from renting me can be split equally between the three of you. I don't agree. Bu Shanghua was the first to open her mouth to reject it. It takes 3 days to practice once, so what does she do the other 2 days? Humph. I don't agree either. Shi Hongyue shook her head for the second time. Within the spirit slave hall, Yi Ba's information was secretly adjusted by me, and in terms of keeping his identity secret, I have to do more than you guys. It also deserves more time to practice. Senior Sister Chi, according to you, if Yi Ba is now staying at my place, isn't it true that I'll have more time to cultivate? Chu Waist responded unwillingly. I don't care. My cultivation time must be more than yours. Shi Hongyue was very strong. If you guys are like this, then everyone should stop practicing with Yi Ba. I'll expose the matter of Yi Ba's supreme young physique right now, and no one will be any better off at that time. Bu Shanghua was even more determined in her actions. Rather fish out of water. 3 women in one drama. Listening to Yi Ba's head started to hurt. Stop. You guys listen to me. Yi Ba stopped the 3 from continuing to argue. After all, it's obviously fruitless to argue like this. The 3 stopped talking and looked towards Yi Ba together. You guys are nothing more than wanting me to assist in cultivation. There's no need for you guys to argue about the length of time, as long as you guys don't mind yourselves. Even if the 3 of you together let me assist in my cultivation, I'm fine with it. Yi Ba said in a deep voice. It's not just Yuan Yang. He's got plenty of that. Chapter 21, Senior Sister. There's something wrong with your cultivation style. When these words came out, the expressions of the 3 women varied. Chu Waist was face to face with surprise, while Step Shanghua was in deep thought. Shi Hongyue, however, nodded her head directly. As long as it satisfies my cultivation, I could care less about the rest. I have no problem with that either. After Chu Waist was surprised, he nodded his head immediately after. I'm not used to practicing with others. 12 hours a day. I need 4 hours to practice alone. Bu Shanghua opened her mouth with a hint of dislike in her eyes. Chu Waist immediately shook his head and retorted. Eat all the time to satiate and eat every time. Which one do you choose? If we all do 4 hours a day, Yi Ba won't be able to hold out even if he has a strong physique, and by then it will be too late for us to regret it. Yi Ba was stunned, feeling that there was something familiar about these words yet. He had once said similar words to Bu Shanghua. What do you say? Shi Hongyue frowned. We can each cultivate for 3 hours a day, and let Yi Ba rest for the rest of the time. Chu Waist replied. If someone doesn't come over to practice that day, that practice time will be nullified. Good. Bu Shanghua finally nodded in agreement. Shi Hongyue also did not open her mouth, which was considered acquiescence. When Yi Ba saw that the 3 women had finally negotiated a deal, he also breathed a long sigh of relief. He didn't want to go through this kind of cultivation scene a second time. It's torturous. And after the negotiation was completed, Bu Shanghua was also the first to start cultivating with Yi Ba, followed by Shi Hongyue. 7 days flashed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yi Ba had just finished assisting Bu Shanghua to complete his cultivation. A prompt from the system popped up right in front of his eyes. Primary affiliation achieved. Finally, a subordinate relationship has been established. Yi Ba was joyful in his heart. After working so hard for so long, I'm finally seeing results. In these 7 days, he hadn't cultivated much himself in order to assist the 3 girls in their cultivation. The good thing is, God rewards hard work. Now that all 3 girls had established a primary subordinate relationship, as long as it wasn't to the detriment of the 3 girls' own interests, they would do Yi Ba's bidding. Looking at the soon-to-be departed Step Shanghua in front of him, Yi Ba's mind recalled the dislike he once had for himself, and his heart was furious. Have a mind to get your revenge back. Senior Sister Bu, I have something to say to you. Yi Ba called out to Bu Shanghua. Something's wrong with you? Ayanami looked puzzled. Somehow, she realized that Yi Ba didn't seem so hateful anymore. Senior Sister, there's something wrong with your cultivation method. Impossible. I am now at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. If there is a problem with my cultivation method, it is impossible for me to cultivate so fast. Bu Shanghua directly denied it, not thinking that there was a problem with his cultivation method. Besides, who was a spirit slave to teach her how to cultivate? But Senior Sister, there's a big difference between your cultivation style and that of Senior Sister Qi and Senior Sister Chu. They are all immersed in cultivation, in which it is enjoyable and pleasurable. But you, Senior Sister Bu, always look disgusted. Yi Ba spoke seriously. The process of assisting in cultivation is not important. What matters is the result. What you said are all irrelevant things. Bu Shanghua frowned and shook her head. No, Senior Sister, you are wrong. Without a process, where would there be a result? The process isn't even as good as it should be, and the result won't be as good as it should be. Yi Ba retorted. Could it be that I'm really wrong? Bu Shanghua's heart was shaken, inexplicably believing in Yi Ba's words. Senior Sister, if I'm right or not, just try it and you'll know. Yi Ba continued to swindle. Rather, it's okay. Ayanami nodded hesitantly. Yi Ba stepped forward, took Bu Shanghua's hand, and exhorted, "Senior sister, you remember that you must enjoy the process of cultivation, and remember that it is impossible to have a feeling of dislike or aversion in your heart. It's like when you want to eat food, and you obviously have it all in your mouth and the food tastes good, but you're full of disgust. It's not advisable to pay lip service to your heart's intuition." I'll do my best. Aya Shanghua frowned and nodded. The hand that wanted to subconsciously retract continued to remain in Yi Ba's palm. Yi Ba secretly laughed in his heart. He said all of this because he wanted to let Shanghua cultivate better and was looking out for Shanghua's interests. Therefore, what he said, Step Shanghua could only listen to. What happened next was just as he had imagined. Under his guidance, Bu Shanghua's attitude gradually changed. No more of that arrogant smug look. Instead, immerse yourself in it and seek it out frequently. Simply because she did feel the benefits in it, and her cultivation speed became much faster. Bu Shanghua's monastic heart was incomparably firm, so naturally he would not give up the benefits that came to his mouth. The next day, Yi Ba had just finished assisting Chu Waste in his cultivation. A system prompt then reappeared before its eyes. Advanced affiliation established. Chu Waste hidden talent / physique under development. Development complete. Physique, sun and moon spiritual body. Is it bestowed? This is? Yi Ba was surprised and examined it carefully. As his spiritual root qualification increased, Chu Waste was no longer able to provide him with any experience. There would be no hints even if the assisted cultivation was finished some time ago. In addition, Chu Waste's realm was also not high, only having the 6th level of Qi practicing. There's a limited number of things that can be done to help him. And now, he had actually established a high-level subordinate relationship with Chu Waste. Does this mean that Chu Waste has become his first loyal dog? Tap on the details to view. Advanced subordination. As long as you are not in a situation of certain death, Chu Waste will listen to all of your suggestions or requests, and will take the initiative to protect the host's interests. A senior subordinate has gained enough benefits from you to awaken hidden talents or qualities within their own bloodline. The corner of Yi Ba's mouth hooked into a smile after quickly reading it. Chu Waste did become his loyal dog. In the future, one could command it to do anything. Of course, the premise was to not let Chu Waste go to his death. But that's enough. Some of the pills he used for cultivation are things he was not comfortable going out to do. He could let Chu Waste do it for him. Chu Waste seems to still have a special physique awakened. I'll see how it goes. It seems like it still needs me to bestow it? Yi Ba's eyes rolled and he murmured in his heart. He continued to look down. Sun and Moon spiritual body. Emperor Grade absorbs the essence of the Sun and Moon to rapidly increase cultivation. Utilizes the essence of the Sun and Moon to quench the physique. And can release the divine light of the Sun and Moon with powerful might. The benefits of the Supreme Yang immortal body are affected by the host even when it is out of the body. This physique needs to be bestowed on Chu Waste by the host for it to finally awaken. Surprisingly, it's an emperor product. Yi Ba secretly smacked his lips. Qi Hongyue's 9 in extremity vein was only a mere myriad grade. Chu Waste's Sun and Moon spiritual body unexpectedly exceeded the 9 in absolute vein by 2 grades. It had reached the imperial grade. If I were to bestow my Sun and Moon spiritual body to Chu Waste, could I myself gain experience of the Sun and Moon spiritual body from Chu Waste again? Let me obtain the Sun-Moon spiritual body as well? Yi Ba's eyes lit up, and other thoughts came to his mind. In the next second, he spoke in a deep voice. Bestow. Chapter 22, Sun and Moon Spiritual Body Awakening. Shaking Red Luan Peak. Red Luan Peak Outer Sect. Battle Hall. Chu Waste reported to the battle hall as usual and waited for the daily quests to be released in the hall. The disciples of the war hall needed to make regular rounds down the mountain. Nip in the bud some of the dangers that may be lurking. But just as Chu Waste waited, its brows suddenly furrowed and it felt discomfort in its body. The feeling appeared very suddenly. Her body was hot and cold and shifted gears very quickly. 1 second it was like falling into an ice cave. The next it was like being baked in the sun. It made her feel very uncomfortable. What's the situation? Chu Waste didn't understand what was happening. And not caring that he was in the battle hall at the moment, he hurriedly sat down on his knees and looked within himself. Within her body, 2 incomparably large strands of energy had actually appeared at some point. A scorching heat, and icy cold. The impact of the 2 powerful energies caused her mind to buzz, her spiritual sense to be lost, and her body was actually unable to move. This made Chu Waste's heart even more anxious. At that moment, she looked at her body. It was found that one moment the skin was frozen and the next there was heat bubbling up. The change in her body quickly drew the attention of the others. Several battle hall disciples came closer to check it out. Senior Sister Chu, what's wrong with you? Why is your body so hot? No, this will turn cold again. Hiss, don't touch. One of the disciples tried to touch Chu Waste, but the moment he touched his skin, his fingers were burned. If he hadn't ducked fast, his fingers would have been set on fire. quickly go and invite the foundation building elder. Another disciple reacted and drank. The situation in front of them was clearly not something they could handle, and as time went on, the temperature changes on Chu waist affected a greater range. The many battle hall disciples didn't dare to actively approach the past, fearing that they would be affected, only dare to stand and talk about it from a distance. What's wrong with senior sister Chu? Could it be that the cultivation has gone off the rails? It looks a bit like that, but senior sister Chu looks normal on a regular basis. I don't know. Let's wait for the foundation building elder to come over. Let's stay away. After getting the news, the two elders of the battle hall finally arrived. When the two saw the abnormality on Chu waist's body, they looked at each other before revealing a look of surprise in their eyes. One of them spoke with some uncertainty. Is this awakening the physique? It looks like it. With such a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy, the physique awakened is bound to not be weak. The other nodded hesitantly. Immediately afterward, doubts rose in the bottom of his heart. Chu waist has also joined the sect for some years. How could he suddenly awaken his physique? Could it be that he has had some kind of strange encounter? She was aware of Chu waist as a disciple, although he is diligent on weekdays, but his talent is there, and he has been cultivating for many years and is only at the 6th level of chi cultivation. We can't let her continue to stay within the battle hall, or else everything here will be destroyed, an elder reminded. Well, let's team up and move her out. The other elder nodded. The two pinched their hands together and released them at the same time. Using his massive spiritual energy, he lifted Chu waist up and moved towards the outside of the war hall. It had been lifted to a square clearing outside the battle hall before it was put down again. Rumble. Just then, a loud boom suddenly came from the sky. As everyone watched, a large area of darkness suddenly appeared in the originally clear and bright sky. Then what is the situation? The awakening physique has even produced a heaven and earth phenomenon. The two elders looked at each other, both seeing the look of gravity in the other's eyes. Normally only the awakening of a physique above the myriad grade will result in the appearance of heaven and earth anomalies. This is a major matter and the peak master needs to be notified. One of them spoke in a deep voice. He took out a transmitting note from his bosom, and after saying a few words into it, he threw it towards the peak. The huge commotion also attracted more Red Luan peak disciples. They all looked at Chu waist in surprise. Shi Hongyue, who had just come out of the spirit slave hall and wanted to go to the bamboo house to cultivate, was also attracted by the commotion here, curious to fly over and watch. After seeing that such a big commotion was actually triggered by Chu waist's awakened physique, her heart was filled with surprise and doubt. How is this possible? Shi Hongyue muttered. After learning that Chu waist was one of her competition rivals, she investigated Chu waist's full information, knowing that it was merely a medium-grade spirit root qualification. It had cultivated for 6 years before reaching the 6th level of chi cultivation. It can only be described as mediocre, but it was such a mediocre disciple who managed to awaken a special physique? As far as she knew, the chances of awakening a physique after birth were less than 1 in 10,000. And no matter how you look at it, Chu waist won't be that chosen one. But the facts were in front of her, and she had to believe them again. Could it be because Yi Ba is special? Shi Hongyue pondered in her heart. After all, other than that, Chu waist didn't have any other chances. Look, the vision has changed. Just then, sounds of surprise came from the surrounding crowd. Shi Hongyue looked up. It was discovered that the sky had strangely changed into half pitch black and half bright. On the bright side, a great sun hung in the sky. On the dark side, there was a bright moon floating. As everyone watched, the great sun and the bright sun simultaneously shot out two divine splendors that shone on the Chu waist below. Chu waist, who was suffering from pain, only felt that he was wrapped by two warm energies, no longer in pain, but on the contrary began to enjoy it very much. The gong methods in his body automatically operated and began to absorb these two streams of energy. Rumble. The sun and moon divine flower rushed through the meridians in her body, a piece of it washing over her body. Large chunks of impurities spilled from the pores of her skin, instantly vaporized in the void. Her meridians became thicker and tougher, and her blood and flesh became more robust. One red and one blue. The two lightings were like swimming fish as they swam within her dantian. Without realizing it, it expanded her dantian several times. And this is continuing. Outside, at the top of Hongwan Peak, several streams of light shot out from the great hall at the peak and instantly arrived over the battle hall. Disciple Wang Baiha/Sun Yu, greet the peak master. The sharp-eyed battle hall elder hurriedly knelt down when he saw the figure above him. Greetings, peak master. Seeing this, the other disciples also hurriedly knelt down. Well, get up. A woman in red at the head of the group gently raised her hand. The bodies of the many disciples below immediately stood up uncontrollably. Jingle bells. The woman in red was barefoot, and the golden ling at her ankle made a crisp sound as she walked. It stepped down from above and arrived in front of Chu waist. There was an aura of light flickering in the eyes that looked at Chu waist. Surprisingly, it's an imperial grade sun and moon spiritual body. Ji Yu's heart shook. It was surprising that their Hongwon Peak could have such a physique. Unfortunately, its credentials are not high, but even so, this disciple in front of him deserved the name of genius. Soon, the heaven and earth visions ended, and Chu Waist's sun and moon spiritual body completely awakened. Under the baptism of the sun and moon divine flower just now, her cultivation had actually increased by 2 realms. Nowadays, he is a cultivator of the 8th level of Qi practicing. After seeing the red-clothed woman in front of him, Chu Waist's heart was shocked and he hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Disciple Chu Waist, pay my respects to Peak Master Lord. Well, you are very good. Are you willing to be my disciple? Ji Yu gently nodded and asked. Chapter 23, Pingbu Qingyue, a leap into true transmission. Chu Waist was so stunned that he could hardly believe his ears. But then came the great surprise that filled the heart. A disciple of the Peak Master. Wouldn't that be a true disciple? She went from being an outer disciple, crossing over to the inner sect, and leaping to become a true disciple. Disciple Chu Waist, greetings to Master. Chu Waist kowtowed 3 times directly. She would be a cutie if she didn't get this kind of lap. Well, since you are my disciple, it would be inappropriate to continue living at the bottom of the mountain. Move to the peak. Ji Yu nodded with a smile. With Chu Waist, as long as it is slightly cultivated, in the peaks competition a year from now, Hongwon Peak will definitely be able to take a good ranking. This time, let's see who can still underestimate Red Luan Peak. When she thought of the Peak Master of Qingluan Peak who mocked her last time, she was very angry in the bottom of her heart. Yes, Master, Chu Waist obediently agreed. What was on his mind, on the other hand, was how Yi Ba would be placed. She reached the peak and cultivated next to the Peak Master. The danger of continuing to carry Yi Ba was great. Also, it wouldn't do for her to refuse. With the Peak Master's cultivation and insight, she would definitely be suspicious in her mind. Nowadays, one could only promise to do so first, without revealing a single trace of abnormality. Ji Yu gently nodded her head, then set up her recluse and disappeared over the battle hall. The several elders who came with him were all smiling as they gently nodded their heads toward Chu Waist and followed along. After a few Red Luan Peak executives left, the color of the eyes of the outer sect disciples present who were looking at Chu Waist also all changed. Some envy, some jealousy, there is also fawning. Congratulations to senior sister Chu on becoming a true scholar, and I wish you all the best in your future cultivation. Senior sister, do you remember me? I'm Wang Yu, we went on a mission together last time. Senior sister Chu, there were some misunderstandings between us in the past, you shouldn't take it to heart. The many outer disciples present all came together, wanting to draw a relationship with Chu Waist. Chu Waist disliked it in his heart. These fellow disciples in front of them all had 2 faces. Don't you have anything else to do? Break it up. Just as she was thinking about how to get out of the situation, a scolding sound rang out behind the crowd. It was the elders of the Hall of War. Under the pressure of his foundation establishment cultivator, the people present left the war hall one after another despite their reluctance. Thank you Elder Wang and Elder Sun for relieving me. Chu Waist looked towards the 2 battle hall elders and uttered his thanks. No need to be polite. You are now the Peak Master's disciple. It's not appropriate to continue to stay in the outer sect battle hall. From now on, you don't need to come to the battle hall anymore. Sun Yu lightly smiled and spoke in a kind tone. Chu Waist is now a true disciple. Continue to stay in the outer door war hall, that counts for something? Even if they wanted Chu Waist to stay, it was still up to the Peak Master to agree. Chu Waist was now representing not only himself, but also the Peak Master's face. Thank you elders for making it possible. Chu Waist will definitely repay the 2 elders in the future when he has achieved success in his cultivation. Chu Waist politely said. Although her status had been raised, the 2 battle hall elders in front of her were, after all, foundation establishment cultivators, so she more or less had to give some face. Well said. The 2 elders' faces burst into smiles. The future achievements of true disciples were unlimited, and it was a blessing for them to be able to form a good relationship with Chu Waist. Leaving the war hall, Chu Waist returned straight to his residence. Just after returning to the bamboo house, he spotted Qi Hongyue and Yi Ba standing in the courtyard. Congratulations to senior sister Chu for becoming a Peak Master disciple. Qi Hongyue stepped forward to congratulate her. Although Chu Waist's previous status and position was the same as hers, her mother was an inner sect elder, and she naturally had a very strong backbone to speak with Chu Waist. But now, Chu Waist had become the Peak Master's disciple, and her status had surpassed her. Her attitude was naturally better. It also took the initiative to address senior sister Chu. At the same time, she was also pondering in the back of her mind what arrangements Chu Waist would make after he went to the peak. If it wanted to take Yi Ba away, she would never allow it. Aha! Chu Waist nodded gently. After pondering for a moment, he said, now that I've become a Peak Master disciple, I can't continue to live here. Her voice paused for a moment as she continued. Senior sister Qi, why don't you go and call senior sister Bu here? and the four of us will discuss how we should subsequently resettle Yiba. It was impossible for her to take Yiba with her if she was going to go with the Peak Master. Although the Peak Master was now her master, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't take away Yiba's specialness after discovering it. After all, for cultivators, cultivating immortality and longevity is the only goal. All the rest is just a passing cloud, not worth mentioning at all. Chi Hanyue did not leave immediately, but opened her mouth to test the waters. How does senior sister Chu plan to resettle Yiba? Chu Waist frowned. Would he not be able to hear the meaning in Chi Hanyue's words? She didn't bother to test each other with Chi Hanyue and directly opened the door. The inner sect is full of Foundation Establishment seniors and Jiedan powers. Yiba's identity will be exposed if I'm not careful, so it won't be suitable for me to bring Yiba for the time being, so my initial plan is to have Yiba stay with one of you two. Chi Hanyue was relieved in her heart, thinking that Chu Waist still had some sense. It would be better for all three of them. Chu Waist was also able to find an opportunity to come down the mountain to practice. She nodded and left the bamboo house in search of Step Shenghua. After Chi Hanyue left, Yiba glanced at Chu Waist and commanded, "Come inside with me." He had already learned from Chi Hanyue about Chu Waist worshipping under the Peak Master. That's not exactly a bad thing for him. Although Chu Waist would be temporarily separated from him, it was not a complete separation. Chu Waist would still come back to practice with him, and with Chu Waist's increased status, he would be able to obtain more cultivation resources, and he could completely obtain some cultivation resources from Chu Waist. Nowadays, on the other hand, he was anxious to test if he could gain experience in the Sun and Moon spiritual body. Chu Waist nodded and obediently followed behind Yiba. She was already following Yiba's words now. Therefore, after entering the house, Yiba was not the least bit polite and directly entered the main topic. A few moments later, the cultivation ended. However, before Yiba's eyes, no hints surfaced. He sighed in his heart, knowing that he was not going to be able to gain the experience of the Sun and Moon spiritual bodies, and that his idea had fallen through. Thinking about it though, it would be heaven-defying if he could actually gain the physical experience bestowed from a high-level slave. He could totally look for an outer disciple with a low cultivation level, quickly establish a high-level subordinate, and then bestow a physique, and then obtain the physique from it to enhance his own talent. In that case, it's a bit of a card bug. Senior Sister Chu, I'm back. Just at that moment, a voice came from outside the door. The two Yiba walked out of the house and came outside to open the spell formation, releasing the two Chi Hanyue. As soon as she arrived in the courtyard, Chi Hanyue spoke. Senior Sister Chu, I've already spoken to Senior Sister Bu about the matter on the way here. After we discussed it, we thought we'd let Yiba stay at my place for the time being. Chu Waist raised an eyebrow, his eyes looking questioningly at Bu Shanghua. Bu Shanghua nodded. I seldom use spirit slaves in my normal cultivation. If I suddenly bring Yiba back, it might attract attention. In addition, my place is close to the law enforcement hall. It's not very convenient for you guys to come over frequently. After hearing this, Chu Waist looked at Chi Hanyue doubtfully. As far as I know, Senior Sister Chi's residence is near the Spirit Slave Hall. Is it convenient for us to go over there to cultivate? I have a lot of friends in the outer sect, and many of them came over to flatter me because they knew my identity. So I have frequent visits from disciples on my side, and we occasionally cultivate together. So you will not arouse the suspicion of the others by going over there. Chi Hanyue replied with a smile. Yiba, who was on the side, raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that Chi Hanyue really knew how to play. Chapter 24, Transfer Order from the Inner Sect Formation Hall. To Yiba, Chi Hanyue and Bu Shanghua were both his junior subordinates, so going to anyone was the same. After confirming the follow-up arrangements, Chu Waist began to pack up his things and left the bamboo house before dark, heading to the peak. Yiba, on the other hand, was taken away by Chi Hanyue at night to his cave residence in the inner hall of the Spirit Slave Hall. Compared to Chu Waist's bamboo house, Chi Hanyue's residence was obviously much more luxurious. His cave was in a side hall behind the Spirit Slave Hall. The entire side hall was constructed of fine lapis lazuli, and parts of it were even decorated with fine white jade. This is the inner hall of the Spirit Slave Hall. It's where the elders of the hall reside. I have a special status, so I also got a place to live here, Chi Hanyue explained, and at the end, she said with some complacency, the aura here can be much higher than the bamboo forest side. Yiba gently nodded his head, secretly saying that having a background is different. This was good for him, meaning that his cultivation speed could be increased. Enter the side hall, which contains several small rooms. Chi Hanyue showed Yiba one by one. There are talisman making rooms, restrooms, and cultivation rooms. After the introduction, Chi Hanyue pulled Yiba to the cultivation room. Of course Yiba knew what its thoughts were. These demonesses will only have one thought for him. That's absorbing the benefits. But to his surprise, Chi Hanyue didn't start right away. Instead, he suddenly opened his mouth if he had a point. Senior brother, Chu Waist, Her qualifications are mediocre. It is reasonably impossible for her to awaken her physique later in life. You're closer to senior sister Chu. Is there something else going on here? Yi Ba's heart stirred. What was Chi Hongyue guessing? Senior sister. I'm just a spirit slave. Even if senior sister Chu has any secrets, she couldn't possibly tell them to me. Yi Ba shook his head. Then how is she different from us? Chi Hongyue obviously didn't give up that easily. To say it's different, it might just be that senior sister Chu was more diligent in her cultivation. Yi Ba replied in an uncertain tone. Seeing that Yi Ba didn't know anything, Chi Honyu was a little disappointed in her heart. Still, she was firm in her guess that Chu Waste's awakening of his physique was bound to be related to Yi Ba. It was likely that he had absorbed too many benefits here in Yi Ba. She couldn't think of any other possibility but that. Yi Ba is staying at her place. It's supposed to secretly cultivate while we are away. Chi Honyu secretly said. Now that Yi Ba is here with me, I also have more time to cultivate. The thought made her feel much better. Chi Honyu sat down on the warm jade bed and began to cultivate with the assistance of Yi Ba. I don't know if I was stimulated by Chu Waste. Today's Chi Hongyue was extra diligent and hardworking. It took a full night of cultivation until early morning before Chi Hongyue finally stopped. She wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and opened her mouth to instruct. I'm going to the spirit slave hall in a while to do some errands. I'll turn on the outside array when I'm not there. So if anyone comes looking for me, you don't have to pay attention to them. Okay, senior sister. Yi Ba nodded his head in agreement and watched Chi Hongyue leave before withdrawing his gaze. Turning to the panel prompt in front of him. Experience of the 9 Jedi Chakra plus 50. 9 Jedi Pulse, 650/1000, quality wonderful. Water Spirit Root qualification plus 50. Upper grade Water Spirit Root, 540/1000. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9 Extreme Vein, 650/1000, Wonderful Grade. Realm, 4th level of Chi Refining. Qualifications, Top Grade Water Aura, 540/1000. Medium Grade Earth Aura, 90 out of 100. Top Grade Fire Aura. Top Grade Gold Aura. Medium Grade Wood Aura. Talent, none. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Heart, 100/1000. Alchemy, First Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, First Order Upper Grade. Formation Technique, First Order Medium Grade, 90/100. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. The experience of the 9 Absolute Vein is already more than halfway through, and at the current rate of progress, it will almost be awakened in another week's time. The Water Spiritual Root is about the same progress. Yi Ba muttered. His own qualifications were still steadily improving. Deng Xiahan hasn't come back to me after appearing once. There might be some unknown hidden danger in it. Yi Ba remembered Tang Xiahan. It's actually managed to hold back from coming back to him after realizing its benefits. Deng Xiahan is either delayed by something or it's got something up its sleeve. The latter is a bit more likely. It was as if a boulder was hanging in his heart. At any moment it would fall and smash him to death. However, he had already informed Chu Waste about Deng Xiahan yesterday and asked him to help investigate Deng Xiahan's identity. With the knowledge of the name, Chu Waste should have been able to obtain its information very quickly. Temporarily suppressing this matter, Yi Ba sat up with his knees crossed and began to cultivate after consuming an elixir. However, he hadn't cultivated for long before he saw Chi Hongyue return. Its face wore a look of obvious anger. Senior sister, what happened? Yi Ba asked out loud. It's not those assholes from the inner sect formation hall. How could they pick you in favor of you? Chi Hongyue exasperatedly said. She had wanted to go to the spirit slave hall and book Yi Ba in advance. After all, there were only 2 days left until the end of Chu Waste's lease. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Ba had been chosen by the disciples of the inner sect formation hall to be allowed to help maintain the spell formations within the peak. With so many registered spirit slaves in the spirit slave hall, how could it be Yi Ba? Could it be that mother discovered Yi Ba's specialness? Chi Hongyue associated in her mind. Her mother was the elder of the inner sect formation hall, so if it was its secret operation, it was definitely possible. But immediately afterwards she mentally shook her head. With her mother's character, if she knew about Yi Ba, she wouldn't have used this kind of tactic at all, but would have directly asked her for it. Could it really just be a coincidence? At this point, she was also a bit uncertain in her heart. What does senior sister mean? Yi Ba was puzzled in his heart when he heard Chi Hongyue's complaint. Chi Hongyue glanced at Yi Ba and immediately informed the formation hall of Yi Ba's requisition. Yi Ba's heart sank. When he mentioned the formation hall, the first thing that came to his mind was Deng Xiahan. This woman was a formation master, and with his help, she had also broken through to the upper 3rd rank. With his achievements in formations, it was likely that he was from the formation hall. Then, this matter is most likely related to Deng Xiahan. Do you know Deng Xiahan? After pondering for an instant, Yi Ba suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Deng Xiahan's cultivation level was too high. not something he could establish a subordinate relationship with in a short period of time. Falling into its hands, his situation would turn very bad. If it is directly refined into a cultivation puppet or something else by its means, the results he dared not imagine. Although Deng Xiaohan had warned him not to tell anyone about his visit, but right now, he couldn't care less. Chapter 25 Coercion and Compromise. Where did you know about senior sister Tang? Qi Hongyue had doubts in her eyes. Yi Ba's heart was happy. It sounded like Qi Hongyue knew Deng Xiaohan. Deng Xiaohan had approached me a few days ago and asked me to assist in his cultivation once, Yi Ba said in a deep voice. There was no need for him to say the rest of the stuff. Qi Hongyue should be able to guess it as long as she wasn't stupid. So senior sister Tang knows about your supreme young physique? Why are you only saying it now? The doubts in Qi Hongyue's mind instantly cleared and she hurriedly questioned Yi Ba. Tang Xiaohan was a disciple of the inner sect formation hall, and he had every opportunity to transfer Yi Ba away. She threatened me and wouldn't let me tell you about this, Yi Ba calmly replied. Immediately afterward, he inquired, Senior sister, what exactly is this Tang Xiaohan? She is my mother's disciple, Qi Hongyue replied through clenched teeth, anger in her eyes. How could she have never imagined that Deng Xiaohan had done these things behind her back? Yi Ba's expression moved and he already understood that Deng Xiaohan should have discovered his secret through Qi Hongyue. Senior sister, if I fall into Tang Xiaohan's hands, I won't be able to continue helping you cultivate, Yi Ba reminded in a deep voice. This I naturally know. Qi Hongyue frowned, while in her heart, she was pondering a solution. Seeing Qi Hongyue in deep thought, she frowned from time to time. Yi Ba sighed in his heart. Knowing that Qi Hongyue probably didn't have anything good to do, he pondered for a moment and had to open his mouth to remind. Elder sister, Tang Xiaohan secretly wanted to get rid of me. It's bound to be that he doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. All you need to do is to call her over and threaten him that you're going to dedicate me to your mother. In that case, she's bound to compromise, and at that time, you'll be able to take advantage of the opportunity to make your demands. Right, Qi Hongyue's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of that? As long as her mother knew about Yi Ba, there would be nothing for Deng Xiaohan. It's bound to be compromised. Senior brother, can't you see that you're quite smart? Qi Hongyue complimented. A heavy heart is thus swept away. Not as good as senior sister in case. Yi Ba laughed lightly. Sweet mouth too. Qi Hongyue stretched out her finger and traced over Yi Ba's side. Teasing. Don't worry, senior brother, I won't leave you yet. Without waiting for Yi Ba to reply, he had already left the residence while leaving a fragrant breeze in his place. Yi Ba touched his cheeks. Why did he feel that Qi Hongyue was a little perverted? Inner sect, formation hall. Deng Xiaohan was in an extremely good mood. Sitting in his chair, he gently fiddled with a small array disc on the table in front of him. It was only because in 2 more days, she would be able to experience the rush of cultivation again. Yi Ba, it can only be mine, Deng Xiaohan murmured in his heart. She thought that she had done a seamless job, and when the time came, as long as Yi Ba fell into her hands, he would never want to return to the spirit slave hall. It was also impossible for the Qi Hongyue few to suspect her. Even if Yi Ba informed Qi Hongyue about what happened to her in the first place, she wasn't worried. There were so many disciples in the sect, without knowing their names, how could Qi Hongyue guess herself? Moreover, she didn't believe that Yi Ba would have the guts to offend herself. Senior sister is really elegant. What happy event is this? Just then, someone interrupted her thoughts. Deng Xiaohan turned his head to look and subconsciously frowned. Qi Hongyue unexpectedly came over to look for her at this time. Why is senior sister free to come over? Is she here to look for her master? Deng Xiaohan responded with a light smile. I came specifically to find senior sister. Qi Hongyue looked straight into Deng Xiaohan's eyes with a mocking look on her face. A hint of a bad feeling rose in Deng Xiaohan's heart. On her face, she pretended to be calm. Oh, then I don't know what senior sister is looking for me for? Seeing that Deng Xiaohan was still in disguise, Qi Hongyue almost laughed in anger. Solely, he directly showed his cards. Of course it's Yi Ba's matter. Is it hard to believe that senior sister wants to snatch Yi Ba away without a word? Deng Xiaohan's soulful eyes turned, not understanding how Qi Hongyue knew. With a slight sinking in her heart, she raised her hand and pinched her finger to turn on the mute spell formation around her. Immediately afterward, she asked, what does senior sister want? Elder sister, I'm only doing this for cultivation. You have 2 choices. One is to continue to snatch Yi Ba, but I will inform my mother about this. Secondly, you give up pulling Yi Ba into the formation hall, and I can allow you to join in as well. Qi Hongyue held out 2 fingers. She knew that wanting Deng Xiaohan to give up the chance to cultivate would be impossible for Deng Xiaohan to agree. Although reluctant, he could only pull Deng Xiaohan into the fold. I can't promise you both. Who knows? Deng Xiaohan unexpectedly refused. Then there's no more to talk about. Qi Hongyue's gaze sank slightly. Senior sister, you don't think that just because you guys hide Yi Ba in your respective caves, You won't remain unnoticed, do you? Even if it wasn't me who discovered your secret this time, it will be someone else next time. Tang Xiaohan laughed lightly, feeling that Qi Hongyue was very naive. Is it hard to believe that you're pulling in everyone who knows about this matter? At the end of the day, do you still have a chance to practice? So what? Qi Hongyue frowned, not understanding what Tang Xiaohan meant. Because I have a better way. Deng Xiaohan stood up from his chair and came in front of Qi Hongyue, speaking confidently. What is it? There is a cave in the back of the mountain. There is a hidden formation I set up there. Even if it's a Jidan stage cultivator, it would be very difficult to discover it. Tang Xiaohan's voice lurched. As long as Yi Ba is placed in it, there is no longer any fear that someone will discover it. If anyone wants to cultivate, then they can use a small teleportation array to pass directly to the one inside the cave. Qi Hongyue's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. And she wasn't afraid of Deng Xiaohan playing tricks. He was holding Deng Xiaohan's handle, so the big deal was that he was a fish out of water. That's a good one. She nodded. Moreover, Yi Ba was requisitioned away by the formation hall, and there was no need to worry about other disciples leasing Yi Ba away later. It's a double whammy, so to speak. It's good that senior sister understands. Tang Xiaohan was also relieved to see Qi Hongyue nod her head. It was a little different from the end result she wanted, but not by much. Nothing more than a few more people to practice with. Thinking of this, she asked the number of people who currently knew about Yi Ba's affairs. Qi Hongyue informed Chu Waist and Bu Xinghua, and reminded, Chu Waist awakened a special physique yesterday, and has now become a disciple of the Peak Master. Awakening a special physique? Tang Xiaohan's gaze slightly condensed. She had seen Chu Waist on that day, just an outer disciple at the 6th level of Qi practicing, who didn't seem to have anything special, but could also awaken a special physique? He was even accepted as a disciple by the Peak Master. Suspicion rose in her mind. Senior sister, do you know exactly what kind of physique Yi Ba is? Qi Hongyue shook her head. I'm not sure. Among the various supreme young physiques recorded by the sect, there are none that are similar to Yi Ba. I've searched many canonical books and didn't find anything, but what's certain is that Yi Ba's physique grade must be extremely high. As long as we grasp this opportunity, it's not impossible for us to become a Jidan powerhouse like the Peak Master in the future. The light under Tang Xiaohan's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of suppressed excitement. Chapter 26, You Get What You Pay For. Spirit Slave Hall, Qi Hongyue's residence. Senior sister agreed to Tang Xiaohan's suggestion? Yi Ba asked with a raised eyebrow. The heart is more or less helpless. He didn't expect that. In the end, Qi Hongyue had still agreed to Tang Xiaohan in a watery manner, allowing him to go to the formation hall. In fact, at the bottom of his heart, he was unwilling to go to the formation hall. However, Qi Hongyue was only in a primary subordinate relationship with him and was not yet able to completely follow his orders. But if it was really like what Deng Xiaohan said, it didn't seem too bad. At least, he didn't have to worry about the danger of his own secrets being exposed. It's still necessary to upgrade Bu Shenghua and Qi Hongyue to advanced subordinate as soon as possible. Yi Ba secretly said, if it was a premium slave, what just happened wouldn't have happened. Qi Hongyue was clearly thinking in its own self-interest. As for what he feels, that's completely secondary. Yes, the day after tomorrow you will be going to the formation hall. Qi Hongyue nodded her head gently. Yi Ba knows the outcome can't be changed. He stepped forward and took Qi Hongyue's hand. Senior sister, after I go to the formation hall, I may not be able to see you for several days, so let me assist you in your cultivation a few more times. He wanted to completely awaken the Nining Absolute Vein within these 2 days. Therefore, it would just be hard work for Qi Hongyue. Senior brother is quite understanding. Qi Hongyue smiled. It was the first time that Yi Ba took such initiative. I guess he realized that only he could save him? Qi Hongyue secretly said in her heart. The duo walked into the cultivation room and quickly immersed themselves in cultivation. Half a day later. Senior brother, why don't we stop and rest for a while? Qi Hongyue frowned. She's kind of absorbing it. Senior sister, I'm not tired. Let's continue. Yi Ba, however, did not want to stop. That's fine. 1 day later. Senior brother, are you still okay? I think it's better to stop. Qi Hongyue worried. There were so many benefits gained from cultivation, and a large amount of yang qi was brewing in her body. The rich spiritual energy filled her meridians. If she didn't stop and patiently refine it, she was afraid that she would be propped up and burst open. That would be more trouble than it's worth. Yi Ba was a little disappointed. However, after seeing Qi Hongyue's careful appearance, afraid that the benefits would be wasted, it made him almost laugh out loud. What you can't take for yourself, these demonesses each treat like a treasure. While Qi Hongyue was cultivating on the side, he looked at the panel that popped up in front of him. Experience of the Nining Jedi Chakra plus 150. Nining Jedi Chakra, 800/1000, quality wonderful. Water Spirit Root qualification plus 150. Upper grade water spirit root, 690/1000. It was a busy day and only 150 practices. There were still 200 more times of cultivation to go before awakening the 9 absolute vein. There's still 1 day left. The normal way won't work, Yi Ba muttered, but I can still eat pills. Enhance the effect of cultivation. After resting for a few moments, Yi Ba once again approached Chi Hanyu, wanted to assist in its cultivation. Chi Hanyu was puzzled, not understanding what was wrong with Yi Ba. Unusual spirit slaves are not able to assist in cultivation without assisting in cultivation. As soon as they heard about assisted cultivation, each one of them was terrified, or even kneeling and begging for mercy. But how is Yi Ba more anxious to cultivate than her? But there's no reason not to eat the benefits that come to your mouth. Moreover, after Yi Ba went over to the formation hall, Deng Xiaohan still needed time to set up the formations to arrange for Yi Ba, and there was definitely no way for her to continue to let Yi Ba assist in his cultivation in a short period of time. This was an opportunity not to be missed. If she couldn't, she could still put the extra benefits into the jade bottle and store them. It's also good to use for alchemy and swallow afterwards. Thinking about it, she didn't refuse. Immediately, he pulled Yi Ba and was about to continue cultivating, but just then, Yi Ba stopped. Opening her mouth, she said, "Senior sister, do you have any spirit pills there to aid in cultivation? Give me a few of them so that my cultivation will be more effective." And to eat spirit pills, Chi Hanyu was shocked in her heart. What kind of excitement is Yi Ba getting? Afraid you'll give him up? Chi Hanyu thought that Yi Ba was thinking too much and spoke out to comfort him. Senior brother doesn't need to work so hard. Senior sister, I won't abandon you. You're just going over to the formation hall. Senior sister Tang will make the proper arrangements. I understand everything. Senior sister, where is the spirit pill? Yi Ba nodded his head. His heart only wanted to eat the spirit pill. Chi Hanyu sighed inwardly. There was no choice but to take out the spirit pills that assisted in cultivation. Fortunately, she had already experienced the power of Yi Ba's physique, so she was not worried about its problems. Yi Ba snatched the Dan bottle and poured all the pills inside into his mouth. Wait a minute, senior brother. There are 5 ascension pills in there. Chi Hanyu wanted to stop it, but Yi Ba pressed on as if he didn't hear it and swallowed it all. Senior sister, what did you say? Yi Ba pretended to be puzzled as he looked at Chi Hanyu. It's fine. Chi Hanyu was a bit speechless. After eating it all, she couldn't still make Yi Ba spit it out. It's too late to say anything at this point. Looking at Yi Ba, who was already affected by the medicinal power, Chi Hanyu quickly ran her gongfu and absorbed the benefits. Most of the day passed in a flash. Chi Hanyu finally stopped cultivating. It held a large jade bottle in its hand and was collecting the benefits that could not be immediately absorbed. Yi Ba looked at the panel in front of him with a tired expression. Experience of the 9 Jedi Vein plus 234. 9 Jia Chakra, 1000, quality wonderful, can be awakened. Water Spirit Root qualification plus 234. Upper grade Water Spirit Root, 924/1000. Although physically tired and mentally exhausted. However, after seeing that the experience of the 9 absolute vein had finally accumulated to its full capacity, he was also happy. It feels like everything you've endured has been worth it. There are rewards for giving, Yi Ba muttered. Unfortunately, the water spiritual root was still a bit short of breaking through and upgrading, but even so, he was content. However, now that Chi Hanyu was beside him, he was not in a good position to directly activate the 9 absolute vein. In case it finds out, it's not easy to explain yourself clearly. It's normal that Chu Waste hasn't come in the past 2 days. It's after all just become a peak master disciple. It's normal to be busy with something. How come Ayanami hasn't come over to me either? Yi Ba was puzzled in his heart, and just as he was contemplating, the sky had fully lightened. Chi Hanyu awoke from her cultivation state. Looking towards Yi Ba, he said, "Senior brother, let's go. It's time for you to report to the formation hall." "Yes, senior sister." Yi Ba followed Chi Hanyu out of the residence and arrived at the hall of the law enforcement hall in front. "Senior brother, there's the group going to the formation hall. Go over there yourself," Chi Hanyu commanded. She had a special status, and personally sending Yi Ba over there would be noticeable. Chapter 27, Senior Sister Deng. Your acting skills are very pompous. Yi Ba nodded his head and took a step towards the hall. There were already a dozen spirit slaves standing in the hall. These spirit slaves, like him, were to be sent to the formation hall to do odd jobs. After waiting for a while, it seemed that the number of people had arrived. The 2 female disciples from the spirit slave hall immediately led them towards the formation hall in the direction of the mountaintop. "This senior brother, I seem to have seen you somewhere. Are you a friend of Qin Xuan?" A middle-aged spirit slave beside Yi Ba, after carefully sizing up Yi Ba for a few moments, suddenly inquired in a low voice, "You know Qin Xuan?" Yi Ba was a bit surprised. Speaking of which, it had been half a month since he had left his residence at the bottom of the hill. During this period, He hadn't even had the chance to contact those former spirit slave friends of his. Before the appearance of the Golden Finger, he and those friends were a bunch of bitter people who helped each other out, and there was still some camaraderie there. I do know Qin Shuang, and my relationship with him is not bad. The middle-aged spirit slave nodded, but immediately afterward its gaze darkened and it sighed. 10 days ago, Qin Shuang died. It didn't hold up at the hands of the demoness. Sister. Yi Ba frowned. Although this kind of situation was common in the great ultimate immortal sect, the person who died this time was his friend. It's hard not to feel a little bit of relief at the bottom of your heart. Where is he buried? Yi Ba inquired. Grave number 1003 at the foot of the hill. I know. Yi Ba nodded, and a long silence ensued. This man-eating demon sect made him feel chills all over his body. A few moments later, they arrived at the formation hall without incident, and under the arrangement of the disciples of the formation hall, they stayed in a dozen or so wooden huts at the back of the formation hall. What made Yi Ba a little uncomfortable was that there were actually 6 or 7 people living inside each cabin. The cabin he was in was filled with 5 people before he came in. What's your name? Senior brother. You're new here, right? A burly youth among the 5 asked with a smile. Aha! Yi Ba frowned and nodded. He sensed a hint of ill will in the youth's smile. Senior brother Wang is asking you your name. Didn't you hear me? Behind the youth, another man opened his mouth and drank. Yi Ba glanced at it and said indifferently, why are there still dogs barking in the dormitory? What did you say? Seeking death can't be. The man froze, and after realizing that he had been humiliated, he immediately became furious. Stepping forward, he was about to strike at Yi Ba. The burly youth's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood aside with no intention of stopping. There are always a few new ones who don't listen, and it's good to teach them a lesson. Will it take a lesson to get you to listen? The man raised his hand and slammed his fist into Yi Ba's face. Scram! Yi Ba coldly snorted, and a stern sword momentum suddenly erupted from his body. The man's heart was shocked, and he only felt that he was holding a sharp sword against his brow. As long as he continued to charge forward, that sword would pierce his skull. Cold sweat broke out on its back and its legs were trembling, knowing that the Yi Ba in front of him was not something he could mess with. Senior brother, I was the one barking just now. I'm a dog, so raise your hand and don't bother with me in general. A fawning smile appeared on this person's face as he took a step back to pull away. Until the pressure on your body disappears. Yi Ba was not surprised by this. They, the spirit slaves, were not permitted to cultivate spells. In other words, although they had cultivation, they didn't know any spells, empty of spiritual power, but of no use. Conflicts are also resolved with fists. After all, the biggest role of their spirit slaves was to assist in cultivation, and they didn't need to cultivate spells at all. The alchemy and these miscellaneous arts that he had learned were just the great ultimate bliss immortal sect trying to maximize their use. If there was a need in the alchemy hall, he would have been requisitioned to work as a laborer. Thus, these spirit slaves in front of him, even if their cultivation level was higher than his and he had activated his sword spirit body, he was not afraid of them, just by releasing a little bit of sword power. It was not something these people could reach. The burly youth saw Yi Ba's strength and turned towards his bed after giving it a deep look. The ability to read people's minds he still had. To be the boss of this dormitory for so many years, he was more than just a hard punching bag. And understand that you shouldn't mess with those you shouldn't mess with. Yi Ba was obviously this kind of person. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of several other people in the dormitory, Yi Ba casually found a bed and sat down. Started to cultivate on his knees. There was no talk all night. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Ba and the others were called outside by the female demon head of the formation hall for a lecture. Did any of the new spirit slaves from yesterday know formation arts? Step forward. After the dozens of spirit slaves looked at each other for a few moments, in the end, only 4 of them stood out. Yi Ba's formation art had already reached the middle grade of the first rank, but it was obtained from Deng Xiahan. In the spirit of doing more with less, he did not come forward. So little, the demoness in front of her frowned. Then it continued. In a moment, a senior sister will come over to select the manpower. You guys perform well and try to be seen by the senior sister. This is your chance to continue learning formation arts. After saying that, he did not pay attention to the many spirit slaves present and began to meditate with his eyes closed. What does this mean? Yi Ba looked at the burly youth beside him and asked in a low voice. Every time a newcomer comes, the formation hall's senior uncle will come here to select a newcomer with a talent for the Tao of formation. And if he's spotted, he'll be chosen directly, and from then on, he'll be in a different position from us. There was a hint of envy in the bottom of the burly youth's eyes. Formation cultivation to a high level was more valuable to the clan, and the less likely one was to be sucked to death as a spirit slave. It's also a chance to live. But he didn't have a talent for formation Tao himself, so he could only eyeball others. Yi Ba nodded his head gently, understanding in his heart. To put it bluntly, It's a matter of finding some of them who know their craft to better help the demonesses. After a few moments of waiting, they finally waited for the other 5 formation hall disciples. After seeing that familiar figure among them, Yi Ba sighed inwardly. What's coming is coming. It's rare for Senior Sister Tang to make a trip here. If Senior Sister Tang has any fancy spirit slaves, she can choose a few first. One of the formation hall disciples looked towards Tang Xiahan and spoke with a smile. Although he was also a disciple of the formation hall, Tang Xiahan was not only Elder Chi's disciple, but his own talent was also astonishing, and at a young age, he was already a second-order upper-grade formation master. His position in the formation hall was far from being comparable to ordinary disciples like them. I'm just stopping by to take a look. You guys just choose first. Deng Xiahan excused himself. Senior Sister Tang, don't excuse yourself. If you don't choose, how can we be so kind as to choose first? The formation hall disciple on the side persuaded. Well, Deng Xiahan reluctantly agreed. In the bottom of his heart, however, he was already happy. She pretended to walk towards the spirit slave, then shook her head after a few moments of scrutinizing in front of those 4. Suddenly, she let out a cry of surprise and walked up to the burly youth beside Yi Ba. A hand was raised to rest on its shoulder. The burly youth's eyes were full of excitement, thinking he was going to be chosen. Yi Ba sighed in the bottom of his heart. Some things were predestined. There is no such thing as pie in the sky. This Deng Xiahan was obviously running towards him. It's just drunkenness. In the next second, Deng Xiahan lifted his hand up and put it on Yi Ba's shoulder again. The burly youth's mood was like being on a roller coaster that instantly went down and hit rock bottom. Its fists were clenched and its heart was filled with unwillingness. Deng Xiahan once again feigned surprise. This is a good seedling. Yi Ba was speechless, thinking to himself, Senior Sister, do you want to act so real? Are you willing to follow me to learn the Tao of formation? Deng Xiahan opened his mouth. Disciple Yi Ba pays his respects to Master. Yi Ba is willing to follow Master and serve Master as an ox. With a strong look of surprise on his face, Yi Ba directly knelt on the ground and hugged Deng Xiahan's long white legs. Deng Xiahan's cheeks blushed. How this Yi Ba can act even better than her, and work as a horse and a cow? This kid isn't molesting her, is he? How dare you? Is Senior Sister's leg something you can touch? Quickly let go. Behind him, a disciple immediately drank when he saw Yi Ba holding Deng Xiahan's leg. Deng Xiahan gently raised his hand, and Yi Ba's hand unconsciously loosened and stood up from the ground. Is this the strength of Foundation establishment? Yi Ba's heart shook. Be courteous out there. The next one will not be an example. In addition, you're just following me around to learn. You're not worthy of being my disciple. Tang Xiahan said indifferently. It means that there are a lot of people outside, so you have to pay attention, and wait until you enter the house and you don't need to be polite? Yi Ba spat in his heart. On the surface, he put on a good face and agreed respectfully. Behind them, those few formation hall disciples were surprised in their hearts. In the past, Tang Xiahan had not been able to look at these dirty spirit slaves, but today, he had unprecedentedly asked for a handyman. Chapter 28 Sister, please punish me. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd of spirit slaves, Yi Ba left after Tang Xiahan. A few moments later, traveling to a remote place behind the formation hall. In front of them was a tall mountain wall. After looking around for a few moments, Tang Xiahan took out a blue token from his bosom and gently shook it several times towards the front. In Yi Ba's astonished gaze, channels of ripples surfaced on what was originally a mountain wall in front of him. In the end, it even directly cracked open a slit, revealing another scene inside. In front of him was a tall lapis lazuli gate embedded within the mountain wall. On the lapis lazuli door, there were a large number of formation talismans etched on it, on which a spiritual light flashed from time to time. This is the cave that I have specially prepared for you. Even if a Jidan stage cultivator doesn't get close enough to find it. A trace of self-satisfaction surged on Deng Xiahan's face, and the fullness of his chest followed suit and swayed several times. This was a combined set of formations that she had refined after advancing to the lower third rank. It was a combination of multiple sets of third-order lower-grade spell formations, which were not only extremely concealable, but also had another multiple uses. A hint of surprise appeared on Yi Ba's face. So this was the advanced prison prepared for him. Come on, let's go in. Tang Xiahan stepped forward and stood in front of the lapis lazuli door, shaking the blue token in his hand once again. Rumble. The lapis lazuli door opened automatically to one side. Yi Ba walked in after Deng Xiahan. The space inside is pretty huge. What puzzled him, though, was that it was full of empty rooms, and there's writing above each room. For example, the one in front of him had the word Chu written on it. Seemingly noticing Yi Ba's doubts, Deng Xiahan spoke out and explained, counting me in, there are now 4 people who know about you, and these rooms are prepared for them to come over. Once I build a small teleportation array, they can teleport over any time. Yi Ba. It gave him the feeling of going out to press his feet but being afraid of being caught. only instead of being there to press his feet, he became the little sister who pressed his feet. Deng Xiahan's 4 are customers who come to spend money, each with a separate private room. That's where you live. Deng Xiahan pointed to one of the innermost rooms. It was engraved with the word Xia. Xia. It's not Deng Xiahan, is it? Deng Xiahan built his own cave? So this is kind of Deng Xiahan's own benefit for himself? Okay, senior sister. At this moment, he was in Deng Xiahan's hands and could only nod his head in agreement. Deng Xiahan walked to his room and sat down on the large bed inside. The king-sized bed was fluffy, and Deng Xiahan's entire hip sank into it. This is my favorite red rabbit fluff-filled mattress. Senior brother, come up and try it. You will definitely like it too. He pointed to the seat beside himself and ordered with a smile. Its soulful eyes turned from time to time, as if harboring other thoughts. Female devils are really all the same, Yi Ba muttered, feeling that Deng Xiahan couldn't help it. After sharing a room with himself, he wanted to immediately enter cultivation. He obediently walked towards the bed and sat down. He had just sat down when Deng Xiahan reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. A hint of stern aura violently drilled into Yi Ba's body, restraining him. What are you doing, senior sister? Yi Ba looked at Deng Xiahan in confusion. Could it be that Deng Xiahan likes woodies? He didn't quite understand. Humph, you disobeyed my orders and told Qi Hongyue about me. What do you think? How should I punish you? Deng Xiahan retracted his palm and snorted out coldly, a hint of playfulness on his face. Yi Ba was stunned. I didn't expect Deng Xiahan to be so vindictive. But how did Deng Xiahan know? Qi Hongyue told him? Senior sister, please punish me. Yi Ba stared into Deng Xiahan's eyes and spoke sincerely. Deng Xiahan was stunned. What did it mean? Doesn't Yi Ba defend himself a bit? Doesn't even explain? Isn't he afraid that he'll kill him in a fit of rage? Or is this guy emboldened? This caused a trace of doubt to rise in the heart of Deng Xiahan, who originally wanted to prank Yi Ba. At the same time there was irritation. Her original plan was to swindle Yi Ba and scare him into telling the truth. Tease your opponent well as he or she begs for mercy. She wanted to see Yi Ba's humble plea for mercy. But now, Yi Ba directly asked her to punish? She doubted that Yi Ba would have any special fetishes, right? She had heard from other fellow disciples that some spirit slaves loved it when others beat them, and the harder they beat them, the more excited they became. The feeling Yi Ba gave her now was, punish him yourself, not make him suffer. Rather, they are rewarding him. It was a very odd feeling. Are you sure you want me to punish you? Deng Xiahan asked back suspiciously. It was indeed me who disobeyed senior sister's order. I am willing to accept the punishment. Yi Ba had a sincere attitude. The more Yi Ba was like this, the more puzzled Deng Xiahan became. She had to figure out what was going on here. How did you tell Qi Hongyue? Deng Xiahan inquired in a deep voice. Don't think about lying to me. I'll ask Qi Hongyue for proof afterward. A difficult look appeared on Yi Ba's face. Senior sister, it's better if you chastise me. I can't say anything, or else senior sister Qi will kill me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Deng Xiahan's eyes glared as he exploded his own foundation stage aura. The massive pressure pressed down on Yi Ba and he could barely catch his breath. Say, Qi Hongyue wouldn't dare do anything to you. Deng Xiahan was incredibly strong. No, Yi Ba insisted. You want to die. Deng Xiahan was surprised at Yi Ba's backbone in his heart. Yi Ba doesn't want to die, but saying it or not is still death for me. Yi Ba gritted his teeth. If you say it to me, Qi Hon you won't know. What are you afraid of? Deng Xiahan frowned. His tone loosened a few points. The big deal is that I'll keep it a secret for you. There was no way she could really kill Yi Ba. Really? Yi Ba's eyes lit up. That's what he was waiting for. As long as Deng Xiahan didn't confront Qi Hongyue, he could just make up random reasons. Can senior sister make a heavenly Dao vow? Don't you go too far. Deng Xiahan drank. Once the heavenly Dao oath was made, it had to be obeyed, or else one would be punished by the heavenly Dao and would never be able to advance an inch in their cultivation. Yi Ba was silent, with an aggrieved look that if you don't send it, I won't say anything. The curiosity in Deng Xiahan's heart rose to its limit. She desperately wanted to know what exactly Yi Ba had said to Qi Hongyu. It's just an oath of secrecy to the heavenly Dao. It's nothing, Deng Xiahan murmured in his heart. Immediately after that, it actually did swear the heavenly Dao oath in front of Yi Ba. Can we talk now? Deng Xiahan showed a look of anticipation as he waited for Yi Ba to speak. Yi Ba hesitated for a split second before approaching Deng Xiahan. Chapter 29. So you're blaming me? After senior sister left after her cultivation last time, senior sister Qi came and she asked me to assist in my cultivation as usual. Originally everything was fine, but after it was over, senior sister Qi realized that the benefits were not enough and much less, so she pressed me hard. Under these circumstances, I had no choice but to be forced to tell the truth about what happened. Originally, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be like this, but senior sister Tang's cultivation level is too high, and she sucked in too much, to the point that I simply couldn't recover from it fast enough for a while. Yi Ba quickly concocted a set of sayings. Ha! Deng Xiaohan's eyes widened. How could she not expect that it would be for such a reason? Blame it on me being too cultivated and sucking too much? Deng Xiaohan reacted, his cheeks instantly reddening. The first time she tasted such a benefit, she didn't control it under her excitement and practiced that much more. In retrospect, I do think I lacked a bit of sufficient self-control in the first place. This can't be entirely my fault. Who made me have an epiphany during my cultivation? In his heart, Tang Xiaohan found a reasonable explanation for his behavior. Her face gradually returned to normal. Immediately afterward, his eyes glared and he looked viciously at Yi Ba. So you're blaming me? Yi Ba wouldn't dare. Yi Ba lowered his head, secretly saying that these female demons were all temperamental. Flip-flopping is faster than flipping a book. Put up your pants and disown them. They say there's no love left in the world after a long time, and almost came out with a grudge. Senior sister has a high level of cultivation. It's my honor to help senior sister. Yi Ba complimented. Now that he was in Deng Xiaohan's hands, he didn't want to offend this female devil. Humph. You wouldn't dare even if you wanted to. Deng Xiaohan gave Yi Ba a fierce blank look. Afterward, it raised its hand and lightly waved it, moving the imprisoned Yi Ba to the bed. Is it going to start? Yi Ba murmured in his heart, realizing what Deng Xiaohan was going to do. But at this point, only his mouth could move. And elsewhere, he couldn't even move his fingers. The feeling was getting to him. He gave so much of himself and was treated like a toolman. Anyone else would be furious. Senior sister, are you punishing me? Yi Ba opened his mouth to inquire. Punish you? Deng Xiaohan was stunned, and she was just about to make a move when she was interrupted. She's just trying to practice. Half a month of laying out. Didn't she do it for this moment right now? Punishment? How is this a punishment? She seriously suspected that Yi Ba had misunderstood something. I just want you to assist me in my cultivation. Deng Xiaohan explained helplessly. Oh, so senior sister is trying to reward me. Yi Ba pretended to be excited, his eyes glowing. Deng Xiaohan frowned, feeling that Yi Ba's spirit seemed a bit abnormal. Can senior sister let go of me? I will cooperate with senior sister's cultivation hard. Yi Ba continued. Deng Xiaohan's frown deepened. What kind of excitement is Yi Ba getting? Tortured by that little nymph Qi Hongyue? She was a bit confused, but she was a hallowed foundation establishment cultivator, so she couldn't use Yi Ba's little Qi practicing cultivator to cooperate. She's perfectly fine on her own. The next second, she opened her mouth and exhaled a wisp of pink mist. The moment the pink mist was inhaled into Yi Ba's nostrils, his consciousness began to fall into a daze. Weakened perception of the outside world. Mist of confusion. I thought it was all familiar. Why are you still defending me? Yi Ba was very speechless in his heart. Soon, he lost his consciousness completely. When Yi Ba woke up again, he did not see Deng Xiaohan. Inside the entire cave, he was the only one left. Feeling the gusts of pain emanating from his body, Yi Ba smiled bitterly in his heart. What had he been through during the time he had been in a coma? He looked to the panel that surfaced in front of him. 5 Elements Formation Heart Experience plus 200. 5 Elements Formation Center, 300/1000. Formation Path Experience plus 200. First Order Medium Formation Master, 290/100, can break through. Earth Spirit Root Qualification plus 200. Medium Grade Earth Root, 290/100, can be broken through. 200 times. Yi Ba was shocked. He was tempted to question Deng Xiaohan. You're human. Surprisingly, he had taken advantage of his unconsciousness to cultivate so many times. Suck on it. The more you suck on it, the faster you'll become my slave. Yi Ba thought viciously in his heart. These she-devils will regret their behavior one day. Break. Yi Ba silently recited in his heart. In the next second, a large amount of knowledge about formations flooded into his mind. Some obscure and difficult to understand formation Dao runes were no longer so difficult to understand in his eyes, but could be easily comprehended and read. This went on for half an hour before it finally stopped. At the same time, his perception of the earth aura around him became even sharper. This was the change brought about by the elevation of the earth spirit root. The most obvious effect of the increase in spiritual root qualification was that his cultivation speed would be accelerated once again. Currently, apart from the wood spiritual root, which was still of medium grade, his other 4 spiritual roots had all been upgraded to top grade. According to his own prediction, it shouldn't take long for himself to break through the realm again. Just then, his eyes were drawn to a jade bottle on a side table. Next to the jade vase, there was also a sound retention note. Yi Ba curiously inputted his spiritual energy to check. Inside the Dan bottle is a first-rank upper-grade spirit elixir, Spirit Gathering Dan, which contains a large amount of spirit power and can slightly increase cultivation. Deng Xiaohan's voice came from inside. What kind of hobby is this? Leaving something behind when you're done? Yi Ba couldn't help but spit. The effect of the Spirit Gathering pill was much more than the Yuan enhancement pill he had refined. The Yuan enhancement pill he had on hand had long since been consumed. and since he didn't have the opportunity to refine pills now, this spirit-gathering pill had helped him. He opened the Dan bottle to check and found that there were 3 spirit-gathering pills inside, worthy of being a foundation establishment cultivator, rich and generous. Yi Ba was somewhat emotional. What he couldn't even dream of getting before was now so easily placed in front of him. Without hesitation, Yi Ba sat down on his knees and directly threw a spirit-gathering pill into his mouth, running his gong method to absorb it. As the gongfu worked, the medicinal power was gradually absorbed. The aura within his dantian increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a day later, a sudden vibration emanated from the dantian within Yi Ba's body. The entire dantian doubled in size. He managed to break through to the 5th level of Qi practicing. 1 spirit-gathering pill is worth 2 months of my bitter cultivation, Yi Ba muttered, his heart incomparably surprised. As long as there are enough pills, it doesn't seem to be that difficult for me to quickly raise my cultivation level. Yi Ba looked at the 2 remaining spirit-gathering pills and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 30 Awakening of the 9 in Absolute Vein. Yin-Yang Conversion? Early the next morning, Yi Ba, who was in the middle of cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, looking towards Deng Shahan who appeared before him. You actually made a breakthrough in less than a day. Not bad. Tung Shahan nodded in satisfaction. The higher Yi Ba's realm was, the more benefits she would be able to obtain. It's a reciprocal, get what you want process. But in the next second, her eyes turned and she came closer to Yi Ba. Senior brother, I forgot to tell you, within the spirit-gathering pill I gave you, it was highly poisoned by me. You need to take the antidote every month, or else your whole body will fester and die. Yi Ba was stunned, but after looking at Deng Shahan carefully for a couple of moments, he reacted. Now that he was in Deng Shahan's hands, there was no need for him to poison the spirit-gathering pill. Wouldn't it be easier to just put poison in his mouth? Why bother? Deng Shahan was purely there to tease him. Senior sister, how could you do this? Yi Ba pretended to be shocked and spoke incredulously. Since Deng Shahan wanted to play, then he himself would play with her. This is my punishment for you. Deng Shahan blinked. If that's the case, then I accept. Yi Ba replied decisively. But I don't think the punishment is strong enough. Senior sister, how many more of these poison pills do you have? You can give them all to me. I'll eat them all. Deng Shahan was stunned and seriously doubted that Yi Ba's brain was really out of order. After all, where would anyone voluntarily take a poison pill? Besides, this spirit-gathering pill wasn't cheap. These 3 were still left over from when she was in the Qi refining stage. It was not very useful for her foundation establishment cultivation nowadays, which was why she gave it to Yi Ba. Yi Ba wanted more, and she didn't have any more on her. I don't have many of these poison pills on me. Besides, you've already been poisoned. You don't need to take them anymore. Tung Shahan shook his head. Yi Ba was slightly disappointed in his heart. I had thought of swindling Tung Shahan and getting some more spirit-gathering pills, but apparently, his own plan to cheat on his food and drink failed. But he had already figured out part of Deng Shahan's character. A bit of a darky and likes to play tricks on people, but not the bad kind that does no evil. It's still communicative for the time being. Senior sister, do you need me to assist you in your cultivation? Yi Ba asked on his own initiative. Anyway, whether he asked or not, what's coming will come. Since you can't change anything, you might as well put your mind at ease and accept it proactively. You're quite proactive. Tung Shahan laughed. Then it's raised its hand and once again imprisoned Yi Ba, turned Yi Ba into a tool man. Immediately after, it swallowed out the confusing mist, once again mesmerizing Yi Ba. 7 days later, Yi Ba looked at the panel in front of him, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9 in Absolute Vein, 1000, Wonderful Grade, can be awakened. Realm, 5th level of Qi Refining. Qualifications, Top Grade Water Spiritual Root, 924/1000. Top Grade Earth Spiritual Root. Top Grade Fire Spiritual Root. Top Grade Gold Spiritual Root. Medium Grade Wooden Spiritual Root. Talent, none. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Heart, 1000, can be activated. Alchemy, 1st Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, 1st Order Upper Grade. Formation Technique, 2nd Order Lower Grade, 500/2000. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. During these 7 days, he had to assist Deng Shahan in his cultivation almost every day. It was exhausting, but he was just as rewarding. The first thing was that the Earth Spiritual Root was upgraded to Extreme. It reached the limit of what could be reached at the moment. Secondly, the experience of the 5 Elements Formation Heart Avatar had also accumulated full and could be activated at any time. Lastly, there was the Formation Technique, which had also been upgraded to the 2nd Order Lower Grade. Everything is moving in a good direction. Deng Shahan just left. According to the habits of these days, it should take the night to return. Yi Ba murmured in his heart. He wanted to take advantage of Tang Xiahan's absence to awaken his 9 absolute vein physique. It was easy to see from Qi Hongyue's body that the 9 absolute vein physique could accelerate the speed of cultivation. After his awakening, his cultivation speed would inevitably accelerate further, so the sooner he awakens, the more it will help him. In addition, this place had a formation laid down by Deng Xiahan. There's no fear of making a scene when you awaken your physique. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and his mind moved. Awakening. Hint, the 9 Jedi vein will only be awakened in female cultivators, and it will automatically be corrected to the 9 Yang Jedi vein when the host is awakened. The 9 Suns Qi that is nurtured by the 9 Suns Jedi vein is overbearing and extremely powerful. Ordinary cultivators awakening will be burned by the 9 Suns Qi and their meridians will be broken, but the host is a supreme Yang immortal body, with a physique that is strong and masculine, and will not be affected by it in the slightest. There's still this kind of argument? Yi Ba was stunned. He recalled how he had just seen Qi Hongyue, whose had been tortured by the 9 absolute vein almost beyond recognition. Relying on his Yuan Yang for dredging, he was finally restored as before. I think it was also affected by the 9 Qi. If she hadn't met herself, Qi Hongyue would have been killed by the 9 absolute vein sooner or later. The 9 absolute vein was indeed very powerful, allowing the spiritual energy one released to be accompanied by a powerful 9 Qi, freezing everything. However, Qi refiners of lower realms were simply unable to withstand this 9 Qi, unless one was like Qi Hongyu, who had a special chance, or had a mighty elder in the family to help suppress it day in and day out. Otherwise, awakening the 9 Jedi vein would not only not be a good thing, but it would also jeopardize itself. But none of that mattered to him. The 9 Yang Jedi vein was a little brother in front of his supreme Yang immortal body. It doesn't affect him at all. As the words fell, a large amount of heat flow suddenly emerged from the meridians in Yi Ba's body. These hot currents ran rapidly through his meridians. Wherever it passed, it tinted his meridians with a slight warmth. His body became warm and cozy as a result. His meridians became thicker and tougher under the warmth. It allows more aura to flow through it. This change lasted for 3 or 4 hours before it finally ended. His meridians had expanded by as much as 3 times, and were able to hold more aura. This meant that he was able to absorb more spiritual qi from the outside world with every major and minor circumference run he completed while cultivating, and those 9 yang qi didn't dissipate, but converged in his dantian. Subsequently, it would continue to quench his physique's meridians as his cultivation increased. At the same time, his own spiritual energy would also come with the characteristics of the 9 yang qi, and the spells he cast would be more powerful. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't too interested in spell power enhancement. After all, right now, he didn't even know a single spell. However, the change in the meridians could increase his cultivation speed by several times. To confirm just how big this change is, he immediately sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. Several hours later, Yi Ba stopped his cultivation with a happy face. His cultivation speed was at least 10 times that of before. This was due to the influence of the 9 Yang Jedi vein, as well as the fact that his own Earth Spirit root had reached the extreme grade. The two add up to this effect. Towards evening, Deng Xiahan returned from outside. Yi Ba lay flat on his back and was ready to assist in his cultivation. But what puzzled him was that Tang Xiahan had not immediately come to him to cultivate. Instead, he was outside the house doing something unknown. Yi Ba got up and came outside the house to check. Seeing Deng Xiahan near the mountain wall, he was fiddling with some array discs. "What is senior sister doing?" Yi Ba inquired curiously. "Set up the teleportation array." Tang Xiahan took the time to reply. In fact, she had refined the array disc a few days ago, and originally she had wanted to continue dragging it out for a few more days to continue enjoying Yi Ba all to herself. But Qi Hongyu's 3 were in a hurry and kept urging her. Especially Bu Shanghua is very strong. Look at that posture. If he does not set up the teleportation array today, it's going to flip. She had no choice but to set up the teleportation array as soon as possible. Yi Ba's expression moved with joy in his heart. He naturally knew what the teleportation array was for. When the teleportation array was set up, Chu Waste's 3 would be able to come over to him through the teleportation array. When that happens, he can go on to fulfill his great work, turn Qi Hongyu and Bu Shanghua into high-level slaves as well. Deng Xiahan's technique was very skillful, and in a short while of work, he had finished arranging the teleportation spell formation in front of him. It's inserting spirit stones into the grooves around the teleportation spell formation. The entire teleportation spell formation was suddenly lit up with a faint white glow. Deng Xiahan stood up and nodded in satisfaction. With her current formation level, it was still easy to set up this kind of short-distance teleportation formation. Moreover, in order to conceal the spatial fluctuations that appeared during the teleportation, she had also added a set of concealment formations to the teleportation array. Suddenly, light shone brightly on the teleportation spell. After a buzzing sound, a silhouette suddenly appeared within the teleportation spell formation. When the light dispersed, Yiba also got a good look at the visitor. It's a step birth flower. Bu Shanghua's face was cold. Even in front of Deng Xiahan, a foundation establishment cultivator, there was still undisguised condescension under her eyes. I'm going to cultivate with Yiba for a while, so please leave senior sister. Bu Shanghua spoke faintly. She had ranked 9th in the outer sect competition a few days ago and obtained a foundation building pill. Therefore, she wanted to try to break through to foundation establishment. However, although her qualifications were quite good, she still wasn't too sure about breaking through to foundation establishment. That's why he hurriedly sought out Yiba's help. With Yiba's help, she estimated that it would at least help her increase her probability of success in building her foundation by 20%. Don't underestimate the 20% probability. Even some of the top-tier elixirs that assisted in foundation building couldn't achieve such an effect. Good. Tang Xiahan nodded his head with a light smile, and was actually very generous as he directly turned around and left. Only it's after leaving the cave, it actually secretly took out a copper mirror. Deng Xiahan struck out towards the copper mirror with a choke. Spiritual light flowed on the copper mirror, and a moment later it actually surfaced the scene inside the cave. The corner of Deng Xiahan's mouth hooked into a smile, his eyes staring curiously at the bronze mirror. Chapter 31, Steps to Born Flowers for Help. I'm not a medicine king. Inside the cave, Yiba and Bu Shanghua came together to the room belonging to Bu Shanghua. There are no beds here. Fortunately, Bu Shanghua was well prepared, and even took out a large bed directly from within his storage bag. Yiba was shocked. Who in their right mind has a bed inside a storage bag? I'm going to try to build my foundation here. You only need to assist me in my cultivation as usual. Bu Shanghua spoke bluntly. Foundation building. Yiba was surprised in his heart. I didn't expect that Bu Shanghua would be building a foundation so soon. Not waiting for him to say something, Bu Shanghua took out 4 bottles of pills from within his storage bag and threw them into his hands. Commanding, he said, these pills are the Ascension pill, the moisturizing pill, the Yuan recovery pill, and the body strengthening pill. These pills can be taken at your discretion when you start cultivating in a while. So well prepared. This is going to be a big deal. Yiba murmured in his heart. He actually got a little excited looking at the stand in front of him. The more powerful the stepson flower sucked, the faster he could escalate his subordination. I'm not afraid that Bu Shanghua sucks hard, but I'm afraid that she's not hard enough. He opened the elixir bottle, poured out the elixir inside, and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll cooperate with you fully, but you have to work hard yourself. The last cultivation process was very smooth. You have to keep it up. Yiba opened his mouth and reminded. He didn't want to keep looking at Bu Shanghua's misanthropic face as he cultivated. It really affects the mood. A hint of redness surged on Aya Shanghua's face. The last time she followed the way Yiba taught her, immersing herself in cultivation and enjoying the pleasure it brought, her cultivation speed had indeed gotten a lot faster. Therefore, although she was disgusted in her heart, she would persist even if it was difficult in order to successfully build her foundation. Yiba nodded in satisfaction and jumped onto the bed to lie down. Come on, senior sister. There's no need to be polite to me. Yiba spoke seriously. Good. Bu Shanghua nodded her head and slowly walked towards Yiba. Outside, Deng Xiahan stared at the bronze mirror in his hands, the excitement under his eyes almost overflowing. This feeling of spying on her people's cultivation was more exciting than even her own personal battle. Its heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Only the bedroom belonging to Stephanie was visible. Both are in continuous practice in various ways. Yiba swallowed various pills that aided in cultivation one after another. Looking at Deng Xiahan was incomparably surprised. Even if one had a supreme young physique, it would be difficult to maintain it for a long time if one ate so many pills in one breath. But Yiba special, not only can't see any decadence in it, and it just keeps getting better and better. In addition, there were some novel cultivation techniques that she had never seen before. She blushed at the sight and spat shamelessly. Senior sister Bu looks high and cold, but in actuality, when she cultivates, she's actually more active than me. It's true that you can't just look at people by appearances, Deng Xiahan said in his heart. She looked quietly at the bronze mirror in front of her. It seemed that the cushion underneath her was a bit uncomfortable, and she subconsciously squirmed a few times. Inside the cave, Bu Shanghua was completely unaware that she was being spied on, but now she's at the crux of the matter. Even if you find out, there's no way to stop. She took out a jade box from her bosom and took out an emerald green elixir from it. This was a mid-grade foundation building pill, which could help her complete at least a mid-grade or higher-grade foundation building. Cultivator foundation building was divided into 4 grades: lower grade foundation building, middle grade foundation building, upper grade foundation building, and perfect foundation building. Perfection Tsukiji is superior to the first 3. As for how good or bad a cultivator's final foundation building is, one depends on the grade of the foundation building pill. Like the medium grade foundation establishment pill she had in her hand, As long as she succeeded in building her foundation, it would be at least a medium-grade foundation establishment, though she wanted a better foundation building pill. However, the mid-grade foundation establishment pill in front of her was the better foundation establishment pill she could obtain with her current abilities. In addition to the foundation building pill, the cultivator's own qualifications also had a great impact on the quality of the foundation building. With her upper-grade spirit root qualification, at most she would be an upper-grade foundation builder. After hesitating for a split second, Bu Shanghua opened his mouth and swallowed the foundation establishment pill. The moment he swallowed the foundation establishment pill, the pill melted in his mouth. A large amount of medicinal power emanated out and surged into her dantian. Bu Shanghua operated his gong method and tried to compress the aura within his dantian with the cooperation of the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill. The process of building the foundation was actually the process of compressing and liquefying the aura within the dantian. The final change from aura to spiritual liquid. Accomplish a quantitative and qualitative change, and after completing the liquefaction, the more pure the spiritual liquid within the dantian, the higher the grade of foundation building. Bu Shanghua gazed inside the dantian and step by step, he collected the aura in it and then compressed it a little bit. The process is very difficult and unstable. Once she slacked off a little, she would fail. The foundation building pill would have been wasted. Next time, if you still want to build your foundation, you will need another foundation building pill. Moreover, as the number of times you build a foundation increases, the further back you go, the harder it becomes to build a foundation. Generally speaking, if you still can't build a foundation on the third time, then you basically have no chance with building a foundation. Suddenly, Bu Shenghua's face changed. A look of hardship appeared on his face. The aura within her dantian was actually agitated. If this continued, she would inevitably fail to build her foundation. Just then, though, a wave of warmth rose from her heart and mind. It instantly disappeared into her dantian, and the aura commotion within it instantly quieted down. Then, very smoothly, it was compressed into a spiritual liquid by her. This is, Ayashenghua was very surprised. It's Yi Ba. After sensing the source of that heat flow, she was even more incomparably shocked. She had overestimated Yi Ba's role. It is believed that it can increase the probability of building a foundation by 20%. But now it seemed that Yi Ba had still underestimated him. With Yi Ba's help, it would be hard for her to fail in her foundation building. Because it's so smooth, there was even no need for her to do anything at all. As long as she cultivated normally and continued to absorb the benefits, she would naturally build her foundation. As a stream of heat poured in, the aura within her dantian liquefied at an extremely fast rate. Eventually it all turned into spiritual liquid. Boom! The moment she succeeded in building her foundation, a powerful aura erupted from her body. A circle of invisible spiritual energy fluctuations swept towards the surroundings. Click! The beds in the house were directly shattered. Yi Ba was also lifted off the ground, but before he could hit the ground, an invisible force lifted him up and placed him firmly on the ground. It was Stephanie who stepped in to help him. At this moment, the aura on Bu Shanghua's body had already recollected back. A look of uncontrollable surprise appeared on her face as she looked into her dantian internally. This is perfect foundation building. Inside Bu Shanghua's dantian, the spirit liquid was pure and incomparable, without a trace of impurities. It is the very manifestation of perfect foundation building. How could she not expect that she could perfectly build her foundation? Even if it was an extreme-grade spiritual root in the case of consuming a medium-grade foundation establishment pill, it was still impossible to perfectly establish a foundation. But she did. The way she looked at Yi Ba was like looking at a monster. As long as Yi Ba was around, she even felt that she would have no problem breaking through to Jiedan in the future. Chapter 32. How about one for Brother Yi Ba? This is a successful foundation building? Deng Xiahan, who had been secretly observing, was puzzled in his heart. According to her own experience, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for foundation building to work. Moreover, Bu Shanghua's qualifications were not as good as hers, and it would only take longer. But now, Bu Shanghua had succeeded in building his foundation in just less than a day. It's fast as hell. Could it be because of Yi Ba? His Yuan Yang can help build the foundation and increase the success rate of foundation building. Tung Xiahan's heart speculated. She was taken aback by her guess. If that was the case, Yi Ba's Yuan Yang would be worshipped as a divine object, because for millions of years, the pills that could raise the success rate of foundation building were just those few, and they were also precious that ordinary chi refiners could not obtain them at all. But if Yi Ba can help build the foundation, then their disciples of the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal sect would have a strangely high success rate in building their foundations. Most importantly, that stuff is inexhaustible. As long as Yi Ba doesn't die, there will always be. Maybe we can find a chance to try it out. In Deng Xiahan's soulful eyes, he didn't know what strange ideas he was thinking of. At this time, inside the cave, Bu Shanghua looked at Yi Ba in front of him. his heart fluctuating with emotions. Yi Ba was so helpful to her. If it wasn't for Yi Ba, she wouldn't have been able to perfectly build her foundation. Foundation building is the beginning of immortal cultivation. The foundation. When the foundation is well laid, you will go farther in the future. It is only then that one can break through to a higher realm. Are you alright? Bu Shanghua walked to Yi Ba and softly inquired. Yi Ba was stunned. Why did he feel that Bu Shanghua suddenly had a bit more of a human touch? It was like an emotionless cultivation machine that suddenly appeared as an artificial intelligence. Could it be because he had just helped her successfully build her foundation? It's okay. Yi Ba stood up from the ground and shook his head. Thank you for this time. This is some pills for cultivation. It's considered me compensating you. Bu Shanghua took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them to Yi Ba. Yi Ba nonchalantly accepted the elixir. He certainly wouldn't refuse a favor that was delivered to his door. Besides, he gave a lot anyhow. It's kind of an equal exchange. I still need to consolidate my realm, so I won't stay here for long. Bu Shanghua continued to speak. After saying that, he didn't care how Yi Ba reacted and walked straight towards the teleportation array to leave. Yi Ba shook his head. No matter how much Bu Shanghua's attitude changed, it couldn't change the fact that it was only treating him as a cultivation tool. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ba returned to his house to lie down and rest. He had been busy for most of the day, and he was a little tired. Today Stephanie was more proactive than ever, causing him to lose more. At the top of the Red Luan Peak, inside the Great Hall where the Peak Master was located, Chu Waste looked towards a spirit slave following behind himself, his face showing helplessness. It was an initiation gift from her master, a spirit-grade pure yang spiritual body. If she hadn't met Yi Ba before, she would definitely be very happy about this. But after experiencing how good Yi Ba was, she didn't give a damn about the bit of spirit slaves behind her. Senior Sister Chu, the Peak Master Lord has given me to you, so don't worry, I will definitely do my best to assist you in your cultivation. White Dragon spoke softly, his tone sincere. He was very happy in his heart after learning that he was given to Chu Waste. Chu Waste is only a chi refining stage cultivator. Assisting his cultivation, he simply can't waste much power. It was much better than assisting that old monster, the Peak Master. In his training, every time he finished assisting the Peak Master in his cultivation, he had trouble walking, and Chu Waste himself was extremely good looking. It's his type. Oh, Chu Waste responded softly. In reality, it was distracted. She couldn't wait to fly to Yi Ba's place to cultivate immediately. But she had been at her master's place for the past few days listening to his lectures. There's no chance of getting out. It wasn't until yesterday that the master let her go. And she had also just received a teleportation array disk from Chi Hongyue today. As long as the array disk was set up at her place, it would be possible to teleport to Yi Ba's place. But how to get rid of the white dragon behind him was a problem. But she quickly thought of a way out. Chu Waste took Shiro back to his place. It was then instructed to help him cultivate himself. She and the white dragon sat cross-legged opposite each other and cultivated across the air. Having just cultivated for a moment, Chu Waste's heart began to resent it. Compared to Yi Ba, Bai Long's pure yang spiritual body was similar to a wasted body, and it was much weaker to help her than Yi Ba. Senior Sister Chu, we can actually switch to another cultivation method. That way I can also better assist you in your cultivation. When the white dragon saw that Chu Waste was only cultivating in the air, his heart was a little irritated. He'd like to experience the taste of Chua. No need, Chu Waste said indifferently. With such a wasted body, you're worthy of touching her? By not driving it away outright, she was already putting up with the white dragon. If she wasn't afraid that an outright refusal would cause her master to notice an abnormality, she wouldn't have brought the white dragon back. Seeing Chu Waste so cold, the white dragon's heart was puzzled. He knew that Chu Waste had only been an outer disciple before, and had no chance at all to come into contact with a pure yang spiritual body like his. Why doesn't it look like he's very interested in him? Or is Chu Waste naturally averse to men? Bai Long secretly guessed. He had met such a female disciple once. After secretly saying bad luck, he could only patiently continue to assist Chu Waste in his cultivation. His status was there. There was no way he could force Chu Waste to do something. Half an hour later, Chu Waste stopped from his cultivation. She looked at the white dragon and spoke. Today's cultivation is over. You may leave. This is the end? White dragon was stunned and subconsciously asked back. In the past, which of the female disciples who were assisted by him in their cultivation were not desperately sucking it up, 2 or 3 hours or less? But Chu Waste stopped cultivating after only half an hour. In his perception, its absorption was less than 1% of what the other female disciples absorbed. White Dragon was a little apprehensive. Was it his words just now that offended Chu Waste? Is that why Chu Waste ended his cultivation early? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to figure out the reason for this at all. Senior Sister Chu, I'm still fine. Why don't you cultivate a little longer? Bai Long asked tentatively. He didn't want to offend Chu Waste. No need. I'm not interested in cultivating today. Chu Waist shook his head. I thought to myself, you can go now. I'm still in a hurry to see brother Yi Ba. Bai Long became even more apprehensive in his heart, and after hesitating for a moment, he still asked, Senior Sister Chu, is it something I did not do well? I can change. You did a good job. Now can you leave? I need some peace and quiet for a while. Chu Waist frowned. Don't understand why White Dragon is so full of crap. Well, if Senior Sister Chu has a need to cultivate later, she can call me over at any time. Bai Long said one last thing, then bowed and retreated. After the White Dragon left the house, Chu Waifu immediately stood up and turned on the formation outside her residence. Afterwards, a teleportation spell was quickly set up inside the house. After the teleportation spell was set up, she immediately stood up to activate it. After a flash of white light, Chu Waist's figure had already disappeared from the formation. Chapter 33, Sister Take Yourself. Inside the cave, the teleportation array flashed with light. A silhouette appeared in it immediately afterward. It was none other than Chu Waist with a happy face. It curiously surveyed the inside of the cave. Immediately afterward, his gaze fell on Yi Ba, who was still sleeping. Sleeping so hard? Chu Waist approached Yi Ba with some doubts. It was found that Yi Ba was sleeping heavily and dead. It's not like it's going to wake up anytime soon. She was instantly slightly disappointed. Originally, she wanted Yi Ba to assist in her cultivation for a bit. Many days without cultivating with Yi Ba. She missed it. Just let brother Yi Ba sleep. It's the same anyway. Chu Waist thought so in the bottom of her heart. Immediately after that, she opened her mouth and spat out confusing mist. The pink mist was sucked into Yi Ba's body. Its body immediately reacted and its breathing became rapid. Chu Waist's eyes lit up as if he had seen a supreme treasure. Turning over on his back, he began to cultivate greedily at the same time. Humph! All of them are Tai hooves. Tang Xiahan, who sensed the movement within the cave, couldn't help but coldly grunt upon seeing the scene within the cave. Chu Waist came over several times one after another, leaving her no time to plug in and cultivate. I'll take it that you're suffocating. You're just practicing with a vengeance right now. I'll put up with you for a few days first. If you're still like this back there, you'll need to make rules. Dang Xiahan murmured mentally. She had gone through so much effort to create the cave, and she herself had to get the benefits to do so. What else is she for? In a daze, Yi Ba only felt like he was in a hot spring, incredibly cozy and comfortable. Suddenly, he felt a chill all over his body. It made him feel cold and subconsciously opened his eyes, just in time to see Chu Waist, who was in the process of organizing his attire. Seeing Chu Waist, Yi Ba was very happy. Chu Waist was the only one with whom he had established a high level of subordination. Senior Sister Chu, what were you just doing? Yi Ba asked suspiciously. I saw that you were sleeping, so I didn't disturb you and came by myself. Chu Waist replied with a smile. The physical and mental fulfillment was immense. Ah! Yi Ba expressed his shock, and in the back of my mind, I quickly accepted the reality. Senior Sister Chu, are you still adapting on the Peak Master's side? In comparison, Yi Ba was more curious about Chu Waist's life as a true disciple. Other than the inconvenience of meeting with you, everything else is fine. Chu Waist laughed. Now when the disciples outside saw her, even if their cultivation level exceeded hers, they would still be respectful on the surface. Some Qi practicing stage disciples even flattered and complimented her to the extreme, making her feel slightly nauseous. All this because her master is the Peak Master. Chu Waist secretly vowed in the bottom of her heart that one day, she would get the respect of everyone around her with her own strength, and with an imperial grade sun and moon spiritual body. She believed that this day would not be very far away. Immediately after, she took out a bottle of elixir from her bosom and handed it to Yi Ba, explaining, this is the realm-breaking elixir. Taking it at the Qi refining stage can easily break through a small realm, but everyone can only take it once in their lifetime. This should be given to you by the Peak Master, right? Yi Ba took the Dan bottle and asked curiously, well, but I have a sun and moon spiritual body, so even if I don't use the boundary-breaking pill I'll be able to break through to the 9th level of Qi practicing very quickly. Chu Waist admitted. Yi Ba put the Dan bottle away. He's not going to push his luck or anything. Chu Waist is now his senior subordinate. Subordinate is not to be used in this way. What else would he need a slave for? Elder sister did a good job. If there are any other pills in the back, you can send them to me as well. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. Aha! Seeing Yi Ba accept his gift, Chu Waist's heart also gained great satisfaction. Like the feeling of being recognized by your elders for what you've done. It made her feel that it was worth doing it all. This was the state after establishing a high-level subordinate. Everything would be for Yi Ba's sake, and if there were good things, they would be the first to think of giving them to Yi Ba. Senior brother, can I ask you to help me with something? Right at this moment, Chu Waist suddenly opened his mouth with some embarrassment. Yi Ba was puzzled in the bottom of his heart, wondering what Chu Waist could beg him for. He nodded. signaling for Chu Waste to speak. I'm at my master's place and it's inconvenient for me to come over to you every time. Thus I can't come over every day to have my senior brother assist me in my cultivation. Chu Waste's voice lurched. Gritting his teeth, he said, therefore I want to take some away and use it to refine pills to take when I return. Ah, Yi Ba expressed his shock. Eat and take? If you can't eat it, pack it. But there was no way around it. Who made Chu Waste his senior subordinate? Chu Waste getting stronger is him getting stronger. Of course he's going to indulge Chu Waste. Senior sister, please help yourself, Yi Ba faintly said. Oh, Chu Waste rushed forward, finished a few moments later. Before leaving, Yi Ba urged Chu Waste to inquire about the heart-piercing curse as well as the spirit slave trial. The day the heart-piercing curse existed on his body, Yi Ba could not have peace of mind. It's always a ticking time bomb to put on your body. It's better to lift it off sooner rather than later. Deng Xiaohan's face whitened as he directly interrupted the image in the bronze mirror. Feeling like my eyes are smudged. But again, her heart wanted to keep reading. You can't. She gritted her teeth, restraining the curious desire within her. Getting up, he left his residence and flew towards the formation hall. She intended to repair a few formations and divert her own attention. Otherwise, she'd have a hard time sleeping tonight. Even practicing, I guess I can't be still. If you force yourself to cultivate, you might even go off the deep end. Senior sister Tang, where's that spirit slave you took in a few days ago? Why don't you see him come out? Right at this moment, a female disciple walked up to him and greeted Deng Xiaohan with a smile. I used him to aid in my cultivation yesterday, and now he can't get up. Deng Xiaohan responded with the same smile. The other party instantly showed a look of realization. This was considered a benefit for the disciples of the formation hall. These spirit slaves requisitioned from the spirit slave hall worked for the formation hall, and thus did not need to pay spirit stone rental fees. Some disciples of the formation hall would then use various names to ask the spirit slaves away to be used to aid in their cultivation. Although a spirit slave at the refining stage wouldn't be of much help to them, but the win is in volume. There was also another important reason, and that was that foundation establishment stage spirit slaves were a very scarce resource. It is usually only the elders who are qualified to enjoy it. They, the inner disciples, were at most enjoying the spirit slaves at the high level of chi refining. Accordingly, the treatment of foundation establishment spirit slaves in the sect was also very high. If anyone accidentally killed it, they would be severely chastised. There was once a heavenly pride who had accidentally killed a foundation establishment spirit slave. He was punished to face the wall in the back of the mountain for 100 years. After that female disciple left, the corner of Tang Xiaohan's mouth hooked into a smile. It was a pretext she'd thought up long ago. No one will even notice the problem. Afterward, she would occasionally find a chance to bring Yi Ba out for a spin, so there would be even less of a problem. Chapter 34, This is a Divine Object. Spirit Slave Hall, Inner Sanctum. Shi Hanyue carefully stirred the pink liquid within the dish in front of her. This was a second order, lower grade spirit ink that she had blended with a variety of fine spirit materials. Almost there, Shi Hanyue let out a light breath. At this time, the pink liquid within the saucer had completely fused, emitting a faint spiritual light. Immediately afterward, she looked at the other items on the table in front of her. Foxtail pen, second order lower grade talisman paper, and concentration incense inserted on the incense burner. After making sure it was all okay, she didn't start drawing right away. Instead, he lit the concentration incense and sat down on his knees to begin meditating. A few moments later, she adjusted herself to her best condition. Coming to the table again, she picked up the foxtail pen and dipped it into the spirit ink, quickly drawing the runes on the talisman paper. The pen is incredibly silky, but at the end, she suddenly flicked her wrist, leaving a trail that was no less than a rune. Shi Hanyue didn't care too much. The success rate of talismans wasn't high by nature, let alone the fact that she was striking the top of the second rank. Failure is normal. Second one, fail. Third one, fail. 10th one, still failing. The spirit ink within the saucer decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Still not working? Shi Hanyue sighed, her heart slightly disappointed. Every time you get to the last minute, something is bound to go wrong. With her strength, she still couldn't do it. Just as she was about to give up, though, she inadvertently glanced at the hidden compartment under the table. Might be able to use that one, Shi Hanyue secretly said in her heart. She couldn't pull it off anyway, so it never hurt to beat a dead horse and try. Nothing more than another failure. Opening the secret compartment, he took out the benefits he obtained from Yi Ba last time from inside, pour it into a saucer and mix well. The pink ink was neutralized and much lighter. Shi Hanyue originally had a try-and-see attitude, so there were no further steps of meditation or anything like that. She picked up a foxtail pen, dipped it in ink and began to draw. Her heart lifted as she drew the last stroke, but the foreboding failure did not occur. She actually succeeded in drawing it straight away. Shi Hanyue was dumbfounded. Even though she had done all of this, but her heart was filled with disbelief. Surprisingly, it really can. What kind of divine object is this? Shi Hongyue's heart was shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. It was too much of a shock to her perceptions. With her own strength, there was no way she could have succeeded. But with the addition of that divine object, it turned out to be all of a sudden. To verify if it was a coincidence, she drew several more charms one after another, but without exception, all of them succeeded. Now, I'm also a second-rank upper-grade rune maker? Shi Honyue muttered and could only accept this reality. And it was different from the other second-order upper-grade talisman makers. After she used that divine object, surprisingly, the success rate was surprisingly 100%. One had to know that when a second-order lower-grade talisman master drew a talisman of the same grade, the success rate was only 30%. To reach a 100% success rate, unless it was a third-order lower-grade talisman maker to draw a second-order lower-grade talisman, second-order lower grade is fine. So what if it's second-order middle grade? An even bolder idea surfaced in Shi Honyue's heart. She had a mind to try it, but nay, she hadn't prepared the appropriate talisman paper, and the talisman pen in her hand wasn't of sufficient grade. One could only suppress this idea in the back of one's mind for the time being, and wait until the other things were ready at a later date. Then consider testing it. The divine objects are almost used up, so go collect some more. By the way, try to see if the teleportation array is working properly. Shi Honyue looked at the teleportation array placed inside the bedroom and secretly said. She put away the successfully drawn talisman in front of her and stepped towards the teleportation array. After a flash of white light, Shi Honyue disappeared inside the teleportation array. Inside the cave, Yi Ba watched as the teleportation array glowed brightly, mentally guessing which one will come this time. When the light dissipated, Shi Honyue's figure suddenly appeared in it. Name, Shi Honyue. Realm, 8th level of Qi refining. Talent, superior water spirit root. Physique, 19 absolute vein, wonderful. Talisman technique, second order lower grade. Technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, intermediate charm. Water butterfly. The talisman technique has improved? Yi Ba was surprised in his heart. It's good for him. You can continue to gain experience. Sit tight. Time's speeding up. 3 hours later, Shi Honyue finished her cultivation, but did not leave immediately. It then continued, gathering divine objects for the spirit ink she needed to make the talisman. In the end, Shi Honyue left satisfied. How is it that every single one of them even eats? Yi Ba was helpless. He looked to the panel that surfaced before him. Rune Road experience plus 80. First order upper grade talisman maker, 80/1000. Water spirit root qualification plus 80. Upper grade water spirit root, 1000/1000, can be broken through. The water spiritual root can also break through. Yi Ba muttered. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to break through immediately. Click. In his mind, it seemed like shackles had been opened, and his mind became clearer and more transparent. The perception of the surrounding water aura was also sharper. This was all the benefit that came from an increase in spiritual root qualification. In addition to this, his cultivation of various water-based spells or techniques would also be smoother. Yi Ba sat down on his knees, took out the spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it before starting to cultivate. After his qualifications were upgraded, his cultivation speed became much faster. Coupled with the assistance of various spirit pills, he was able to gain great benefits from his daily cultivation. At this rate, he would soon be able to make another breakthrough. As for the boundary-breaking pill that Chu Waste had given him, he did not intend to take it now. However, it would not be too late to take it after his realm had risen to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. This will maximize the usefulness of this Dan. After all, the higher the realm, the slower the rate of improvement. Taking it at the 8th level of Qi cultivation would undoubtedly save him a great deal of time. Chapter 35, Part of the Truth of the Spirit Slave Trial. Yi Ba spent his days cultivating and assisting the female devil in her cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, he practiced as usual. Suddenly, the aura on his body shook violently, raising several times. Finally a breakthrough. Yi Ba uttered in surprise as he sensed the expansion of the dantian within his body. Half a month to break through a small realm. This was something he had never even dared to imagine before. Today, he does it easily. If he hadn't assisted the 4 girls in their cultivation, it would have delayed him quite a bit. He could even break through faster. Yi Ba looked at his own panel. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9 Suns Extreme Vein, Wonderful Grade. Realm, 6th level of Qi Refining. Qualifications, Superior Water Spiritual Root, Superior Earth Spiritual Root, Superior Fire Spiritual Root, Superior Gold Spiritual Root, Medium Wood Spiritual Root. Talent, none. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Center. Alchemy, 1st Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, 2nd Order Lower Grade. Formation technique, second order medium grade, 200/4000. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist technique. Spells, none. In addition to the increase in his cultivation, he had also gained quite a few other benefits while assisting the 4 women in their cultivation. His talisman making skill was upgraded to the lower grade of the second rank. The formation technique had also reached the middle grade of the second rank. In addition, the 5 elements formation art avatar had been activated by him in passing some time ago. He wasn't at all worried about these physiques or divine abilities he had activated being discovered. Because of his own awakened physique, other people simply couldn't discover it. The system took these stolen physiques and covered them up somehow. Only his own self-contained supreme young immortal body could possibly be discovered. It was only when he performed these aptitudes that he could be recognized. But in his current situation, he couldn't use the 5 elements formation heart avatar at all, because even if they used it, they wouldn't be able to escape the great ultimate immortal sect. The last and most rewarding thing for him was that he had finally established primary subordination between him and Deng Xiaohan. No need to worry about Deng Xiaohan plotting against him. Just as he was pondering, the teleportation array glowed brightly. Chu waste in which to step out. At this time, she had also broken through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Her master teacher was seeking the foundation building pill from the Dan Hall for her. Once she obtained the foundation establishment pill, she would be able to attempt foundation establishment. Chu Waste's face was clearly colored with joy. She quickly stepped in front of Yi Ba. Senior brother, I asked about some news about the spirit slave trial. Yi Ba's eyes lit up instantly, coming to life. What is it? He had instructed Chu Waste to inquire about this aspect since half a month ago, and now he finally had feedback. I learned from a foundation establishment sister that the spirit slave trial doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems, Chu Waste said in a deep voice. Under Yi Ba's gaze, Chu Waste continued. Throughout the years, the largest number of participants in the spirit slave trials have been the Qi practicing stage stove tripods, but their pass rate has been extremely low, and basically it's the foundation establishment stage stove tripods that have passed the trials. Now there are less than 2 years until the next spirit slave trial. Yi Ba nodded his head. He was confident that he would break through to foundation establishment in 2 years' time. In addition, the spirit slave trial is assessed by way of dreams, and the specifics of the assessment are not very clear to that senior sister. And by passing the spirit slave trial, you will be able to lift the heart-piercing spell, and in the end, it's the spirit slave's own decision whether to stay or go. However, in the end, that senior sister said something taboo at the end. Chu Waste's tone lowered a few notches. Yi Ba looked at her suspiciously. She said that the fate and end of these spirit slaves was predetermined the moment they entered the clan. Just moths to a flame. I wanted to pursue the matter, but it's reluctant to go on, and hinted that I should not ask about these things carelessly in the future, as it would invite trouble. Chu Waste said in a deep voice. Yi Ba's heart sank. Is it a moth to a flame? It seems like there are many hidden secrets in this spirit slave trial. With Chu Waste's current status and position, he couldn't even ask for anything more detailed. I know. Yi Ba nodded lightly. The mood of the heart was not very optimistic. Besides the spirit slave trial, is there any other way to undo the heart-piercing curse? He inquired. There are 2 kinds. One is to break through to the Jindan stage and become a guest minister of the clan, and the patriarch will personally lift the heart-piercing curse for them. The second is to perform great feats in the sect, and will also be released from the heart-piercing spell and let the spirit slaves go. Chu Waste opened his mouth to explain. Before coming here, she had already organized all the information she could inquire about. Yi Ba's heart was sinking more and more. Of the 2, the former is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. The latter requires a hit of luck. None of it suits him today. It's better to prioritize participating in the spirit slave trial. Yi Ba finally determined it in his heart. But before that, he had to figure out what other hidden secrets there were in the spirit slave trial. Since he couldn't be informed of more information at Chu Waste's level, then find a higher status female demon. If 2 years wasn't enough time to take down the demoness, he could also wait another 6 years. Anyway, with Goldfinger in hand, he was not panicking at all. In a word, steady. This is not a matter to be rushed. Rushing makes it easy to make mistakes. He then mentally mulled over the appropriate demoness. It's best to choose from a network of relationships with the 4 women around him to make it easier to get started. Peak Master is a Jid and cultivator. No way. Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall? It can be considered. Formation Hall Elder can also be considered. Suddenly, Yi Ba thought of an incomparably suitable candidate. Qi Hongyue's mom, Qilan. Qilan was an elder of the Formation Hall, and his status was much higher than that of a disciple. In addition, Qilan was Qi Hongyue's mother, and was also Deng Xiaohan's master teacher. With the 2 women playing support, he wanted to take Xiren and turn him into a submissive. Undoubtedly it will be much simpler, but before that, he needed to turn Qi Hongyue into a high-level slave first. Senior Sister Chu, when you go back, Continue to investigate this aspect of the news, but also pay attention to yourself. Don't be noticed by people with an axe to grind, Yi Ba admonished. I understand. Chu Waist nodded in agreement, but had no intention of leaving immediately. Where did Yi Ba not understand what Chu Waist meant? Immediately, he brought her to the house and assisted in her cultivation. Chu Waist possessed a sun and moon spiritual body, and the benefits of this type of physique were in addition to being able to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate. You can also make your own temperature change with your heart. It is no problem to be hot for a while and cool for a while, or even hot and cool at the same time. Chapter 36, Talent, Thousand Tides of Enchanting Bones. Spirit Slave Hall, Inner Sanctum. Chi Honyue looked at the second-order mid-grade talisman she had just drawn on the table, her face full of joy. Today, after she had purchased a second-order mid-grade Spirit Fox pen and a bunch of second-order mid-grade talisman paper, she had gathered all the things she needed to draw a second-order mid-grade talisman spell. She immediately began to try to refine a second-rank mid-grade Thunderbolt talisman. Of course, key divine objects were added within the Spirit Ink. In the end, she actually succeeded in refining it, and it's still a 100% success rate. A second-order mid-grade Thunderbolt talisman was already capable of inflicting damage on a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. However, she failed when she was drawing the Yin Water talisman, which was also of the middle grade of the second rank. To summarize, Yin attribute talismans could not be drawn. With a 100% failure rate, it should be related to the attributes of the divine artifacts. In addition, the divine artifacts are almost used up. It's only fair to go and collect some more. Chi Honyue murmured and walked towards the teleportation array inside the house. With a flash of light, its figure disappeared into it. By the time it reappeared, it was already inside the cave. Inside the cave, Yi Ba, who heard the commotion, looked up. There was a flash of color in his eyes. Chi Honyue's talisman making rank had unexpectedly risen again. Is its talent in talisman making so great? Yi Ba was secretly shocked. 4 hours later, Chi Honyue's cultivation ended. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Yi Ba's eyes. Rune Road Experience plus 80. Second order lower grade talisman maker, 80/4000. Advanced affiliation established. Chi Hongyu hidden talent / physical firmness in. Identification complete. Talent, 1000 tides of enchanting bones. Is it bestowed? Talent, 1000 tide charming bone. Emperor grade, exclusive talent for female cultivators. Possessor is born with charming bone. Body watery, natural bonus to the power of any type of charm art practiced. She is naturally close to water-based aura, and when practicing, she can induce her own aura to undulate like waves, like 1000 tides surging, which makes it more efficient to take in yang qi and transform it into her own aura, and at the same time, she can choose to feed back to the aura tide. The high-level subordinate has finally been established. Yi Ba raised his eyebrows slightly as he read the prompt. From now on, except for the matter of letting Chi Hongyu die a certain death, it's going to be completely at his command. The plan to take down Zealand can finally be put on the agenda. In addition, Chi Hongyu had developed a hidden talent after becoming a senior slave, and it's still imperial. It was the same grade as Chu Waist's sun and moon spiritual body. You can see how precious it is. Bestow, Yi Ba said in a deep voice in his heart. In the next second, Chi Hongyu, who was sitting on the side and cultivating, suddenly realized that a large amount of ice-cold water was gushing out from various parts of her body. At first she thought it was an illusion, but after careful perception, she realized that it was actually something that really happened. What situation? Chi Hongyu was surprised in her heart. She hurriedly looked inside herself and realized that these cold water streams were moisturizing her skin and flesh as well as the meridians in various parts of her body. Her skin is more hydrated and her muscles are more elastic. As that stream of water continued to wash over her, her meridians became much tougher. It can hold more spiritual energy. I'm awakening my talent? After feeling the changes in her body clearly, Chi Honyue was pleasantly surprised. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, thinking back to when Chu Waist awakened his physique. With Chu Waist's qualifications, the probability of awakening the physique was extremely small. At that time, she suspected a relationship with Yi Ba. Now it seemed that she had guessed correctly. Something similar was happening to her body now. On the side, Yi Ba carefully sized up Chi Hongyu. The aura on its body was found to be changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just by sitting there was a strong charm emanating at all times. It made Yi Ba have the urge to get Chi Hongyu immediately. What a bully! Yi Ba was surprised and hastily averted his gaze. A moment later, the changes on Chi Hongyue's body finally ended. She opened her eyes and her gaze towards Yi Ba changed significantly. Doubtfully, he spoke. Senior brother, I just awakened my talent. Is it because of you? Senior sister has awakened her talent? Yi Ba pretended to be surprised. Although he had already established a high-level subordination with Chi Hongyu. However, he still did not intend to tell Chi Hongyu his secret. For one thing, Chi Honyue didn't need to know. Secondly, although it was a senior subordinate, it wasn't as if Chi Honyue would necessarily keep secrets. In case someone threatened her life, Chi Honyue would still tell all about him. Chi Honyue suspiciously looked at Yi Ba twice. In the bottom of his heart, he muttered, could it be that senior brother really doesn't know anything? That's right, senior brother doesn't even know what kind of physique he has, and it's normal for him not to be aware of how powerful his physique is. Chi Honyue felt that it was reasonable for Yi Ba to be unaware of the situation. Aha! She nodded and explained, I have indeed awakened a talent. However, the grade and specific function of the talent is not clear enough for me at the moment, and I need to go through the clan's canonical books later to confirm it. Congratulations, senior sister. This must be the result of senior sister's usual hard work. Yi Ba responded with a smile. Chi Honyue blushed, thinking that Yi Ba was molesting her, but instead of being angry, she was even a little bit pleased in the back of her mind. Chi Honyue's shy appearance made Yi Ba's eyes go straight. Secretly, I can't stand it. Senior brother, is senior sister beautiful? Chi Honyue couldn't help but feel a little funny when she saw Yi Ba's appearance. Beautiful, Yi Ba replied subconsciously. He's turned into a little head thinker now. As he spoke, he took the initiative to move towards Chi Honyue. Right now, he was in a state that was worse than being hit by the confusion mist. The entire person's mind had been mesmerized by Chi Honyue. Chi Honyue, who was praised by Yi Ba, was even more joyful in her heart. Facing Yi Ba, she actually didn't avoid it, and leaned in. Yi Ba tightly hugged Chi Honyue, whose body exuded a faint fragrance that made him incomparably addicted. He was totally immersed. By the time Yi Ba regained consciousness, it was discovered that Chi Honyue had actually left at some point. My cultivation? Yi Ba looked inside himself and was surprised to find that the aura within his dantian had grown a lot, knowing that it was the influence of Chi Honyue's talent that fed the spirit tide, causing his cultivation level to increase significantly. In the future, I have to cultivate more with Chi Honyue, Yi Ba secretly said. In this way, his cultivation speed would be accelerated once again. Chapter 37, Good Things Should Be Shared. 3 days later, Chi Honyue once again came to the cave. Its face wore an uncontrollable look of joy. She had confirmed her own awakened talent by going through the canonical books. Surprisingly, it was the Thousand Tides enchanting bone of the imperial grade. She was simply thrilled to learn the news. It also made her even more convinced that it was entirely because of Yi Ba that she was able to activate her talent. The Thousand Tides enchanting bone talent, which increases the speed of ingesting yang qi and transforming aura, as well as the option to feed back the aura tied to the yang qi donor. There are great benefits for both sides. She came over here today just to cultivate with Yi Ba. With such an extreme talent, she couldn't wait to spend time with Yi Ba every day, still even eating. After half a day, the two Yi Ba stopped to rest. During the process of cultivation, Chi Honyue also took the initiative to inform Yi Ba of her own talent. Senior brother, your physique is strong. You can help others awaken their physique or talent. Am I that powerful? Yi Ba pretended to be surprised. Well, your yang qi is top-notch stuff. Chi Honyue nodded her head. Since it's a good thing, then good things should know how to be shared. Let me go and assist the other fellow disciples in their cultivation. Yi Ba smoothly proposed. Chi Honyue was subconsciously about to refuse, but she held back her words as they reached her mouth. Turning to him, he said, Senior brother's character is truly noble. I wonder what exactly senior brother is going to do. Fertilizer does not flow to outsiders. I have the best relationship with senior sister. So let's start with the people closest to senior sister. Yi Ba smiled. Then in a commanding tone, he said, Senior sister, I want to assist your mother in her cultivation, but I don't want your mother to keep me all to herself. What's your best solution? My mother? Chi Honyue's eyes widened in surprise. If it was in the past, Chi Honyue would have refused at the first moment when she heard Yi Ba say so. But now, it's already a senior subordinate of Yi Ba. Subconsciously, he would follow Yi Ba's orders. Chi Honyue fell into deep thought. Her mother was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so using strong-arm tactics would definitely not work. Also, her mother has a very strong personality and coercion is not advisable. The last thing she could think of was to swindle, but the swindle was a bit unsafe. In case her mother found a loophole, Yi Ba would be in danger. When the time came for Yi Ba to be monopolized by her mother, it would be difficult for her to even think of having a mouthful of soup. The only way I can think of is to swindle my mother. But there are certain risks, Chi Honyue responded. Expand on that. Yi Ba frowned. I can inform my mother about my awakening of my talent as bait to get her to take the bait. Afterward, I'll fabricate your mysterious identity, so that she'll be too scrupulous to reveal this matter. Chi Honyue spoke out her preliminary plan. She looked at Yi Ba with some apprehension, waiting for the result. Not bad, but not safe enough. Yi Ba nodded. You can make her take the heavenly Tao oath of keeping secrets and not harming me. The heavenly Tao oath. Why didn't I think of that? Chi Hongyue's face was delighted. As long as a heavenly oath was made, it would be impossible for the mother to break it for the sake of the path of cultivation. I'll go back and do this right away, Chi Honyue solemnly said. Well, the heavenly Tao oath must be rigorous and not allow it to exploit the loopholes, Yi Ba admonished. Don't worry, there will be no mistakes. Chi Honyue nodded her head. Then he got up and left. Yi Ba stared at Chi Honyue's back and felt that the probability of this matter succeeding should be very high. For a female devil, it was very difficult to resist the temptation of the supreme yang physique, not to mention his kind, the supreme yang immortal body that could help stimulate the hidden physique. There was no way that Xylan was going to be unmoved. Not long after Chi Honyue left, Chu Waist appeared from within the teleportation array. She had the same look of joy on her face. It was only because her master teacher had given her a top-grade foundation building pill today, she could finally attempt to build a foundation. She came over to Yi Ba's place in the first place, wanting its assistance in building her foundation. Senior brother, can you help me? Chu Waist asked after explaining the situation to Yi Ba. Of course, I will always stand behind senior sister. Yi Ba nodded his head. Once Chu Waist's strength increased, he could do more for him. He was naturally happy to help Chu Waist. By helping Chu Waist, he's helping himself. Aha! Chu Waist looked at Yi Ba gratefully. Then together with Yi Ba, they entered her house. Without any unnecessary words, Chu Waist quickly entered the cultivation state. After its own state is adjusted to its best and the benefits are sucked up, she finally swallowed the top-grade foundation building pill in her hand. The elixir melts in your mouth. It turned into a hot stream that surged into her abdomen and eventually turned into a huge medicinal power that dispersed into her meridians. It converged towards the dantian at the small of her abdomen. Under the effect of the foundation building pill, the aura within her dantian began to liquefy. Chu Waist operated his gong method, using the power of his own soul plus the help of the foundation establishment pill to forcefully compress the aura, to liquefy it. But apparently, she had underestimated the difficulty of building a foundation. Right off the bat, it was a bit of a struggle, and it became more and more obvious as time went on. Is it going to fail? Chu Waist frowned. The aura within her dantian was about to go out of control, but just as she was about to give up, a thick aura surged into her dantian. This power was even more domineering than the foundation establishment pill. It was actually rapidly compressing and liquefying the aura, one that didn't require her to use much force at all. Everything is watertight. The aura in her body rapidly liquefied. It took only a few minutes for all the liquefaction to be completed. Boom! The moment her aura completely liquefied within her dantian, a powerful aura emanated from her body. She succeeded in building her foundation. Moreover, it's still perfectly constructed. Chu Waist was ecstatic. She fiercely hugged Yi Ba and fiercely kissed him. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother has helped me a lot. Senior sister is not required to be polite." Yi Ba smiled and wiped the drool off his face. He was also happy that Chu Waist was able to successfully build his foundation. After being mushy with Yi Ba for a while, Chu Waist finally controlled his emotions. After greeting Yi Ba, she left the cave. She couldn't wait to tell her master teacher the good news. Back to the residence. Chu Waist had wanted to go directly to see the master, but as if she had suddenly sensed something, she looked out through the formation suspiciously. Shiro had come near her place at some point, sneaking around there, thieving and not knowing what they want. Chu Waist frowned. During these days, the white dragon came to hang around near her place every now and then, and sneaky behavior. Could it be that he discovered my secret? Chu Waist muttered in his heart, feeling the need to investigate. Chapter 38, Chi Honyue, Mother, I'm doing this for your own good. Inside the formation hall's main hall, Chi Honyue stood at the bottom and looked up at Qilan, who was sitting above her. Qilan white light veil covering the body, skin and clothes between the fit, very seductive. The gold ring on his ankle rang out pleasantly as he swayed lightly on his bicep. Greetings to Mother. Chi Honyue bowed and saluted. Are you still confused in terms of cultivation recently? Qilan took a bite of the purple spirit fruit on the plate and sent it into her mouth, softly inquiring, or maybe it's a lack of spirit stoneflowers? This daughter of hers, if she didn't have anything to do on weekdays, she wouldn't come over to her of her own accord. If you're suddenly coming over today, you must have something to do. Chi Honyue was stunned. When had her mother become so concerned about her? Could it be because she had solved the matter of the 9 Jedi vein, making it think that she could still cultivate it? That thought flashed through her mind. Afterward, she looked at the 2 spirit slaves behind Qilan and spoke. Mother, can you let them out for a moment? I have something to say to Mother. Qilan was surprised and stopped eating the spirit fruit. After giving Chi Honyue a deep look, he waved his hand behind him. Get out! The 2 spirit slaves lowered their heads and quickly exited the great hall. What is it? Say it, Qilan said in a faint voice. She hadn't guessed wrong. Luna did have something for her. Can Mother open the isolation array? This matter can only be known to you and me. Chi Hongyue continued. Qilan looked at Chi Hongyue in confusion. Can't guess what it's really going to say. Frowning, he said, this is my place. There won't be anyone coming over here who isn't open-minded, so just say what you want to say. Mother might as well open the isolation spell formation. I have a heavenly good thing to share with Mother. Chi Hongyue's expression was incomparably serious. After seeing that Chi Hongyue did not look like she was joking and seemed to really have something important to say, Qilan finally nodded. Its pinch struck out towards the top of the great hall. Buzz! A rune lit up around the hall, eventually covering the entire hall. What the hell? Xylan's curiosity rose to the top. Before I say anything about this matter, I hope that Mother can make a heavenly Tao oath that no matter what I say below, Mother must not speak to a third person. Chi Hongyue, however, did not rush to speak. Qilan's eyes stared as he said in a deep voice, Yuer, heavenly Tao oaths cannot be made haphazardly. Mother, this matter is related to me solving the 9 Injepels. Don't you want to know? Chi Hongyue threw out the first bait. Xylan frowned. She was very curious indeed. She had checked Yuer's physique many times and knew how difficult it was for her to resolve the effects of the 9 absolute vein. It takes a lot of pure yang qi to do that. Originally, this kind of thing was impossible to fix. She had estimated that she would need at least a myriad grade or above supreme young spirit slave to be effective, and there was no way to obtain a spirit slave with this kind of physique, even with her ability. After a few moments of contemplation, she finally failed to resist her own curiosity. In front of Chi Hongyue, he made a heavenly Tao oath. Everything Yuer said to me today, I won't tell it to a third person. If I violate this oath, the path will be broken. Can we talk now? Thank you Mother for trusting Yuer. Chi Hongyue was secretly happy inside, and after thanking her, she continued, my 9 extinct vein was actually resolved with the help of a mysterious senior. It has a top-notch supreme young physique, which not only helped me solve the hidden problem of the 9 extinct vein, but also directly helped me break through to my current realm. Mysterious senior, top-tier supreme young physique? Qilan was stunned. These things sound more or less nebulous, and I came over this time because I wanted to introduce Mother to that senior. My mother has been working hard for many years for my sake, and she is still stuck at the foundation establishment stage until now. Yuer saw it in her eyes, and it was very difficult in her heart, and it was only after she begged the senior bitterly that she was finally given this opportunity. Chi Hongyue struck the iron while it was hot and said, it's like a mother-daughter thing. Qilan frowned, subconsciously feeling that there was something odd about this matter. How could a mysterious senior suddenly approach his daughter, and offered to help? In the world of chi refiners, she believed even more in the principle of mutual benefit. Someone who is nice to you for no reason is bound to have some other agenda, and the way Yuer looked, it was obvious that she had been tricked. It might even be that it's been drugged with something mesmerizing. Qilan pondered a bit and asked tentatively, how much do you know about this senior? Senior is very nice and easygoing, and helps with cultivation with great effort. Chi Hongyue's cheeks blushed slightly as she said this. And he doesn't want anything from you? Xiran asked rhetorically. This is so not normal. My guess is that senior may have seen that I have latent talent. Chi Hongyue spoke in a deep voice. She had rehearsed many possible accidents at her residence to convince her mother. She had also prepared her words for the questions that Xiran might ask. Latent talent? Xylan was even more puzzled. Aha! Chi Hongyue nodded her head. My latent talent is the imperial grade 1000 tides of enchanting bone. However, with senior's help, I have awakened the 1000 tides enchanting bone, an emperor grade talent. Qilan's eyes widened in incomparable shock. The effects that the talents and physiques of the emperor's products could bring about wouldn't differ by much, and it mainly depended on the specific type of talent and physique. What you said is true. Qilan's feet clicked and flew to Chi Hongyue with an agitated expression on her face. Of course, if Mother doesn't believe me, she can check for herself. Chi Hongyue said confidently. Qilan had wanted to do this for a long time, and without saying a word, she directly reached out and put her hand on Chi Hongyue's shoulder. Several strands of cold aura drilled into her meridians, Dan Tian, and Sea of Consciousness. It took a full 10 minutes of probing before Qilan finally withdrew his hand, but her frown deepened. Yu's body did have traces of an awakened talent, and that talent was strong. It's supposed to be the 1000-tide wings bone. However, she saw no signs of being mesmerized within Yu's Sea of Consciousness. In other words, Moon says things from the heart. Of course, it could also be that the other party's technique was too clever for her cultivation level to detect. Yuer, was it that senior who asked you to find me? Qilan asked in a deep voice. Chi Hongyue shook her head. No mother, it was me who begged the senior before he agreed. Daughter, I now have an emperor grade talent, and my future path to immortality will go very far. I don't want to be alone. Even more so, I don't want to watch my mother's cultivation fail to rise and end up with an old red face. Chi Hongyue's tone was incomparably sincere. Half of that was coming from her heart. Xylan moved. She subconsciously stroked her cheek. Although she was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, her lifespan was only 200 years, and she had been stuck in the late stage of foundation establishment for 20 years, still seeing no hope of achieving Jiedan. Qilan was a bit moved, but still had doubts. You just said that senior saw your latent talent? What does that mean? My Heavenly Dynasty enchanting bone talent not only enhances the speed at which I absorb yang qi, but also helps the other party speed up their cultivation, Qi Hanyue explained. Xylan's eyes lit up, which made perfect sense. Mother, this is the opportunity I begged for you with great difficulty. In case you don't believe me, I even brought a bit of that divine object. Chapter 39 is really a divine object. Divine object? What divine object? Qilan looked at Qi Hanyue in confusion. Under his gaze, Qi Hanyue mysteriously took out a large jade bottle from within her storage bag. The jade bottle was half a man tall, and had talisman paper attached to it. This was to prevent the loss of the spiritual power of the divine object inside the jade bottle. That way the effect is diminished. Mother will know when she looks at it. Qi Hanyue tore open the talisman paper on it with some heartache. These had taken her a lot of time to collect. Now it's all cheaper for the mother. But in order to fulfill Yiba's command, she could only do so. The big deal is that I'll have to work harder to collect it afterward. Qi Hanyue murmured in her heart. Curious, Qilan opened the cork of the bottle and saw the contents as well as smelled the familiar odor. She was stunned. Naturally she recognized what it was. It wasn't the thing that surprised me, but the spiritual power it contained. It's too much. There are simply too many. If she can use this to practice day by day. Qilan's heart was agitated. Its slender wrist flicked, and the jade bottle was instantly rolled up by her. Qilan brought the jade bottle back to the side couch above him, and the moment he sat down with his knees crossed, he began to operate the swallowing dragon skill of Taiku to cultivate. Inside the jade bottle, strands of spiritual energy were ingested by her, entering through the small opening and being absorbed by her meridians, eventually converging in her dantian. A large amount of aura poured inside her dantian. It was like the fields had been in a drought for a long time, bringing her dantian back to life. The dantian qi si, which was originally somewhat silent, was flooded with waves at this moment, and as she continued to cultivate, it became more and more obvious. Rumble, her entire dantian was vibrating. In the midst of this violent vibration, she had actually touched a hint of the edge of Jiedan. Just as she was about to reach out and grab it, her dantian returned to calm. No! Qilan subconsciously exclaimed. She opened her eyes and looked at the jade bottle in disappointment. The contents had been consumed by her. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The stuff is gone. The people are still there. As long as that senior helps, she can definitely break through to the Jiedan stage. She flew down and came in front of Qi Hanyue once again. Grabbing Qi Hanyue's arm, she said excitedly, "You quickly take me to see that senior." Mother believes what I said? Qi Hanyue blinked. I'll believe anything you say now. Xylan nodded seriously. Compared to conjugation, other things were not worth mentioning at all. No matter how that senior was, as long as she could help her break through the Jiedan. Cultivators for chance. For breakthroughs, there are not a few who are willing to be slaves and servants. And the senior in Yuer's mouth didn't ask for anything. In other words, this is what you begged for her. Why wouldn't she use it? Although she still had some misgivings about this senior, she didn't care for the sake of breaking through the Jiedan. Daily cultivation is not allowed to progress by an inch. And he looks at himself in the mirror and watches himself gradually aging and becoming ugly. She didn't want to end her monasticism like that. She's going to go farther. Mother, I know you're in a hurry, but I have to set a time with that senior, so you'll have to wait for me for a few days. Qi Hanyue, however, did not immediately agree. She intended to keep fishing for her mother's appetite. When it could no longer hold back, it would be much smoother to bring up the matter of making it take other heavenly Tao oaths. A couple days? That long? Xylan frowned. She didn't want to wait a second, wanted to start practicing right away. Mother, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Besides, the senior's time is very tight. It's not something we can meet just because we want to. Qi Hanyue persuaded. If this angers senior, it will not be good. Qilan was slightly silent and gritted his teeth. You have a point. I'll wait here for your news. You don't keep me waiting. Don't worry, mother, Qi Hanyue assured. Then, under Qilan's fond gaze, he left the great hall, returning towards the spirit slave hall at the bottom of the mountain. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into a smile. Things have been largely successful up to this point. Inside the residence, she activated the teleportation array and came inside the cave, telling Yiba what he had just done. Well done. The corner of Yiba's mouth hooked into a smile. Xylan has bitten the hook, and the next thing you know, it's time to reel in the line. Senior brother, I did such a good job. Should I be rewarded? Qi Hanyue approached Yiba. Reward you for what? Yiba asked knowingly. I've wasted a lot of my savings to convince my mother. Chi Hongyu looked at Yi Ba pitifully. He, senior sister, pick yourself up. 4 days later, under Chi Hongyue's repeated urging, Qilan finally came to Chi Hongyue's residence in the formation hall once again. Upon seeing Qilan's arrival, Chi Hongyue immediately turned on the protective formation, isolating the inner and outer parts of the Great Hall. As for the disciples within the Great Hall, they had all been driven away by her. Yue, is there any news from Senior? Chi Hongyue stepped forward and asked eagerly. I've been begging Senior for several days, and today Senior has finally agreed. Qilan nodded. She kind of despised her mother for her unseemly appearance. Her mother didn't know what to expect if she actually practiced on it. I'm ready to go over at any time. Chi Hongyue pulled Qilan and was about to leave the Great Hall. However, Qilan didn't move, but continued. But before I take mother there are still some things I need to make clear to you. Chi Hongyue frowned. You say, for the past 3 days, she had been tormented daily with flashbacks and had nearly gone off the deep end. Now she was not going to wait a moment longer. First, mother shall not secretly probe or divulge all information about Senior. Secondly, mother must not do anything to harm Senior, not even the thought of harm. The above 2 points require the mother to take a heavenly oath. No problem. Qilan nodded his head and swore the heavenly Tao oath in front of Chi Hongyue. Even the oath was sworn with more rigor than Chi Hongyue had said. It seemed as if he was afraid that Chi Hongyue would not be satisfied and would back out. Mother, let's go. Chi Hongyue nodded her head in satisfaction and led Qilan towards her residence. Soon, the duo arrived at the Spirit Slave Hall. Qilan was puzzled in his heart. Could it be the seniors of the Spirit Slave Hall? She had once heard a senior uncle say that the Spirit Slave Hall seemed to have some top-tier spirit slaves. It was only that it would not be taken out on weekdays. Only waiting for a disciple to make a breakthrough at a critical moment and needing to use it would it be taken out and used. The two of them walked into Chi Hongyue's residence. Chi Hongyue closed the door and opened the formation outside. He then took out the array disc from within his storage bag and set it up on the ground. As a third-order lower-grade formation master, Qilan naturally recognized this as a short-range teleportation spell formation at a glance. Not in the Spirit Slave Hall? Or underground in the Spirit Slave Hall? The doubts in Qilan's heart increased, but she took a heavenly oath not to pry any information. These questions can only be pushed to the back of the mind. Mother, come up here. After setting up the teleportation spell, Chi Hongyue greeted Qilan and stood on the teleportation spell together. After a flash of light, both of their figures also instantly disappeared. Chapter 40. Don't be greedy. Here, Qilan stepped out of the teleportation formation and looked at everything in front of him. The place where she was now should be a cave. There was a formation covering the outside of the cave, and her divine sense was unable to probe out of it, thus not knowing where you are. Mother, Senior is there. Chi Hongyue pointed to a house within the cave with the character Chi engraved on it. This house originally belonged to her. Now it's sort of on loan to her mother. Qilan followed Chi Hongyue's finger to look, spotted Yiba standing at the entrance of the house. Yiba's face wore a pitch-black mask that covered the entirety of his face. Qilan didn't dare to probe with his divine sense, and could only observe the figure and aura through the naked eye. However, it did not find anything special about Yiba. Senior, this is my mother, Qilan. Chi Hongyue brought Qilan to Yiba. Greetings, Senior. Qilan bowed respectfully. Aha! Yiba nodded lightly. A message from Xylan automatically surfaced in front of his eyes. Name, Qilan. Physique, Fire Beauty. King's body, King's grade, disabled. Realm, late foundation stage. Qualification, excellent. Fire root, talent, none. Avatar, none. Formation technique, lower grade. Third order, technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, advanced charming, ban breaking, dragon drawing, fire enchanting. King body? Yiba was a bit surprised. Qilan surprisingly also had a special physique, only it was crippled. However, it had an extreme fire spirit root, so it could provide him with the experience of the fire spirit root and enhance his spirit root qualification. Mother, remember the heavenly Tao oath you made? Chi Hongyue reminded in a low voice. Qilan gently nodded her head, her heart actually a little nervous. She was immensely looking forward to that divine object that would top her to a new realm. I don't have much time, so hurry up. Yiba spoke faintly. Then he turned and lay down on the bed behind him. This is? Qilan was puzzled. Any cultivator who comes to claim a divine object needs to take it themselves, Chi Hongyue said seriously, adding at the end, after all, it's not like the divine objects will flow out on their own. Xylan nodded darkly, approving of this. Mother, go over there. You have to cherish this opportunity and remember not to upset Senior. Chi Hongyue admonished uneasily. I'm doing this for my mother's sake. She hasn't broken through to the Jedan stage for so many years. Without Yiba's help, it would probably be difficult to break through in the future. Shi Hongyu did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for having sent her mother to Yi Ba's bed, because she did all of this both to fulfill Yi Ba's account and for the sake of her mother. Aha! Xylan nodded heavily. In the next second, his toes tapped, and between the swaying of the golden ling at his ankle, he came to Yi Ba's side. The light veil slipped off the fragrant shoulders, showing off delicate collarbones. On its flat belly, there was a flame-like pattern, only that pattern looks mutilated and not aesthetically pleasing at all. Qilan was naturally familiar with cultivation, but it was the first time in front of his own daughter. At first she was a bit formal, but as time went on, she gradually got into the swing of things, and as the divine object surfaced, her entire being grew more and more excited. It really is a divine object. Qilan was shocked in his heart. It was only because her dormant dantian was actually showing signs of revival once again. Waves surged inside, impacting all parts of the dantian, causing her to touch the bottleneck of the Jiedan stage once again. I need more. Xylan was completely frantic. At this moment, she was completely immersed in cultivation. For Qi Hongyue, it was directly ignored. They're all women anyway, so it's okay to look. Outside. Formation Hall. Tan Shahan suddenly frowned and put down a formation disc in his hand. Immediately after that, she took out the copper mirror from within her storage bag. The fingers pinched and struck out towards the copper mirror, and the scene inside the cave emerged from within it. Seeing the familiar figure within the cave, Deng Shahan's face was grave. Master. Immediately afterward she gritted her teeth darkly. She couldn't figure out why Qi Hongyue had taken Qilan to the cave. Did it not know that Qilan's cultivation was high, and once she learned of Yi Ba's existence, it would definitely monopolize Yi Ba. Qilan might share it with Qi Hongyue, but what about the rest of them? Qi Hongyue really deserves to die. Deng Shahan was very angry. Think quickly in your mind about the solution. Just then, though, doubt showed in her eyes. Qilan actually didn't leave with Yi Ba, but cultivated right inside the cave. It shouldn't be like this according to reason. Is there something else going on? Deng Shahan secretly said. Even if Xylan was in a hurry, it shouldn't be too bad for a few minutes. Besides, why is Yi Ba wearing a mask? Deng Shahan, who was puzzled in his mind, intended to continue reading. Find out the truth behind what's going on. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours. Master is really thirsty for knowledge. He hasn't stopped for so long. Deng Shahan frowned straight away. How could she know that at this moment? Qilan was simply going crazy with shock? Because she realized that her crippled physique had actually changed and was being replenished little by little. The flame pattern at her belly was like it was burning up at this moment, flashing with a rich red light. Some of the lines that had broken off at the edges were slowly extending outward at this point. As long as all these lines were extended and connected, her crippled physique would be restored. Only the sight of this tattered pattern on her body reminded her of some bad past. In the beginning, she was also a genius of the sect. However, during an outing, he was swindled by a male cultivator from another clan. And not only did he have a relationship with him, but he also gave birth to Qi Hongyu. Who knew that the male cultivator turned his back and turned around and went to marry a female disciple from another clan? In order to completely destroy her, that man also crippled her physique, cutting off her path to rushing to higher realms. Qi Hongyue looked a bit like that man. Sometimes when she saw Qi Hongyue, she would remember that unpleasant past. This was also the reason why she had been cold or hot towards Qi Hongyu, even ignoring her for years. Nowadays, however, she had the opportunity to restore her physique because of Qi Hongyue. Thinking of this, she cultivated even more vigorously. At the same time, his heart was somewhat shocked at the true cultivation of the senior below. Her own realm was the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, and after she had cultivated for most of the day, surprisingly, the senior still didn't have the slightest bit of fatigue. It seemed as though these divine items that he had acquired were just a drop in the ocean to his predecessor, not worth mentioning at all. Almost, as good as the divine objects are, they should not be consumed greedily. Right at this moment, Yi Ba suddenly opened his mouth. Chapter 41, Quickly kneel down and thank Elder. Hearing Yi Ba's order, Qilan subconsciously stopped, but couldn't leave. This kind of divine thing, even if she was sleeping and resting, she would want to enjoy it in her sleep. Cough. Mother, don't lose your temper. Qi Hongyue lightly coughed to remind, and gave Xiren a wink. Qilan was a million times more reluctant, but after thinking that he could continue to come over and cultivate in the future, he still stood up. Her mind and body were left with a void, and she couldn't wait to be able to continue practicing, completing her crippled physique completely. Mother, quickly kneel down and thank Elder. Xilen was stunned, then reacted immediately. Hastily kneeling down on both knees, he said in a sincere tone, "Thank you, Senior, for bestowing the rain of grace that has benefited Qilan so much." "Well, go." Yi Ba gently waved his hand, didn't even look at Qilan. Benefits can't be given too much at once. They have to be given little by little to completely hook Xilen. "Senior, I don't know how long it will be before I can cultivate with you again. Qilan, however, did not stand up, but continued to kneel on the ground, looking up at Yi Ba. However, Yi Ba no longer paid attention to Qilan. Seeing this, Qi Hongyue, who was on the side, hurriedly stepped forward to pull Qilan up. Mother, it's time to go. I'll get you the chance to train again later. Qilan's heart was filled with resentment, but there was nothing to be done. He could only helplessly leave with Qi Hongyue. After the two left, Yi Ba took a long breath. Worthy of being a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, his cultivation speed was so fast that it shocked him, but it's no use going any faster. He, Yi Ba, never dries up. A smirk curled the corners of his mouth immediately afterward. Now that this was the case, it had already been considered that Qi Hongyue had been taken down for the time being. However, in order not to make it suspicious, it was best to establish a primary subordinate before trying to ask it about the spirit slave trial. He looked to the panel that automatically popped up in front of him. Formation Path Experience plus 200. Second Order Medium Formation Master, 800/4000. Fire Root Qualification plus 200. Upper Grade Fire Spirit Root, 200/1000. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. Nine Suns Extreme Vein, Wonderful Grade. Realm, 6th level of Qi Refining. Qualifications, Excellent Water Spiritual Roots. Excellent Earth Spiritual Roots. Superior Fire Spiritual Roots, 200/1000. Superior Gold Spiritual Roots. Medium Wood Spiritual Roots. Talent, none. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Center. Alchemy, 1st Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, 2nd Order Lower Grade, 280/4000. Formation Technique, 2nd Order Medium Grade, 800/4000. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. Yi Ba was slightly disappointed. Originally, he had expectations for Qilan's Fire Enchanting King Body. Now it seems that with a crippled physique, there is no way for him to gain experience from it. Formation Hall. Tang Xiahan saw that the master teacher he feared was kneeling in front of Yi Ba and wagging his tail. A great sense of contrast filled her. This was a completely different person from the usual high and mighty master teacher. It turns out that high and mighty look is all pretense. The current master is the real look of master. Tang Xiahan coldly snorted. After watching Qi Hongyue and Qilan leave, Tang Xiahan put away the bronze mirror and bowed his head in deep thought. Nowadays, it seemed that Qilan should be unaware of Yi Ba's identity. Moreover, he was quite respectful to Yi Ba, and even performed a kneeling ceremony. The people were brought by Qi Hongyue, so it was only possible that Qi Hongyue had swindled Qilan. But what is its purpose in doing so? Tang Xiahan's soulful eyes turned, and he finally planned to go to the cave to see for himself. Yi Ba, who was the person involved, definitely knew something. At the thought, she no longer hesitated. Immediately, he returned to his cave and stepped onto the teleportation array. After the teleportation light flashed, her figure also appeared within the cave. Tang Xiahan walked straight towards Yi Ba, who was still lying on the bed. Laughing softly, he said, "Senior brother just enjoyed himself." "Ha, HM?" Yi Ba was startled in his heart and said in shock, "Senior sister can see what's happening inside the cave?" Tang Xiahan was stunned and somewhat chagrined. In her excitement, she had actually blurted it out. The spell formations inside and outside of the cave here were all set up by me. In order to prevent anyone from destroying the spell formations, it's only reasonable that I can observe what's going on inside the cave, isn't it? Tang Xiahan snorted coldly. There's no way she's going to admit to her voyeurism. Yi Ba scoffed at this. No one was going to destroy the formation just now. Qi Hongyue and the others had just left in front of her. When Tang Xiahan came over, obviously, it's been staring at this place the whole time. He didn't realize that Tang Xiahan had a voyeuristic streak. It is very reasonable. Yi Ba nodded lightly. That's for sure. Tang Xiahan responded, and immediately continued. Why did Qilan come over here just now? There's no Qilan among the few of us who are regular cultivators. I need a rational explanation. Yi Ba had already thought of almost all the possibilities before he started his plan. Therefore, in the face of Tang Xiahan's questioning, he didn't panic at all, just faintly answered. Qilan found out about Qi Hongyue coming over to my place. In order to avoid Qilan investigating and alarming too many people, Qi Hongyue could only take the initiative to bring her here. But Qi Hongyue isn't a cutie either, who's packaged me as a mysterious senior. That Qilan sees me as if he were a god. Thus senior sister doesn't have to worry about Qilan's overcultivation and doing something unfavorable to us. Tang Xiahan blinked softly. What Yi Ba said was indeed in line with common sense. But was her master really that easy to swindle? It's really possible. Tang Xiahan said darkly. After all, her master teacher had just shown that lowly look. There's no difference at all between a beggar on the side of the road waiting for a handout. Tang Xiahan put her heart down, as long as it didn't affect her own. Also, In order to avoid you guys from accidentally bumping into each other, I suggest that senior sister also put on a mask to hide her face and breath, Yiba kindly urged. In fact, he had the idea of putting masks on everyone else. That way, there was no need to worry about these people recognizing each other, thereby getting into some trouble that he can't control. That's fine, Deng Xiaohan nodded. On the premise that it was in his own interest, Deng Xiaohan would listen to all of Yiba's suggestions. That's the beauty of primary subordination. Of course, in this, Yiba would also strive for appropriate benefits for himself, and after successfully taking down Xylan, a bigger plan surfaced in his mind. He planned to use the same method to pull in some other valuable female demons on Red Luan Peak. Of course, it takes one step at a time. Senior sister, my face is just the most ordinary mask. Can senior sister help me get a mask that can conceal my face breath and even my cultivation? That way, my identity will be even less likely to be poked and prodded by Qilin. Yiba struck the iron while it was hot. He knew that there were some special spells that could do these requirements. Chapter 42, of course she's satisfied. You've got a good plan. Deng Xiaohan laughed softly. If you want to blind Qilan's perception, you need at least a third-order lower-grade magic weapon, and the price isn't cheap. Since senior sister is making it difficult, forget it. Yiba shook his head. Deng Xiaohan wasn't willing to help him. He could still find someone else. It's not like she's the only one who can hang herself from this tree. Who said I'm not willing? Deng Xiaohan winked, his smile playful. Yiba looked at her suspiciously. It's fine if you want me to help you. How do you plan to repay me? Deng Xiaohan said softly, his gaze shifting downward. Senior sister, you know, other than having one specialty, I'm not worth mentioning at all. Yiba spread his hands. I can only do my best to repay senior sister with my specialty. Deng Xiaohan's cheeks blushed, although she did mean it, but what Yiba said was also too revealing. She held out a finger. Add 1 hour to my original cultivation time. No problem. Yiba directly nodded his head. Isn't it just an aid to cultivation? No problem at all. Something he's more than enough of. Then, he looked at Deng Xiaohan and realized that he actually had no intention of leaving immediately. At this time, shouldn't Deng Xiaohan be turning around to get the spell mask? Senior brother, it just so happens that I have time at this moment. Accompany me to cultivate for a while. Deng Xiaohan spoke softly. After looking outside for so long, she had some eye candy of her own. Sure enough, female demons are all alike. They can't walk away when they see him. Yiba murmured in his heart. What else could he say? Satisfy her? Of course. Please make yourself at home. Senior sister. Yiba returned to the bed and lay down. Speaking softly. Red Luan Peak. The summit. Inside the Peak Master's Hall, Ji-Yu, who was seated in the upper seat, looked at Chu Waist below, and a hint of joy and relief appeared in the bottom of her eyes. For you to be able to break through Foundation establishment in just a few days, Master is very happy. If it wasn't for Master bestowed the Foundation establishment pill on my disciple, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Chu Waist raised his head and responded with a light smile. Modestly, he put most of the credit on Ji-Yu. Senior sister Chu, the one bestowed upon you by Master Teacher is the upper grade Foundation establishment pill. I wonder what grade your Foundation establishment is. I think it should be a top grade Foundation establishment, right? Inside the main hall, Ji-Yu's second disciple inquired with seeming curiosity. But as soon as these words came out, Ji-Yu's brows furrowed slightly. From the length of time taken to build the foundation, one could basically tell the grade after building the foundation. Generally speaking, perfect foundation building would take about half a month. Upper grade foundation building about 10 days. Middle grade foundation building about 5 days. And lower grade foundation building about 2 days. Chu Waist had used 3 days to successfully build his foundation, and its high probability was that it was a lower or middle grade foundation. Ji-Yu was not surprised by this. After all, Chu Waist's qualifications were there, only having a medium grade spirit root. At most, it's a mid-grade Tsukiji. Chu Waist's greatest advantage was his own Emperor grade Sun and Moon spirit body. Even if it was a lower grade foundation establishment, his future achievements would not be low. Thus, no matter what grade of foundation building Chu Waist was, Ji-Yu had no intention of blaming him. However, this second disciple of his own seemingly curious inquiry at this moment was somewhat embarrassing to Chu Waist. But Ji-Yu didn't mean to berate him out of his mouth. The cultivation of the mind is also an essential experience. She looked at Chu Waist to see how it would respond. My foundation establishment grade is average. I shouldn't be able to compare to second senior sister's foundation establishment grade, so let's not mention it. Chu Waist's face revealed a hint of difficulty. It looks as if it has low self-esteem and is reluctant to speak up. This further confirmed Sun Yunyang's suspicions. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he continued to ask. There's no harm in Chu's senior sister speaking out. We're all fellow disciples. Even if your foundation establishment grade isn't high, would we still laugh at you? Second senior sister. since Junior's sister doesn't want to talk about it, let's not ask any further. A woman standing next to Sun Yunyang spoke softly. Its face was delicate, its body was slim, and under its willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of eyes with a hint of sadness. There seems to be an endless amount of sadness in the heart. Third senior sister. You're wrong to say that. I'm also caring for junior sister. Why can't I ask? Sun Yunyang glanced at it and faintly said, even when you were invalidated in the first place, wasn't my attitude towards you the same as before? Could I have the slightest intention of looking down on you? Qinlan's gaze darkened slightly and she bit her lips lightly, only to feel a stabbing pain in her heart. If Sun Yunyang really looked up to her, how could she always bring up her status as a waste? Hadn't she suffered enough? Forget it, it's not the first time second senior sister has said this. Qinlan lowered his head, not wanting to continue. She knew the character of this second elder sister of hers. Arguing with it won't get us anywhere. Second senior sister, do you really want to know my foundation establishment grade? Right at this moment, Chu Waist suddenly spoke out, drawing attention. Of course, as a senior sister, I naturally have to care about every senior sister, Sun Yunyang said with a straight face. She couldn't wait to hear Chu Waist reveal her foundation establishment grade. At that time, he would take the opportunity to reveal his own upper grade of foundation building. It would certainly make the master realize that he was the disciple whose mantle was truly passed on. With Chu Waist's qualifications, it is unworthy. That. Well then, Chu Waist gritted his teeth, and only after a pause of 3 or 4 seconds did he open his mouth again. Actually, I'm a perfect foundation builder. Senior sister can perfectly build a foundation. Sun Yunyang's voice snapped up several times. It shocked to look at Chu Waist, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. Chu Waist clearly only had a medium-grade spirit root. How could he have perfectly built his foundation? Senior sister, do you know what you're saying? Master is still here. If you tell lies, you are deceiving your master. Sun Yunyang's voice was solemn. Chu Waist sneered in his heart. Although she hadn't been worshipping Jiyu for a long time, she had discovered what kind of person this second senior sister of hers was through observation. It's intentionally said so just to embarrass her. How could she not see this little trick? She had been hanging out in the outer door for several years. What kind of people hadn't she seen before? Today was also a ploy to give Sun Yunyang a little lesson. Otherwise it'd still think they are good to hold. Second senior sister. Master is here. Naturally I won't talk nonsense. Could it be that second senior sister doesn't want me to perfectly build my foundation? Chu Waist asked rhetorically with an innocent expression. Sun Yunyang was stunned by Chu Waist's question, but quickly reacted and retorted. Of course I want you to build your foundation perfectly. I just think that this matter is a bit too exaggerated. Only when it said this, the aura on its body was obviously much weaker. Since you're a perfect foundation builder, why didn't you just say it outright when you were just asked? Sun Yunyang asked immediately afterward. That's what she couldn't figure out. It's all perfectly built up. Do you still need to hide it? If it was her, she would have taken the initiative to say it herself without waiting for her master or anyone else to ask. Chapter 43, I told you not to ask. Now you regret it. I don't want to bring this up in front of senior sisters. I just don't want them to think that I'm deliberately showing off. Chu Waist explained. She was close to explicitly saying that she was doing it so that you wouldn't be embarrassed. But second senior sister cared about me and had to ask, so I had no choice but to tell. The two senior sisters shouldn't feel that I'm actively showing off, right? Chu Waist blinked innocently. Sun Yunyang was furious, but she couldn't afford to snap. After all, she was the one who had been pursuing it. That naturally won't happen. Qinlan smiled. I feel happy for senior sister. She had a pretty good impression of her little sister. Thank you senior sister. Chu Waist returned the smile. Right at that moment, Jiyu above stood up and her figure floated in front of Chu Waist. Don't move. A soft admonition followed. Jiyu put her hand on Chu Waist's shoulder. A moment later, a rich smile appeared on his face and he withdrew his hand. She had already personally determined that Chu Waist was indeed a perfect foundation builder. This is certainly a great joy. Could it be because of the sun and moon spiritual body? Jiyu guessed so. She couldn't think of any other reason other than the sun and moon spirit body. It was also the first time she had seen the sun and moon spiritual body, so it was normal that there were some hidden abilities she didn't know about. Nice. Very good. Jiyu nodded in satisfaction. She then took out a storage bracelet from her bosom and handed it to Chu Waist. This is a foundation establishment gift for you. Thank you, master, for the reward. Chu Waisted and hurriedly bent down to salute. Well, although you have broken through the foundation establishment, you must not slack off in your cultivation in the future, and you must even be more diligent. And if there's anything you don't understand at the back, come over and ask me at any time. Jiyu admonished. What master has taught me is true. Disciple keeps it in mind. Chu Waist respectfully said. When Sun Yunyang heard Jiyu's words, jealousy rose in the bottom of her heart, instantly becoming unhappy. but now that Ji-yu was on a roll, she didn't have the guts to touch Ji-yu's mold. Junior sister, congratulations on your breakthrough to foundation establishment. This is a magic weapon I acquired by chance before. Take it for your defense. Qinlan also smiled and walked over to present the gift. In her hand was a pink shield. Feeling the faint spirit pressure emanating from it, Chu Waist realized that this was something good. She nonchalantly accepted it, then gratefully said, "Thank you, senior sister, for the treasure." Immediately after that, she looked at Sun Yunyang, thinking to myself that if the third senior sister had given something away, the second senior sister should have given it away as well. Noticing Chu Waist's gaze, even though how reluctant Sun Yunyang was in her heart, she still took out a golden book page from her storage pouch and walked over to hand it to Chu Waist. "This is a secret method I obtained by chance in a secret territory, so I'm gifting it to senior sister." Sun Yunyang squeezed out a smile on her face and opened her mouth. It had been more than 10 years since she had acquired these golden pages. However, no matter how one cultivated, one could not successfully cultivate this secret method. Now that it was given to Chu Waist, it was thought that it would not be able to cultivate successfully. Think of it as throwing out the trash. Chu Waist received the golden pages of the book and thanked Sun Yunyang in the same way. "Your eldest senior sister is still in the back of the mountain in seclusion trying to break through the Jiedan. If she knew that you succeeded in building your foundation, she would also be very happy." Ji-yu mentioned in passing. A look of pride was evident on his face as he mentioned his eldest disciple. Chu Waist nodded in agreement and smiled. Eldest sister will definitely be able to successfully conjugate the Dan. She had heard some things about this senior sister of hers and knew that it was a top genius. It only took 10 years to cultivate to the late stage of foundation establishment. Nowadays, he was even in closed-door attempts to conjugate the Dan. With Chinger's talent, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Ji-yu nodded in relief. Afterward, she looked at the three girls and softly instructed, "The three of you are all fellow disciples. Remember to get along and take care of each other." Sun Yunyang was shocked in her heart and realized that this was a knock on her head. Hastily, he stated, "Disciple honors the teachings of master." The two Chu Waist also spoke one after the other. Afterwards, Ji-yu spoke some more notes on cultivation. By the time Chu Waist left the Peak Master's Hall, it was already late in the evening. At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the sky outside. Chu Waist had a large amount of moonlight drilling towards her body just by walking on the road. Improving her physique was also slowly raising her cultivation level. This happens every day. That was why she was able to break through to the foundation establishment stage so quickly. She marched towards her residence, intending to go to Yiba's place to cultivate. However, upon approaching his residence, he realized that Shiryu was sneaking around his place. Chu Waist subconsciously frowned. It wasn't the first time she'd noticed Shiryu doing so. Moreover, she had inquired from others that White Dragon had gone to the outer sect to inquire about something about her. Apparently, Shiro was investigating her. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped behind the White Dragon. "Senior brother is still here this late. Is he waiting for me?" Chu Waist spoke softly. The sudden appearance of Chu Waist startled White Dragon. It turned to look at Chu Waist, followed by a hint of joy squeezing out of his face. Smiling, he spoke. "I heard that senior sister had broken through to the foundation establishment stage and should need to cultivate to stabilize her realm. Thus I took the initiative to come over wanting to assist senior sister in her cultivation. Please don't be offended. Senior sister, senior brother is so concerned about my cultivation. How could I blame senior brother?" Chu Waist winked gently, then opened the formation of his residence and invited White Dragon inside. White Dragon entered the Chu Waist residence in a mood of apprehension. He had indeed come over here with the thought of assisting Chu Waist in his cultivation, but there are other purposes as well. Sun Yunyang gave him a large amount of spirit stones, allowing him to investigate some of Chu Waist's affairs and summarize what Chu Waist did on a daily basis to inform Sun Yunyang. But he couldn't see anyone from Chu Wai every day, so he had to come and hang out in the Chu Wai neighborhood to gather information. At the same time, he was prepared to be discovered by Chu Waist. As long as Chu Waist found out, he said that he had come over on his own initiative and wanted to assist Chu Waist in his cultivation. Chu Waist won't suspect anything at all. In fact, it was pretty much what he thought it would be. "No," Chu Waist kindly invited him into the house. "Senior brother, I am now a foundation establishment cultivator. With your cultivation at the 9th level of Qi practicing you can only be of limited help. I have a few ascension pills here. Take them." Chu Waist took out a bottle of pills and threw it to White Dragon. Bai Long was no stranger to this kind of elixir and swallowed 3 of them without much thought. "Not enough." Chu Waist shook his head. White Dragon's face was shaking. "Are 3 not enough?" His record was just 4, and continuing to eat more would cause him to damage his origin power. It was even possible for him to explode himself. "Senior sister, why don't we cultivate first? If the effect is not good, I'll take another ascension pill?" Bai Long tentatively inquired. "Senior brother, obey." Chu Waist still shook his head. At the same time, the aura belonging to the Foundation establishment was released from its body, pressurizing the White Dragon. Chapter 44, White Dragon confessed everything before he was even asked. Looking at the suddenly strong Chu Waist, the White Dragon's heart trembled. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Could it be that senior sister Chu knows my secret? By long thought with some weakness, he took another ascension pill with apprehension in his heart. Senior brother, eat them all. Chu Waist continued. Wasn't the White Dragon going to assist her in her cultivation? Then she would fulfill the other party, one cultivation at a time. It also saved the White Dragon from continuing to come over and disturbing himself and brother Yi Ba's cultivation. She was a bit of an annoyance. White Dragon's legs were trembling. Chu Waist was wanting him to die. Chu Waist must have known about his dealings with Sun Yunyang, or else it couldn't have suddenly been like this. 10 ascension pills at once. Ah, which spirit slave can hold out? He couldn't believe Chu Waist wasn't aware of this. It's just deliberately making things difficult for himself, even if he really wants him dead. With Chu Waist's status and position, even if he got himself killed, the Peak Master wouldn't say anything. The more he thought about it, the more scared he was. He had carefully cultivated to his current realm, and he didn't want to die just like that. Poof! White Dragon's legs went weak and he directly knelt down. Chu Waist was surprised in his heart. What was wrong with White Dragon? Just 10 ascension pills. Was the White Dragon so afraid? It was actually fighting unsteadily. You know that brother Yeba eats this stuff like it's a candy bean. Shiryu is really a loser. I beg senior sister to spare my life. I'll die if I eat 10 ascension pills. Shiro pleaded. Without waiting for Chu Waist to speak, he continued immediately afterward. It was Sun Yunyang who forced me to do this. She asked me to observe you every day and report on your situation. If I don't report, she'll find a way to make things difficult for me. Shiro's voice was tinged with sobs, and there were tears running down from the corners of his eyes. In order to gain Chu Waist's sympathy, he deliberately concealed the matter of the Spirit Stone transaction. As he spoke, his body leaned forward about to embrace Chu Waist's calves. Chu Waist frowned and took a step back. The White Dragon was not worthy of touching her body. You always come over to my side these days, is it because of Sun Yunyang? Chu Waist opened his mouth to inquire. I didn't expect Shiro to confess everything before she even asked anything. No wonder Shiro was always sneaking around her place. Turns out it was watching her, and it was still authorized by Sun Yunyang. The second senior sister of his really doesn't feel at ease with himself. Is this because he's afraid that he'll compete for favor in front of Master? In an instant, Chu Waist thought of many things. When did she get to you? Chu Waist inquired. On the first day I was assigned to senior sister Chu by the Peak Master. Sun Yunyang approached me. Shiro replied in a low voice. He didn't even dare to look Chu Waist in the eye and meet its gaze. Fear of exposing their own weaknesses. This senior sister of mine is really attached to me. Chu Waist laughed lightly. What did senior white brother say to her? Elder sister. I only talked to Sun Yunyang about some of the things you usually do on a regular basis, and I didn't say anything hidden. Bai Long hurriedly explained himself. I also ask that senior sister can spare me this time. From now on, I will wholeheartedly follow senior sister's orders. He hastened to show his loyalty. But some things, what's done is done. Chu Waist gently shook his head. From the way Sun Yunyang behaved in front of his master today, it's supposed to be unaware of his secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swallowed that breath raw after being defeated in front of himself. She raised her hand and struck the White Dragon with a choke. Several spells fell, and the White Dragon was already unable to move its entire body. Yi Ba was the rootstock that allowed her to continue to grow stronger. She wouldn't allow any buds to emerge that would expose the secret. Once it appears, it must be snuffed out. Under the gaze of the White Dragon's fearful plea for mercy, Chu Waist stuffed all of the Ascension Dan into the White Dragon's mouth. Then he sat down and started practicing. Killing the White Dragon directly was too obvious, and he would have to explain it to his master afterwards. But if it was in the middle of practicing and accidentally sucked the White Dragon dry, at that time, she would take the initiative to explain the situation to her master. The odds are that it's going to be fine. Cultivators draining their spirit slaves in cultivation happen from time to time, and it wouldn't have attracted too much attention. As for that second elder sister of his, let him continue to be jealous. With her talent, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed Sun Yume. In the despairing gaze of the White Dragon, the yang qi within its body rapidly disappeared until it was all sucked dry. Then his whole body essence. By the time the next morning rolled around, the White Dragon had turned into a dry corpse. Chu Waist stood up with a calm expression and put the corpse into a storage bag, then walked towards the teleportation array. A flash of light flashed by, and when Chu Waist reappeared, he had already arrived inside the cave. The moment he saw Yi Ba, his face carried a clear look of joy. She could finally continue cultivating with Yi Ba in peace. Chu Waist couldn't wait to come to Yi Ba to let him assist in his cultivation. Yi Ba was a bit surprised. Why was Chu Waist extra active in cultivating today? What kind of excitement is this? After the cultivation, Yiba was also curious and asked Chu Waste, and from its mouth, he learned about what had happened to Chu Waste in the past few days. That white dragon really deserved to die. Yiba murmured in his heart, if he's a white dragon, he's honestly practicing. How nice it was to not have to assist the demoness in her cultivation and not have to worry about being sucked dry. Unfortunately, White Dragon doesn't know how to appreciate it. Senior sister Chu, you just said that your third senior sister was once a genius as well? What does that mean? Yiba raised a hint of interest in Chu Waste's casual reference to second senior sister Qinlan. It is said that she once had a very strong talent, and her cultivation speed was the fastest under her master's door. But when she went out on one occasion, she was subjected to a backstabbing and her cultivation stagnated. Stuck in the middle stage of foundation establishment for 5 years already. Chu Waste replied after thinking back for a moment. Hidden genius? Yiba nodded his head gently. He was inspired by what happened to Xylan the other day. Although his cultivation level was low, he had something in his body that made the female demons madly obsessed. The temptation for those geniuses whose cultivation hadn't progressed an inch in years, or who had been destroyed halfway through the process, was great. It was like Qilin, who had willingly sworn a heavenly oath in order to be able to cultivate with herself. Moreover, after cultivating it once, it was also thirsty for juice and was completely inseparable from Yiba. He even begged Yiba, wanting his assistance in cultivation. In his opinion, Chu Waste's senior sister Qinlan was in the same situation. Once a genius, now fallen. How could you pass up the opportunity to get back to the altar? Senior sister Chu, when you go back and get on good terms with Qinlan, I want to know more about her. Yiba commanded. Chu Waste was puzzled in his heart, but he still nodded his head. Okay, senior brother. Well, in addition, the next time you come over, remember to bring a magic weapon mask to cover your breath and face. There have been newcomers recently, and I don't want your identities to be exposed. Yiba opened his mouth to exhort. A newcomer? Who is it? Chu Waste inquired curiously. There's no need for you to know for now. Yiba responded indifferently. There's no explanation. His initial idea was to have all the demonesses wear masks, and it would be much less of a hassle if everyone didn't know each other. Senior brother definitely has a bigger plan in mind, Chu Waste secretly said in his heart. Immediately afterward, she took out a storage bag from her bosom and handed it to Yiba. Senior brother, in here are some cultivation resources. Take them and use them. Well, senior sister did a good job. Yiba opened the storage bag and looked at it, nodding his head in satisfaction. Do you want senior brother to reward you? Think. Chu Waste's eyes lit up. Chapter 45, Supreme Sword Body. Sword Chi charging to the sky. 3 days later, Yiba, who had just finished assisting Bu Shanghua's cultivation, looked at the panel that popped up in front of him. Advanced affiliation established. Steps in the life of a flower. Hidden talent/physical qualities in the identification of. Identification complete. Physique, Supreme Sword Body. Is it bestowed? It's not in vain that I worked so hard every time. Yiba saw the prompt in front of him and let out a long sigh of relief. He had wasted the most time on Bu Shanghua in order to establish a high-level subordination with her as soon as possible. Now, of the 4 women, only Deng Xiahan was left who had yet to establish a senior subordinate. This was related to the fact that Deng Xiahan was a foundation establishment cultivator at the very beginning, and the gap between his realm and his was too great, which was why his progress was slow. But that won't last long is all. Deng Xiahan was already a foundation establishment cultivator, and the higher his cultivation level, the slower he broke through. Sooner or later he'll be able to catch up. Supreme Sword Body, same grade. The embodied physique of the law of the Sword Dao. Cultivators can gradually control the origin of the Sword Dao, ignoring realm suppression. One sword breaks all laws. Surprisingly, it's a holy product. Yiba felt surprised. One must know that whether it was Chu Waste's Sun and Moon spiritual body or Qi Hongyua's Thousand Tides enchanting bone, both of them were only imperial products. The Step Life Flower had actually surpassed the imperial grade and reached the holy grade. This quality was only 2 grades away from his supreme yang immortal body. Yiba nodded his head in satisfaction. The stronger Bu Shanghua was, the more he had a sense of security. That's a good thing. Bestow, Yiba secretly said in his heart. In the meantime, Bu Shanghua, who hadn't been teleported back to his residence for a long time, suddenly changed his face. There was an overpowering sword chi surfacing within her body. This sword chi is very domineering and strong, with an aura of I am invincible in heaven and on earth. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a booming sound came from the sky above the law enforcement hall. Bu Shanghua walked out of the residence and came outside the law enforcement hall, looking up into mid-air, only to see that the originally empty sky, a huge white vortex had actually appeared at this moment. Within the vortex, countless air currents spun like a millstone. It was as if something was gestating in the center. Something was burrowing outward. Stephanie frowned. She had a hint of sensation with the thing in the sky. associating it with the inexplicable sword chi that had just surfaced within her body. She knew that the vision in the sky could also be related to her. In order to prevent accidents and damage to the law enforcement hall, with a movement of her feet, she arrived at the open space outside the law enforcement hall. At this moment, the disciples and elders within the law enforcement hall also flew out from within the law enforcement hall when they heard the sound, all of them looking at the huge vortex in midair in shock. This is a heaven and earth vision. A silver-haired law enforcement hall elder frowned and spoke. What a stern sword intent. It gives me the illusion of my soul being pierced through. Another middle-aged, tall and thin elder spoke. The spells it cultivated were also related to the sword Tao, so its perception of sword intent was very keen. By now, the difference in the mid-air anomaly had been discovered. Look, it's senior sister Boo. Could it be that the heaven and earth anomaly was attracted by her? A sharp-eyed disciple saw Bu Shanghua standing in the center of the square. Unlikely. Senior sister Boo was a sword spirit body. It's impossible to attract heaven and earth anomalies. Another disciple shook his head. Could it really be the step-born flower? The tall and thin elder on the side was a bit suspicious in his heart. He similarly sensed a massive sword intent in Bu Shanghua. There was a vague resonance with the vision in the sky, but he knew about Bu Shanghua, who's joined their inner sect law enforcement hall half a month ago. Although its qualifications were good and it still had a sword spirit body, it was still somewhat unlikely that it would want to call forth such a massive vision. At this exact moment, at the top of the Red Luan Peak, Gu, who was cultivating, sensed it in her heart and glanced towards the mountain in surprise. Immediately afterward, his feet lightly clicked, and the whole person shot out of the great hall, quickly rushing towards the bottom of the mountain. There were few cultivators who had the same reaction as her. It was mostly some of the Jidan elders on Red Luan Peak. Soon, Jiu arrived over the law enforcement hall. She looked downward in surprise at Bu Shanghua, followed by a hint of shock on her face. Just now, she tried to use a strand of her divine sense to perceive the changes in Bu Shanghua's body. However, he was injured by the sword chi on his body. That sword aura was overbearing beyond words. Peak Master, what's the situation down there? Behind Jiu, a middle-aged woman spoke. She was the Red Luan Peak's Jidan elder and had been in seclusion for many years, but she didn't expect to be startled and come out to check now. In terms of seniority alone, she was in the same generation as Jiu's master. It should be the vision triggered by that disciple's awakening of a special sword Dao physique. Jiu spoke in a deep voice. With such a huge vision, the grade of its awakened physique will definitely not be bad. It's at least in the imperial grade. In less than a year, 2 emperor grade physiques have appeared one after the other in my Red Luan Peak. It's really something to be congratulated. Yes, in the past, it was difficult to produce a kingpin physique, but today there are actually emperor pin appearing one after another. This time in the sect competition, our Red Luan Peak will definitely be able to achieve a good ranking. Look, the vision in the sky has changed. The 7 or 8 Jiedan elders were talking. They looked up into the midair, only to see a huge translucent object slowly descending from the center of the huge vortex. As the thing continued to burrow out, they also finally got a good look at what it was. Surprisingly, it was a translucent long sword. Above the long sword, there was a Tao rhythm flowing. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge aura erupted above the long sword. Terrifying pressure pressed toward the bottom. Not good. Jiu's face changed as she tried to resist, but the moment that aura was upon her, she gave up. This aura had already touched the Tao and was not something that she, a Jiedan cultivator, could resist. Boo! Boom boom boom. The 7 or 8 Jiedan elders in midair were pressed to the ground by this aura. With their strength, even if they were standing on the ground, they felt a huge pressure. The surrounding law enforcement hall disciples and elders were even worse. The disciples were all on the ground, and the elders were also half kneeling. In the entire law enforcement hall range, only one person, Bu Shanghua, was still standing. The red sword robe on its body was whistling as it was blown by the wind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bu Shanghua flew into midair. Her face was cool and her long hair fluttered like a female sword fairy. The long sword shadow above slowly approached towards Bu Shanghua. It eventually disappeared into Bu Shanghua's body and vanished. The moment the long sword disappeared, the overbearing aura in midair also dissipated. Jiu and the others below also took a long breath. Just for a moment, their backs were drenched in sweat. Jiu's feet pointed and came in front of Bu Shanghua. Smiling, he sized up Stephanie. Disciple meets the peak master. Bu Shanghua softly saluted when he saw Jiu. In the face of Jiu, the peak master, Bu Shanghua's voice did not have the slightest bit of a flattering tone in it, and remained bland and high-strung. Not bad. Jiu nodded her head, not caring about Bu Shanghua's attitude. Geniuses, it's all in the details. Curiosity surfaced on her face as she smiled and inquired, "Can you show me what kind of physique you have awakened?" Chapter 46 Registered Disciple. Bu Shanghua's arrogance. Ayanami subconsciously frowned. She wasn't very fond of other people's touch, but she was also curious to know what kind of physique she had awakened. After some internal wrestling, she finally nodded. Ji Yu stepped forward and put her hand on Bu Shanghua's shoulder. A strand of spiritual energy drilled into Bu Shanghua's body and traveled around his body. The look under Ji Yu's eyes was first surprised, then puzzled, and eventually turned into shock. It withdrew its hand with a look of disbelief on its face. It's a saint-grade supreme sword body. She transmitted her voice to Bu Shanghua, not wanting this matter to be known by too many people. It was important to know that the patriarch of their clan was only a sacred physique. In other words, Bu Shanghua had the qualifications of a sovereign. Bu Shanghua was stunned, followed by a flood of joy in his heart. Surprisingly, it's a holy grail. Her physique is higher than Chu Waist's. She was very clear about her own qualifications, and without Yi Ba's help, it would be impossible to awaken any other physique. It was even more unlikely that he would awaken a superior supreme sword body. It was all because of Yi Ba that she was able to obtain everything today. Without Yi Ba, she wouldn't be where she is today. At first, after she had heard that Chu Waist had awakened the sun and moon spiritual body of the imperial grade, she had vaguely guessed that it had something to do with Yi Ba. After all, Chu Waist's talent was not as good as hers. Now, it's kind of definitively confirmed. Let's get out of here first. Ji Yu transmitted her voice to Bu Shanghua after glancing at the crowd discussing below. Good. Step Shanghua nodded her head. The two set up a recluse and quickly disappeared over the law enforcement hall. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the Peak Master's Hall. Ji Yu sat on the wide side bed above her, and the more she looked at Bu Shanghua, the more she fell in love with her. She had never expected that Bu Shanghua would be a saint-grade supreme sword body. As far as she knew, the supreme sword body was an attacking body, with a powerful battle force that was basically invincible at the same level. What is your name? Are you willing to be my disciple? Ji Yu had a kind smile on her face as she softly inquired. Disciple greets master. Just then, Sun Yunyan walked into the hall and bowed to Ji Yu. After seeing her master bring someone back, she immediately rushed over, wanting to see what was going on. Ji Yu was still waiting for Bu Shanghua to reply, when she was suddenly interrupted. She was a bit displeased. Aha! She put away the smile on her face and nodded lightly. He then dropped his gaze on Bu Shanghua once more, a smile resurfacing on his face. Disciple Bu Shanghua pays his respects to the Peak Master. Bu Shanghua replied. Immediately after, he looked at Ji Yu and spoke seriously. Peak Master is a sword cultivator? No. Is Peak Master proficient in the way of the sword? A little bit, but far from proficient. Ji Yu frowned as she replied, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Please forgive me for not being able to worship the Peak Master. Bu Shanghua replied in a deep voice. She was equipped with a supreme sword body, so naturally she could only worship a sword cultivator. Although Ji Yu was a Jiden cultivator, what she could teach her was limited after all. Ji Yu's face sank. His own hallowed Jiden cultivator wanted to take Bu Shanghua as his disciple, but he was unexpectedly rejected. The entire Red Luan Peak, as long as she puts out the news of accepting disciples, numerous disciples would rush to worship her. Bu Shanghua was actually reluctant. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Bu Shanghua is a genius. Different from those ordinary disciples, one needs to be more patient. Ji Yu advised herself mentally. Sun Yunyang on the side looked dumbfounded. I thought I would have another fellow competing for favor. I didn't expect the Bu Shanghua in front of me to be so brave as to reject the master on the spot. Such a good opportunity. It's surprising that Step Shanghua didn't cherish it. She laughed coldly in her heart, thinking that Bu Shanghua was not knowing how to utilize the momentum. Senior sister Bu, Master Zun kindly accepted you as a disciple, but you refused without any sense of humor. A disciple like you who has no respect is not worthy of worshipping Master Teacher. Senior, it's better to let such a person leave before it's too late, lest it's make you angry. Master Teacher. Sun Yunyang took the opportunity to speak, trying to drive Shanghua away completely. A Chu Waist was enough of a headache for her, since she did not want to be in one more step Shanghua. Ji Yu was originally thinking about how to continue persuading Bu Shanghua. At this moment, when she heard that Sun Yunyang wanted to directly drive away Bu Shanghua, she directly frowned. Yunyang, you've been talking a bit too much lately. Sun Yunyang froze, not understanding where she had said something wrong. Is there a problem with what she said? Everything she said was for Master's sake, but at Ji Yu's warning, she bowed her head and obediently shut her mouth. Seeing Sun Yunyang bow her head, Ji Yu's face slowed down. Then he once again looked at Shanghua, contemplating. He said, for us cultivators, the four words of wealth, couple, law and land are inseparable from our cultivation. Wealth comes first. Cultivation is most focused on resources. If there are no resources, no matter how talented you are, it's useless. Worship me as your master, and I can fulfill all your weekday cultivation needs. Even if it's the supreme young physique, I can still give it to you. Bu Shanghua frowned. she already had Yi Ba. What kind of supreme young physique could be as effective as Yi Ba? Since cultivating with Yi Ba, she didn't even need to take cultivation pills. Yi Ba's Yuan Yan was worth any elixir. Therefore, she didn't need any other cultivation resources at all. What Bu Shanghua said could be very tempting to the other disciples, but it didn't appeal to her at all. Disciple still wants to find a teacher who is proficient in the way of the sword. Bu Shanghua still insisted on his own idea. Ji Yu's brows furrowed once again. Bu Shanghua was a saint physique, and she really didn't want to put it away. And there was no other suitable sword Dao expert within the peak who could be Bu Shanghua's master. The news of the 10,000 steps to Born Flower's physique leaked out and was known by the other peaks. Those shameless things would definitely come to Hongwan Peak to pry away Bu Shanghua, but she couldn't think of any suitable conditions to keep Bu Shanghua for a while. But just then, a person walked outside the hall. It's none other than Chu Waste. She was visibly stunned at the sight of Bu Shanghua. However, he quickly recovered as usual and went forward to pay his respects to Ji Yu. But how could its subtle change in expression escape the eyes of a Jiedan cultivator? Wasted child, you and Bu Shanghua know each other? Ji Yu opened her mouth to inquire. Chu Waste sighed in his heart, knowing that he was the one who had just exposed himself. It was too late for any further sophistry at this point. When I was in the outer sect, I had contacted Senior Sister Bu of the law enforcement hall twice, but I wasn't very familiar with each other. Chu Waste spoke in a respectful voice. Hearing Chu Waste say so, Ji Yu did not take this matter to heart. Just looking at Bu Shanghua, he spoke once again. You don't want to worship me as your master. It's just that you want to find a cultivator who cultivates the way of the sword. Our Red Luan Peak happens to have a sword cultivator with deep attainments in sword Dao. She's my senior sister, but it's not in the sect right now. Before she returns, I will first accept you as a registered disciple, and after you have met my senior sister, then it will be up to you to decide whether or not you want to worship her as your master. Named disciple? Bu Shanghua raised an eyebrow. Chapter 47, Every harvest is full. Named disciples are different from true disciples. A true disciple was the heir to the mantle, and as long as his master did not die, it was impossible for a disciple to change his lineage and worship someone else as his master. If you force a change of discipline, either the disciple kills the master and deceives the master, either that or the master killed the disciple and cleaned house. Named disciples, on the other hand, are only temporarily hung under the door and are considered temporary workers. Only if they perform well will they be accepted as true believers. This was also the reason why Bu Shanghua was unwilling to worship under Ji Yu, for after worshipping under his discipline, one can never change it. However, if it was a registered disciple, it could be considered. Ji Yu was the peak master, and worshipping under his name and borrowing his name would also cause a lot less trouble. Disciple Bu Shanghua, greetings to master. After hesitating for a split second, Bu Shanghua finally agreed. Ji Yu eased up and nodded gently. Encouragingly, he said, you have awakened the supreme sword body. You need to be more diligent in your cultivation. This is a secret sword Dao art I obtained when I was young. Take it and cultivate it. Ji Yu took out an ancient stone slab from within her storage bag and tossed it to Bu Shanghua. The latter caught it and put it in front of his eyes to look at it carefully for several moments, and there was a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Bu Shanghua could see the extraordinary nature of this stone slab. Thank you for the reward, master. Well, I will find a way to contact my senior sister and have her return to the sect as soon as possible so as not to delay your cultivation. Ji Yu nodded gently. I'm sorry to trouble you, master. 4 days later, inside the Hall of Formations, Shilan stopped cultivating rather annoyed. What little stock she had in her stomach had been consumed 2 days ago. Now, without the aid of that divine object, her cultivation speed slowed down again. It was difficult to go from luxury to frugality, and after experiencing the powerful benefits of that divine object, she was very dissatisfied with her current cultivation speed. It was even more uninteresting to cultivate. After thinking about it, she once again took out her transmission note and sent a message to her daughter. This was already the 12th time she had sent a message to Qi Hongyue inquiring after returning from the cave. She really needed divine objects to aid in her cultivation too much. I was expecting to be rejected this time too, like the previous dozen times, but to her utter surprise, this time, Qi Hongyue actually said that Senior had agreed. She immediately got up and quickly rushed towards Qi Hongyue's residence. She didn't want to wait a second longer. She wanted to enjoy that divine thing now, immediately, right away. Yuer, what you said is true. Arriving at Qi Hongyue's residence, Qi Lan grabbed Qi Hongyu and spoke excitedly. Aha! Elder just happens to be free today. By the way, did you bring the mask? This is what Senior asked of us. In the future, everyone who comes to him needs to bring a mask that can conceal their breath and face. This is also for our own good, lest we be recognized by others. Qi Hongyu was also somewhat speechless when she saw her mother in this state. Thinking it's only a couple days, this is too much to resist. Brought it. Qilan quickly nodded and took out a mask from within his storage bag and put it on his face. The mask was a fiery red color, with only a few flame-shaped lines on it that vaguely formed a blurry face. Moon, do you think this is okay? Not bad, Qi Hongyue responded, followed by taking out a mask of her own and putting it on. Her fox mask with red and white colors intertwined on it, white for the face and red for the eyes. It looks a little sinister. This was what Yi Ba had ordered down a few days ago, so she did as she was told. Afterwards, she brought Qilan to stand on the teleportation spell. After a flash of light, they had appeared inside the cave. Qilan scanned the cave at the first opportunity, wanting to see Yi Ba. She soon met Yi Ba, only that Yi Ba seemed a bit busy right now, busy assisting others in their cultivation. Mother, the seniors are busy, let's wait. Inside the room engraved with the character Xia, Yi Ba, who was wearing a golden patterned dragon head mask, was helping Deng Xiahan cultivate. The mask on his face was brought over with the help of Deng Xiahan, which could conceal his breath, and even a Jiedan cultivator at a negative distance would not be able to detect his cultivation. Deng Xiahan also wore a mask on her face. She was a white tiger mask. At the first time he saw this mask of Deng Xiahan, Yi Ba almost laughed out loud. Thinks Deng Xiahan is a ING talent. Being a white tiger himself, he wore a white tiger mask, which was quite fitting. Of the 4 women excluding Qilan, she was the only one left who hadn't established a high-level subordination with Yi Ba. Therefore, during these days, Yi Ba also focused on taking care of Deng Xiahan. Deng Xiahan got up dizzily. She was too full to inhale. After raising his hand to activate the bravura formation at the small of his back to prevent backflow, she left the hut and walked onto the teleportation array to leave. Qilan was her master teacher, and the two of them had spent several years together. And even though she was wearing a mask, she was still afraid that Qilan would recognize her. As Deng Xiahan passed by Qilan subconsciously glanced at him. There was only something familiar about the figure, but she couldn't remember exactly where she'd seen it. Mother, it's your turn. On the side, Qi Hongyue voiced a reminder. Qilan's face was delighted, and he immediately put the matter behind him, walking quickly towards Yi Ba. Compared to cultivation, nothing else mattered. Yi Ba called up Qilan and the two of them came together to the room belonging to Qi Hongyue. Qilan greets senior. Qilan forcefully suppressed the desire in his heart and spoke. Although she wanted to start cultivating immediately, she couldn't offend her seniors because of it. Well, I'm short on time, let's begin. Yi Ba nodded his head and spoke indifferently. He sat down on the bed and gestured for Xiren to administer himself. Yi Ba realized that he was getting lazy. Now it's actually not even trying to move. But each of these demonesses looks like a hungry ghost. Positively not. It's pretty much the same if he doesn't move. It's nice to save some energy. Offended. Senior. Qilan could no longer suppress the strong desire in his heart. Immediately, he took the initiative to approach Yi Ba and used the dragon swallowing technique to start cultivating. Half a day later, Qilan's face showed joy. The dark wounds left inside her body when she was a child were completely repaired. At this moment, the flame patterns at her belly were all connected together, form a flaming flower, similar in shape to a chrysanthemum. The moment the flame flower was fully formed, a large amount of flames suddenly erupted from her body. The flames were crimson and radiated high temperatures. The golden dragon head on Yi Ba's face immediately activated, and a wide array of awnings wrapped Yi Ba, isolating the high temperature. In Yi Ba's eyes, on the Qilan panel, the crippled 2 words behind the fire-enchanted king body had disappeared. Her physique was repaired. With a repaired physique, I should be able to gain experience, right? Yi Ba secretly said. Seeing the mask activated on Yi Ba's face, Qilan was shocked and felt that he had offended Yi Ba. She hurriedly controlled herself and suppressed the changes in the Fire Beauty King body. A moment later, the flames on her body disappeared, and her entire aura changed dramatically. It became more seductive, like a ripe dragon fruit. Don't blame senior. I just recovered my physique and didn't control myself for a while. After doing so, Qilan hurriedly made amends to Yi Ba. Chapter 48, Leave and Die? Yi Ba directed a trace of spiritual energy into the dragon head mask. The protective spirit shield on his body was lifted. He looked into Qilan's eyes and said indifferently, what you have awakened is the fire-enchanting king body. This kind of physique is usually only possessed by female cultivators. This physique will make the possessor extremely attractive. The charming fire burns yang, and you can gain greater benefits when absorbing yang qi. The disadvantage is that if you don't have yang qi to assist in cultivation for a long period of time, you yourself will be backfired by the charming fire and injure your meridians. Qilan was startled, not realizing that he had just leaked just a trace of his breath. It was then that the seniors saw the physique. Her fire-enchanting king body was very remote, and it was difficult for ordinary people to know about it, not to mention watching it once and being as incredibly sure of it as your predecessor. It even stated the disadvantages of her physique. It was something that even she didn't know. Thank you senior for reminding me. Lan said gratefully. Immediately afterward, his face under the mask slightly reddened as he whispered, Senior, after I awakened the fire-enchanting king body, I became even more inseparable from young Chi Cultivation. The subtext is that she wants to keep sucking on Yiba, but he was afraid that if he said it outright, he would be rejected by Yiba and then even the current treatment would be cancelled, so it can only be implied. That's a nuisance. Yiba cooperated and nodded lightly. He didn't think it was the right time. Though, I'll consider absorbing you, but not now. You still need to be observed. Xiren's eyes lit up at the opportunity. She also wanted to be like her own daughter, who could come over here to practice whenever she wanted. Thank you, Senior. As long as Senior can let me keep cultivating, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Lan said gratefully and expressed his strong desire once again. Yiba gently nodded his head and stopped speaking. Lan hesitated for a split second before immediately starting to continue cultivating. I don't know when I'll come over next. It was only natural for her to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, right at this moment, he only saw Yiba beckoning towards the distance. Lightly, she said, you can come along too. To be able to take Lan down, Chi Hongyue had contributed a lot. It couldn't be that Chi Hongyue was watching all the time. It's only fair to give a little benefit of the doubt as well. In addition, Chi Hongyue had the Thousand Tides enchanting bone, assisting her in her cultivation. She herself would also be able to receive great benefits. Its elder, Chi Hongyue nodded her head and couldn't wait to come in front of Yiba. Although it was a bit awkward to cultivate with her mother, she couldn't care less about that at this time. She, who was observing the cultivation techniques from the sidelines, had long since been unable to hold back. Time passes quickly. It was a month later at this point. Lan withdrew from his cultivation, and the red light emanating from his body faded away. This was a special case of her own fire-enchanting king body when she was cultivating. It will ignite a winking fire all over your body. But this fire doesn't hurt anyone, it only hurts you. Lan wore a joyful face as he opened the bravura formation on his abdomen. After glancing at Lan under the dragon head mask, Yiba's gaze fell on the panel that popped up in front of him. Fire Charming King Body Experience plus 200. Fire King's Body, King, 1800/10,000. Formation Path Experience plus 200. Upper Second Order Formation Master, 600/6000. Name, Yiba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. Nine Suns Jedi Vein, Wonderful Grade. And Fire Beauty King Body, King Grade, 1800/10,000. Realm, 7th level of Chi Refining. Qualifications, Superior Water Spiritual Root, Superior Earth Spiritual Root, Superior Fire Spiritual Root, Superior Gold Spiritual Root, Medium Wood Spiritual Root. Talent, none. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Center. Alchemy, 1st Order Upper Grade. Talisman Making, 2nd Order Lower Grade, 2280/4000. Formation Technique, 2nd Order Upper Grade, 600/6000. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, none. In addition to the changes in his cultivation, his fire attribute spiritual root qualification was also upgraded to extreme grade. With the help of both Deng Xiaohan and Lan, the formation art had also reached the upper grade. Thank you, Senior, for granting the Rain of Grace, Lan said with a respectful voice of gratitude. The benefits she had gained these days were worth a year of her hard training. Now, she had already touched the bottleneck of Jiedan and was trying to break through. If she could continue to cultivate like this for several years, she was confident that she would break through to Jiedan. If she could practice with more frequency, the more time she could save. Elder, you said last time that you were considering absorbing me into. She spoke tentatively. Originally, you needed to be observed for more time, but considering your current condition of the fire-enchanting king body, I can absorb you into the sect ahead of time. The prerequisite is that you have to pass 3 tests. Yiba spoke indifferently. If you can't pass the tests, not only will you not be able to join my sect, you won't be able to come back here in the future. 3 tests? Entering the sect? Elder is from another sect? Underneath the mask, Lan subconsciously frowned as intense curiosity rose in his heart. A moment later, she secretly gritted her teeth and said, Please, Senior, bestow the test. Whatever the test was, she would find a way to complete it. Good. Yiba nodded his head. The first test, pay the initiation fee of 10,000 lower grade spirit stones. The second test, collect 10 books of various spells of the Foundation establishment stage to contribute to the church. The third test, investigate the whereabouts of those spirit slaves who passed the trial within the spirit slave trial. The first 2 tests he set up were simple and could easily be completed with Lan's position of strength. This was something he had already confirmed with Chi Hongyue in advance, and his true purpose was the third test. He did it on purpose. If all 3 tests were set to be extremely difficult, Lan would inevitably lose his motivation to join the religion. But if the first 2 Lan could accomplish quickly, Then the third, this last test, she could be more proactive and aggressive, eager to complete the initiation. Chilan's heart was ecstatic as he listened to the 3 tests, simply because these 3 tests were nothing to her. She can do it on the spot now. Senior, wait a moment. After Chilan confessed, he picked up the storage bag on the side and poured out spirit stones from it. Wow! Tens of thousands of spirit stones piled up on the ground into a small mountain. A rich aura emanated from it. The concentration of aura within the entire cave was thus raised by a level. She then took out 10 more books with pages containing spells. After doing so, she once again looked at Yi Ba and suppressed the excitement in her heart. Senior, I've completed the first 2 tests. Very good. Yi Ba nodded gently after scanning his eyes. As for the third test, Chilan hesitated for a split second before continuing to speak. The spirit slave trial is a lie. A heavenly lie that makes the clan's spirit slaves work hard to cultivate. The spirit slave trial is held every 10 years, and every time a disciple passes the trial, the clan will give him or her 2 choices. First, stay in the sect, but the status is no longer a spirit slave, but an honorary elder, with all kinds of cultivation resources managed. However, they are needed to assist during the critical period when the geniuses of the sect or some elders break through the realm. The second, on the other hand, is to choose to leave the clan, which will ostensibly let the person leave in front of the many spirit slaves, while sending disciples to hang them afterwards. Staying in the sect can still survive. Choosing to leave will surely lead to death. Yi Ba's heart sank as he finally understood the chill of a moth to a flame. These demonesses have no intention of giving them a chance to live. In addition, the spirit slave trial is also a fishing expedition. Fishing out all those hearthpots that try to hide their cultivation or harbor a supreme young physique, and then finding them one by one afterward, seemingly in order to express himself and at the same time curry favor with Yi Ba. Chilan continued to add. Yi Ba's heart was shocked. In that case, if he signed up for the spirit slave trial, not only would he not be able to leave the sect, his own secrets would also be exposed. So close. Fortunately, he was steady and asked about the hidden secrets within the spirit slave trial in advance. Is there anything else? Yi Ba forcibly suppressed his own rising and falling emotions, so as not to let Chilan notice the abnormality. There was actually something else he wanted to ask, but it was too obvious and purposeful to ask directly. The only option is to ask tentatively. Let Xylan have a free hand. The rest of Zyron mused. She thought back carefully for a moment before speaking again. Those who passed the spirit slave trial, the heart-piercing spell in their bodies has not been lifted. It is still in their bodies. It's just that they can't perceive it themselves. Hearing this, Yi Ba's back went cold. Bull ***** Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect. This is an outright demonic sect. Can't the heart-piercing curse be lifted? Yi Ba finally still didn't hold back from asking. Chapter 49, Creating a Secret Sect in the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect. The Dragon Ambergris Sect. Chilan was puzzled in his mind, not knowing why the senior suddenly asked. But it is also considered only as a test before entering the church. She replied in a respectful voice. The heart-piercing curse is a divine ability of the sect's greatest treasure, the heart-piercing sword lotus, planted within the heart of each spirit slave, and as long as the disciple is too far away from the heart-piercing sword lotus, the heart-piercing curse will be automatically triggered. If you want to lift the penetrating heart curse, you can only use the penetrating heart sword lotus as well. But something like the penetrating heart sword lotus, I've been in the sect for decades, and I've only seen the patriarch use it once. Yi Ba nodded his head gently. Congratulations, you have passed the examination. Now you are also a member of my sect. He already knew roughly about the spirit slave trial, and continuing to ask was likely to trigger Chilan's suspicions. In the future, it would not be too late for him to inquire in detail when Chilan became his subordinate. What was certain now was that the spirit slave trial was a big pit. He said he couldn't participate in anything. In addition, the penetrating heart curse in his body could only be lifted by the penetrating heart sword lotus, and the penetrating heart sword lotus, as the clan's greatest treasure, was obviously not something that could be lifted to so easily. At least, there was no way for him to get his hands on the heart-piercing sword lotus in a short period of time. My decision to create a hidden sect within the Great Extreme Bliss Immortal Sect to develop and grow my power was correct. These demonesses wanted to control the spirit slaves within the clan. Now I want to control them too. When my cultivation level rises, the speed of establishing subordination will also speed up. Sooner or later, if I work hard enough, all these demonesses will kneel and bow down under my dragon's head. Yi Ba secretly said inwardly. At that time, the other party would be the fish and meat, and he would be the knife and chopping board, and would no longer be at the mercy of the female demons. Thank you, Senior. Chilan's heart was joyful when he heard that he had passed the test. Senior, I still don't know the name of my teaching? The Dragon Ambergris Cult. The teachings of my sect are to help disciples who are troubled by cultivation. Everything about my sect must not be told to outsiders. Yi Ba warned. Dragon Ambergris Cult. Shilan murmured in her heart as she looked down and quietly glanced at the dragon head below Yiba, thinking that the dragon's saliva is that divine thing? She then thought about the teachings and realized that she and Yuer weren't both disciples troubled by cultivation. In this moment, she seemed to understand. This is my chance. I must grasp it. Shilan admonished herself in her heart. Don't worry, senior. I will keep my mouth shut. If I reveal the secrets of my sect, I will be told not to die. In order to show his heartfelt sincerity, Shilan even directly swore the heavenly Tao oath. Very well. Starting tomorrow, your cultivation time is raised to once every 2 days. Yiba nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, senior, for your understanding. Shilan's face lit up with joy as he gratefully said. Her purpose had finally been achieved. Well, go. Yiba waved his hand, signaling his departure. Xilan bowed his head and crossed his arms in front of him, not immediately leaving. Instead, he spoke in a low voice. Senior, I'm not full yet. Yiba, half an hour more. Thank you, senior, for your gift. Not long after Xiran left, Chu Waste came to the cave. There was a smile on his face under the black and white mask, and he looked to be in a good mood. Senior brother, I figured out my third senior sister Qinlan's information. Chu Waste came to Yiba and lightly began to cultivate. Looking impatient, he was actually cultivating while reporting the situation with Yiba. What could Yiba say? Of course he would satisfy her. Tell me about it. My senior sister once had a king's grade greenwood source body. Coupled with the fact that she had an earth spirit root, she cultivated extremely fast, reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment in just a few years of cultivation. But during an outing, out by the devil cultivator backstabbing, injured the cultivation foundation. Although back alive, but the road of cultivation is also completely cut off. Chu Waste spoke the information he knew, one by one. Surprisingly, it's an earth spirit root. Yiba was surprised in his heart. The grade of an earth spiritual root was above an extreme spiritual root. He was instantly attracted to Qinlan. Moreover, Qinlan also had a king's grade greenwood source body. If he could pull Qinlan into the Dragon Ambergris sect, it would be of great help to him. Moreover, Qinlan was now considered an aborted genius. It should not hesitate to bite at the bait it throws out. Test Qinlan and pull her into my Dragon Ambergris sect, Yiba ordered. Okay, it's senior brother. Chu Waste soldiered and twisted her waist to murmur a reply, extremely in the process of absorbing the benefits. There's no need to rush this matter. The important thing is to do it covertly. Yiba exhorted. You can call on Bu Shanghua to help you. Bu Shanghua was also under the Peak Master's door nowadays, although he was only a registered disciple. However, the Peak Master's importance to it was still above Chu Waste. There are only a few more favors to give on a regular basis. With a supreme sword body of a holy product, Bu Shanghua's cultivation speed was even faster than Chu Waste's. Okay, Chu Waste was immersed in cultivation and subconsciously nodded his head. Afterward, as if she suddenly remembered something, she softly said, but with senior sister Bu's character, she probably won't listen to me. What is senior sister Chu saying about me again? Right at this moment, Bu Shanghua's clear and cold voice sounded within the cave. Chu Waste stopped his cultivation and turned his head to look. Seeing Bu Shanghua, who was wearing a blue ice crystal flower mask, walk out from the teleportation array. I didn't say anything bad about you. It was senior brother who asked me to tell you to do something. Chu Waste smiled playfully and opened his mouth to explain. Bu Shanghua is too cold and arrogant, not very easy to get along with. It was only Yiba that could talk to her. Qinlan is a good person. You guys find a way to test her wishes, and if it's suitable, then pull her into our Dragon Ambergris sect. Yiba uttered a command. Shanghua frowned, wanting to refuse this troublesome matter, but when the words came out of his mouth, they turned into, good, I will help senior sister Chu. Yiba nodded in satisfaction. The smile on Chu Waste's face was also much thicker. Having someone to share things to do gave her more time to practice as well. Is senior sister Bu also here to cultivate? You can join me if you don't mind. Senior sister, I don't mind yet. Chu Waste beckoned, inviting Bu Shanghua. Step Shanghua frowned and did not go over. I'll wait for you. She responded tersely and walked to her house to close her eyes. She's not used to being with other people. Boring, Chu Waste murmured in a low voice. This was immediately followed by more vigorous cultivation. It was several hours before it was over. Still with food. I've kept senior sister waiting for a long time. Yiba seamlessly arrived at Bu Shanghua's house. Seeing Yiba, there was finally a hint of emotional change on Bu Shanghua's icy face. It's like melting ice and blooming flowers. She smiled and got up, taking Yiba's hand. Good things are not afraid to wait. I will wait even longer. It was also when she was facing Yiba alone that she would be like this. Yiba smiled helplessly in his heart. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these from Step Shanghua? However, the words are not wrong. Good stuff indeed. In addition, The reason why the step sunflower could change so much for him was solely so that he could absorb more benefits from him. After all, the more you put into your own emotions, the more you will produce. It is a great help to the practice. Chapter 50, Third Senior Sister. You don't want to be a waste for the rest of your life, do you? Red Luan Peakback Mountain Medicine Field. In the thatched hut next to the medicine field, Shinlan stopped his cultivation with a saddened face. Still not working? She murmured softly, a pained look in her eyes. No matter how much aura she absorbed, she couldn't leave a trace of it in her body. She tried countless times over the past 3 years, each time with no exceptions. Same result this time. Once she was a genius, loved by her master, favored by her senior sister, and the object of worship of the disciples within the peak. But from the moment she was doused, everything changed. Her senior sister called her a waste, while the disciples within the peak were pointing at her behind her back. Although her master comforted her, the regret, pity, and disappointment in his tone still pierced her heart deeply. She even wanted to die. That way, she wouldn't have to be on the receiving end of all this nastiness. If I'm still unable to cultivate in half a month, I'll blow up my sea of consciousness. Shinlan gritted his teeth. She didn't want to continue living like this as a waste. It's a death wish for her. Instead of that, she should have volunteered to die. She got up and picked up the spirit hoe at the side and walked out of the thatched hut to the spirit field outside. Crouched down to clear weeds growing in the field. Something like that, she did almost every day. She loves spending time with these spiritual plants. By not touching other people, you don't have to feel those piercing eyes. Just then, she suddenly looked up with a twitch in her expression. 2 recluse lights flew from a distance and landed in front of her. Senior Sister Chu. Senior Sister Boo? Why are you guys here? Is it the master looking for me for something? A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth to inquire. She had a pretty good view of Chu waste. It didn't alienate her just because she was a waste. Instead it would occasionally come over to talk to her. But she didn't know Bu Shanghua very well, and this was the first time Bu Shanghua had come to her on her own initiative. However, she had heard of this person, Bu Shanghua, and was impressed. After all, it was the first time she had seen someone who refused to become her master's disciple. Chu Waste shook his head, stepped forward to take Shinlan's hand and said with a smile, "We're here to talk to Senior Sister." In that case, Shinlan laughed, then led the 2 back to the thatched hut and boiled spirit tea for them again. The 3 of them drank tea while chatting. Seeing that it was almost time, Chu Waste took the initiative to move a little closer to Shinlan and inquired in a low voice, "Senior Sister, have you found a suitable way to restore the damaged origin?" Shinlan's face darkened as he shook his head and replied, "More than a dozen methods have been attempted, but none of them have any effect on my damaged origin. Master had invited the Jedan Elder over at the Sovereign Peak for me, and there was nothing she could do about it. Could it be that Senior Sister intends to be like this for the rest of her life?" Chu Waste continued to ask, a worried look appearing on her face at the right time. She smiled miserably. She had tried everything she could. What else could she do? "Even if I don't want to, there's nothing I can do about it." Chu Waste's heart stirred, and his face assumed a tangled look. "I might have a way to help Senior Sister." He was stunned, and his first reaction was disbelief. After all, the Linking Dan Elder was at his wit's end. What good would the Chu Waste, who had just built his foundation, be able to do? Still, she gave thanks. "Thank you Senior Sister Chu for your kindness, but I know my situation well. There is no way to save me. Senior Sister, there are no absolutes in this world. As long as you don't give up, you will always find a chance." Chu Waste persuaded. Shinlan smiled bitterly. She couldn't change anything if she didn't give up. Her end was sealed. Seeing Shinlan's silence, Chu Waste's heart was also a bit puzzled. Could it be that after a few years had passed, the genius mentality in Shinlan's heart had been smoothed out? Has he resigned himself to his fate? However, right at this moment, Bu Shanghua, who had never spoken, suddenly stared at Shinlan and faintly said, "Third Senior Sister, you don't want to be a waste for the rest of your life, do you? To be a maggot inside the shadowy world, right?" He was stunned, and immediately afterward, his face revealed an angry expression. She was not familiar with Bu Shanghua, and for it to speak in such a manner was clearly looking down on her. Even if she was ruined, she still had a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level. How could she be insulted at will? The aura of the middle stage of foundation establishment was released from its body, crushing towards Bu Shanghua. "Even if I were to be invalidated, the current you wouldn't be my opponent." Shinlan coldly snorted. Few people in the same realm would be her opponent. Boom! But right at this moment, a strong, overbearing sword aura erupted from Bu Shanghua's body. It actually directly shook Shinlan backward by several steps, and even the chair he was sitting on shattered open. A shocked look appeared on its face as it looked at Bu Shanghua in shock. Her cultivation at the early stage of foundation establishment had unexpectedly finished her off in terms of aura. Senior Sister Bu has no ill intentions. She just can't stand to see you continue to be disheveled. Chu Waist stopped between the two and hurriedly spoke. The aura in Qin Lan's body leaked out. His brows furrowed as he looked at Chu Waist. It's not that I'm disheveled. I just don't see any hope. But where there is a glimmer of hope, even if the result might kill me, I am willing to try. But I don't see a shred of hope. There's an opportunity in front of you now. Do you want it? Bu Shanghua frowned and spoke. She was not good with words, but she understood that a former genius would not give up the chance to restore his former glory. If you guys really have a way to help me, I'm willing to give it a try. Qin Lan spoke hesitantly. Nothing more than another disappointment. She wasn't even afraid of death. Was she afraid of being disappointed again? Chu Waist sniffed and pulled out a jade bottle from his pocket, handing it to Qin Lan. Senior sister, try this to see if it has any effect. Qin Lan suspiciously took the jade bottle and saw inside it a white mucus filled with an odd smell. Anyway, I'm already like this, so how much more miserable can I be? He laughed bitterly in the bottom of his heart and directly tilted his head back to drink the contents of the jade bottle. Chu Waist was stunned. She was just about to remind that this thing could just be absorbed by running her gongfu. There was no need to take it orally, but it seems a little late. The good thing is, oral is just as good, if not better. Qin Lan drank it and sat down on his knees, starting to operate his gongfu to absorb the medicinal power. At first she didn't feel much. However, as the cultivation continued, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. This was followed by even more ecstasy. She was pleasantly surprised to find that some of the aura she had just absorbed had been partially retained within her dantian. The dantian that hadn't increased a single ounce of spiritual energy for 3 years had unexpectedly changed today. It really works. Qin Lan was unable to control his excitement, staring blankly ahead as tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. It's been 3 years, and who knows what she's been through in those 3 years. Now, she has finally seen the turnaround. Senior sister, is it effective? Seeing Qin Lan's appearance, Chu Waist did not know that Qin Lan had gotten the benefit and took the opportunity to ask. Senior sister, this is of great use in repairing my dark wounds. Where did you get it from? I need more. Qin Lan came back to his senses, excitedly pulling on Chu Waist and saying in an urgent voice. Chapter 51, Qin Lan, the most devout believer. Looking at Qin Lan's anxious appearance, Chu Waist secretly smiled in the bottom of his heart, knowing that Yuko had already taken the bait. Senior sister, don't be anxious. This divine object was also acquired by me by chance. Healing injuries is only its incidental function. It has even greater benefits. Chu Waist spoke softly. Qin Lan's face darkened, and the excitement in his heart faded for the most part. Indeed, how could the number of such powerful divine objects be high? It should be very rare and uncommon. She's taking it a little too much for granted. Sorry, senior sister. I just lost my temper. A trace of despondency flashed under Qin Lan's eyes as he apologized. Chu Waist shook his head and did not care. Continuing, he said, Senior sister, I know where there is still this divine object, but you need to go get it yourself. There's really more? Qin Lan said in surprise. Well, what I'm going to say next to senior sister is very important. Senior sister needs to make a heavenly Tao oath that she shall not inform others of the words that follow what I say. Chu Waist nodded his head and said in a deep voice, Good. Qin Lan immediately nodded his head in agreement without a trace of hesitation. She wasn't even afraid of death. Was she still afraid of making a heavenly oath? Qin Lan, swear to the heavens that I will not inform others of what Chu Waist has said, and if I violate this oath, the heavens will destroy me. Good. Chu Waist nodded his head in satisfaction and continued in a low voice. Actually, senior sister Bu and I have both joined a secret sect, the Dragon Ambergris sect. This divine object is also owned by the Dragon Ambergris sect master. We can take you to see the sect master. Ask him to grant you the divine object, but it requires you to join my religion in advance. Dragon Ambergris cult. Doubts rose in the bottom of Qin Lan's heart. She hadn't heard of any secret sects within the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal sect. What do I need to do to join the Dragon Ambergris cult? Qin Lan asked with a frown. The teachings of our sect is to help some of the needy disciples within the sect, so there is no need for you to do anything. The only thing you need to make sure of is that you can't expose the information of our sect to the outside world, and you need to be loyal to the sect. Just like that. Qin Lan was very surprised. Originally, she had thought that she was going to do something unfavorable to the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal sect, but now it seems that she was completely overthinking it. It was heavenly for her. Give nothing to obtain that divine object. Of course. Chu Waist nodded with a smile. Before senior sister Bu and I joined the Dragon Ambergris sect, we were also just ordinary outer disciples, and now one of us has become the Peak Master's true successor, and one of us has become a named disciple. By joining my sect, you can gain benefits beyond your imagination. Chu Waist continued to compel. Good. I'll join the Dragon Ambergris sect. Please also arrange for me to obtain the divine item as soon as possible. Senior sister, Qin Lan directly agreed. She couldn't wait to recover from her injuries and get back into the world of genius. My injuries have recovered. and Master Teacher will be very happy. Xinlan thought so in his heart. Since senior sister is so eager, I will arrange for you to meet the sect master as soon as possible. Before that, senior sister needs to prepare a magic weapon mask to use to conceal your breath and face when meeting the sect master, so that you won't be recognized by others in the sect and bring trouble. Chu Waist smiled lightly and barked. Good. Senior sister has done me such a great favor. I don't know how I'm going to repay senior sister. Xinlan responded. We're all from the same sect, so we should help each other. Could it be that senior sister would not help when she saw me in distress? Chu Waist asked rhetorically. Of course I'll help you, Xinlan said in an urgent voice. That won't do. Chu Waist winked mischievously. After continuing to chat about some more details, Chu Waist and Bu Shanghua left the medicinal field. The two came to the cave together and informed Yi Ba of what had just happened. Yi Ba was happy to hear that, rewarded each of the two women. He also ordered the two to bring Xinlan in 3 days. 3 days later, the back hall of the Peak Masters Hall, inside the Chu Waist residence. Senior sister, is it okay for me to be like this? Xinlan looked at Chu Waist in front of him and inquired with apprehension. She was wearing an emerald green dress with a green mask painted with spirit grass on her face, and her long hair at the back of her head hung down to her waist. By now, the sadness under her eyes had faded quite a bit, and part of her girlishness had returned to her. It gives it a gentle look of a lady of the house. Of course, senior sister, follow me. Chu Waist nodded with a smile, guiding Xinlan to a secret room that was separately partitioned off inside. The very thing placed inside was the teleportation spell formation. The two of them stood on the teleportation spell together. After a flash of white light, once again, he appeared already inside the cave. Xinlan curiously surveyed everything inside the cave. Finally his eyes fell on a room directly in front of him. There on the bed sat a man wearing a dragon head mask. That's the sect leader over there. That divine object is on its body. Go and get it for yourself. Senior sister. Chu Waist smiled and pointed towards Yi Ba. Good. Xinlan nodded heavily. Its head was lowered and with apprehension, it didn't dare to look at Yi Ba, until he came in front of Yi Ba. Xinlan pays homage to sect leader. Xinlan knelt in front of Yi Ba and bowed respectfully. Get up. Yi Ba replied softly. Xinlan's message floated before his eyes. Name, Xinlan. Physique, Greenwood source body, King. Realm, Middle Foundation stage. Qualification, Earth grade wood root. Talent, Grass and tree sense, mythical. Avatar, none. Alchemy, lower grade. Third order. Technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, advanced charm. Dragon slaying, flying dragon. Not only do you have the Greenwood source body, but you also have the talent of grass perception? Yi Ba was surprised. I didn't realize there were surprises. He looked at Xinlan and spoke softly. I already know about your situation, and since you have joined my sect, I will take it upon myself to cure you of your dark disease. Take as much as you need and help yourself. Well, thank you, sect leader, for saving me. Xinlan's cheeks blushed slightly as she agreed in a low voice. Immediately afterward she marched forward on her knees, her gaze devout, like looking at some holy object, performing some sacred ritual. The fetching ceremony. Yi Ba smiled slightly in his heart. Your holiness, I'm offended. Xinlan began his own cultivation after he confessed. She was a bit restrained at first, but as she absorbed the divine objects, the dark wounds on her body were gradually repaired. She was also gradually letting go of herself. Start sucking up more of the benefits. Suddenly, Xinlan cried out. A large number of tears flowed from his eyes. Yi Ba was a bit puzzled, thinking to himself that if you cultivate, you don't have to be moved to tears, right? How could he have known that at this time? The dark injuries within Xinlan's body had completely recovered. She's a genius all over again. At this time, Xinlan's emotions could no longer be expressed, and she could only use her tears to vent the suffering she had endured over the years. Chapter 52. The former genius of Hongwan Peak has returned. A day later, Xinlan finally left with a fondness. At this point, she was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly, like having something in your mouth. After Xinlan left, Yi Ba looked at the panel in front of him. Aoki source body experience plus 300. Aoki source body, 300/10. 000, King's item. Grass perception experience plus 300. Grass perception, 300/1000, wonderful. Dandao experience plus 300. First order upper grade alchemist, 300/1000. Wooden spirit root qualification plus 300. Medium grade wood spirit root, 300/100, can be broken through. The wood spiritual root qualification can finally be raised. Yi Ba was joyful in his heart. Of his 5 spiritual roots, only the wooden spiritual root was still of medium grade, and it had been dragging down his cultivation speed. Now this problem can finally be solved. Break! Yi Ba's heart stirred. Click! With a soft thud, some sort of shackle within his body seemed to be opened. His mind became a little clearer, and his perception of the wood attribute in the outside world became clearer. 3 days later, Outside, the Peak Master's Great Hall, Gu, as usual, gave the disciples under her door a monthly lecture on the Dharma. At the bottom of the Great Hall, Sun Yunyang, Qin Lan, Chu Waist, and Bu Shenghua stood quietly. Cultivation at the foundation establishment stage requires the absorption of a large amount of spiritual qi, which is compressed into spiritual liquid within the dantian. The more pure and thick the spiritual liquid is, the greater the chances of a subsequent breakthrough to conjugate dan. Jiyu spoke for half an hour, and at the end was a Q&A session. Do you few still have any problems in cultivation that you don't understand? Jiyu patiently inquired. The gazes that looked at Chu Waist and Bu Shenghua were tinged with appreciation. The two had made significant progress in their cultivation, and she had seen it all. Only when her gaze turned to Qin Lan, a trace of regret flashed under Jiyu's eyes. Once upon a time, Qin Lan was a genius, but things change. Bitter Arashier, Jiyu sighed in her heart. She had practically watched her grow up, and becoming what she was today was something she didn't want to see. Master, what auxiliary spirit items do I need to prepare in advance to break through the Jiedan? Just then, Qin Lan suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Jiyu was stunned, and there was a clear look of surprise in her eyes. In the past, Qin Lan wouldn't even open his mouth to speak at this point. After all, Qin Lan was already wasted. There was no way he could continue to raise his cultivation level. But what's going on now? Third senior sister, aren't you already unable to cultivate? What use is asking this to you? Beside Qin Lan, Sun Yunyang looked at the former in confusion. It's mentioning Qin Lan's pain in public and taking it for granted. Qin Lan glanced at him and asked rhetorically. I asked what master teacher told me to ask. So I asked, does second senior sister have a problem with me? Or does she have a problem with master teacher? Sun Yunyang frowned. In the past, Qin Lan, whatever she said, the other party would take it. What's going on today? How dare you talk back to her? I'm just concerned about third senior sister. How could I have a problem with master? Third senior sister is really joking. Sun Yunyang said softly, didn't care at all about Qin Lan's words. If it wasn't for the fact that she was concerned about her master's presence, she wouldn't have been able to say too much. She must teach Qin Lan a good lesson, but she made a mental note of it, and there would be plenty of opportunities to get back at her later. Then I have to thank second senior sister for her concern. Qin Lan laughed lightly. In the next second, the aura on her body exploded. Boom! A powerful aura belonging to the late stage of foundation establishment swept through the Great Hall. This is the late stage of foundation establishment. How is that possible? Sun Yunyang's face changed greatly as she lost her voice. He hadn't changed his cultivation for several years, so how could he suddenly break through? She had watched Qin Lan get seriously injured in the first place. Before she could think about it in detail, Jiyu from above quickly rose from her seat after sensing the aura on Qin Lan's body, and came to Qin Lan's front in a flash of her figure. She patted one hand on Qin Lan's shoulder, probing the injuries within his body. A moment later, she withdrew her palm with a happy face. Shocked, he said, Arashur, you've recovered from your injuries. Disciple accidentally obtained an unknown red spirit fruit a few days ago, and after eating it, my origin was repaired, and I used it to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Qin Lan nodded his head. Red spirit fruit. Jiyu was mentally curious as to what kind of spirit fruit it was that could restore her origin, but no matter what, it was a heavenly good that Qin Lan could recover. Lan'er, master is very happy to see you recovering your origin. Jiyu showed a look of relief. At first, you and your eldest senior sister were the most hopeful to break through the Jiedan stage, and now that your eldest senior sister has already touched the threshold of Jiedan, I had thought that there was no possibility of you recovering in this life, but I didn't think that you had actually given my teacher a pleasant surprise. Good. Jiyu burst out laughing. Immediately afterward, he promised, you just cultivate, and the spirit materials needed to break through the Jiedan will be prepared for you by your teacher. Master. Qin Lan was moved. Master teacher really did care about her after all. However, she immediately frowned when she saw Sun Yunyang, who had an ugly look on her face at the side. For so many years, Sun Yunyang had always brought up her status as a waste of space. Intentionally or unintentionally, she had thought it was just the second sister being slightly mean. But now, the expression on Sun Yunyang's face clearly went beyond mean. Second senior sister, what's wrong with you? It looks like you're not very happy? Qin Lan voiced out. Jiyu turned her head and looked at Sun Yunyang. Though Sun Yunyang promptly collected the expression on her face and replaced it with a smiling face, but how sharp was the perception of a Jiedan cultivator? Still, Jiyu found a hint of it. She frowned and reprimanded. Yunyang, your senior sister's cultivation recovery is a happy event. You, who are a senior sister, should behave as a senior sister. Sun Yunyang's heart flinched and her jealousy of Qin Lan deepened. On the surface, he just nodded respectfully. Disciple was just very shocked, and now that I've returned to my senses, I realized that I was out of line. She turned her head to look at Qinlan and said with a smile, "Congratulations to senior sister for recovering from her injuries. With senior sister's qualifications, breaking through to Jiedan is only a matter of time. That's natural." Qinlan nodded gently. The genius that was once Red Luan Peak had returned. At the back of the grand hall, there was a hint of laughter flashing under Chu Waist's eyes. They had another member of the Dragon Drool cult. The strength has grown a lot more. On the side, Bu Shenghua's gaze was calm and was not affected by Qinlan's recovery from his injuries. In her mind, only cultivation was the most important. Anything else, she didn't really care about. After staying in the Great Hall for a while longer, Ji Yu finally let them go. After moving away from the Grand Hall for some distance, Qinlan took the initiative to approach Chu Waist. Transmitting his voice, he said, "Senior sister, I wonder when I can still go to the sect master." Chu Waist's expression moved. Qinlan is not satisfied yet. It's not surprising though. It's hard to give up after experiencing the benefits. Isn't that true for people like yourself? You can come to my place every 3 days starting tomorrow. Chu Waist replied with a voice transmission. This was something that Jiba had explained down in advance. Good. Thank you, senior sister. With joy in his eyes, Qinlan left the peak with light footsteps and flew towards the medicinal field he was in. She had realized during the first time that the divine object could not only help her repair her injuries, and it would also help her raise her cultivation quickly. If she could keep cultivating with divine objects, she was certain that she would break through to the Jiedan stage within a few years. Looking at Qinlan's departing back, Chu Waist smiled faintly, but just as she was about to walk over to her place, she suddenly had a heart attack. Looking towards the side, Sun Yunyang appeared on the other side at some point. Sun Yunyang nodded gently towards her and then disappeared inside the wooden corridor. Chu Waist only thought of it as just passing through. Moreover, she and Qinlan communicated with each other using voice transmissions, and there was no fear that Sun Yunyang could hear them. But Sun Yunyang's appearance also gave him a wake-up call. In the vicinity of the Peak Master's Hall, it was better to be more cautious. Chapter 53, Formation Holy Body. Qinlan's skepticism. 1 month later, Yiba had just ended his cultivation with Deng Xiahan. A system alert floats before your eyes. Formation path experience plus 200. Second order upper grade formation master, 6000/6000, can break through. Advanced affiliation established. Deng Xiahan's hidden talent/physique is being identified. Identification complete. Physique, formation holy body. Is it bestowed? Formation Dao sacred body, sacred born with a strong understanding of formations. Able to quickly master complex formations, even without the need for materials. With the help of mountains, rivers and veins of all kinds of natural geography can be directly set up formations. Have you finally established advanced subordination? Yi Ba muttered, his heart pleasantly surprised. It was not in vain that he had taken special care of Deng Xiahan for nearly a month. Nearly poured out everything. Now it's finally served its purpose. As Deng Xiahan was still inside the cave, he did not bestow it immediately, so as not to cause too much commotion and expose the cave. After pondering for a moment, he silently chanted breakthrough. In his heart, in a flash, a great deal of knowledge about formations flooded into his mind. The knowledge was like a memory he had once had, and now it was just coming back to him. Even the various experience techniques of refining array discs surfaced one by one. A moment later, that memory was completely absorbed by him. His formation art level had risen once again, reaching the lower third rank. Looking at his panel at this point, name, Yi Ba, physique, Supreme Yang immortal body, immortal grade, sword spirit body, wonderful grade, 9 suns absolute vein, wonderful grade, fire beauty king body, king's grade, 8, 800/10, 000, greenwood source body, 3, 300 out of 10, 000, king's grade, realm, 9th level of chi refining, qualification, superior water spiritual root, superior earth spiritual root, superior fire spiritual root, superior gold spiritual root, superior wood spiritual root, 200/10, 000, talent, grass and tree sense, mythical, avatar, 5 elements formation center, alchemy, second order medium, 300/4000, talisman making, second order medium grade, formation technique, lower grade, third order, technique, great ultimate bliss Taoist technique, spell, fireball. 7 days ago, he managed to break through to the 8th level of chi cultivation with the aid of various pills. After that, he ate the realm-breaking pill and successfully reached the 9th level of chi practicing. The fact that he was able to establish a high-level subordination with Deng Xiahan so quickly also had a lot to do with his cultivation breakthrough. In addition, with Qinlan's help, his wood spirit root had also reached extreme grade, and he had even gained the grass and wood perception talent. The last thing was that alchemy, talisman making, and array arts had all been improved. and the array and talisman making arts had even reached their current limits, so if they wanted to continue to improve, they could only look for a female devil with a higher grade. Yi Ba's improvement during this time was tremendous. He even took the time to learn Fireball. The next thing to consider is foundation building. Yi Ba mused. Foundation building would require foundation building Dan, which he had no way of obtaining on his own. You can only rely on a couple of Chu Waste. However, with the status and position of Chu Waste and Bu Shenghua, it shouldn't be difficult to get him a few foundation establishment pills. It was also at this moment that Tang Xiahan finally left on the teleportation array. After waiting for 2 hours, Yi Ba also directly chose to bestow. At the same time, inside the inner sect formation hall's main hall, Deng Xiahan was squeezing Xilan's shoulders. She hadn't done anything like this less in the past, but since seeing Qi Lan's humble appearance in front of Yi Ba, when Qi Lan asked her to pinch her shoulders again, she would resist a bit in her heart. It felt like Xilan and his usual majestic appearance in front of her were all pretend. It's not actually acting like this. Suddenly, Deng Xiahan's face changed. One could only feel an incomparable arcane power surfacing within his body. Am I going to awaken his special physique too? Deng Xiahan's heart was overwhelmed with surprise and immediately realized what was going on. After Chu Waste, Qi Hongyue, and Bu Shenghua awakened special physiques or talents one after another. She would be too stupid if she couldn't guess that it was Yi Ba who brought about the effects. No good. Suddenly, it occurred to her that Qi Lan was still in front of her. The fluctuation of his own breath was definitely detected by it. As expected, the next second Xilan frowned and looked back. After sensing the change in Tang Xiahan's breath, she frowned and spoke. Honor, what's wrong with you? Deng Xiahan's eyes rolled sharply as he thought about countermeasures, but without waiting for her to speak, the aura on her body actually flared up once again. An arcane aura was brewing within her. This is the aura of the formation path. Qi Lan was shocked in his heart, seeing that the aura on Deng Xiahan's body was becoming more and more prevalent. After pondering for a split second, she raised her hand and pinched her finger to turn on the formation outside the hall, masking the fluctuations in the hall's aura. Deng Xiahan no longer had the energy to focus on Qi Lan at this point. She sat on her knees, fully aware of the changes in her body. My awakened physique should be related to the Tao of formation. Deng Xiahan was secretly happy in his heart. She herself had the talent of the 5 elements formation heart, and if she were to awaken another formation Tao physique, with the two working together, her strength would be greatly enhanced. I just don't know what my physique grade will be. Chu Waste's 3 awakened physique talents were either Emperor or Saint products, and she felt that her own awakened physique shouldn't be bad. Qi Lan, who was standing beside Tang Xiahan, felt the Tao rhythm that surfaced around Tang Xiahan's body, and his eyes were filled with shock. The Tao rhyme is a symbol of initial contact with the Great Tao. Even Dan cultivators were unable to touch it, yet it appeared on Deng Xiahan, who was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. What the hell is going on here? Doubts rose immediately in Qi Lan's heart. Deng Xiahan had followed her for 7 years as well. One still knew her very well. With Deng Xiahan's qualifications, it was only right that such a thing could not have happened. Could it be that Honor has had some kind of strange encounter? Qi Lan's eyes rolled, and he can only think in that direction for the time being. It was also while she was contemplating that the changes in Deng Xiahan's body finally stopped and eventually disappeared completely. Qi Lan couldn't wait to go forward and grab Deng Xiahan's arm, probing the changes within his body. Deng Xiahan had the intention to dodge, but after hesitating for a split second, she still allowed Qi Lan to probe. Now was not the time to turn the tables on Xilan. This is the formation Tao Saint body, Xilan uttered in shock. This was a physique that countless array masters could only dream of. After obtaining this physique, he was born to be close to the formation path, and he could basically comprehend any formation pattern by looking at it once, and he could even set up a formation without using a formation disc, and he could set up a natural formation by simply adjusting it through some mountain and river veins. The power was much more terrifying than an acquired refined spell formation. Suddenly, she looked puzzled and remembered something. Yuer had also awakened her Emperor grade talent some time ago, and now that Tang Xiahan had also awakened her Saint grade physique, was there any connection between the two? Great doubts rose in her mind. Once upon a time, Yuer had said to her that its own ability to awaken the Emperor grade talent had something to do with the sect leader. So was Deng Xiahan also in contact with the sect leader and part of the Dragon Ambergris cult? As soon as the thought appeared, it quickly took root in her mind. Chapter 54, Old Shoulders and Slippery. Xilan had the presence of mind to inquire. However, she had once taken a heavenly oath that she could not mention the Dragon Ambergris sect in front of anyone. Therefore one could only force down the strong curiosity in his heart. Turning to smile, he said, "Congratulations to Honor for awakening the Saint body of formation Tao. In the future, your attainments in the Tao of formation will definitely surpass that of your teacher. It is entirely due to the good teaching of Master Teacher that my disciple has been able to achieve today's creation." Tang Xiahan responded respectfully. At this point, her heart was already happy. Surprisingly, it was a Saint-grade formation Saint body. Her future development in the formation path would be smooth sailing. It's only a matter of time before we overtake Xylan. You don't have to flatter the master. Although the master is 2 small realms higher than you, but in the Tao of formation, just like you, it's only the lower 3rd rank. Originally, I was still able to teach you some experience in formations due to my age, but now, I am no longer worthy of continuing to be your master. Qilan shook his head bitterly. What she said was true. Tang Xiahan, who had awakened the Saint body of formation Tao, should be able to raise his formation art rank again soon. Master, quickly, please don't say that. Once a teacher, always a teacher. No matter what happens to my disciple in the future, I will only recognize master teacher alone. Tang Xiahan hurriedly spoke. Furthermore, master's realm surpasses mine, and in a matter of days, I will be able to form the Golden Dan and become a Golden Dan cultivator. There are still many places where I need to learn from master. She continued to compliment. Hearing Deng Xiahan say this, Qilan's heart was slightly comforted and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Just as Tang Xiahan had said, with the help of the sect leader, she was now getting closer and closer to the threshold of Jiedan. It was only a matter of time before he broke through the Jiedan. Breaking through the Jiedan is not that easy. Qilan didn't want to expose his own secrets. She was only suspicious of Deng Xiahan. Besides, even if Deng Xiahan was a member of the sect, he might not know that he had also joined the sect. After all, they were wearing masks every time they went in and out, and it was hard for them to recognize each other. Tang Xiahan laughed coldly in the bottom of his heart, secretly saying that your old man, master, is quite capable of pretending. She was clear about Yi Ba's ability, and with Yi Ba's help, Qilan would definitely be able to break through the Jiedan. It's nothing more than the length of time. After making a perfunctory remark, Qilan continued, you have awakened the formation Tao Saint body this time, and you will have great potential in the Tao of formation in the future. Later on, I will introduce you to Cultivate in the Formation General Hall of the Patriarch's Peak, where you will be able to learn more about formations. Deng Xiahan was stunned and subconsciously was about to refuse. Her root was Yi Ba. Without Yi Ba, even if she had the formation Tao Saint body, her path of cultivation would not be smooth in the future. The main peak of the sect was far away from Hongwan Peak, and there were also array protections between the peaks, so the short-distance teleportation array couldn't be effective at all. In other words, if she left Red Luan Peak, she might never be able to cultivate with Yi Ba again. It was something she could never allow. Master, are you driving me away? The moment he lowered his head, Tang Xiahan's eyes turned sharply, and when he raised his head again, tears already appeared in his eyes. Honor won't leave. I'll always serve at master's side. Deng Xiahan's attitude was so sincere that anyone who looked at him would be moved. Honor, I'm doing this for your own good. In addition, even if you go to the Sovereign Peak, can you still come back to see your teacher once in a while? Qilan patiently persuaded. At the bottom of his heart, he was contemplating that Deng Xiahan's reaction was not in line with common sense. For the formation masters within the sect, the main hall of formations at the sect's main peak was the Holy Land. Naturally, there is no reason not to go. As for Deng Xiahan's reasoning, she didn't really believe it. The two were acting as if they were masters and disciples, but in the interior they were both testing each other and pulling wildly. Master, don't need to persuade me anymore. You won't be able to drive me away. Tang Xiahan wore a resolute look on his face as he cried like a pear. Seeing this, Qilan pondered for a moment and then also knew that he was not in a good position to persuade any further. However, her suspicion of Deng Xiahan was increased by a few points. She got up, patted Deng Xiahan's shoulder twice, and sighed. Then this matter will be put to rest for the time being, so you can go back and think it over. Don't be impulsive in doing things. Tang Xiahan nodded gently and walked out of the Great Hall. After leaving the Great Hall, the aggrieved expression on her face disappeared and was replaced with a tight frown. There was something off about Xiran that seemed to be testing her. Although the Qilan in the past had treated her fairly well, she definitely hadn't been as attentive as she was today. Could it be that Qi Hongyue told Qilan about me? Deng Xiahan mused. His heart couldn't help but speculate. Holding this doubt, she returned to her residence and stepped into the teleportation array after putting on a mask and changing into another set of clothes, intending to find Qi Hongyue and ask her about it face to face. This time just happened to be Qi Hongyue's turn to practice. As expected, after she arrived at the cave, the first thing she saw was Qi Hongyue. But what made her puzzled was that at this time, Qi Hongyue was sitting cross-legged in her room and did not use Yi Ba to assist in her cultivation. Deng Xiahan took the initiative to walk over and try to wake up Qi Hongyue, but Yi Ba was called over first. Senior sister Qi is meditating. She's going to try to build her foundation later. Yi Ba spoke out to explain. With his help, Qi Hongyue also finally touched the threshold of foundation establishment. Therefore, after obtaining the foundation building pill, he also couldn't wait to approach him for help. What's the matter with you? Deng Xiaohan glanced at Yi Ba. She hadn't wanted to talk to Yi Ba about this matter. However, in the face of Yi Ba's inquiry, she actually couldn't muster any thoughts of refusal. Opening his mouth, he explained, Qilan seems to have learned of my identity from senior sister Qi, and I wanted to find senior sister Qi to seek confirmation. Oh, Yi Ba's expression moved. He had instructed Qi Hongyue, so it was impossible for Qilan to learn the information about Deng Xiaohan's people from Qi Hongnue's mouth. He hadn't yet established a subordination with Qilan, and now that he was only binding Qilan with the Heaven's Tao oath, he naturally had to guard against her. There's no need to ask for proof. Senior sister Qi will not inform Qilan of your identity. This is something that senior sister can be completely assured of. Yi Ba replied directly. Deng Xiaohan was a bit surprised, not knowing why Yi Ba was so certain. However, with the senior-subordinate relationship in place, Deng Xiaohan was completely obedient to Yi Ba's words. I know. Deng Xiaohan nodded, his heart slightly at ease. Just then, the teleportation array actually lit up once more. After the light dispersed, Qilan, who was only clad in a light white veil and wearing a flame mask, stepped out of the teleportation array. The beautiful scenery is hidden. When Deng Xiaohan saw Qilan, his gaze under the mask condensed slightly. Fortunately, she had changed her clothes before coming into the cave, plus she had a mask to cover her breath, so she wasn't worried about being discovered by Qilan. Sect leader, I'll leave first. Tang Xiaohan didn't want to continue staying after getting the information he wanted. Good. Yi Ba nodded his head. As Deng Xiaohan passed by Qilan, Qilan's gaze was tinged with a smile as he nodded slightly towards Deng Xiaohan, looking quite friendly. Deng Xiaohan returned the nod in order not to arouse suspicion. Immediately afterward, he stepped onto the teleportation array and disappeared inside the cave. Yi Ba, on the other hand, looked at Qilan in confusion, not understanding why it would come over at this time. This point in time was not Xylan's cultivation time. Qilan C-Sect Master. Qilan came before Yi Ba, kneeling down on both knees and bowing respectfully with a proper attitude. Why have you come here without a reason? Do you know that you have violated the rules of the sect? Yi Ba said in a cold voice. Sect Master, I learned that my daughter is about to build her foundation, and I couldn't help but come over because I love my daughter, so please chastise me. Sect Master, Qilan softly said, her voice pitiful. It was very different from the high spirits of the past days in the formation hall. While speaking, the light veil on its shoulders slipped down for no reason, revealing a snowy white. Old shoulders are slippery, aren't they? Yi Ba secretly cursed. Xylan was clearly seducing himself. Is this for Qi Hongyue? This is for Xylan herself, isn't it? Chapter 55, Activating Hidden Ties, Strike plus Cultivation? Immortal cultivators have aura that nourishes their flesh all the time and age very slowly. Don't look at Qilan, who had already given birth to a child, but she looked like she was in her early 30s, and Qi Hongyu was more like a sister. It also looked like it was still in style, and it had more of a mature flavor that Qi Hongyue and the others didn't have, as it is now. For example, Xylan is spot on with his various emotions. You know she's faking it, but you can't help but feel the urge to possess. Red Moon is still meditating and needs to wait a while. This time, remembering that you love your daughter. This will not be the next time, Yi Ba said indifferently. Thank you, sect leader, for your understanding. Qilan bent his head in gratitude. The waist revealed an extremely beautiful curve. Yi Ba secretly swallowed his saliva, thinking that he would be waiting anyway. He might as well assist Qilan in cultivating for a while. Save it's always dangling in front of your eyes. Plus you get some experience. Red Moon still needs some time. Let me help you cultivate for a while I'm at it. Yi Ba spoke faintly. Thank you, sect leader, for granting the favor. Joy appeared on Qilan's face under his mask as he hurriedly thanked. Immediately after that, it raised its head and approached Yi Ba on its knees. Can't wait to start practicing. Half an hour later, Qi Hongyue finally completed her pre-base building preparations and adjusted herself to her best state. She looked to Yi Ba for help on what to do next, but met her mother, who was oblivious to her training. Her mind visibly fluctuated, her brows furrowing together. Almost undid the good adjustments I had managed to make. Mother, why are you here? Qi Hongyue forced down the anger in her heart. She was about to build her foundation, and her mother was even trying to compete with her. It's a waste of time to be a mother. He had indeed made the right choice when he chose to keep Yi Ba's matter hidden. Otherwise now it would be Qilan's mouth full of meat while she couldn't even have soup. Hearing the voice, Qilan returned to his senses and fondly stopped his cultivation. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he said, You're about to build your foundation, so naturally I'm here to protect you, since you've already adjusted your state. Let's start building the foundation. She gave up her cultivation position and gestured for Qi Hongyue to come over. Qi Hongyue's face slightly slowed down and she took the initiative to walk over. It was important for her to build her foundation now, and it was not the right time to get into it with her mother. Please, sect leader in the back. Chi Hongyue said in a deep voice. Leave it to me. Yi Ba nodded. You only need to make a serious breakthrough. Yes, Chi Hongyue agreed before entering her cultivation state. Begin to build up your strength for foundation building. Xylan, on the other hand, assisted from the sidelines. As time passed, the benefits Chi Hongyue absorbed increased. It wasn't until she couldn't inhale it completely that she took out the foundation building pill and took it. The foundation establishment pill melted in her mouth and turned into a hot stream that surged into her meridians. It finally converged within her dantian. Under the effect of the medicinal power, the aura within her dantian began to be compressed and gradually liquefied into spiritual liquid, accumulating more and more within her dantian. This is? Chi Hongyue looked inward at her own dantian and was somewhat surprised in her heart. She found that the spiritual liquid produced by the foundation building was very smooth and extremely pure, without a trace of impurities. How is it possible? This is perfect foundation building? Chi Hongyue was shocked. She examined it carefully and eventually realized that some of the impurities within her own aura had completely evaporated with the help of Yang Qi, and there was not a single bit left. It's senior brother Yi helping me, Chi Hongyue realized. Perfect foundation building was very rare, and very few cultivators could achieve it. She didn't think that she could. Seeing that there wasn't much Yang Qi left, she immediately tried her best to absorb it. Yang Qi couldn't be broken. The aura within her dantian hadn't completely liquefied and finished yet. If the supply of Yang Qi was insufficient, causing impurities to remain within the aura and affecting the perfect foundation building, it would be a great loss. Qilan assisted from the side, helping Chi Hongyue absorb the benefits. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Seeing a glimmer of goodness was actually wasted. She hesitated for a split second. After seeing that Chi Hongyue was still immersed in her cultivation and no one was paying attention to her, she ate the benefits immediately. Secretly, he said, we can't afford to waste this kind of divine object. To her, waste was blasphemy, and she couldn't accept it. As time continued, the spiritual energy in Chi Hongyue's body was finally completely liquefied. Rumble. A rumble emanated from within her. A large amount of spiritual liquid flowed rapidly within her meridians. At the same time, the aura within the cave converged towards her body. The aura on its body quickly drew up. This went on for half an hour. Yi Ba was a little surprised as he realized that during Chi Hongyue's breakthrough, he had actually absorbed a lot of aura as well. Could it be because of Red Moon's Thousand Tides enchanting bone talent? Yi Ba secretly guessed. He could not break through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation so quickly without Chi Hongyue's help some time ago. Every time he cultivated, Chi Hongyue's Thousand Tides enchanting bone could provide him with a large amount of pure spiritual energy. It benefited him greatly. This time, he should have borrowed Chi Hongyue's strength as well. It allowed him, who had just broken through to the 9th level of Qi practicing, to completely stabilize his realm. Suddenly, he felt a strange movement underneath him and looked down. It was actually the sneaky Xylan that was spotted. Surprisingly, he's stealing food. Yi Ba was shocked, but showed respect. Ignoring Chi Hongyue who was stabilizing her realm on the side as well as Qi Lan who was stealing food on the ground, he got up and went to the other room. Look to the panel that pops up in front of you. Unlike the previous white panels, this time the panel was surprisingly gold. Activate the hidden bond, mother-daughter pairing, doubling the cultivation. Vigorously storming out of the miracle. 10 times the rate of this storm. Fire May King body experience plus 100 * 10, strike rate. Fire King May body, King grade, 10,000/10,000, can be awakened. The first time you activate this bond, you gain the blast cultivation. Current cultivation realm plus 100%. Do you accept the cultivation initiation immediately? No. Yi Ba directly refused. The two Qi Lan mothers and daughters were still inside the cave, and this was not the right time to immediately ascend the realm. What made him curious was what this hidden bond meant. Today is the first time this has happened. Could it be that a female demon with a special status relationship will storm if she practices with me, gaining extra benefits? It does look somewhat similar to playing chess. Each piece has one or more identities of its own. For example, Qilan is both Chi Hongyu's mother and Deng Xiahan's teacher. It should be the identities that come together to blitz. Qilan and Deng Xiahan are master and disciple, so they should be able to activate the special bond as well. Yi Ba mused, secretly saying in his heart, also, you can try all three together. Maybe it's some kind of hidden bond too. Yi Ba floated some ideas in his heart and planned to find a chance to try it out later. Mostly, Blitz is just too flavorful. Not only does it provide a 10-fold experience bonus after a storm, what's more, it can enhance cultivation. In this way, the problem of his slow cultivation enhancement would be solved. Of course, it was only Yi Ba himself who felt slow. Normally, it was common for immortal cultivators to break through a layer of realm in a few years or even decades. It was only that Yi Ba had crossed over and his thinking was still somewhat stuck in modern times, although in less than half a year, he had broken through to the 9th level of Qi practicing, but it's still unsatisfying and feels slow. Activating a special bond now allows you to blitz plus cultivation. The speed at which he breaks through will only get faster. Chapter 56, Burning Heavenly Body. After the two Chi Hanyu left the cave, Yi Ba also immediately accepted the cultivation infusion. In a blink of an eye, a large amount of spiritual liquid surged out of his dantian. The aura on his body climbed rapidly as a result. It quickly reached the peak of the 9th level of Chi practicing. Originally, according to his cultivation speed, it would take at least half a year to break through to the peak of the 9th layer. But now, after the cultivation infusion, he had directly reached the peak of the 9th level of Chi cultivation. In other words, he could just take the foundation establishment pill right now and start trying to build his foundation. When Shu Waist and the girls come over next time, let them collect the foundation establishment pills for me, Yi Ba muttered, taking this matter to heart. Immediately after that, he chanted awakening in his mind. After more than a month of experience accumulation, coupled with the experience from the blitz just now, he had also managed to accumulate a full amount of experience in the Fire Enchanting King's body. Now free, just in time to awaken it. Hint, the Fire Enchanting King body will only be awakened in female cultivators, and when the host awakens, it will automatically be corrected to the Burning Heaven body. The Burning Heavenly body can harbor a powerful Burning Heavenly spiritual amazing, so powerful and determined that it can burn mountains and boil the sea. There's still this kind of argument. Yi Ba was surprised, but it wasn't the first time this autocorrection had happened, and he quickly accepted it. In the next second, a large amount of heat flowed out of his body. The heat flow surged rapidly in his meridians, causing them to become bulging and sizzling. He looked within himself and realized that the heat flow within his meridians were actually some tiny flames. As time passed, the heat flow within his body increased. In the end, all of these heat currents converged within the dantian, forming a fist-sized flame. The flames are dreamlike and the color is between blue and red. Yi Ba's mind moved, and the Burning Heaven spiritual amazement surged out from his dantian and drilled out from his fingertips along his meridians. A trace of fire burned quietly at Yi Ba's fingertips. As soon as the beginning appeared, the temperature in the air was climbing rapidly. Zira, a piece of clothing next to Yi Ba directly ignited. It was reduced to flying dust in an instant. Yi Ba was startled in his heart and hurriedly dispersed the burning sky spirit amazing. Put out the outside flames again. This Burning Heaven spirit amazing is really powerful. How powerful would a fireball spell I cast with this fire be? Yi Ba murmured in his heart. There was a desire to try, but he was afraid that the power would be too great and destroy the formations inside the cave. In the end, one can only press one's curiosity. In addition, he realized that the burning sky spirit amazing had no effect on himself. There will be no such thing as setting yourself on fire for something stupid. The next day, Shu Waist came to the cave. After Yi Ba assisted him in completing his cultivation, he also inquired about the foundation establishment pill. Senior sister, I am now at the peak of the 9th level of Chi cultivation, touching the threshold of foundation building. I need you to provide me with foundation establishment pills, Yi Ba commanded. Foundation building pill? Shu Waist subconsciously frowned. Foundation establishment pill was an auxiliary pill that every Chi practicing cultivator must use when building their foundation. However, the spirit materials used to refine the foundation establishment pill were all very rare and precious, and were not that easy to obtain. The foundation establishment pill she used to build her foundation was still given by her master. Difficulties? Seeing Shu Waist's expression, Yi Ba inquired suspiciously. Aha! Shu Waist nodded. Foundation building Dan is only sold in the Dan Hall, and depending on the grade of the foundation building Dan, it sells for between 10,000 and 1 million spirit stones, from the lower grade to the perfect foundation building Dan. If it's just a lower grade foundation building pill, I can still purchase it by borrowing some spirit stones from someone, but if it's a mid-grade or upper-grade spirit stone, I won't have enough spirit stones on hand. Shu Waist felt a little guilty at the bottom of his heart. Guilt that he didn't have enough spirit stones on him. There's no way to fulfill Yi Ba's request. Is that so? Yi Ba frowned. After pondering for a split second, he continued to ask, what is the difference between the lower-grade foundation building pill and the perfect foundation building pill? The grades of foundation building are divided into 4 grades: inferior, intermediate, superior, and perfect. The higher the grade of foundation building, the greater the potential in the future, and the farther one can go on the road of cultivation in the future. Shu Waist explained. Yi Ba nodded his head gently. It was the first time he had ever heard such a statement. He naturally wanted to build his foundation perfectly. Does the perfect foundation building pill require 1 million spirit stones? Well, a perfect foundation building pill requires 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Shu Waist nodded his head, and immediately afterward, his voice changed and said, however, even if there are enough spirit stones, a perfect foundation building pill is still very difficult to obtain, and falls under the category of having a price without a market. As long as the Dan Hall has a perfect foundation establishment pill refined, it will be snatched up by all the major peak masters and patriarchs over there, and I won't have a chance to get it at all. True disciples like me are just taking the top-grade foundation building pills. Only the children and grandchildren of Jiadan or Yuanin cultivators within the clan have the opportunity to obtain the perfect foundation establishment pill. Yi Ba frowned. If that seemed to be the case, it was almost impossible for him to get the perfect foundation building pill. Is it just a matter of settling for second best? Yi Ba was a bit unwilling. Is there no other way? Chu Waist gritted her teeth as she spoke again after thinking for a moment. Senior sister Qin Lan is the head of the inner sect's Dan Hall. I can ask her. Dan Hall Master? Yi Ba was surprised in his heart. You can ask. He nodded. Good. I'll go back today and pry into it first thing. How high a grade of alchemist does it take to refine the foundation building pill? Yi Ba suddenly remembered that he was also an alchemist. It wasn't impossible to refine it yourself if you had the corresponding materials. A normal second-order alchemist will be able to refine the foundation building dan, but the refining process of the foundation building dan is very complicated. Only an alchemist of the third order or above will have a certain degree of certainty in refining a top-grade or perfect foundation building dan, but it's not 100% successful either. Chu Waist explained. A second-order alchemist is refining? Yi Ba's eyes lit up. He was now the second-ranked middle-grade alchemist. In other words, with his current alchemy skill, he would be able to refine the foundation establishment pill. Unlike others, he had a 100% success rate in refining because of the system. Wouldn't this mean that as long as there were alchemy materials, he would be able to refine them himself? Understanding all of this, Yi Ba immediately instructed, prioritize asking about the perfect foundation establishment pill, and if Qin Lan doesn't have it there, find a way to harvest a copy of the spirit materials needed to refine the foundation establishment pill. Spirit materials for refining the foundation establishment pill? Chu Waist was surprised in his heart. I wonder what Yi Ba means. It's hard not to want to refine it yourself. However, if it was merely a foundation establishment pill spiritual material, with Qin Lan's own identity, it shouldn't be very difficult to obtain one, but she would have to ask before she could get an accurate answer to any of this. Yes, she nodded her head in agreement. Chapter 57, Refining the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill. The first thing you need to do is to stay at the residence. Senior sister, I have something I want to ask for your help. Chu Waist sat across from Qin Lan and spoke softly. Oh, what is it that senior sister has to say straight out? I can do it and will definitely help you. Qin Lan was surprised and nodded in response. With the help of Chu Waist, she repaired the dark wounds on her body and successfully advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. In the bottom of his heart, he was naturally incomparably grateful to Chu Waist. It's not really about me. It's about something within the sect. Someone in the sect needs a perfect foundation building pill. As the head of the Dan Hall, senior sister doesn't know if there's a way? Chu Waist pulled a lie and said, Yi Ba's true cultivation naturally could not let the Qinlan in front of him know. It can only be excused as being needed by others within the church. Perfect foundation building pill. Qinlan subconsciously frowned. It would be fine if it was other pills. The foundation building pill. And it was the perfect foundation building pill. She didn't have it here either. But when she thought of how Chu Waist had once helped her, she felt bad for rejecting it outright. Thus after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. The perfect foundation building dan is very rare, and I don't have it on hand at the moment, but the Dan Hall still has 2 more spirit materials for the foundation building dan, so I can try to refine the perfect foundation building dan, but with my 3rd rank lower grade alchemy, the success rate of refining the perfect foundation establishment pill should not be 20%, and there is no way for me to guarantee whether or not I will be able to refine it in the end. Elder sister has spirit materials for refining the foundation establishment pill on hand? Chu Waist's heart stirred. She thought of Yi Ba's instructions. Now that she couldn't get the perfect foundation building pill, she could still deliver if she got a copy of the alchemy materials. Thinking of this, she immediately said, Senior sister, could you give me a copy of the ingredients for the foundation building pill? He was a little hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't want to give it up. Rather, these spirit materials were all from the Dan Hall, and would be inspected by the Dan Hall elders before and after refining. Even if the refining was unsuccessful, there would still be dregs of the medicine left behind as a way to confirm that the spirit material had been used up. But if she didn't even have the dregs of the medicine, even if she was the head of the Dan Hall, she couldn't say anything about it. Senior sister, if you want the spirit materials for the foundation establishment pill, are you planning to refine it yourself? She spoke in a deep voice. Senior sister is joking. With my alchemy skill, how can I be qualified to refine the foundation establishment dan? I know a master alchemist within the sect. I can ask him to refine it. Chu Waist continued to lie. So that's how it is. Qin Lan understood. In the bottom of his heart, he secretly said that there were so many capable people in the sect. There were even Dan masters who refined the perfect foundation establishment dan. Elder sister, Here's the thing. She immediately voiced her concerns. Senior sister, don't worry. If that alchemy master fails to refine, I will retrieve the dregs back to you, Chu Waist promised. Good. Xinlan nodded. In the next second, she opened her storage bag and took out all of the 100 or so spirit materials needed to refine the foundation establishment pill and handed them to Chu Waist. Senior sister, how many spirit stones do these spirit materials require? Senior sister, just take it and use it. No need for spirit stones. It's just whether or not senior sister can put in a few good words for me in front of the sect leader, so that I can cultivate for a little while longer. Xinlan's cheeks blushed slightly as he spoke at the end. Chu Waist secretly laughed in the bottom of his heart. This was wanting to absorb more benefits. I will mention this matter to the sect leader. As for how the sect leader decides, I can't decide. Chu Waist responded. In that case, many thanks to senior sister. Xinlan thanked. Chu Waist collected the spirit materials on the table into his own storage bag and got up to leave after saying hello, flying towards his own place at the peak. But just before she flew out for long, she suddenly looked at the mountainside not far away. Over there, she sensed a hint of prying. It seemed as if someone was secretly watching himself. She was puzzled in her mind and immediately flew towards that side. But when she flew up the mountainside, she didn't find anyone. Someone is following me? Chu Waist frowned. She didn't believe her intuition could be wrong. After a moment of contemplation, she left without moving and continued to return towards her residence. Only when she was on the road, she would sense her surroundings from time to time, but she did not notice the prying eyes again until she returned to her quarters. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, she opened the protective array of her residence. He then put his foot down and stepped into the teleportation array. When he reappeared, he was already inside the cave. Senior brother, I got the spirit materials for refining the foundation establishment pill from Chu Lan's hands. When Chu Waist saw Yi Ba, a smile appeared on his face and he spoke happily. A quick compliment and reward. You did a great job. Yi Ba responded happily. He didn't expect Chu Waist's efficiency to be so high. It's only been a few days. Chu Waist got the spirit materials for the foundation establishment. Dan, how did you get it from Xinlan? Yi Ba inquired curiously. Chu Waist immediately told the process of how he obtained the spirit materials, adding at the end, Senior sister Qin wants more time to cultivate. She did a good job this time, so I can fulfill her request. Yi Ba laughed lightly. She hadn't gotten the greenwood source body in Xinlan's body yet, and it was in his own interest to take care of Xinlan, and it also helps to establish subordination. One for all. Senior sister, please lend me your alchemy furnace for a bit. In addition to assisting me in refining the foundation establishment pill, Yi Ba commanded. What? Chu Waist looked into Yi Ba's eyes in incomparable surprise. Yi Ba actually really wanted to refine it himself. Wasn't he afraid of failing to refine it? Such a portion of spirit materials for the foundation establishment pill would cost at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Yi Ba was surprisingly about to waste it like that. But what could she say? She did as she was told. Of course, Chu Waist took out the alchemy furnace from within his storage bag, as well as the various spirit materials needed to refine the foundation establishment pill. Soon everything was fully prepared. Yi Ba nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Chu Waist and said, Do you have the foundation establishment Dan formula in your hand? Take it out for me to take a look. Chu Waist was dumbfounded. Is this a lesson to be learned now? It would be weird if this worked. Let alone a perfect foundation building Dan. It would be difficult to refine a lower grade foundation building Dan. That's just it. I'll just try to assist as much as I can in a while. Hopefully I can refine 2 lower grade foundation establishment pills. If the refining fails, I'll take the dregs back to Xinlan. Chu Waist thought so at the bottom of his heart. She took out the foundation building Dan formula from within her storage bag and handed it to Yi Ba. Yi Ba received it in his hand to check it out. After watching for 10 minutes or so, he had already memorized the entire process of refining. With everything ready, he also started refining straight away. Senior sister, help me heat up the alchemy furnace. Yi Ba commanded. Foundation cultivators can use the Dan fire to replace the earth fire. Compared to the earth fire, the Dan fire is more stable and the rate of pills will be relatively high. Of course, he had asked Chu Waist to help him solely because there was no ground fire to use right now. Good. Chu wasted a whole speechless. Even the Dan furnace was unable to heat up, but Yi Ba actually wanted to refine it. She was already refining with the mindset of failure. Chu Waist summoned the Dan flame and quickly heated the Dan furnace to a suitable temperature. Seeing this, Yi Ba raised his hand and threw the various spiritual materials aside into the alchemy furnace and began to refine the impurities to obtain the pure medicinal liquid. Soon, all the spirit materials were removed from his impurities, and he harvested clumps of either large or small spirit liquid. Chu Waist was a little alarmed. Could it be that Yi Ba really knew how to refine? At least its refined spirit liquid could not be seen to have any flaws. Yi Ba continued to refine, throwing the spiritual liquid into the alchemy furnace one by one in order to fuse it together. It took a full half a day before all the spiritual liquids were all thrown into the alchemy furnace by him, and all of them fused into one. As the temperature of the alchemy furnace rose, the spiritual liquid gradually solidified, and was finally divided into 5 clusters by Yiba before it completely solidified. It's okay. Yiba opened his mouth. There was some uncontrollable joy in his heart, although it was known that he would be able to refine it. But there is still something to look forward to. Chu Waste put away the Dan fire. Then he opened the alchemy furnace, only to see that inside the furnace body, 5 spirit dawn the size of an infant's fist were lying quietly inside. Surprisingly, it really worked. Chu Waste was so shocked that his mouth couldn't even close. She remembered that Yiba was only a first-rank lower-grade alchemist, right? How is it that you can now refine the foundation establishment pill? She raised her hand and ingested the foundation building Dan out of the furnace, bringing it to her eyes for observation. The next second, her eyes widened. This is actually the perfect foundation building Dan. Chu Waste's entire body froze, and he did not return to his senses for half a day. In the end, it was only when Yiba took away the foundation establishment pill from her hand that she reacted. It's hard to accept, but it's happening. In other words, Yiba was truly able to refine the perfect foundation establishment pill. Seeing that Yiba was going to take away all of the foundation establishment pills, she hurriedly organized. Senior brother, could you leave one for me? Yiba looked at Chu Waste suspiciously. Shinlan's side needs a feedback. Chu Waste said awkwardly. Really thought I was going to take back some of the dregs, but now that the refining was successful and the dregs were gone, there was only one foundation establishment pill to take back. Good. Yiba nodded his head. He wouldn't be able to use up all 5 foundation establishment pills, so he didn't mind. After throwing one to Chu Waste, he put the rest away. But Chu Waste had no intention of leaving. It just looked straight at Yiba, the meaning of which was obvious. It's trying to shiver benefits. Senior sister has also worked hard this time. Come over and cultivate for a while. Yiba smiled. The Chu Waste's face under the mask immediately revealed a joyful expression. Approaching towards Yiba. Chapter 58, Absolute Subordination. One thought determines life and death. Absolute subordination established. Absolute subordination. Chu Waste will follow all your orders and will take the initiative to safeguard the host's interests. The most loyal slave by your side. You can determine its life and death with a single thought. The absolute subordinate has gained massive benefits from you and has established a strong connection with yourself, so you can bestow any of your own spiritual root qualifications directly to the other party. In addition, when the other party cultivates, they will feed 1/3 of their cultivation results back to you. Absolutely subordinate. Yiba was surprised in his heart. Chu Waste had followed him the longest, and now he had finally become his loyal dog. Under absolute subordination, even in a life-threatening situation, Chu Waste would not tell his secret to anyone. He could safely leave some important things to Chu Waste. In addition, he could even bestow his own spiritual root qualification to Chu Waste. The most important thing was the last point. He could obtain cultivation feedback from Chu Waste. In other words, Chu Waste would become his cultivation rechargeable treasure in the future, provide him with an unending supply of spiritual energy. In the future, after Busheng Hua and the others also became absolute subordinates, the speed of his cultivation enhancement would undergo a qualitative change. These female devils used him as a cultivation tool, not realizing that in the end, they were all doing the grafting for themselves. Yiba suddenly felt that it was not bad for him to stay in the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal sect, treating the entire clan as his rechargeable treasure, thinning the whole clan of female practitioners while fattening themselves. He was simply a little afraid to imagine it, looking at Chu Waste who was absorbing the benefits on the side. With a movement in his heart, Yiba directly bestowed all 3 extreme spiritual roots of wood, fire, and earth spiritual roots in his body to Chu Waste. The faster Chu Waste cultivated, the more benefits he gained. So helping Chu Waste is helping himself. Wood, fire, and earth spirit roots were all spirit roots that Chu Waste originally had, but were only of medium or even lower grade. Now that they had all been upgraded to extreme spiritual roots by Yiba, their cultivation speed had also risen wildly. Chu Waste was incomparably shocked in his heart as he sensed the changes that had occurred in himself. She stopped her cultivation and looked at Yiba. Just cultivate hard in the future. Yiba didn't have the intention to explain. He just exhorted. Yes, Lord Sect Leader. Chu Waste nodded respectfully. The tone of voice changed to one of immense respect. Her name for Yiba also changed. Just as Chu Waste was about to continue saying something, a light lit up on the teleportation spell, followed by Deng Xiahan's figure appearing from it. Its subconscious frowned when it saw that Chu Waste had not yet left. It was her time to practice. Why hasn't senior sister Chu left yet? Deng Xiahan's face showed displeasure. Is senior sister that impatient? Chu Waste got up and sneered back. Afterwards, it turned around and stood on the teleportation array to leave. Yiba frowned slightly. Teleportation spells are a bit too casual in and out these days. In case he was doing something secretive inside the cave, it would be troublesome if someone suddenly broke in. Senior Sister Tang, can the teleportation spell formation be rearranged? Arrange it in such a way that it requires my consent to open it, Yiba asked out loud. In addition, a killing formation needs to be placed around the teleportation spell formation so that no outsiders will pass in and discover our secret. Killing arrays are not difficult to set up, but teleportation arrays. Deng Xiaohan spoke softly, falling into thought. After a moment, he resumed speaking. I can refine a few pairs of teleportation tokens. One of the pairs of tokens will be given to you, and only if you insert the token into the teleportation spell will the other paired teleportation spell activate. That's fine. Yi Ba nodded. Whoever's turn it is to practice on any given day, just insert their corresponding token. It's not too much trouble. Good. Then I'll find the time to refine it in the next few days. Tung Xiaohan agreed. Subsequently it's also started to cultivate, and left after 4 hours, satisfied. 3 days later, Tung Xiaohan successfully refined a new teleportation spell formation and upgraded the entire spell formation within the cave. After awakening the formation Dao's sacred body, her understanding of the formation Dao had deepened quite a bit. The newly arranged spell formation was much more effective in concealing it. Yiba looked at the 4 teleportation tokens in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Nowadays, only Chu Waste, Bu Shenghua, Deng Xiaohan, and Qi Hanhua had teleportation spells to the cave at their places. Qin Lan and Qi Lan don't have any for now. This was a deliberate act by Yi Ba. The purpose was to guard against the duo. He put the 4 teleportation tokens aside. He had already explained to the 4 girls in advance that he was going to attempt to break through to Foundation establishment starting today. No one in the cave could come in without his permission. Yi Ba took out a Jingshan incense and lit it as he began to adjust his state. After adjusting his state to the best, he also directly took out the perfect foundation building pill and ate it. The spiritual energy within the Dantian was suddenly agitated. Chapter 59, Chu Waste Speculation. Yi Ba looked inward at the Dantian. After he continued to run his gongfu to absorb the medicinal power of the foundation building pill, the aura within his Dantian began to gradually liquefy. The whole thing was very silky smooth without a hint of lag. Gradually, his mind was completely immersed in it, completely isolated from the outside world. Outside, the first thing you need to do is to stay at the residence. Chu Waste and Qin Lan sat opposite each other. Senior Sister, the spirit materials you gave me last time to refine the foundation establishment pill, the alchemy masters within the sect have already finished refining them. Chu Waste lowered his voice and said, Oh, Qin Lan's expression moved as he opened his mouth to inquire. How was the result of the refining? It doesn't matter if it fails, just give me the dregs. She didn't care much about the results, where the perfect foundation establishment pill could be so well refined. She had also become a third-order lower-grade alchemist for several years, but the number of perfect foundation establishment pills she had refined was only a handful. Whether or not you can become a Dan each time depends on luck. Senior Sister, the foundation building pill has been refined. Chu Waste replied. Refined? Is that a mid-grade one or a top-grade one? Qin Lan was slightly surprised, but still didn't think it was anything. Medium and top-grade foundation establishment pills were also something she was often able to refine. This was good. She could better deliver with the Dan Hall elders. Senior Sister, it's the perfect foundation building pill, Chu Waste said in a deep voice. What did you say? Perfect foundation building pill. Qin Lan's eyes widened and he could barely control himself from standing up from his chair. She couldn't believe her ears a little. Is it really the perfect foundation building pill? She inquired, not very sure. She was most aware of how difficult it was to refine the perfect foundation establishment pill. In order not to waste the spirit materials for the foundation establishment pill, the rationing of the spirit materials for the foundation establishment pill within each peak was based on the third-order alchemists. Only an alchemist of the 3rd rank or above could guarantee the rate of pills. However, it was only to ensure the rate of completion of the medium and top-grade foundation building pills. There was no way to guarantee the success rate of the perfect foundation building pill. No one could guarantee it. This thing could only depend on luck. Of course. Chu Wei smiled and took out a jade box from within his storage bag and opened it. Inside was clearly a foundation building pill. Qin Lan picked up the foundation building Dan and brought it to his eyes to look at it carefully for a few seconds. Shocked, he said, this is actually really a perfect foundation building pill. Senior Sister, is this perfect foundation establishment pill enough for you to deal with the elders of the Dan Hall? Chu Waste inquired. Of course. Qin Lan nodded. However, in the bottom of her heart, she had no intention of turning this foundation establishment Dan over to the Dan Hall. The perfect foundation building Dan was expensive and had a price that could be exchanged for many other precious things. As for the Dan Hall side, she could totally find a way to get a few medium-grade foundation building Dan to muddle through. Elder Sister, This alchemy master in the sect is really powerful. A single piece of spirit material can refine a perfect foundation establishment pill. Xinlan did not mince his words of praise and asked with some curiosity, by the way, I wonder how many pills this master has made in total. At the same time, in his heart, he also gained some cognizance of the dragon ambergris sect's underbelly. An alchemy master who could make a perfect foundation establishment pill was welcome everywhere. 5. All of them are perfect foundation building, Dan. Chu Waste replied. That's nothing that can't be said. Anyway, Xinlan didn't know that the foundation establishment pill was refined by Yi Ba. What? What you said is true. Xinlan directly stood up from his chair and grabbed Chu Waste's hand in excitement. In a furnace of foundation establishment, Dan, at most 5 pills would be formed, and out of the 5, at most 1 or 2 would be perfect foundation establishment, Dan, while the others would either be waste pills, or medium or top grade. This situation of a furnace full of perfect foundation establishment, Dan, was something she had never even heard of. Even that Yuaning stage alchemy master on the Sovereign Peak had at most refined 3 perfect foundation establishment pills. In other words, the alchemy masters within their Dragon Ambergris sect were more powerful than even the Yuaning stage alchemy masters within the sect. There's no need for me to deceive senior sister. Chu Waste gently grabbed away Xinlan's hand and smiled back. She also knew the whole thing was unthinkable, but it just happened so real. She resumed her seat in the chair, unable to calm her mood for a long time. Could it be that their Dragon Ambergris sect was even stronger than the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal sect? This made her unable to help but be even more in awe of the Dragon Ambergris sect. Senior sister, how is your relationship with that master? I still have 1 spiritual material for the foundation establishment pill left in my hand, Xinlan inquired in a low voice. This opportunity to earn spirit stones that was right in front of her. She wanted to take advantage of it. Senior sister is thinking of refining a furnace of foundation establishment, Dan? Chu Waste raised an eyebrow. No matter how many perfect foundation establishment pills can be refined, I only need 1. Xinlan opened his price. As for the rest, I won't ask how senior sister and that master divide it. Chu Waste's eyes brightened slightly. This way, Yi Ba would be able to get 4 perfect foundation building pills. Thus, she spoke after a moment of contemplation. You can give me the spirit materials first, and I'll ask about it later, but I can't guarantee if it'll work out or not. I believe in senior sister. Xinlan nodded with a smile, his heart not worried in the slightest. The perfect base building elixir has a 100% success rate. An alchemy master of this strength was completely worth her gamble. The 2 men finalized the matter for the time being. Chu Waste didn't continue to stay for long and got up to leave the place. A few moments later, she returned to her quarters, but just as she stepped inside, she sensed a hint of abnormality. Someone's been in my room? Chu Waste frowned. She had the habit of lighting incense in the house, so the house smelled of the particular odor of incense. But today there was an extra hint of other odors in the house. It's all a little different than it used to be. With suspicion, she examined the contents of the house, but nothing was found to be missing. Not even the placement of things had changed. Could it be my illusion? Chu Waste mused, but immediately afterward, he shook his head. The probability of her perception being wrong is extremely small. So, who entered my room? Chu Waste's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a protective formation outside her residence, so without a spell token, how could she enter? Immediately afterward she recalled being spied on halfway up the mountain a few days before. It was obvious that someone was onto her. It was a good thing that every time she left the room, she would put the teleportation spell away. Otherwise it's likely to be discovered. The thought of it made her a little frightened. I don't come into contact with many people. On weekdays, Chu wasted into deep thought. To be able to open the protective spell formation of her residence, the probability was that it was someone within the Peak Master's Hall. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Sun Yunyang. It was one of the first things she thought of. It's letting White Dragon spy on him when he first worshipped under the Peak Master. Moreover, the token for one's protective spell formation in the first place was also given by Sun Yunyang. There was no guarantee that Sun Yunyang didn't have another spell formation token in her hands. It's wanting to go into its own place, and it has every chance of doing so. After the death of the White Dragon, she had expected Sun Yunyang to tighten up a bit, but now it seems that not only did Sun Yunyang not restrain herself, but she went even further. Sun Yunyang did so in such a way that she was disgusted. In case Sun Yunyang enters her residence after she herself enters the cave through the teleportation spell, her secret would be exposed and Yi Ba would become dangerous. It can't go on like this, Chu Waste muttered in his heart, already moving to kill. Chapter 60, Masked Cultivation Society. 7 days later in the night. Ugh, Chu Waste stopped cultivating and let out a long sigh. Without the assistance of the sect leader Lord, her cultivation speed was simply too slow, like a snail crawling slowly. I also wonder if Lord Sect Leader has succeeded in building his foundation, she mused mentally. Suddenly, Her complexion moved and she looked to the teleportation spell on the side. The originally dull teleportation spell formation actually suddenly lit up. Lord Sect Leader's side can go over? Chu Waist was very surprised. She immediately took out her spell formation token and inserted it into the teleportation formation. And after a flash of light, she had appeared inside the cave. Chu Waist searched for Yi Ba's figure within the cave. And after seeing Yi Ba sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face showed joy. Lord Sect Leader, you've successfully built your foundation? Aha! Yi Ba nodded with a smile. Not only had he succeeded in building his foundation, but it was also a perfect foundation. The current him was a solid early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There was a huge change in the aura of the whole person. Most importantly, his lifespan reached 200 years. Congratulations to Lord Sect Leader for successfully building the foundation. Chu Waist bowed and saluted, looking like she was even happier than Yi Ba. Worthy of being my #1 loyal dog. Yi Ba smiled in his heart. He opened his mouth and inquired, during the time I was in seclusion, what happened in the outside world? Qinlan wants to cooperate with Lord Sect Leader to refine the perfect foundation establishment pill again. She only needs one. Chu Waist thought for a moment and said, the perfect foundation building pill has a high price and can be used to exchange for some cultivation resources. Aha! You can promise her. Yi Ba nodded his head. Now that he had already built his foundation, the resources needed for cultivation would be even greater later on. And there was always no harm in earning some spirit stones. I've already brought the spirit materials over already. Chu Waist took out a storage bag and placed it beside Yi Ba. Good. Anything else? The other thing is that I may have been targeted by my second senior sister, Sun Yun Yang, who had sneaked into my bedroom and sent someone to spy on me. Chu Waist's face became a bit heavier. Sun Yun Yang? What is her cultivation level? Late foundation stage. Chu Waist replied. Yi Ba frowned. If Sun Yun Yang accidentally found him here, it would be a trouble. But since I knew about this hidden danger in advance, it was just a matter of getting rid of it. Thus after pondering for a split second, Yi Ba spoke. Find a way to lure her to me. There is a killing formation outside the teleportation array. Just strangle her directly. The killing formation that Tang Xiahan had laid down was of the lower third rank, and according to him, even an early-stage Jedan cultivator would have a chance of being subdued. Sun Yunyang was only in the late stage of foundation establishment, which was completely enough to deal with. Good. Chu Waist nodded her head. She was now obedient to Yi Ba. Also, she had put up with Sun Yunyang for a long time. It's best to get it dead. However, Chu Waist did not leave immediately, but instead took the initiative to come in front of Yi Ba. Twisting her waist, she said, Lord Sect Leader, after a few days of no cultivation, the stored yang qi in my body has dried up, and I need Lord Sect Leader to come and water it and nourish it. Ha! Yi Ba laughed lightly. It's only been a few days since I've practiced. Why can't I help it? But as the #1 loyal dog under his command, what else could he say? Of course she was fully satisfied. Yi Ba didn't say anything, but only signaled Chu Waist with his eyes. The latter understood it by heart. A look of gratitude appeared on his face and he took the initiative to cultivate. Half a day later, Chu Waist rubbed his stomach and left satisfied. After Chu Waist left, Yi Ba began to think about the follow-up. Now that he had just broken through the early stage of foundation establishment, the most important thing he needed to do was to stabilize his realm. Another is to continue to improve your cultivation. However, after experiencing the exhilarating sensation of cultivation infusion, he somewhat didn't want to cultivate on his own. There's an easier way not to use it, so he's not a cutie. What? Mother and daughter Qi Hongyue can inspire a special bond. Then teacher and disciple Qi Lan and Deng Xiahan should be able to do the same. Yi Ba mused. He planned to find a way to get Qi Lan and Deng Xiahan together. Deng Xiahan was fine. Now he was his own senior subordinate. As long as it didn't take Deng Xiahan's life, it would do its bidding. It's mostly bad maneuvering on Xiren's side. Moreover, by getting too close to Deng Xiahan, Qi Lan would likely discover Deng Xiahan's identity. This also has the potential for hidden dangers. Maybe we can blind all of Qi Lan's senses and make him a tool person before bringing him here to cultivate together. Yi Ba's eyes lit up. As for how to convince Qi Lan, let Qi Hongyue figure it out. After all, it's mother and daughter, and there's no mother like a daughter. Thinking of this, he immediately inserted the array token belonging to Qi Hongyue into the teleportation spell. It had just been plugged in for less than a minute when the light of the teleportation array lit up. Qi Hongyue's figure appeared in it. She couldn't wait to rush towards Yi Ba. With that look, she looked like she had been hungry for half a year. This is really hungry. Yi Ba was somewhat speechless. What else could he say? Of course it still satisfies her. Qi Hongyue's time with him wasn't short, and the next person to establish absolute subordination should be either Qi Hongyue or Bu Shanghua. Deng Xiahan should be the last one. Still eat and take, can't eat and pack. Qi Hongyue was the most insatiable of the few. Half a day later, the cultivation was finished. Chi Hongyue's body and mind gained satisfaction. Her face wore a joyful expression as she took out a talisman from within her storage bag and opened her mouth. Senior brother, I've made another advancement in my talisman making technique, and now I can already refine a sound transmission note. This is the sound transmission note I've refined. In the future, you and I can use this note to communicate with each other by sound transmission. Yiba took the talisman and looked at it for a few moments, thinking that this item was not bad. This made it much easier for him to contact a few women. He immediately asked for a few more pairs of transmission notes towards Chi Hongyu, intending to give a few to Chu Waste later. In addition, he discovered that Chi Hongyue's talisman making skill had actually reached the top grade of the second rank. This really surprised him a bit. Only half a year ago, Chi Hongyue was only a second-order lower-grade alchemist, and in just half a year's time, she had actually reached the second-order upper grade, a speed that was a little too fast. Curious, he asked why. Chi Hongyue's cheeks blushed slightly as she explained in a low voice. Senior brother, the spirit ink that I refined with Yang Qi has a miraculous effect when drawing some of the most rigid and masculine talismans. Yang energy? Mine? Yi Ba was surprised. Aha! Chi Hongyue nodded in response. Yi Ba instantly cried and laughed. Is this a secondary development of his yang energy? And the spin-offs too? There's no one else either. But thinking back to thinking he had done something similar back in the day, he didn't continue to say anything more. Instead, he turned to business. Elder sister, I intend to organize a masked cultivation session within the sect, and those who attend will need to actively mask all of their senses, and all they can do is cultivate. You go back and ask your mother to make sure it's attended. Yiba droned in a deep voice. Chi Hongyue was stunned, not that she thought it was a problem. Instead, the surprise asked, can I join in? Yiba, is that a good thing? Wait a minute, that's really a good thing for the Lady Devils. After all, you can gain benefits and practice to improve your cultivation. However, he only wanted to test whether Qi Lan and Deng Xiahan could activate their bonds this time, and had no intention of bringing Chi Hongyue. So shaking his head, he said, this time was just an attempt. Next time I will definitely take you. Oh, Chi Hongyue was slightly disappointed in her heart, but in the end, she nodded her head and agreed. Chapter 61, Mother and daughter have a deep bond. One teaches the other to learn. Chi Hongyue left the cave and returned to her residence. Recalling Yiba's command just now, her chest was clogged. Senior brother is really biased. Why only let mother attend but not me? Chi Hongyue's brows were furrowed, and her heart was a little jealous. The last time she broke through the foundation establishment, her mother stole food behind her back, making her heart very upset. Chi Lan was ostensibly concerned about her foundation building, but in reality, he was working for his own benefit. He himself wasn't much of a priority at all in Xilan's mind. For my mother, cultivation will always come first, Chi Hongyue secretly said. Now she had kind of finally seen her true colors as a mother. I don't know what method she used to make senior brother look at her differently. I'm not that far behind her. Chi Hongyue looked to her breasts. Can't understand what went wrong. Her eyes rolled at the thought and she murmured, Mother, she must know what the problem is. I'll just go and ask. But if I ask directly, she won't necessarily say anything, so we'll have to find a way. There. Chi Hongyue's eyes lit up and she instantly thought of a solution. She immediately left her residence and went in search of Xilan. A few moments later, at the back of the formation hall's main hall, Qilan's residence, Yuer pays her respects to her mother. Chi Hongyu looked towards Qilan, who was lying on her side on the bed and couch, being served by two spirit slaves, and saluted. Qilan got up, looked at the two spirit slaves with disgust, and waved his hand to drive them away. Get out! If His Holiness the sect leader was a rare spiritual milk produced by a spiritual cow, then these two were water from a stinking gutter. Not only is it devoid of any nutrients, it stinks to high heaven. If it wasn't for the fact that His Holiness was busy doing other things on his side these days, he didn't have time to receive her. She said that she would never use these two spirit slaves to cultivate. After the spirit slave left the room, Qilan raised his head and pinched his finger to open the protective spell formation of his residence, isolating the inside and outside. Immediately afterward, he looked at Chi Hongyue with a hint of anticipation on his face, softly inquiring, Yuer, why are you free to come to my place? Is it because Lord Sect Leader's side is busy? Humph. Chi Hongyue saw her mother's face and her heart burst with disgust. Hearing the answer, Qilan was instantly happy and busily pursued. Then when can I go to the sect leader to practice? Mother, this depends on the arrangements of the Godfather. Are you in a hurry? Xilan was stunned. Of course she was in a hurry. She had already touched the threshold of Jiedan now, and was waiting to cultivate so that she could break through to the Jiedan stage as soon as possible. Yuer, I'm very close to breaking through the Jiedan stage nowadays. If I have the assistance of the sect leader, this time will only be faster. When I reach Jiedan, the position of the formation hall's head will be mine. and then I'll be able to obtain more cultivation resources. Chilan opened his mouth in a deep voice, and with a beat in his voice, he continued. You help me put in a good word in front of the sect leader to help me cultivate a few more times. You are my daughter, and when I break through to Jiedan, I won't treat you poorly. If those words were together, Shi Hongyue might have believed them, but right now, she was not convinced at all. She had seen Xiren's face, saying that they wouldn't treat themselves poorly, but in reality it wasn't about using her. Mother, I understand what you're saying, but there's nothing I can do to change the arrangements made by Lord Sect Leader, Shi Hongyue said softly. Xilan frowned darkly, but in the next second, Shi Hongyue's tone turned and continued. But then, recently, the sect master is going to organize a massed cultivation meeting. Originally, with your status, you are not qualified to participate, but since Mother is in a hurry to break through the Jiedan, I would be able to cut my losses and give my place to Mother first. Shi Hongyue's face pretended to look difficult. There's still this kind of thing. You've really helped me out. Shilan looked very excited, her snowy whites trembling about. But what is the meaning of this masked cultivation meeting? Don't we all wear masks when we meet the sect master? Shilan inquired suspiciously. The masked cultivation society not only needs to put on a mask, but also actively closes off all of one's senses to the outside world. One only needs to cultivate at ease. The rest the sect master will satisfy himself. Shi Hongyue explained. So that's how it is. Then I wonder how long the cultivation meeting will last? I'm not sure. The length of time is up to the sect leader. Shi Hongyue shook her head to explain, followed by a raised eyebrow. Is Mother unwilling to participate? No, I'm willing. I asked for more details just for fear of displeasing the sect leader, Shilan hurriedly explained. Then, he even took the initiative to promise, after I break through to Jiedan, I will do my best to help you break through to Jiedan as well. Thank you Mother for hanging on to me, but I have some cultivation questions right now, and I'd like to ask Mother to be able to solve them for me. Shi Honyu gently nodded her head, then stated her purpose. He had just helped Shilan. It's impossible for him to reject his inquiry. Oh, what's the problem? Just say it. Shilan responded with a smile. Merely giving a few pointers on cultivation was nothing to her at all. I had heard Lord Sect Leader praise Mother some time ago, saying that she was experienced in cultivation and that it made him feel good. But I observed my mother practicing and did not see any difference from my usual routine. Shi Hongyue opened her mouth with a puzzled expression on her face. Oh, so that's the problem. Shilan laughed lightly, a hint of self-satisfaction on his face. She does have some unique experience of her own in this regard. She approached Shi Hongyue's ear and whispered. It was only a moment later that he smiled and asked, do you understand? Chapter 62, A Master and Disciple Match. No tiredness in work. Shi Hongyue nodded with seeming understanding. She kind of got it, but not quite. And please, Mother, explain it to me in detail. She humbly asked for guidance. To obtain a purer spirit-quenching liquid, in addition to special techniques, you must also pay attention to your demeanor. Although this spirit-quenching bamboo is a dead thing, it has its own unique perception, and it needs to be made to feel your prayers as well as your humble intentions. Be patient enough to let the spirit-quenching bamboo feel your favorite emotions in order to get the best spirit-quenching liquid. Xilan explained in detail. Remember this saying, in order to gain, then first give up. Cultivation is the same thing. If you want to get better cultivation results, you have to make the spirit slaves happy, otherwise it's always less effective. Just like the spirit-quenching bamboo, the process of growth also requires diligent pouring of spiritual water. Shi Hongyue's eyes lit up as she seemed to somewhat understand what Shilan meant. In her cultivation, she just took what she wanted and never thought about giving anything. Yi Ba naturally didn't like it. Understanding the crux of it put her in a better mood. Thank you Mother for clearing up the confusion. I understand. Shi Hongyue gently nodded her head. When the sect leader notifies the exact time of the massed cultivation meeting, I will come and inform Mother in advance. Well, hard work Yuer. Shilan responded with a smile. The heart is very excited about the massed practice sessions. By the way Yuer, do you know anyone else within the sect? Shilan inquired. She was still a bit skeptical of Deng Shahan. Shi Hongyue was puzzled in her mind as she shook her head and lied. People within the sect don't know each other. Mother has something to do? I was just curious to inquire. Shilan laughed lightly and perfunctorily. If that was the case, even if it was true that Deng Shahan was also within the church, it's supposed to be unaware of her identity as well. In this way, she also put her heart at ease for the time being. I happen to have no important matters to deal with today, so I'll teach you some more about cultivating spirits. In the deep sea of the North Sea, there is a kind of resident spirit abalone, which can be taken to reside in the beauty of the face, and is loved by female cultivators, but taking it is also necessary to pay attention to the method. 3 days later, Shi Hongyue's residence, dressed in a light white veil with a flame mask, Shilan stood on the teleportation array and inquired with slight apprehension. Yuer, how is my attire today? Chi Honyue was slightly helpless. This was the third time Xylan had inquired after entering the house. The key, it's just wearing that white veil. What is there to see? Mother's attire is naturally excellent. Chi Honyue nodded her head. Immediately afterward, he admonished, Mother, don't forget to close off all your senses. You made a heavenly oath. That's good. I'll satisfy Lord Sect Leader any way I can. Shilan said in his heart. For this reason, she also deliberately used some special spirit materials that could increase the effect of cultivation. Yuer, don't worry. I'll close my senses now. After Chilan promised, he immediately pinched his hand to activate the sealing spell formation within his body. Now she couldn't perceive anything from the outside world. There was nothing but darkness and silence all around. The only one who can perceive it is within himself. After Chi Honyue glanced at him, she activated the teleportation array and sent him into the cave. After Chilan disappeared inside the house, she took out a sound transmission note to inform Yi Ba of the situation here. She then took out a spirit tempering bamboo from within her storage bag. Inside the cave, Yi Ba looked at Chilan, who appeared on the teleportation array, and smiled faintly. It's almost time to witness the results. Greetings, Lord Sect Leader. Chilan couldn't perceive the surroundings, but still saluted with his senses. Yi Ba was a bit speechless, thinking that you can't perceive anything anymore and you are still so polite. The point is, what's the deal with you turning your back on me? He stepped forward and directly carried Chilan out of the teleportation array, placing him with Tung Xiahan, who had arrived long ago. At this point, they were all lying side by side. Yi Ba no longer hesitated and immediately began to cultivate. Although Chilan couldn't sense the movements of the outside world, he could sense the large amount of extra benefits within his body. Her heart rejoiced, knowing she had come to the right place. Immediately, he began to operate his gong method and quickly absorbed it. Deng Xiahan was puzzled in the bottom of his heart, not knowing what was going on with Yi Ba, that he would suddenly ask her to close her senses. Say something about practicing better this way. She frowned as she ran her feet and was surprised. The benefits do seem to be a little more than usual. Immediately, he sank down to cultivate. 2 days later, Yi Ba sent the two women away. The two women hadn't absorbed the benefits for a long time, so they would naturally unblock their senses on their own. Sitting alone in the cave by himself, he checked the panel that popped up in front of him. Activate the hidden bond, master and disciple collocation. Work is not tired, vigorously bludgeoned out of the miracle. 12 times the rate of this storm. Tip, this time, no physique or talent. Experience is gained, and you cannot get a bonus to the storming experience. Restrike judgment in the Blitz succeeds, obtaining Zyron Jr. subordinate. The first time you activate this bond, you gain the blast cultivation. Current cultivation realm plus 100%. Do you accept the cultivation initiation immediately? What the hell? Directly rewarding a primary subordinate. Yi Ba was shocked in his heart. The various physical qualities and talents in Chilan and Deng Xiahan, he had acquired them all long ago. Therefore, not being able to gain experience he was expected. But what he never expected was that there would be other rewards without experience gained. It's a strange feeling. It's like the system has to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's encouraging, isn't it? The system is more or less immodest. However, he likes it and would like to award 1 billion more points. Activating special bonds is too good. Yi Ba lamented inwardly. The next step can be to try to call the 3 Chilan together to cultivate. If you can activate the bond again, to obtain the advanced subordinate rewards. The more Yi Ba thought, the more excited he became, and he couldn't wait to practice immediately. There can be no hurry, but immediately afterward he reacted, mentally admonishing himself. Right now, it would be best for him to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment before attempting to activate the restraints. The most important thing was still the cultivation reward. If he activated the tether again now, he would have wasted a cultivation reward, and that would be too much of a loss. After all, intimacy like the 3 Zyrons is still hard to find. I wonder if the 3 of them, Xin Lan, Chu Waste and Bu Shenghua, have any special bonds. The 3 of them are under the same Peak Master's door anyways, or find a way to take down the Peak Master? Yi Ba's heart was shocked when he thought of this, and he hastily dismissed the idea. The Peak Master was a Jiden cultivator, not something he could mess with at the moment. It was better to be careful. He was a little too eager just now. After taking a deep breath and calming his mind down, Yi Ba also received a cultivation infusion. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual liquid was incorporated within his dantian. The breath on his body climbed rapidly. It ended up staying at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment, just 1 step short of the middle stage of foundation establishment. This feeling of rapidly becoming stronger is really great. Yi Ba was very happy as he felt the spiritual energy surging in his body. Suddenly, his expression moved as he looked to the transmission note that suddenly flashed with spiritual light to the side. He took it into his hands and his divine sense probed into it. Lord Sect Leader, Sun Yunyang has taken the bait. quickly activate the killing formation. Chu Waste's urgent voice came from inside. Chapter 63, it's kind of a waste of money. Yi Ba was stunned, thinking to myself that Chu Waste's efficiency is quite high. It's only been a few days. He took out the token to control the killing array and got up to wait in front of the teleportation spell. With a flash of white light, a figure appeared within the teleportation array. It wore a long golden dress with exposed calves that were slender and white, and a red rope was tied around its wrist, which wore a white jade bead. Its face is fair and long, but the feeling given by the slightly furrowed brows is a feeling of not getting along, as if it is born with a cold heart. If I were to find a similar person to describe it, it would probably be Sister Moxie. At the same time, its information appeared before Yi Ba's eyes. Name, Sun Yunyang. Physical, none. Realm, late foundation stage. Qualification, excellent golden spiritual root. Talent, none. Avatar, none. Puppetry, second order upper grade. Technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, advanced mimicry. Golden light, 1,000 blades. Gengjin sword chi. There's another extreme gold spiritual root? Yi Ba's eyes brightened slightly. But aside from her spiritual roots, this Sun Yunyang really didn't have anything outstanding to offer. Sun Yunyang immediately turned on her protective aura after the dizziness from the teleportation disappeared. But the expected attack that could have come did not. She looked around and quickly spotted Yi Ba standing in the distance. At this time, Yi Ba's face was still wearing the golden dragon mask. It was unable to detect Yi Ba's cultivation level. Who are you? Sun Yunyang questioned as she took out her body protector and looked at Yi Ba vigilantly. She sneaked into Chu Waste's residence once again after Chu Waste left the residence and headed to Qinlan's place. This time she made an unexpected discovery, and actually found a teleportation array in Chu Waste's room. It also had a teleportation token stuck in it. After realizing that this was Chu Waste's secret, she was curious and teleported over. I didn't expect to see a person here. In fact, she had long suspected that Chu Waste had a secret, or else how could an outer disciple, who had only cultivated to the 5th level of Qi cultivation after several years of initiation, suddenly awaken an emperor quality physique? If at first she was just skeptical, after the death of the white dragon in the back, coupled with the contact between Chu Waste and Qinlan, who was already a waste of space long ago, had miraculously recovered. She knew best how badly she was injured. It was impossible to recover from it. But on the contrary, after Chu Waste became her junior sister, Qinlan inexplicably recovered. Moreover, Chu Waste and Qinlan had gotten very close recently, which made her suspect Chu Waste. After spying on Chu Waste for so long, she finally made her immediate discovery. Yi Ba sized up Sun Yunyang with interest for a few moments, but there was no desire to explain. How many villains die from talking too much? Nope, he's decent. The villain or whatever doesn't exist. Therefore, he directly activated the killing formation. In an instant, dozens of thick red chains emerged from the ground around the teleportation array. The chains were littered with intricate runes, with gusts of spiritual pressure emanating from them. The moment it appeared, it automatically jerked towards Sun Yunyang. Sun Yunyang's face was cold. She had long been on guard. Therefore, the golden spirit sword in his hand was sacrificed the instant the change occurred. Go! Sun Yunyang raised her hand and struck out with a pinch. An intense golden light erupted from the golden spirit sword, stabbing at the surrounding runic chains at an extremely fast speed. Boo! With a loud bang, one of the runic chains was directly stabbed, and the body of the lock cracked open with a slit. However, just as Sun Yunyang wanted to retrieve the spirit sword, she realized that it was imprisoned. How can that be? She lost her voice. The power of her strike was already close to Jiadan, so how could it not only be useless, but even be imprisoned? She gritted her teeth, knowing that the killing formation in front of her was beyond her imagination. Therefore, without further hesitation, he immediately took out a golden orb from within his storage bag. This was the Dharma bead that her master had given her, and it contained the full force of a Jiadan stage cultivator's strike. This bead was very precious, and she only had this one on hand, but at this point it has come to a point where it has to be used. Those spirit locks had all but surrounded her. She poured in spiritual energy towards the Dharma bead, and in the next second, dazzling golden light erupted from the Dharma bead, and if one looked closely, one could realize that the golden light was composed of countless tiny sword chi. Boom! Golden light erupted as countless sword chi saved up and shot out, stabbing at the spirit locks smashing around. So fierce. Yi Ba was a bit shocked. He realized that he seemed to have somewhat underestimated Sun Yunyang's strength, but his reaction was equally not slow, and he used the only fireball spell he knew with a one-handed choke. A fireball over a dozen meters in size emerged in his hand, emitting intense heat. Under the enhancement of the burning sky spirit amazing, the fireball in his hand was no longer ordinary. He flicked his palm and the fireball immediately smashed out. In front of them, the spirit locks were pierced out by the sword chi into fine hollows. The runes on them flickered, and they were actually unable to continue smashing down. Sun Yunyang had been all relieved, but after seeing the huge fireball in Yiba's hand, she was humanly dumbfounded. Even from a distance, she could feel the enormous energy contained within the fireball. Seeing the fireball slamming towards her, she immediately took out a white handkerchief and offered it to stop herself. Boom! The fireball hit the handkerchief and erupted with a loud bang. Under her fearful gaze, the handkerchief was directly pierced through by the fireball, which immediately smashed onto her protective aura. Boo! Her protective aura shattered in response. Pust! Sun Yunyang opened her mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, seeing that the fireball was about to touch her body. In the next second, the jade bead at her wrist emitted a soft glow. A blue light covered her body. Boom! The fireball slammed into its body, and the blue light flashed wildly, but it was ultimately blocked. Not waiting for Sun Yunyang to be happy, the spirit locks around her had already resumed, and a dozen or so spirit locks had already wrapped her into a dumpling-like shape between swings. Even the spirit power in his body was sealed by the spirit lock, and he was unable to cast any spells at all. Moreover, the spirit lock was continuing to tighten with force, and at this rate, she would surely die. Who the hell are you? I'm the disciple of the Red Luan Peak Master. If you kill me, my master won't spare you. Sun Yunyang opened her mouth and threatened. Yiba sneered in the bottom of his heart. Sun Yunyang was now seeing that she couldn't beat herself, so she opened her mouth to beg for mercy. If it had gotten the upper hand just now, it would have been a different situation. Begging for mercy is just Sun Yunyang being scared. Yiba didn't bother to pay attention to her, but he didn't kill her immediately. He manipulated the spell to stop the spirit lock from continuing to shrink. At least it was an extreme golden spirit root, so it could be utilized for wasteful purposes. Nowadays, his golden spirit root could still be stuck in the upper grade. Yiba approached the past. Under the squeeze of the spirit lock, Sun Yunyang's flesh and blood all converged into a ball. Bigger places are bigger. Kill if you want to. What do you mean now? Sun Yunyang was very disgusted by Yiba's gaze and frowned and snapped. She planted herself here, already recognizing her own bad luck, without any half-regrets. She didn't have the toughness of the eldest senior sister. She didn't have the natural talent of the third senior sister. And even the new youngest junior sister, Chu Waste, wasn't as good as her. In order to enjoy the favor of her master alone and obtain more cultivation resources from her master, she did not hesitate to collude with the demonic cultivator and abolish Qinlan. Originally, everything was going well, but halfway through, a Chu Waste with even higher natural talent appeared. He also regained his talent at this time and was no longer a waste. There was no way around it. She had to fight. Cultivation was meant to be like this, to fight with the sky, to fight with the earth, to fight with others, and to fight with oneself. If you don't fight for anything, what's the point of cultivating immortality? Now that she was dead, she only blamed herself for not being cautious enough. Who said I'm going to kill you? At least now you can't die. Yiba raised his eyebrows. In the next second, he maneuvered the spirit lock to reveal a gap, and hung Sun Yunyang in midair so that she could not move. Chapter 64, Yiba's Misbehavior. What are you going to do? Sun Yunyang frowned, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Noisy! Yiba glanced at it and said irritably. The spirit lock was then controlled to gag him. When he was doing his business, he was most annoyed by the female devil's twittering, which affected his mood. Immediately after that, he also began to cultivate. This was the first time he had tried this type of cultivation. Don't tell me. You don't tell me. It's a different feeling. It's like a swing. Sun Yunyang was a bit curious at first, but soon sensed the difference. She wanted to resist, but not only was her own spiritual power sealed, even her body was bound. It was difficult to even move a finger. One could only watch as Yiba performed his actions. Its heart was very irritated. In the past, she was the one who used the spirit girl to cultivate. Now it was being used as a tool by others, but there was nothing she could do about it. If I can regain my freedom, I must kill him at the first opportunity. Sun Yunyang's heart was fuming. No! Suddenly, she looked startled, sensing that her own spiritual power suppression had actually loosened a bit. Trying to cast spells was still impossible, but she could run her own feats. Humph! I told you to covet my beauty. I'll suck you to death. Sun Yunyang was secretly delighted. Although she didn't know why this had happened, the Taiku dragon swallowing technique was overbearing and in her opinion, the other party was just looking for death. She was going to suck it alive like she did with the other spirit slaves. When the time comes, she'll be able to live. When I get out, Qinlan, Chu Waste, you're all going to die. Sun Yunyang had already begun to plan what she would do when she got out. She gritted her teeth and began to sell her cultivation, frantically absorbing the benefits. Yiba secretly laughed in his heart. Suck it up. When I accumulate enough extreme gold spiritual root experience, it will be your death. He intentionally loosened some seals just to allow Sun Yunyang to cultivate. It's a no-brainer. To gain experience, Su Yunyang needed to absorb it herself. There is nothing he can do unilaterally on his own. The two of them cultivated each other in this way. As the cultivation time passed, Sun Yunyang was surprised to find that the injury she had just received had healed. How did this happen? I didn't do anything. How did the injury recover? Sun Yunyang murmured in her heart, not knowing the reason at all. She perceived it carefully and was finally surprised to find that it was because of her cultivation. But in the past cultivation, this could never be the case. The only difference in this practice is that it's a different person. In other words, this person wearing a dragon head mask has special abilities. Moreover, she realized that her cultivation speed was also much faster than before, at least tens of times faster. One should know that the spirit slaves she used for her own cultivation were also of the supreme young physique, and although they were only oddities, they were already very precious. Could it be that the person behind her was not only a supreme young physique, but also that top-notch supreme young physique? Otherwise it is impossible to have such a good cultivation effect. It was a moment that she associated with many things. Chu Waste was able to awaken the sun and moon spiritual body of the imperial grade. Could it be related to it as well? Sun Yunyang mused. Right, there's also Qinlan's injury recovery. She brightened up and immediately thought of the key. Since it could heal injuries, it was likely that Qinlan's injuries were also healed by it. But Qinlan's injury is so serious. This can be cured. Then the treatment effect is also too heaven-defying. Sun Yunyang was instantly astonished. She felt she had discovered something very remarkable. If she could keep enjoying such a rapid cultivation speed, it would be expected that she would be able to form a Dan. She had already stayed at the Jedan realm for a full 5 years. During that time, she had tried a dozen ways, but still hadn't been able to touch the threshold of Jedan. She felt that what lay before her was a great opportunity. As long as she could grasp it, she would certainly be able to break through to Jedan. But the immediate priority was to get out as soon as possible. After a day, Sun Yunyang people were numb. What's the situation? After practicing for so long, why is he still holding on? She was shocked. She knew better than anyone in her heart how much benefit she had absorbed herself. An ordinary supreme young physique would never be able to top it. Even if they don't become dried up, they will become weak. But the mysterious man acted as if nothing had happened. It was even in an excellent mood to sing a strange tune she couldn't understand. It's okay, it's only been 1 day. I still don't believe it. Sun Yunyang mentally reassured herself and also got up the desire to win. Vow to split the difference with the mystery man. The body's gong methods also operated more quickly. Yiba was surprised at the change and thought, just suck it up, buddy perpetual motion machine. 4 days later, Sun Yunyang no longer knew how to describe it. Nowadays, her cultivation had become a conditioned reflex. The heart was filled with despair. Can't suck it up. Can't suck it up at all. It had been 5 days, and the mystic was still not tired. She even suspected that the Mysterons just weren't human. Instead, it's some kind of demon with special abilities. After all, it's just too unbelievable. In addition, to her surprise, her cultivation level, which had been stagnant for many years, had loosened up. She touched a hint of the threshold of Jiedan and saw the hope of Jiedan. It would be nice if it stayed that way. Su Yunyang was startled by this thought that popped up in her heart. Mystic was the enemy who almost killed her. However, upon careful and serious consideration, it seemed that he did not have any deep hatred with the mysterious man, and at most, he had barged in here, causing the other party to be displeased, and a conflict had occurred. I wonder what exactly is the relationship between Chu Waste and the mysterious man. Sun Yunyang mused, but she knew so little about the Mysterons at the moment, can't analyze anything useful at all. The other thing that made her a little puzzled was what the mystic was doing now. Not only did she lose nothing, she gained a lot. She was quite unable to understand. It was also at this moment that Jiba finally retreated from his cultivation. Almost there, he muttered. Look to the panel that pops up in front of you. Chapter 65, to be a slave and a servant, to be a cow and a horse. Golden root qualification plus 1000. The top quality gold spirit root, 1000, can be broken through. Break. Yiba didn't have the slightest hesitation. The moment the words fell, shackles seemed to open in his mind. His perception of metallic auras became sharper. Name, Yiba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9 Suns Extreme Vein, Wonderful Grade. Burning Sky Body, King Grade. Greenwood Source Body, 4300/10, King Grade. Realm, Peak of Early Foundation Establishment. Qualification, Excellent Water Spiritual Root. Excellent Earth Spiritual Root. Excellent Fire Spiritual Root. Excellent Gold Spiritual Root. Excellent Wood Spiritual Root, 1200/10, Talent, Grass and Tree Sense, Mythical. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Center. Alchemy, Second Order Medium, 2300/4000. Talisman making, second order medium grade, 1200/4000. Formation technique, lower grade, third order. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist technique. Spell, Fireball. Yi Ba attempted to cultivate for a bit, and immediately a large amount of spiritual chi surged towards his body. The cultivation speed was several times faster than before. He was very satisfied in his heart. Immediately after that, he took out the spell formation token and manipulated the spirit lock to continue contracting. About to get Sun Yunyang killed. The waste had already been utilized, and now that it was completely worthless, it was natural to kill it. Sun Yunyang's eyes widened in shock as she felt the spirit lock closing in on her body and experienced the aura of death. The mystery man is going to kill her. She's going to die. I don't want to die yet. Sun Yunyang was terrified inside. She didn't realize it was a great horror until she was actually about to die. It's a completely different concept than not being afraid of death itself. I've discovered such a great secret. As long as I grasp it, I'm bound to be able to break through the Jedan or even a higher realm. I can't die. I want to live. Sun Yunyang's heart exploded with a powerful desire to survive. However, she was unable to speak at this time and could only stare at Yi Ba, trying to get Yi Ba to give her a chance to speak. Obviously, Yi Ba was not that merciful. He stared at Sun Yunyang's eyes, not having the slightest bit of pity for her. These female devils are all the same. They'll do anything to practice. All of them, spirit slaves, were just cultivation tools that could die at any time in their eyes. He survived solely because he was a tough enough tool. But what surprised him was that Sun Yunyang had cried out. The demoness is actually crying. Yi Ba was a little curious and let the spirit lock reveal a gap, just enough for Sun Yunyang to open her mouth. Stop. Stop now. I don't want to die. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you don't kill me. Even as a slave or a maid, as a cow or a horse, I am willing. Sun Yunyang had just faced the great horror of death head-on, and at this moment, her entire psyche was on the verge of collapse. Being a cow? I think you want to eat grass, don't you? Yi Ba laughed coldly inwardly. Would he not be clear about the minds of these female devils? And trying to cheat him out of food and drink. Thinking of this, he was about to activate the spirit lock once again, completely strangling Sun Yunyang. Seeing Yi Ba's movements, Sun Yunyang was terrified to the extreme. She spoke again urgently. Please let me go. I was wrong. I'm willing to let you plant a slave mark on my divine soul and serve you for eternity. With just one thought from you, my divine soul will shatter and you can kill me. Yi Ba hesitated for a split second, somewhat moved. It would be nice to take in a maid to clean up after you, but in an instant he gave up the idea, because he will not lay a slave seal. In case of any change in the middle of the road, the gutter will be finished. Might as well just kill it and save yourself the trouble. Wait a minute. My soul plate is placed inside the soul hole within the peak. As long as I die and the soul plate inside shatters, Master will turn the entire Red Luan peak over to look for me, and then it will affect you as well. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Sun Yunyang immediately changed her argument. Yi Ba's gaze condensed slightly when he heard this. If that's the case, it does seem a bit of a pain in the ass. In case the peak master had some special tracking method and found him here, everything he had worked so hard for would be ruined. At the thought, he stopped moving. Afterwards, he took out a sound transmission note and asked Shu Weiss to come over to this side of the cave. He wanted to personally question Shu Weiss to confirm if Sun Yunyang was lying. As she waited, Sun Yunyang spoke again, her tone humble. I only intruded here unintentionally, and had no intention of creating a conflict with you at all. If there is anything I did wrong, please be able to understand. Besides, didn't you punish me too? Yi Ba glanced at it and responded. Was that me punishing you? That was me rewarding you. Getting so many benefits and still pretending here. Sun Yunyang blushed and forcefully defended herself. I was passive. Oh, so you don't want to? That's not. Sun Yunyang blurted out. Followed by a reaction she blushed red. What the hell is she talking about? She was clearly the one forced to be controlled. How can you still say something like that? Getting a bargain is still a good thing. Yi Ba mentally spat, but he knew these demonesses by heart. Basically, they were all of the same virtue, and would do anything to break through the realm. Sun Yunyang's reaction was also within his acceptable range. A moment later, Shu Weiss arrived at the cave. After she glanced at Sun Yunyang, she saluted towards Yi Ba, Lord Sect Leader. Well, she said that she had a soul tag and that the Peak Master's side would know after her death. Is there such a thing? Yi Ba opened his mouth to inquire. There was no intention of avoiding Sun Yunyang. True disciples have a lofty status, and do have soul tags placed within the soul hall at the peak, and when a true disciple dies, the soul tags will shatter. In addition, the soul hall is guarded by a Jedan elder who will inform the Peak Master of the news in the first instance. Shu Weiss spoke in a deep voice. It's no secret. She had experienced the same thing when she first worshipped under the Peak Master. Her soul plate was also placed in the Hall of Souls. Is Lord Sect Leader afraid that her broken soul plate will let the Peak Master know? Chu Waist inquired. She had vaguely guessed. Yi Ba nodded his head gently. It's inevitable that the Peak Master knows about this, but she won't necessarily be able to find this place. Chu Waist replied. It seemed to her that there was a formation outside the cave that separated the inside from the outside. Even a Jedan cultivator would have a hard time discovering it. But nothing is absolute. She had joined the Peak Master's sect for a short time yet, and she was not clear enough about the Peak Master's strength. I know. Yi Ba nodded lightly. Feeling that things were a bit tricky, he pondered for a moment before asking, do you know about the Soul Seal? Soul Seal I know. It's a commonly used slave seal. Once you make a slave seal, you can control its life and death with a single thought. Even its inner thoughts can be sensed, but it's very difficult to successfully strike down the soul mark, and it requires the latter to cooperate and not have a single thought of resistance in order to do so. Chu Waist explained. She will be willing. Yi Ba spoke softly, pointing at Sun Yunyang. Since it's risky to kill, let her be a slave. With the soul seal in place, there was no fear of her pulling any tricks. I do, Master. Hearing that she finally didn't have to die, Sun Yunyang also took the initiative to call out to her master. Chapter 66, Can Master heal my wounds? Quite knowledgeable. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Chu Waist and said, Tell me the technique to cast the soul seal. Yes. Chu Waist nodded his head and immediately spoke a section of the Dharma to Yi Ba. The Dharma was not obscure, and Yi Ba learned it in just a few minutes. He pinched and tapped to the center of his brow, using his soul power to condense a soul seal. Seeing this, Sun Yunyang had the sense to open up her sea of consciousness, completely exposing her divine soul. The soul seal drifted forward and eventually imprinted itself on top of Sun Yunyang's divine soul, and then completely disappeared a moment later. Yi Ba carefully perceived it and realized that he could indeed perceive Sun Yunyang's thoughts. For example, it's now thinking about how to ingratiate herself in order to get her to give her some more favors. Yi Ba sneered. A slave also wanted benefits. It's a beautiful thought. He loosened the spirit lock on Sun Yunyang's body and instructed, everything that happened here today must not be told to outsiders, or else you know the consequences. Master, Yunyang understands. Yunyang will definitely do her best to serve Master. Sun Yunyang regained her freedom, and her heart was relieved, and a mind to think about other things. Well, it's good that you understand. Also, you are not allowed to find trouble with Chu Waist and the girls in the future. You have to live in harmony with them. Yi Ba continued. It's basically a gang now, and you can't continue to have a nest egg. Yes, Master. Sun Yunyang nodded her head obediently. Combined with the messy clothes on its body, it was more or less pathetic. On its stunningly beautiful cheeks, there were also more other emotions. No longer that kind of rejection. Well, you can go back. Yi Ba gently waved his hand. Sun Yunyang hesitated slightly and lowered her head and whispered, Master, I'm injured right now. If I go back like this, it's inevitable that my master will find something unusual. What do you mean? Yi Ba frowned. Master, can you heal my wounds? Sun Yunyang inquired in a low voice, not daring to look at Yi Ba for fear that she would be rejected. Only after her words fell, she turned her back on herself and bent over, exposed the wound. In her opinion, was it all about cultivation? No shame. It would be a real shame to not be able to cultivate. She would rather do everything and raise her cultivation. Nor do they want to do nothing and wait for their lifespan to run out and die. She was willing to do anything to raise her cultivation. Yi Ba had a bit of a headache and directly exploded. This is treating him like a cure-all, isn't it? He turned his head to Chu Waist and commanded, You go back first. There's nothing more for you to do here. Good Lord Sect Leader. Chu Waist blinked gently, a hint of jealousy in the bottom of her eyes. Sun Yunyang, this just came like this. That's not going to be good enough in the future. However, in the face of Yi Ba's command, she still obediently turned around and left. After Chu Waist left, Yi Ba was also helpless to heal Sun Yunyang's injuries. Although it's a bit of public enrichment, the words are not wrong. Sun Yunyang was injured within the peak, and it was indeed easy to arouse suspicion. Half a day later, Sun Yunyang, who had completely recovered from her injuries, reluctantly left the cave. Inside the cave, Yi Ba was lying on the bed thinking about his next plan. The first task before him was to break through to the middle stage of Foundation establishment, and then try to activate the special ties again. The next step was to obtain the Aoki source body as soon as possible. You can schedule Qin Lan a little more frequently. Other less useful demonesses move back a bit. Chi Hanyue could come in second place, and she should be close to establishing absolute subordination as well. I also have to take the time to learn a few spells for self-defense, so that in case of an accident, I'll still be able to defend myself somewhat. Aside from that, I'm going to be scouting out some demonesses with talent or powerful physiques. Right now, Chu Waist and their spirit root qualifications or talents were somewhat insufficient. When you think about it that way, There's a little bit more he needs to do. Boil the frog in warm water. One by one, Yi Ba muttered. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Outside. Inside the Chu Waste residence. After the teleportation array flickered for a while, Sun Yunyang's figure appeared in it. Chu Waste glanced at it and said indifferently, since you've come out, hurry up and leave from me. Sun Yunyang was stunned, followed by a hint of a smile on her face. Laughing softly, she said, Senior sister, we are now considered grasshoppers on a rope. There's no need to be so hostile towards me, right? From the way Chu Waste had addressed the mysterious man just now, it was not difficult to hear that he was also just a subordinate of the mysterious man. Humph, I have nothing to say to people like you. Chu Waste snorted coldly, not wanting to pay attention to Sun Yunyang. Other than that, the matter of its entering its own residence behind its back is very wrong. Give me back the protective array plate outside my residence. He, so senior sister is minding this. Sun Yunyang laughed lightly, took out the protection token from within her storage bag, and threw it to Chu Waste. We are all just trying to gain the benefits of cultivation. Wouldn't it be better for you and me if we all cooperate with each other to get what we need? Now that her life was in the hands of the mysterious man, life and death were not in her hands. She had already made up her mind that in the future, she would do her best to please the mysterious person and gain benefits from there while breaking through the Jiedan. Nothing else made sense to her anymore. In her opinion, the mystic was her chance to cultivate. As long as one could grasp this opportunity, there was hope that one would be able to form a Dan. With your status, you're not worthy of working with me yet, Chu Waste coldly said. Sun Yunyang was merely taken in as a sole slave because Lord Sect Leader was afraid that killing her would bring trouble. Compared to himself, His Eminence certainly trusted him the most. Senior sister will always have a time when I'm useful. Sun Yunyang laughed lightly and shook her head. In her opinion, there are no permanent friends and enemies, only interests are real. After saying that, she took out a brand new dress from within her storage bag and changed into it, about to step out. But just at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the location at the back of the peak. What the hell? Sun Yunyang was a bit alarmed. She hurriedly flew out of the Chu Waste residence and drilled out of the Great Hall to fly into midair. After hesitating for a split second, Chu Waste quickly put away the teleportation array and followed suit after closing the protective spell formation of the residence. There were not a few cultivators around who had the same action as them. They all looked to the back of the mountain. It's your eldest senior sister who has come out of the gate. Right at this moment, Gu, who was wearing a large red robe, appeared beside the two Chu Wastes at an unknown time, looking in the direction of the back mountain, and spoke with a hint of relief on her face. Immediately after that, his feet tapped and approached towards the center where the scent emanated from. After Chu Waste and Sun Yunyang looked at each other, they followed at the same time. Chu Waste was still a bit curious about this genius senior sister that he had never met before. Chapter 67, Senior Sister Qian Yurong. Inside the closed chamber of the back mountain, a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a purple and gold robe had a hint of despair on her face. She had been in seclusion for half a year, and now she had managed to break through to the early stage of Jiedan, but there was not a trace of joy in her heart. At the last moment of conjugating the Dan, it was still a bit short of fire, and she could only choose to forcefully condense the Dan. Although the congealing of the Dan was successful, the golden Dan that was formed was flawed. She looked inward at her dantian, and within it, a golden Dan the size of a dragon's eye was emitting a burst of spiritual light. However, if one were to look closely, one could find a slim crack on the Jindan. Inside the crack, aura was emanating outward at all times. There would be no abnormalities for a short period of time, but if she did so for a long period of time, her Jindan would collapse and regress back to the realm of foundation establishment. And all in this life there is no hope of condensing the Dan. Princess, why are you doing this? This time it doesn't work. You accumulate experience. Next time you will definitely be able to condense the Dan successfully. Why are you in such a hurry? Beside her, a white snake more than 10 meters long, with incomparable anxiety and heartache in its eyes, spat out human words. It looked different from ordinary spirit snakes, and when it opened its mouth, the snake letters in its mouth did not look like flesh and blood. Blood feuds are not shared. I don't want to continue waiting for a moment. Over the years, the scenes of my father and their deaths in front of me have flashed before my eyes from time to time. And as the only living heir of the great Qian imperial family, avenging my loved ones is the most important purpose of my cultivation. As long as I can kill those people, even if I have to die immediately, I'm willing to do it. Qian Yurong spoke in a deep voice. Princess, why are you doing this? In heaven's name, the state lord surely doesn't want you to put yourself at risk. You don't need to be persuading me. I've already succeeded in conjugating Dan nowadays. In the near future I'll be looking for an opportunity to take revenge out of the clan. As long as I get my revenge, in the future, I'll listen to you as all. Qian Yurong waved his hand to interrupt what the latter wanted to continue. Immediately after that, she strangled and struck the white snake. which quickly shrunk under a flash of spiritual light on its body, and was eventually grabbed and stuffed into her arms. Qian Yurong got up and opened the stone door ban outside the cave. After 2 years, she finally saw the light of day. After taking a deep breath, she looked up at the distant visitor with a small smile on her face. Setting up the transported light, he took the initiative to meet them. When he got close, Qian Yurong bowed and saluted. Disciple Qian Yurong pays his respects to master. Greetings to master. Come and meet your eldest sister. Ji Yu wore a happy face as she stepped forward to help Qian Yurong up, her eyes filled with relief. This most talented disciple of his own had succeeded in conjugating the Dan in just a dozen years. Future accomplishments are unlimited. Yurong, this is my new disciple that I took in some time ago. Your little senior sister, Chu Waste. Chu Waste has met elder sister. Congratulations on elder sister's successful completion of the Dan. Chu Waste bowed and saluted, while curiously sizing up the woman in front of him. Purple and gold robes draped over the body is difficult to hide its slender figure. The face is absolutely beautiful. Between the eyebrows comes with a kind of noble atmosphere. The chest was even more incomparably wide, the grandest among the cultivators she knew. She was impressed. Congratulations to eldest senior sister on her successful completion of the pill. Sun Yunyang chimed in immediately after. I haven't seen you for half a year, and Yunyang's cultivation has refined quite a bit. Qian Yurong gently nodded in response. Immediately afterward, he looked at Chu Waste, seeing little sister for the first time. I haven't prepared any special gifts. This blood eagle puppet has been with me for many years, so I'll give it to you now. Qian Yurong tapped her storage bag, and a palm-sized blood eagle puppet instantly appeared in her palm. She lightly waved her palm, and the blood eagle puppet automatically flew towards Chu Waste. Chu Waste took it curiously. Eldest sister is a puppeteer? Your eldest senior sister is a second-order upper-grade puppeteer. The puppets she refined can be comparable to late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and in a fight, the puppets can be a very good helper. Ji Yu, who was on the side, explained with a smile. This blood eagle puppet has the strength of a mid-stage foundation establishment. The bottom of Chu Waste's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Puppet masters were very rare. As far as she knew, in order to become a puppeteer, one's divine soul had to be strong enough. Chu Waste thanks eldest senior sister. Chu Waste thanked, storing the blood eagle puppet into his storage bag. Congratulations to senior nephew Qian on his breakthrough to Jiedan. In the peaks competition in half a year's time, my peak will definitely be able to achieve an excellent ranking. Not far to the side, a red Luan Peak Jiedan elder came forward to congratulate him. That's natural. Among true disciples, only a few can break through to Jiedan. Another elder nodded in agreement. Last time, Green Luan Peak crushed our peak. This time we are bound to win back. I've heard that there is also a genius on Qingluan Peak who has broken through to Jiedan, but it's how he won't be a match for your own. The Jiedan elders present had a smile on their faces as you spoke. Their Hongwan Peak has been suppressed by other peaks for decades, and in the past the peaks competition, their Hongwan Peak was occupying the end, and now they are finally going to see the day of emergence. Thank you for the praises of the various senior uncles, for your own to be able to achieve what he has today. It is all thanks to the past teachings of his master. Qian Yurong said modestly. I can't help you much. Your efforts over the years, master has seen it all. Ji Yu laughed softly, then he turned to look at the crowd gathered around him and spoke. Yurong has just broken through the Jiedan and still needs time to stabilize his realm, so I won't tarry here, so all of you disperse as well. Yes extremely. Just breaking through is to stabilize the realm. Senior nephew can come to my place as a guest after he stabilizes his realm. A few Jiedan elders left with a smile, and soon the cultivators present had pretty much left. Ji Yu, on the other hand, returned to the Peak Master Hall alone with Qian Yurong. Inside the Grand Hall, Ji Yu looked at Qian Yurong below, and it was from the bottom of her heart that she was elated. Qian Yurong was mature and steady, and did things in a well-considered manner, and was the most suitable candidate to take over her position as Peak Master. She had always trained Qian Yurong according to her own standards as well. Now that it had finally broken through to the Jiedan stage, it was not a waste of his years of cultivation. Yurong, here are some pills that are beneficial to Jiedan cultivation. Take them to stabilize your realm. Ji Yu took out several bottles of spirit pills from within her storage bag and gave them to Qian Yurong. The latter took it with pleasure on his face, but with guilt in his heart. Her master's father had nurtured her for many years, and she was very clear about her master's expectations. But one's revenge could not go unrewarded, and once one had avenged himself, he would inevitably be chastised by the sect, or even executed by the sect. Her country of Qian is neighboring the country of Jin, and in the beginning, it was the army led by the master of the country of Jin that wiped out the country of Qian, and she was the only one of the entire royal family of the country of Qian who survived. She had cultivated so far for revenge. However, Jin is sheltered by the great ultimate bliss immortal sect, and the palace is equipped with protective spell formations that cannot be broken by non-Jidan stage cultivators. Now that she had enough cultivation, it was already time to do it. However, the sect had a rule that no cultivator within the sect could privately meddle in the affairs of the Jin royal family. She was undoubtedly defying the will of the sect with this move, and if she was found out afterward, she would definitely be heavily punished. But she couldn't care less. After so many years had passed, this matter surrounded her heart night after night, almost becoming a demon. "Thank you, Master, for your generous love." Qian Yurong spoke out in gratitude. Then after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Master, disciple wants to go out and travel for a period of time after stabilizing his realm to enrich his insights." Chapter 68, Can I clean up? Ji Yu was a bit surprised and frowned. Why does Romer suddenly want to go out and travel? "Master, ever since I joined the sect, I've never left, and after breaking through the Jiedan, I felt signs of a heart demon growing within me, so I wanted to go outside and see more, enrich my insights, sediment my mind. Don't worry, Master, I will return to the sect before the Peaks competition, and I won't delay the main event," Qian Yurong assured. Ji Yu was slightly silent, but in the end, she didn't refuse. She took out a golden orb from within her storage pouch and spoke. "This is a disposable magic weapon that I recently refined. Its power is equivalent to that of an intermediate Jiedan stage. Take it for your defense." "Thank you, Master, for the treasure." Qian Yurong received the golden orb and thanked him. At this time, her heart was complicated. "Well, go ahead. When you return from your travels, I will elect you as the Vice Peak Master." Ji Yu gently waved her hand. Qian Yurong had the intention to refuse. After all, if his matter was discovered, it would be difficult to continue to stay in the sect and would make things difficult for his master. But the words came to her, and she found it just as difficult to say no. The master was as dear to her as a child. Eventually, she nodded her head in agreement, and now her only hope was that she wouldn't be found out for what she did in the future. Ji Yu inwardly sighed longingly after watching Qian Yurong disappear into the entrance of the Grand Hall. She was Qian Yurong's master teacher, so how could she not know about Qian Yurong's life? And she had some guesses in her heart about what he might do when he went out. She had seen Qian Yurong's efforts over these 10 years. This child can cultivate to this day. There is a big reason because of her eagerness for revenge. Now that she is strong enough, she will inevitably have to go for revenge. Otherwise the Taoist heart will not be smooth, fueling her heart's demons, and she will probably go off the deep end later on. Ji Yu pondered in her heart. That's just it. Even if Yurong causes trouble, I, as the master, will take it on my shoulders afterward. 1 month later, inside the cave, Yiba had just finished assisting Qinlan in his cultivation and sent him away. Float the panel in front of you. Aoki Source Body Experience plus 300. Aoki Source Body, 7300/10. 000. Dandao Experience plus 300. Upper Second Order, 2600/6000. Wooden Spirit Root Qualification plus 300. Extreme Wood Roots, 4200/10. 000. Primary Affiliation Achieved. Finally establishing a primary subordinate relationship. It's not in vain that I've taken special care of Qinlan this month. Yi Ba was inwardly delighted. Immediately after that, tap on your personal panel to view it. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. Nine Suns Absolute Vein, Wonderful Grade. Burning Sky Body, King Grade. Greenwood Source Body, 7300/10. 000, King Grade. Realm, Middle Foundation Establishment. Qualification, Excellent Water Spiritual Root. Excellent Earth Spiritual Root. Excellent Fire Spiritual Root. Excellent Gold Spiritual Root. Excellent Wood Spiritual Root, 4200/10. 000. Talent, Grass and Tree Sense, Mythical. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Center. Alchemy, Upper Second Order, 2600/6000. Talisman Making, Upper Grade, Second Order. Formation Technique, Lower Grade, Third Order. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, Fireball, Fire Python, Gengjin Sword Chi. His strength had grown a lot this month. Not only did he manage to break through to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment a few days ago, and he also took the time to learn 2 spells, the Fire Python Technique and the Gengjin Sword Chi. Thanks to his own Sword Spirit Body as well as his Burning Sky Body, he cultivated these 2 spells and learned them in a very short period of time. One's own battle power has been increased to a certain extent. In addition to this, the talisman making skill had also been raised to the upper second rank, and was currently at the same rank as Qi Hongyue, and could not continue to gain experience for the time being. Now that I've broken through to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, it's time to consider the matter of pulling the 3 Qi Hongyue together to cultivate. Yi Ba murmured in his heart. If he could really activate the special bond, he would be able to reach the peak of the middle stage of Foundation Establishment in one leap, and in case he could blitz to a high-level subordinate, he'd make a lot of money. He immediately took out a transmitting note and informed Qi Hongyue and Tang Xiahan about the second mass exchange. As for Qi Lan's side, naturally, he had Qi Hongyue go and inform him. Master, may I clean it up for you? Right after Yiba finished dealing with these matters, Sun Yunyang, who was standing by the side and wearing a canary mask, carefully inquired. Its eyes were straining as it stared at Yiba. She has been coming in lately to help the director clean inside the cave. Of course, it was the master she cared about the most. After all, her ultimate goal was those residual benefits. Yiba glanced at it. With the soul seal in place, he knew Sun Yunyang's inner thoughts very well. This woman, with her heart only thinking about cultivation, as long as she could raise her cultivation, it's willing to do any dirty work and very active. Like every time he and the others finished practicing, Sun Yunyang was all volunteered to help clean up the sanitation and was very well behaved and obedient. Of course, it's not immune to taking advantage of the situation, but Yiba felt that this was reasonable. Sun Yunyang doesn't steal and doesn't rob. That little benefit is considered as the wages for cleaning. That would have been cleaned up anyway. It can be understood that Sun Yunyang is the intelligent and fully automated garbage can. Aha! Yiba gently nodded his head, and his entire body lay on the bed, allowing Sun Yunyang to clean it up. Sun Yunyang's face was joyful as she carefully cleaned up, eating all the benefits she had gained while she was there and storing them in her stomach. When she was back outside, she could cultivate and absorb it. It wasn't much, but she understood the principle that small amounts add up to a lot. As long as she worked hard enough, sooner or later she would be able to break through the Jiedan one day and impress her master. What could have been done in a few minutes took Sun Yunyang half an hour. Yi Bao were almost asleep. Frowning, he said, "Next time screw faster." Good master. Sun Yunyang hurriedly responded, her tone humble and her heart apprehensive, fearing that Yi Bao wouldn't let her come over here again. Immediately after that, he even picked up the spirit fruit on the side and took the initiative to feed it to Yi Bao's mouth. Yi Bao's face slightly slowed down and asked, "Has anything big happened in the peak recently?" Sun Yunyang pinched Yi Bao's thighs to relax the labored muscles while she replied in a deep voice, "In 5 months, it will be the great competition of the peaks, the most important thing within the peaks at the moment. In addition, eldest senior sister returned to the peak a few days ago, and the master announced that he had become the deputy peak master, and without any surprises, he should take over the master's position in the future." Chapter 69. If you want a horse to run, you can't deny it grass. The great competition of the peaks. Yi Ba nodded his head gently. He had heard Chu Wei's talk about this matter as well. At that time, the great ultimate bliss immortal sect, the true and inner disciples within the 36 peaks would be competing together as a means of determining the rankings of each peak. The level of ranking determines the rationing of the sect's resources within the next 10 years. The higher the ranking, the more cultivation resources you can obtain. Therefore, it was given immense importance by the peaks, and Red Luan Peak had been at the bottom of the list for all the previous years, and all the people in the peak were holding their breath, wanting to get a good ranking this time. Of course, this time was also the term with the most outstanding disciples within Red Luan Peak. Among the foundation disciples are Qin Lan, Chu Hua, and Bu Shanghua. Among the true disciples, there was also Qian Yurong who had broken through the Jiedan. It was important to know that in the past, none of the disciples from Red Luan Peak who participated had exceeded the Jiedan stage. Therefore, this time, it was the peak's competition in which Hongwan Peak was most expected to obtain a good ranking. The whole peak is full of energy. All of them were riveted to cultivate, wanting to contribute to their peaks at the peak's competition. "I asked you to investigate Qian Yurong's information. How are you doing?" Yi Ba leisurely ate the spirit fruit and casually asked. As far as he knew, Qian Yurong had broken through to the Jiedan stage in only a dozen years. With such a cultivation speed, it was impossible for the talent to be poor. Now that he was in the middle stage of foundation establishment, he naturally had to search for some better qualified female demons in advance. Qian Yurong and Peak Master Jiyu's were within the range of his impact. Both of these two had an intimate relationship with Chu Waist and the others. That's right, he's putting together a detention here. The bond can storm plus cultivation, which can save him a lot of cultivation time. Naturally, he had to fight as hard as he could. "Master, I've inquired from my master that eldest sister is an imperial great physique. It's called the 9 Phoenix Luanine physique. This type of physique isn't strong in the beginning, but it can gradually develop the potential of the physique as one's cultivation rises. Also, eldest sister is an earth great golden spirit root." Sun Yunyang replied respectfully. The eyes under the mask stole glances at Yi Ba at all times, watching his words. The quality of an emperor grade plus an earth grade golden spirit root. Yi Ba's heart was overjoyed. This kind of talent clearly exceeded Qinlan by a great deal. If he could obtain it, he would certainly be able to speed up his cultivation. "You've done a great job. Continue investigating Qian Yurong's information later on to see if it has any weaknesses." Yi Ba praised Sun Yunyang in passing. as the second loyal dog under him now. Sun Yunyang was still quite capable of doing things. They say money talks. Now he's in a situation where he can make the female demons beg for a push. Alright master. I'll go back in a while and do this matter immediately. Sun Yunyang nodded her head obediently in agreement. The look of rejection that had once been on her face had completely disappeared. A bad woman doesn't have a good face. She just hasn't met the right one that she's going to lick. Well, be careful. Don't reveal your identity or you know the result. Yiba did not forget to knock Sun Yunyang in passing. Okay master. Just then, the force in Sun Yunyang's hand suddenly slowed down a few points. She looked towards Yiba and pleaded in a low voice. Can master reward me with some benefits? Want a reward? Yiba mused. As the saying goes, to make a horse run, you have to make it eat grass. One did need to give Sun Yunyang a little sweetener, or a little motivation, for letting her work. Otherwise, although Sun Yunyang would still get things done, her subjective initiative would be weak, not conducive to future drives. Let her eat some grass. Yiba made a decision in his heart. There was plenty of grass for this stuff anyway, and frankly, he wasn't that far off. But you can't give too much. You have to whet Sun Yunyang's appetite. Half an hour, depending on what you can do. Yiba spoke softly. Sun Yunyang's face was delighted as she hurriedly began to move. It was a chance she hadn't gotten easily. Meanwhile, the Xylan residence, with a surprised look on his face, he looked at Chi Honyue, the second masked cultivation meeting. Well, this time, it was also me who fought for the opportunity for my mother. Chi Honyue nodded her head and took the credit on herself. She wanted to have Qilan teach her some more about cultivation. The method that Qilan taught her last time was really effective, and this time Yiba took the initiative to call on her to participate, so she wanted to learn more. Oh, what a good daughter of mine. Did the sect leader say what time it was? Qilan inquired with a light smile. Tomorrow morning. At that time, mother will go to my place in advance and we will go there together. Chi Honyue responded, telling the specific arrangements. Mother, the way you taught me last time really worked. I gained more benefits in cultivation. The competition within the sect is still fierce, and in the future, we mother and daughter should still help each other out. Chi Honyue continued. There was something in Xylan that she could learn from. The mother-daughter relationship between them was something she could put to good use. Get some corresponding benefits from Xylan. That's natural. Qilan nodded gratefully. Mother, the way you taught me to cultivate last time has been very useful to me. I wonder if mother has any other better ways to increase my cultivation speed? Chi Hongyu saw Qilan with a smile on her face and took the opportunity to ask, a better way to cultivate? Qilan fell into a deep thought. A moment later, he replied, other than the ones I mentioned last time, the rest is nothing more than taking various spirit elixirs to amplify the cultivator's various senses and use them to aid in cultivation. I have a bottle of silver moon whale oil here. It's beneficial to cultivation. Take it and use it. Qilan was somewhat distressed as he took out a jade bottle from within his storage bag and handed it to Chi Hongyu. This thing was refined from the silver moon whale demon deep under the North Sea. It's very precious. When you use it, you only need to apply it all over your body to speed up your cultivation. This is something I occasionally found and acquired during my travels in the North Sea many years ago, and this is the only bottle left on me now. You can use it sparingly. Xylan barked. If it wasn't for the fact that she was trying to get on good terms with her daughter and could put in a few more good words with the sect leader, there was no way she would have given away such a precious thing. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and opened her mouth to remind. This item will be lost when used, but after practicing, you can recycle some of it and use it for a longer period of time. Chi Hongyu was slightly stunned, and in her heart, she was very curious about the effects of this silver moon whale oil, and planned to use it tomorrow while practicing to see what happens. Thank you, mother, for the treasure. Chi Hongyu thanked. Afterwards, he even took the initiative to come over to Qilan's side, saying some considerate words that only a girl's family could say. This pink bib on my mother is really slippery. Where did you get it? Chapter 70, 3 Slaves in One Family, Complex Composition. Next day, morning, inside the cave, Qilan, Chi Honyue, and Tang Xiahan stood side by side outside the teleportation formation. Qilan was still wearing the white light veil that looked as good as nothing. Chi Honyue, on the other hand, was the original skin, except that something seemed to have been applied to her body, reflecting a nice shine. Dang Xiahan, on the other hand, was wearing a rare black cool suit. She was also a bit helpless. After every cultivation, her clothes would be slightly damaged, requiring her to pick them up again. This time she learned her lesson and simply wore less. At this moment, all three of them had closed their senses and could not perceive anything in the outside world. Yiba had wanted to move the three of them to a place of cultivation, but when I thought about it, it was too much of a hassle, so I simply practiced where I was. He took out the token that manipulated the killing formation and flicked it. Dozens of thick spirit locks were immediately drilled out of the ground, and as the spirit locks danced, they tied up all 3 women. 3 days later, Yi Ba's cultivation ended. He first sent Qi Lan and Qi Hongyue away from the cave, but as he turned back and wanted to send Deng Xiahan away as well, a sudden change occurred. The aura on Deng Xiahan's body was violently pulled up several times. This is a breakthrough. Mid-foundation establishment? Yi Ba was surprised in his heart when he felt the aura from Deng Xiahan, but it was good for him. After the aura on Deng Xiahan's body calmed down, he sent him away from the cave as well. Immediately afterward, he couldn't wait to check out the panel that popped up in front of him. Activate the hidden bonds, 3 slaves in 1 door. You fight for me. Miracles from a powerful blow. 20 times the rate of this storm. Tip, this time, no physique or talent. Experience is gained, and you cannot get a bonus to the storming experience. Restrike judgment in the Blitz succeeds, obtaining Qi Hongyue's absolute subordination. The first time you activate this bond, you gain the Blast Cultivation. Current cultivation realm plus 100%. Do you accept the cultivation initiation immediately? Sure enough, you can still activate special bonds. Yi Ba's happy mouth grinned up to his ears. This kind of cultivation installation was simply not too pleasurable. It's a bit of a shame that this one didn't blitz Xiren. Instead, it stormed to Qi Hongyue. Qi Hongyue had gone through so many times of cultivation, and now she was considered to have cultivated herself, became the 3rd loyal dog under Yi Ba. However, Yi Ba didn't think of bestowing his spirit root qualification on Qi Hongyue. Qi Hongyue herself was a single extreme water spiritual root, and her cultivation speed was fast enough. Having a lot of spiritual roots is not a good thing. The more spiritual roots there were, the more energy and resources it would take to cultivate. The benefit is the ability to learn spells with different attributes, and the ability to fight tends to be stronger. For spiritual roots of the same grade, single spiritual roots had the fastest cultivation speed and could break through realms in a short period of time. For monks, 1 step ahead is 1 step ahead. Cultivators with multiple spiritual roots might not be able to break through to foundation establishment until they die, whereas cultivators with a single spiritual root have a high probability of having formed a dan and enjoying a lifespan of more than 500 years. There's plenty of time to practice slowly. Therefore, the sects all like single spirit root disciples. Of course, not that multi-spirit root cultivators cannot. High-grade multi-spirit root battle power is extremely strong, basically crush the same level. It's just too hard to start a number. It requires a lot of resources in the early stages, and it's hard to cultivate up if you're not a 2nd-generation cultivator. After all, the clan is not running a charity hall. It also needs disciples to give back. It's impossible to give you more cultivation resources just because you're a multi-spirit root. Yi Ba was also a multi-spirit root now, and still had 5 spirit roots. If he hadn't been hung up with his previous 5 elemental inferior spiritual roots, he really just cultivated until he died, and he wouldn't have accomplished much. But now, he is not at all worried about the problem of cultivation. 1 is that he can put together the custody storm plus cultivation. 2 is that there are Chu waste. Qi Hongyue's cultivation charging treasure can provide him with cultivation. In the future, as the number of loyal dog slaves under his command increased, the speed of his cultivation would also be faster. It was foreseeable that in the future, his battle power would definitely be extremely powerful. After a moment, Yi Ba collected his inner excitement and accepted the cultivation infusion. In the next second, a large amount of spiritual qi surged out from his body, all of which converged into his dantian to be quickly absorbed and turned into spiritual liquid. After he broke through the middle stage of foundation establishment, his dantian expanded a lot, causing the spirit liquid within it to show some deficiency. However, with the addition of the cultivation infusion, the spiritual energy within his dantian rapidly filled up. 3 days later, he also managed to finish receiving his cultivation infusion. The cultivation level had reached the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. The secret room at the back of Red Luan Peak. Pust, Xian Yurong, who was cultivating, sprayed out a mouthful of blood, staining the purple and gold clothes on his chest. Its face also turned pale. Princess, are you alright? The white spirit snake puppet that stood guard anxiously stepped forward with a concerned tone. Xian Yurong's expression was grave as he strangled and struck himself, temporarily suppressing the injuries in his body. This time, she went out and managed to sneak into the palace of the Jin Kingdom, killing the Jin State Master who was involved in the massacre of her family, as well as a group of his traitorous henchmen. However, when breaking the protective spell formation outside the palace, he himself was still injured by the counterattack of the spell formation. Originally, her injuries were not serious and she could recover with a little healing. However, because her own condensed Jindan already had cracks in it, this injury caused the cracks in the Jindan to widen even more. The aura within the Jindan escaped outward as if a dike had broken. She tried several ways to redeem herself, but they all failed. If this continued, her cultivation would inevitably regress to the foundation establishment stage. Originally, She was still thinking of sticking around until she finished participating in the peaks competition, so that she could be considered to have lived up to her master's cultivation, but with her current state, in a month at most, she would regress back to foundation establishment. I'm ashamed of my master's cultivation. Qian Yurong had a deep guilt in his heart. Now that her great revenge had been avenged, her only remaining wish was to repay her master's kindness, but now it seems like she's having a hard time doing it. Moreover, Master Teacher had just announced a few days ago that he had made her the Vice Peak Master. Am I going to disappoint Master? Qian Yurong showed a hint of bitterness on his face. There was nothing more she could do. Princess, don't give up. Peak Master Ji is very knowledgeable. Maybe she has a way to help you. Why don't we go ask Peak Master Ji? The white snake puppet spoke out to persuade. She had watched her own princess cultivate step by step to her current realm, and she was more aware than anyone else of the pain and suffering involved. Couldn't bear to see Qian Yurong give up just like that. Qian Yurong gently shook her head. She didn't want to cause any more trouble for her master. Her own situation was clear to herself. Princess, your matter will be exposed sooner or later. Paper can't wrap fire. Why don't you showdown with the G-Peak Master now, and also let the G-Peak Master have a preparation? Or else how are you going to end up at the Peaks competition? It's very likely that Ji-Feng Master will not be able to get off the stage. Seeing that he couldn't talk Qian Yurong out of it, the white snake puppet immediately used a provocative method. She was Qian Yurong's maidservant Xiaoyu, who had followed him to escape from the Qian Kingdom's palace in the first place, but was so injured that she could only give up her physical body. The remaining soul was preserved by Jiyu with a spell and was finally refined into the spirit snake puppet body by Qian Yurong. The two are as close as sisters and sleep together. Familiarize yourself with each other's personalities as well. My own princess is just too strong. Want to be the best at everything. Live up to everyone's expectations. But the only one who didn't think for himself. Qian Yurong hesitated in his heart. What Xiaoyu said had a few points of truth. Sooner or later, the master must know about his own affairs. It's better to come clean yourself. Thinking of this, she immediately wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and got up to leave the secret room, flying towards the Peak Master's hall. Chapter 71. For the sake of my master, I dare to break through even if it's a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire. Inside the Peak Master's great hall, Jiyu sat high above, looking down at Sun Yunyang, Qin Lan, and Chu Waist, and exhorted, "It will soon be the great competition of the peaks, so you should cultivate even more diligently in recent days, and strive to obtain a good ranking in the great competition. Fight for glory for my Hongwan Peak. Master, don't worry. Now that third senior sister and I are both in the late stage of foundation establishment, it's still not difficult for us to get a ranking. Plus eldest senior sister is now in the Jiedan stage. This time, our Red Luan Peaks ranking in the 36 peaks will definitely be raised." Sun Yunyang opened her mouth to concur, showing herself extremely well. What second senior sister said is true. Don't worry about it, master. Qin Lan nodded gently. Now that she had recovered from her injuries and her cultivation had grown by leaps and bounds with the help of the sect leader, her entire being was much more confident. Chu Waist then curiously inquired, "Senior, is eldest sister still in seclusion? How come we don't see her?" "Your eldest senior sister broke through the Jiedan stage not long ago. She still needs time to stabilize her realm. It's better if we don't disturb her cultivation," Jiyu replied with a smile. Looking at these outstanding disciples below, she was even happier than she was when she broke through the realm. Just then, she suddenly looked toward the entrance of the Great Hall with a twitch in her expression. There, Qian Yurong had just landed on the ground and was taking steps towards the Grand Hall. When Qian Yurong walked inside the main hall, everyone including Jiyu frowned. Jiyu even got up and flew from her seat to Qian Yurong's side, inquiring with concern, "Yurong, what's with the blood on your body? You are injured. In my Red Luan Peak, who dares to make a move against you? Speak to your master, and he will do you justice." Seeing the concern on Jiyu's face, the guilt in Qian Yurong's heart increased. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiyu, and said in a low voice, "Can master open the Great Hall spell formation? I don't want the other sect members to hear what I'm about to say." Jiyu frowned, a bad feeling rising in her heart. She took out the spell formation token and flicked it, and immediately the entire hall was isolated by a protective spell formation. Seeing this, the three Sun Yunyangs also moved closer, wanting to know what had happened. Qian Yurong glanced at the three of them, but there was no intention to drive them away. She had been without a home since she was young, and had long since made Hongwan Peak her home over the years. The master and sisters were her family. "Yurong, no one on Red Luan Peak can hear what we're saying right now, so you can say whatever you want." Jiyu spoke in a deep voice. Poof! With a muffled sound, Qian Yurong kneeled on both knees, directly in front of Jiyu, touching the ground with his head. In a deep voice, he said, "Master, Yurong is sorry for your cultivation over the years." Jiyu frowned and stepped forward to assist Qian Yurong. "Get up and say what you have to say." No, disciple will kneel and finish. Qian Yurong stubbornly opened his mouth. Master, although I broke through to Jiedan some time ago, I only forcibly condensed the Dan, and there were cracks on the Jindan, causing the aura to escape. Originally, I was thinking of talking to you about this matter after participating in the Peaks competition, but my condition has suddenly deteriorated over the past few days, and I'm afraid that if I don't last until the Peaks competition, my cultivation will regress as a result. Why are you only talking to me about this now? A trace of anger surfaced on Ji Yu's face. In the end, he even raised his arm and fiercely slapped Qian Yurong. Snap! A bright red palm print was left on Qian Yurong's face. Qian Yurong didn't flash or avoid, thinking that it would be good for her to let her master take out all his anger on herself, and the guilt in her heart would be alleviated a bit. But in the next second, Ji Yu bent down and fiercely hugged Qian Yurong. You silly child, why didn't you talk to me the first time something like this happened? No matter what happens to you, you are my Ji Yu's disciple. If there is anything we can figure out together, that is, why are you hiding this matter? Don't you even believe me? I am angry. Angry that you are hiding this matter from me. Do you even have me as your master in your heart? Qian Yurong looked at Ji Yu in a daze. As strong as she was, tears flowed from the corners of her eyes after hearing Ji Yu's words, murmuring, Master, I'm sorry, arigato. No, it's wrong. Seeing Qian Yurong in such a state, Ji Yu's heart softened. The tone was much softer. The Peaks competition won't work this time. We have another time, but your life is only once. There aren't any chances for a do-over. Let go of your mind and let me see your injuries. With that, she ferried her own spiritual energy into Qian Yurong's body. Ji Yu's brows furrowed and her face was very grave. Several minutes passed before she retracted her hand and said seriously, your situation is very serious. If you had come to me from the beginning, I would still have a way to alleviate your injuries, but now I don't have any good solutions. I'll go to the Dan Hall of the Patriarch's Peak right now and inquire about it, to see whether or not they have a good way to treat your injuries there. Master, you've already done enough for me. I simply can't recover from my injuries, so don't keep running around for me. Qian Yurong cried into tears. She was about to become a waste, and her master still had no intention of giving up on her. Beside him, Qinlan empathized. Back then, when she was injured in her own origin, her master teacher waited for her in the same way, seeking medical treatment for her all over the place. In the end, there was really no way out, and the master had to give up. But spare a thought. Once a famous physician appeared in a certain place, she would still inquire to find out. What kind of words are you saying? I haven't even given up. Are you going to give up first? Ji Yu frowned and lightly shouted, crying like what? Give me weight here. I will go and return. After saying that, she directly set up a recluse and flew out of the great hall. Only a tear dripped from the corner of her eye even as she flew not far from the great hall, but it was quickly dried by the wind. Inside the main hall, Qian Yurong was helped up by Sun Yunyang. Looking at the direction Ji Yu left in a daze for a long time, Sun Yunyang's eyes rolled and her heart rose. The master told her to gather information about Qian Yurong and find his handle. Now it's not just a matter of taking the initiative to send the handle to your own hands? Eldest sister, how good Master Zun treats you. We senior sisters have all seen it in our eyes, and to be honest, I'm a little jealous. Sun Yunyang spoke softly. This time, not only did senior sister not blame you, but she also took the initiative to put down her stature to beg the people of the Dan Hall of the Patriarch's Peak for you. You wouldn't be unaware of what the people of the Patriarch's Peak are like. This time around, if you recover from your injuries, don't let senior sister down again. Qian Yurong's brows were furrowed, his fists were clenched, and his knuckles were white, extremely unsettled inside. Although what Sun Yunyang said was a bit solid, she wasn't wrong in the slightest. She clenched her teeth and said in a deep voice, don't worry, senior sister, for the sake of master. In the future, even if it's a mountain of swords and fire in front of me, I will dare to break through. Chapter 72. Sister, believe me, you'll know if you taste it. Seeing Qian Yurong's determined face, Sun Yunyang's heart immediately had a number. The plan was to inform her master of this when she returned, so that she could be rewarded again. It's going to take longer this time. We didn't even gain much last time. Sun Yunyang murmured mentally. Qinlan, who was on the side, was thinking about whether or not to ask the sect leader to see if the sect leader could step in to help Qian Yurong. She was able to recover even with the damage to her origin, so she thought that eldest sister's injuries could be healed as well. But she wondered if this move would displease the godfather. In a moment, we can ask senior sister Chu privately. She's closer to the sect leader. Qinlan thought so in his heart. Chu Waist, on the other hand, was staring at Qian Yurong, intending to report Qian Yurong's situation to the sect leader afterwards. Qian Yurong's situation was very much in line with the sect master's criteria for selecting people to join the sect. Each of the three women in Chu Waist's heart had their own thoughts. At this time, Qian Yurong was still unaware that he was being thought of by each of the 3 senior sisters in front of him. There is also ongoing self-loathing guilt. The 3 of them waited for a full half-day within the Great Hall. Only then did he finally see Ji Yu return. Only the expression on Ji Yu's face was sullen, and it didn't look like anything good had come out of it. Ji Yu came in front of Qian Yurong, and under the latter's gaze, she hesitated for a split second and shook her head and spoke. Yurong, there is no good solution on the side of the Patriarch's Peak, but don't give up. I'll continue to find other solutions for you. She asked the hall master of the Dan Hall at the Sovereign Peak, and the answer she received was that Yurong's injuries were absolutely incapable of recovery, and that she was destined to have her Jindan collapse and her cultivation regress. But in order not to blow up Arigato, she didn't say the words to death, although he already had an answer in advance in his heart. Qian Yurong was still a bit lost after hearing Ji Yu's words, but it was also a quick acceptance of reality. After all, she was well aware of her situation before she came here, and knew that the chances of recovery were extremely low. Thank you, Master, for hanging on to me, and I'll do my best to find other methods myself later on. Qian Yurong opened his mouth. She couldn't say anything to give up in the face of her master. Well, that's right, Ji Yu nodded in relief. Then he looked at the several Sun Yunyangs at the side and instructed, you 3 also keep an eye out for information in this area, and look for a way to save your eldest sister. It's Master. The 3 Sun Yunyangs responded in unison. Well, you guys go ahead. I'm a bit tired. Ji Yu rejoined the chair above and sat down, her entire body looking a little tired. After a few of Sun Yunyang's glances at each other, they left the Great Hall one after another. After Chu Waste returned to his residence, he immediately took out a sound transmission note to inform Yi Ba of the news he had just obtained. Yi Ba, who was resting within the cave, heard the voice within the sound transmission note, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. I thought that Qian Yurong was a Jeden cultivator, and if he wanted to take him down, he might need to raise his cultivation some more and slowly plot. But now, Qian Yurong was revealing his own brokenness. Cultivators are also human beings, and as long as they are human beings they have weaknesses. According to Chu Waste's description, Qian Yurong's weaknesses were his own injuries and his guilt towards Ji Yu. So much for his chance. Without waiting for him to reply to Chu Waste, Sun Yunyang on the other side sent him a similar message. This made Ji Ba even more determined in his heart. He immediately asked Chu Waste to work with Sun Yunyang to find a way to pull Qian Yurong into the Dragon Ambergris sect. Nowadays, at his request, the Dragon Ambergris sect's initiation vetting was very strict. Not only do you need to take all sorts of heavenly vows of secrecy, but you also need to wear a snoop-proof mask when you go in and out. With a set of processes in place, there was no way anyone would be able to discover his true identity. Of course, the heavenly oath cannot force the other party to swear. It can only be voluntary. It is unlikely that one would make a heavenly oath to bind oneself if one is not forced to do so, or if one has someone familiar with the beliefs to draw one into the religion. Apparently this is the case with Qian Yurong, and even if things went awry and the 2 of Chu Waste and Sun Yunyang were exposed, he could simply abandon them. Sun Yunyang can just use the soul seal to get dead. Chu Waste is absolutely subordinate, the first loyal dog under him. He himself will die for the secrecy initiative. Yi Ba used to have a screen name called Steady Man, and when you see this name, you know how steady he is. After receiving the command, Sun Yunyang took the initiative to approach Chu Waste and discuss the specific plan with him. Although Chu Waste somewhat despised Sun Yunyang, she could only do as she was told by Yi Ba. What does senior sister have in mind? Chu Waste inquired. She had not come into contact with Qian Yurong a few times before, and the number of times she had talked to him was limited, so she did not know his character very well. Eldest senior sister was brought up by Master Zun, and has the deepest feelings with Master Zun. Now that it's failing Master Zun's expectations, her heart is bound to be very hard to bear. As long as we grasp this point, it won't be difficult to convince her. Sun Yunyan laughed lightly, her tone very confident. Moreover, as long as Qian Yurong tasted the benefits once, it would be impossible for him to leave the Dragon Ambergris sect again. After saying that, Sun Yunyang opened her mouth to inquire, Senior sister, do you still have that thing on you? What are you going to do? Chu Waste frowned. If we want eldest sister to trust us, of course we have to give her a taste of something sweet. As long as we see results, the higher the probability of her agreeing to join the sect. Sun Yunyang replied. Chu Waste nodded his head after a little contemplation. What Sun Yunyang said was somewhat reasonable. Let's go. I'll go with you to find eldest sister, and when the time is right, I'll take it out. Sun Yunyang's heart was dim. She had wanted to trick the things from Chu Waste's hands to her own. It was used, but she didn't mind it at all. In order to practice to improve the cultivation? No shame. However, it was obvious that Chu Waste had defenses against her, making her plans fall through. Good. Sun Yunyang nodded her head in agreement. and together with Chu Waist, they flew towards Qian Yurong's residence in the back of the mountain. Moments later, they arrived at Qian Yurong's residence. Qian Yurong was surprised at the sudden arrival of the duo and looked at them suspiciously. Second senior sister. Junior sister, why are you free to come to my place? Immediately after she seemed to have thought of something, her tone changed and she continued. If you are here to comfort me, there is no need to do so. I am not as fragile as you think. Eldest senior sister, you've misunderstood. We're here because we want to help you recover from your injuries. Sun Yunyan laughed lightly. Big sister is still going strong as usual. Qian Yurong was stunned and frowned in the next second. You two don't need to waste your time on me. My situation is clear to myself. It's impossible to recover. Master asked you guys to keep an eye out for a way to heal my wounds for me. Just saying that. You don't have to take it to heart. Although the two Sun Yunyangs were well-intentioned, she didn't think that the two Sun Yunyangs, the foundation establishment cultivators, would have any good ideas. Don't want them wasting their time on their own either. Eldest sister, what we said is true. Sun Yunyang's face turned serious as she said in a deep voice. She then even asked Chu Waist to take out the things she had prepared in advance. Chu Waist took out a half-human tall jade bottle from within his storage bag and placed it in front of Qian Yurong, with a sealed talisman affixed to the mouth of the bottle. In a deep voice, he said, Eldest sister, the things in here can help you recover from your injuries. You can try it. Sun Yunyang on the side stared with wide eyes, her heart very envious. She had to work as a cow all day long to get that much, but Chu Waist casually took out so much. In the future, we have to get on good terms with Chu Waist. Sun Yunyang secretly said, I know you guys mean well, but there's really no need. It won't work. Qian Yurong frowned, not wanting to waste time. Eldest sister, you're like this now anyway. How much worse can things get? You trust us, just taste it and you'll know the effect of this item. It will definitely make you eat many surprises. Sun Yunyang persuaded, with a beat of her voice. She continued, Eldest senior sister, you said that for the sake of master. You were willing to break through even the mountain of swords and the sea behind it, but now you're not even willing to try what's right in front of you. It's not like there's poison in here. If you have any concerns, I can taste it for you first. Sun Yunyang pointed at the jade bottle. Chapter 73, If you don't drink, someone else will. Chu Waist subconsciously frowned. She seriously suspected that Sun Yunyang was trying to cheat food and drink. Upon hearing this, Qian Yurong fell into hesitation. He thought that the second senior sister was right, and it wouldn't be any less important to try her out. She came to the jade bottle, tore off the charm, opened it, and looked inside. Inside was some white spirit liquid, so abundant that it almost overflowed. Smelling the familiar smell, Qian Yurong's brows knitted slightly. Looking to Sun Yunyang, it's the same thing that senior sister was thinking of, but this item is different from the others and has a very good healing effect. Sun Yunyang explained. When she saw the contents of the jade bottle, her eyes stretched and she craved for it, secretly swallowing her saliva. Qian Yurong shook his head. Forget about this kind of thing. It won't work. She had thought it was some kind of elixir. I didn't realize it was such filth. Although what she cultivated was also the swift dragon swallowing technique, cultivation also required a spirit slave, but it was always cultivated and absorbed from a distance, never actually touched. Trying to get her to cultivate directly with this thing would be better than letting her die. Is senior sister worried? I can show you. Sun Yunyang stepped forward and used her mana to ingest some of the spirit liquid inside the jade bottle, swallowing it directly into her mouth and absorbing it. A hint of satisfaction appeared on its face, and those who didn't know thought that it had used some kind of spirit medicine that affected the soul. Chu Waist cursed a big greedy girl. Where did he not know that Sun Yunyang was taking advantage of the situation, when she thought that she had gotten the spiritual liquid in front of her, and now it was being swallowed and absorbed by Sun Yunyang again. Her body felt a vicious chill, like their spit was eaten by someone else. Look, senior sister, this thing is not poisonous. Sun Yunyang opened her mouth with intent. Qian Yurong shook his head once again. I'm not doubting that it's poisonous, but I think it's just a waste of time. Sun Yunyang and Chu Waist glanced at each other, their hearts somewhat puzzled. They had already persuaded them so much, so why was Qian Yurong still unmoved? Princess, I know that you detest this object greatly, but there is no good way out of this situation. So what can you do if you try? Right at this moment, the white snake puppet drilled out from Qian Yurong's chest. Shut up. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Qian Yurong's face was solemn. No one can force her to do what she doesn't want to do. No, you have to try, or I'll go find Peak Master G. You were just in the Peak Master's hall, but you personally promised the Peak Master that you wouldn't give up. Now what are you doing? Xiao Yu spoke angrily, her heart anxious. The breath on Qian Yurong's body stagnated, and he could no longer speak. She didn't want to make her master work for her anymore. Eldest sister, try it. The effects of this stuff are excellent. if eldest sister doesn't drink it, but there are people who want to drink it, Chu Waist softly persuaded. He also glanced at Sun Yunyang as he spoke, obviously connoting what Sun Yunyang had just done. Senior sister Chu was right. Sun Yunyang laughed lightly. She just wants to drink it. So what? Chu Waist himself is not the same. The two of them are the youngest sister not laughing at the second sister. Qian Yurong's face showed difficulty, and finally, as if resigned to his fate, he deflated and muttered, "I'll eat. Look at it. It looks like it's about to go to the torture chamber." She closed her eyes and lifted the jade bottle before pouring the spirit liquid inside towards her mouth. Her body reflexively tried to vomit, but she forced it all down. Immediately afterward, she sat down on her knees and began to operate her gong method to absorb the benefits. Xiaoyu looked at her own princess's slightly bulging stomach and stared wide-eyed. "So much that I can't believe I drank it all in one gulp." She was very shocked. Plus, if she remembered correctly, absorbing the stuff didn't have to be done orally. One could run the Taiku dragon swallowing technique to refine it into pure yang qi and absorb it across the air. Has the princess forgotten? There was some doubt in her mind, but now that the princess was drinking it all, she couldn't be bothered. Also, I've heard that it absorbs better when taken orally. This would also be good for the princess to recover from her injuries. When Sun Yunyang and Chu Waist saw this, they were both relieved. As long as Qian Yurong sensed the healing effect, there was no fear that he would not take the bait. Only the spirit snake golem in front of him was a nuisance. In a moment, it would be necessary to make them swear the heavenly Tao oath together. Chu Waist thought so in his mind. Qian Yurong struggled to absorb the benefits. A large amount of yang qi converged towards her dantian, and drilled into her jindan. What shocked her was that her jindan fissure, which had always been escaping spiritual energy to the outside, had significantly slowed down the rate at which it was escaping to the outside with the help of a large amount of yang qi. And most importantly, the cracks on the jindan had actually recovered a trace. It was extremely tiny, but it gave her hope for recovery. As a result, she absorbed it even harder. It took a full half day for her to absorb the last trace of yang qi. At this time its stomach was also flat again. She opened her eyes, a look of obvious joy on her face. Although the crack on her dantian jindan had not completely healed, at this time, it was no longer escaping spiritual energy outwards, and the gap was temporarily blocked by those yang qi. In other words, the matter of her cultivation regression was temporarily resolved, but that yang qi was also escaping and needed to be replenished in time, or the power within the jindan would still rush out. In other words, she needed more spirit liquid. "How is eldest sister? Did it help with your injuries?" Sun Yunyang inquired with a smile. In fact, just by looking at Qian Yurong's expression, she could already guess the outcome. "Well, it has a great effect. Where did you guys get this stuff from? Are there more?" Qian Yurong nodded and inquired. "Of course there is, but you've seen the effects of this thing. It's not mortal. We've risked a lot to help senior sister." Sun Yunyang spoke. "I can let senior sister get more, but what I say next? Senior sister can't speak to anyone outside of us and will need to make a heavenly Tao oath. She has to swear too." Chu Waist pointed at the white snake puppet and added, "A heavenly Tao oath?" Qian Yurong frowned, a little hesitant in his heart, but thinking carefully about Sun Yunyang's words, they seemed to make sense. This kind of healing artifact was definitely not that easy to obtain. In the next second, she nodded and instantly swore the heavenly Tao oath of secrecy, and motioned for Yu, who was beside him, to do the same. After doing so, she once again looked at Sun Yunyang. "Senior sister, can you speak now?" "Senior sister Chu, you speak." Sun Yunyang signaled Chu Waist. The latter, after pondering for a split second and organizing his words, said, "This thing originated from the Dragon Ambergris sect, and the second elder sister and I, we are both members of the sect. If senior sister wants to obtain this item again, she can only join the Dragon Ambergris sect and obtain the sect master's gift." Chapter 74 Yao Young. "Don't look back. I'm the bishop. You want me to rebel against the clan? Never." Qian Yurong's face changed as he heard this, and he gruffly said, it was impossible for her to betray the clan as she was favored by her master. Even if she could never recover from her own injuries, she would not join another sect. In her opinion, if she wanted to obtain that kind of tainted spiritual liquid, she would inevitably have to pay a corresponding price. Otherwise, that so-called Dragon Ambergris sect would not have helped her for nothing. There must be some other purpose. "Eldest sister, you've misunderstood. No one is asking you to rebel against the clan." Sun Yunyang frowned. "You can understand the Dragon Ambergris cult as a small group within the sect that helps each other. Our purpose is to help disciples like you who have obstacles to cultivation. As long as you have the help of the sect leader, your hindrances will soon be unblocked and your injuries restored. How can there be such a sect? I don't believe that your sect master doesn't have other purposes." Qian Yurong still frowned. In her opinion, maybe what Sun Yunyang said was true, but it was only the current situation, and there was no guarantee that its so-called sect leader would not threaten them to do something later, whether you believe it or not. Eldest sister, what I want to tell you is that the sect leader is a selfless person who has given his all for us. In addition this opportunity, we begged the sect master to beg for it, not that the sect master asked us to have to drag you into the sect. Junior sister and I are doing this because we want to keep senior sister from turning you into a waste, and secondly, we don't want to watch senior sister continue to labor over your affairs. Sun Yunyang persuaded earnestly. Hearing Sun Yunyang mention her master, Qian Yurong instantly hesitated. In the bottom of his heart, he murmured, if I can recover from my injuries, master would be very happy. And let me be blunt, what does senior sister have on her that is worthy of the sect master's scheming? Seeing Qian Yurong's hesitation, Sun Yunyang struck the iron while it was hot. Qian Yurong subconsciously contemplated, discovering that one really doesn't have much in the way of items worth coveting by others. In addition, she had just drunk the tainted spirit liquid and realized that it wasn't as bad as she had imagined. And the taste was not bad at all. How about trying it? Consider it for the sake of master. She was a little shaken. She didn't want to continue to make her master worry and labor over her. Also, if she really recovered from her injuries, she would be able to shine for Red Luan Peak at the Peaks competition. It wasn't in vain that her master had cultivated her for years. Princess, second senior sister is right. You have nothing to lose anyway. Xiaoyu spoke up from the side to concur. Xian Yurong glared at Xiaoyu. I'll tear you apart if you keep talking too much. She's the eldest senior sister. Doesn't she want to lose face? How dare she belittle her in public? He himself was a Jiedan cultivator now anyways. She then looked at Sun Yunyang and said in a deep voice, I can join the Dragon Ambergris sect, but I won't do anything to betray the sect. Seeing Qian Yurong finally agree, Sun Yunyang had a small smile on her face. Eldest sister, no one will force you to do anything. As long as Qian Yurong got a taste of the real sweetness, if she was allowed to leave at the back, it's not possible for her to leave at all. Senior sister, since you have agreed, then I will now perform the initiation ceremony for you. Chu Waist stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Good. Qian Yurong nodded. Now that the decision was made, she didn't hesitate. At Chu Waist's request, Qian Yurong made several heavenly Dao oaths in succession. Finally, he successfully completed the initiation ceremony and was successfully initiated into the church. Junior sister, when can I meet with the sect master and ask for his favor? Qian Yurong spoke with slight anticipation. She wanted to recover from her injuries as soon as possible and surprise her master. Eldest senior sister is not in a hurry. There are many other disciples in the sect who need help like you. The sect master has limited time and has to rain on the parade, thus the need to line up a number. Sun Yunyang opened her mouth to explain. We will come over to inform you when it's time to queue up for eldest senior sister. That's so. Qian Yurong nodded gently, slightly lost in his heart, but she understood Sun Yunyang's words perfectly. Eldest sister, I will intercede with the sect leader for you to help heal your injuries as soon as possible. Chu Waist spoke softly in a soothing voice. Well, many thanks to the two senior sisters. Qian Yurong bowed and said gratefully towards the two Sun Yunyang. Inside the cave, Chu Waist was lying on his side on the bed giving Yiba a report on the situation. Lord sect leader, eldest sister has already joined the sect. What time do you plan to have her come over? Behind him, Yiba spoke after a moment of silence. Tomorrow. He couldn't wait to confirm Qian Yurong's information. It was very interested in its imperial physique. By taking down Qian Yurong earlier, he would also be able to gain experience earlier. Good. I'll go back tonight and inform her of this news. Chu Waist nodded. The body moved back automatically. Having come here, naturally you can't go back empty-handed. Not to mention the fact that she had just wasted so much spiritual liquid. That was her personal stash for almost a month, and she had to find some of it back. Yiba knew Chu Waist's mind well. However, this time Chu Waist and Sun Yunyang both had merit and were rewarded for their accomplishments. 1 hour later. It's almost time. Go! Yiba spoke, signaling Chu Waist to leave. Chu Waist immediately got up and activated the ceiling formation on his body to prevent the benefits from being lost. Its walk is not even daring to twist its thin waist too much. Along with the light fanning out from the teleportation array, its figure disappeared inside the cave. Seeing this, Sun Yunyang, who was standing by the side, took the initiative to go forward to clean up. Gentle and attentive, Yiba had also gotten used to this life of having someone close to him. From questioning the Zaibatsu life, to understanding the Zaibatsu life, to now becoming the Zaibatsu life. In the future he also intends to go beyond the plutocratic life. Master, I also put in a lot of effort this time for eldest sister to successfully enter the sect. Sun Yunyang carefully opened her mouth and took the initiative to claim credit for herself. Opportunities are earned. How will she get the benefits if she doesn't earn them? You did really well this time. Yiba nodded. Sun Yunyang is a bit of a schemer. Used well, it might not fail to be a sharp blade in his hand. Do you still want a reward this time? Yi Ba smiled, seeing Yi Ba in a good mood. Sun Yunyang was also bold. Moving forward, she said, Yuno wants more rewards yet. Don't be too insatiable. Yi Ba spoke softly. 1 hour. Grasp it yourself. Next day, noon. Qian Yurong came to the cave on time. Its face wore a golden goddess mask, while its body was dressed in purple and gold robes. She curiously surveyed the cave in front of her, but did not find a single person in it. Her mind was puzzled. Chu Wei's told her that the sect leader was waiting for her behind the teleportation array. How come there's no one in sight now? She stepped out of the teleportation array, intending to take a look inside those stone houses in front of her. There's writing carved on every stone house here. It could be someone else's place. Qian Yurong murmured in his heart, guessing. Suddenly, she looked to the ground. On the rough stone floor was a green-colored belly band. She thought there was something familiar about the smell on it. After a moment's hesitation, she bent down and tried to pick it up. Just then, the spell formation outside a stone house behind it opened, and a figure stepped out from within it. Qian Yurong's sideways head could only see a pair of calves. She wanted to get up and check back, but just then, a strong palm rested on her hindquarters. At the same time, a slightly magnetic voice rang in her ears. Arigato, don't turn around. I'm the Godfather. Pop. Knock on the board. The following is a simulated scenario to fill in the blanks. Pens given to you. Please feel free to play. Chapter 75, Asking for the Blessing of the Bishop. Qian Yurong's movements lurched, maintaining his current position. Her body stiffened and for a moment she didn't know what she was going to do. It was the first time a man had touched her body, a strange sensation that she couldn't describe. Her body instinctively wanted to dodge, but she was afraid of upsetting the Godfather. Before she came, her junior sister had instructed her to follow the sect leader's orders in everything. Otherwise it is likely that you will not receive the gift of the patriarch. So the Godfather told her not to turn back, and she obeyed and did not turn back. Don't even dare to move. Before Yi Ba's eyes, Qian Yurong's information surfaced. Name, Qian Yuyong. Physique, 9 Phoenix Luanin body, Imperial grade. Realm, Early Jiedan stage. Qualification, Earth grade Golden Spiritual Root. Talent, Soul Puppet Empathy, King. Avatar, None. Puppetry, 2nd order upper grade. Technique, Swallowing Dragon technique. Spells, Advanced Charm. Soul Splitting. 1000 chances. It's true that it's an Emperor grade physique, and the spiritual root is also an Earth grade. There's also a King grade talent. It's a big profit. Yi Ba's heart secretly rejoiced after reading Qian Yurong's information. He glanced at Qian Yurong and realized that he was quite obedient. Let's not move. It's pretty obvious that you want to get ahead, and its body is superb. The place that should be big is really big. Tolerance is great. The old ancestors really don't lie, Yi Ba secretly said. At this moment, Qian Yurong was as if he had been pressed to pause time. The corners of Yi Ba's mouth hooked into a smile as a thought surfaced from his heart. Speaking softly, Yurong, I already know the purpose of your coming here. Did you voluntarily join my Dragon Ambergris sect? Sect leader, I joined voluntarily. Qian Yurong replied seriously. Please also ask sect leader to help me recover from my injuries. Arigato will be grateful. Good. In that case, I will perform the final rite of initiation for you. The boon will also be bestowed upon you after your initiation into the sect. Yi Ba nodded his head gently. Yurong understands, and begs for sect leader's favor. Qian Yurong replied in a deep voice. Things had come to this point, and she had no room for backtracking. No matter what came next, as long as she could get the healing spirit liquid and cure her injuries, it would be fine. Well, the initiation ceremony will take a day, during which you cannot make any movements. Now, I'm going to start. Yi Ba also started Qian Yurong's initiation ceremony after barking out an instruction. If you want to enter the Ambergris cult, then first taste the dragon's saliva. Qian Yurong had kept in mind Yi Ba's admonition and had not moved. It was a good thing that she was a Jiedan cultivator. Even if she wasn't a physical cultivator, her physical body had been nourished by spiritual qi for many years, and was far more powerful than an ordinary person. Even if you stay in one position for a day and don't move, it's not much of a problem. So she wasn't too worried about the so-called initiation ceremony. The next second a breeze whipped by and purple and gold robes flipped. How can there be wind inside the cave? Qian Yurong was puzzled in his mind. However, they did not dare to probe out their divine senses to perceive it. It was only because she had already sworn a heavenly oath that she could not freely use her divine sense perception within the cave, much less to spy on the Godfather. Chu Waist says it's a sign of respect for the Godfather. Otherwise it would offend him. Of course she was going to do as she was told. Without the cover of her robes, she felt a slight chill in herself. Without waiting for her to think about it, another breeze whipped by. The ties around her waist were taken away and floated aside. Without the restraints, the purple and gold robes were suddenly open. The air is cooler, but just as Qian Yurong frowned, she felt the scorching heat behind her. On Qian Yurong's chest, a white spirit snake puppet fell to the ground. Its writhing body, twitching from time to time, seemed to be suffering from some pain and enduring it desperately. Xiao Yu's heart was bitter. She kind of regretted following her. She was refined into a puppet by the princess due to her special talent, and she shares her feelings with the princess. As long as the distance wasn't too great, the princess's feelings were synchronized in her. This is an excellent talent that allows her to act as an extension of the princess limbs, helping her to better maneuver her puppets against her enemies, unleash the greater power of the golem. But now, she's being victimized by this gift, and she can only do her best to restrain herself for fear of delaying the princess's business and upsetting the sect leader into chastising the princess. But she was no match for the princess, though she did her best, still not able to control themselves, and finally even fell right out. It's over. Qian Yurong clenched her lips and glared fiercely at Xiao Yu. How could Xiao Yu suddenly come out at such an important moment? Isn't this adding to the chaos? She had made it to the point where the sect leader blamed her and she was planning to kneel down and beg for mercy. Either way, she was going to get enough boons this time. But to her relief, the patriarch did not stop to blame. Instead, the initiation ceremony continued. Xiao Yu was glared at by Qian Yurong, and the aggravation in her heart increased. But she really can't help herself. Princess, I'm sorry, Koyuki murmured mentally. If puppets had tears, she would have already cried. Scenario simulation to fill in the blanks. A day later, the initiation ceremony was over. Yurong, congratulations, you are now a member of our Dragon Ambergris sect. Yiba spoke softly. He then turned around and returned to his house. After opening the formation, he said indifferently, I bestowed enough gifts for you. You can leave. Qian Yurong moved his body and saluted towards Yiba's house. Thank you, sect leader, for your gift. After saying that, it grabbed Xiao Yu, who was already paralyzed on the ground, and stepped away. Xiao Yu's puppet body had problems and needed to be taken back to be reconditioned. On the teleportation array, Qian Yurong struck his abdomen with a pinch to open the confinement spell. It was the way her little sister had taught her. After a flash of light, Qian Yurong had already disappeared inside the cave. Inside the room, Yiba looked at the panel that popped up in front of him. 9 Phoenix Luanin Body Experience plus 400. 9 Phoenix Luanin Body, 400/100000. Quality Imperial. Soul Puppet Empathy Experience plus 400. Soul Puppet Sympathy, 400 out of 10. 000. Quality King. Puppetry Experience plus 400. First Order Lower Puppeteer, 400/10, can break through. Gold Root Qualification plus 400. Extreme Gold Spiritual Roots, 400 out of 10. 000. A Great Harvest. A joyful color flashed under Yiba's eyes. Qian Yurong was definitely a treasure demoness, bringing him so much experience in one go. Worthy of being a Jieden cultivator, terrifying as hell. Yiba muttered. That's just him. Anyone else would probably have no crumbs left. Shaking his head, he also broke through the puppet art in passing. A large amount of knowledge about puppets flooded into his mind, being grasped by him in an instant. Look at the panel again. The puppeteer's grade above had been raised to the top of the first rank. Chapter 76 Unexpected Harvest. 9 Phoenix Luanin Body Evolving Early? Inside the back mountain chamber, Qian Yurong plopped down on his knees on the futon and cultivated with a deep heart. At this time, half an hour had passed since she had come from Yiba. She had begun cultivating and absorbing those benefits the first moment she returned. Qian Yurong looked inward at her dantian and saw that it was filled with a large amount of yang qi, which filled up all the gaps on her jindan, sealing off any possibility of the jindan leaking out its aura to the outside. Moreover, this yang qi was still mending the gaps on her jindan, repairing her injuries. The effects of the spiritual liquid on the sect leader's true body are much better. There is hope for the recovery of the injuries on my body. The more Qian Yurong cultivated, the more alarmed he became. She had never seen a yuan yang with such a counterintuitive effect. Even a crack in her jindan could be healed. And, that wasn't all. She realized that her cultivation had even refined a tiny bit as a result. It was important to know that she was a Jieden cultivator, and raising a single level of cultivation would require a great deal of time and aura. But now, with the day spent practicing at the sect leader's place, it was only a little more than a day. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be quite terrifying. There's still a lot of yuan yang remaining in my body. It can still help me cultivate for 3 more days. Qian Yurong murmured in his heart. In 3 days, although she couldn't recover all of her injuries, she could still repair a small half of them. As long as she continued, her injuries would definitely be healed before the peaks competition. Master Teacher, I won't let you down this time. Qian Yurong swore in his heart. He vowed to get a good ranking in the great competition of the peaks. I'll have to trouble second senior sister and junior sister again later on to put in a few good words in front of the sect master. Qian Yurong mused in his mind. She wanted more opportunities to cultivate and recover from her injuries as soon as possible. Suddenly, her face flushed. She had never come into contact with a male cultivator before. Yesterday was the first time, and she had expected to be repulsed and disgusted. However, after actually experiencing it, I found that it was very different from what I had once imagined. It was indeed a bit painful at first, but as the practice continued, it became smoother and smoother at the back. Maybe the sect leader is special, not an ordinary male cultivator. Xian Yurong couldn't help but speculate. She didn't believe that all male cultivators were like that. Yes, it must be that the sect leader is special, or else its bestowed gifts wouldn't have such a powerful effect. The more Qian Yurong thought about it, the more he felt that what he had guessed was the truth. After all, as soon as she saw those spirit slaves within the sect, her heart was subconsciously very tired of them. As the cultivation continued, the cracks on her Jindan were being gradually repaired. 2 days later, Qian Yurong, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. The bottom of his eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, within her dantian, there was actually an additional Phoenix Luan silhouette. Although her own 9 Phoenix Luanin body was an imperial grade, it was a growth type of physique. As her realm rises, it will gradually awaken. And judging the degree of awakening relied on the number of Phoenix Luan true spirit void shadows in the body. From 1 Phoenix to 9 Phoenixes, awakening 9 Phoenixes is the full awakening of the 9 Phoenix Luanin body. Originally, she had only awakened 3 Phoenix Luan true spirits, but just now, a 4th Phoenix Luan true spirit appeared within her. Her 9 Phoenix Luanin body further awakened, and she had already awakened a Phoenix Luan true spirit when she broke through the Jidan. According to her experience, it was impossible to awaken the Phoenix Luan true spirit again at this time. After all, in the past, she had only deepened her awakening when she broke through the realm. It's the first time I've encountered a situation like the one in front of me. The only difference from previous cultivations is that I absorbed a large amount of Yuan Yang this time, Xian Yurong mentally muttered. Realizing this, she couldn't keep her mouth shut in surprise. The breath was slightly disorganized. She didn't understand what kind of divine artifact could have such a heaven-defying effect. She couldn't imagine. If only I could continue to receive help from the sect leader even after I recover from my injuries. Xian Yurong had some expectations. If her 9 Phoenix Luanin body could be completely awakened, her cultivation speed would be even faster. What exactly is the sect leader's origin? Immediately afterward, her mind pondered, extremely curious about Yi Ba's true identity, but she had taken the heavenly Tao oath. And even if her heart was like a kitten scratching, she couldn't really test the sect leader. With how powerful the sect leader is, there really is no need to obtain anything from me. Xian Yurong's heart rose with a pang of guilt when he thought of how he had questioned Sun Yunyang and Chu wasted first. Both senior sisters were doing her good, yet she was suspicious of both of them. Find a way to compensate the 2 senior sisters in the future, Xian Yurong murmured in his heart. She then sank her heart and began to cultivate, intending to absorb the last bit of the remaining benefits cleanly. Such a divine object, you can't afford to waste a single bit of it. To do otherwise would be a waste. On the other hand, inside the medicine field in the back of the mountain, Qin Lan was squatting inside the medicinal field and was scrutinizing a spirit herb in front of him. Surprisingly, it really has an effect. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on her face as she muttered out, "This spiritual grass was named Red Sun Grass, the main ingredient for refining the second-order upper-grade Red Sun pill." The Red Yang Dan had a very good assisting effect on the cultivation of these foundation establishment disciples of theirs, and could increase their cultivation speed by 20%. But the Red Sun Grass needs to grow environment is extremely picky, need to be rich in Yang Qi place. The whole great extreme happiness immortal sect, 36 peaks within the only including the main peak of the 5 peaks have Red Sun Grass. Fellow disciples on other peaks who needed Red Yang Dan had to go to the 5 peaks to purchase it, and there weren't many of them, causing the value of the Red Sun Dan to remain high. Half a month ago, she had also cultivated a red yang grass with the sect leader's Yang Qi on a whim. I didn't expect the results to be surprisingly good. The transplanted red sun grass in front of him grew extremely well, showing no signs of being affected. Moreover, its medicinal age increases extremely fast. Half a month has added 2 years of medication. This rate of cultivation she had never seen before. With this red sun grass, I'll be able to refine the red sun pill, and then I'll be able to earn a large amount of spirit stones to use for cultivation. He muttered in his heart, very excited, and intends to purchase more red sun grass seedlings to transplant. Also she needed more Yuan Yang. What is senior sister thinking about? Why are you so happy? Right at this moment, Shu Weiss dropped down from midair and came to Qin Lan to inquire curiously. Some time ago, she had asked the sect master to refine the perfect foundation establishment pill, and now it had finally been refined. The one who had obtained the perfect foundation establishment pill was also the first to come over to Qin Lan. In addition to the one promised to Qin Lan, the remaining 8 on the sect leader's body were also in her possession. The sect leader instructed her to exchange the foundation establishment pill for other cultivation resources. So it's senior sister Chu's senior sister. come and see. This is the red sungrass that I cultivated. Seeing that it was Chu Waste, Qinlan immediately greeted her warmly. Senior Sister Chu is closer to the sect master, so if we let Senior Sister Chu help, we will definitely be able to get a large amount of spiritual liquid. He himself could work together with Senior Sister Chu to water a large yang field for planting red yang grass, thus refining a large amount of red yang dan. Red sun grass? Chu Waste curiously approached and inquired doubtfully. Senior Sister, isn't this red sun grass only found in those 5 peaks? Can our Red Luan Peaks environment cultivate it as well? Chapter 77, just a little more talk. In the face of Chu Waste's inquiry, Qinlan did not answer at first. Instead, after smiling mysteriously, he invited Chu Waste to come inside the grass hut on the side. Only after opening the protective spell formation did she smile and say, "Here's the reason." She opened her storage bag and took out a jade bottle from it and opened it. Chu Waste didn't even need to look. He knew what was inside just by smelling the flavor. She was all too familiar with this. At the same time, she vaguely guessed what Qinlan had done. After all, she had even attempted to refine spirit pills with this item in the first place. Senior Sister cultivated the red sun grass with Lord Sect Leader's spiritual liquid? Chu Waste raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Qinlan nodded and gave Chu Waste an approving look. Would Senior Sister be interested in cooperating with me for a bit? And we'll develop a young field together to specialize in cultivating the red yang grass? You have to know that the remaining 5 peaks use the red sungrass to refine the red sundan, earning more than enough spirit stones every year. Chu Waste glanced at Qinlan in surprise. How come she hadn't realized before that Qinlan was so business-minded? But it's a good thing to get a piece of the action yourself. His Holiness side should be happy to do the same. Senior Sister took the initiative to seek my cooperation. How could I refuse? I'll be responsible for the spirit liquid needed to cultivate the young field. Chu Waste smiled and nodded, agreeing to the matter. Good. The cultivation of the red sungrass as well as the refining of the red sundan. I'll get it from my side. As for the profit share, let's split it 50-50? Qinlan inquired tentatively. Senior Sister says so. Chu Waste responded with a smile. It was already good enough for her to get 50% of the profit just by paying some spirit liquid. Spiritual liquids don't need to cost spirit stones, just more lip service. Both were happy when they finalized the matter. Chu Waste also took the opportunity to take out the perfect foundation establishment pill and sent it to Qinlan. Senior Sister, this is the foundation establishment pill that was refined from the last foundation establishment pill material, and according to the agreement, this is your share. Good. With this perfect foundation establishment pill, the spirit stones to acquire the ascending sungrass seedlings will be available. Originally, I was thinking of obtaining some spirit stones from other places, but now it seems that I don't need to. Qinlan smiled as he received the foundation building pill, the one from last time. She had already used it to exchange for other cultivation resources. Immediately after that, the smile on her face tightened and she inquired in a low voice, "Senior Sister, you are well aware of Senior Sister's situation. Can you pull Senior Sister into the sect and request the sect master to heal her injuries?" Today, Chu Waste happened to come to her place, and she was telling what she had not been able to ask last time. She couldn't bear to see eldest sister give up just like that. She even turned into a waste of feeling and didn't want her eldest sister to go through the same thing. Eldest sister was a very strong person, and if she were to fall apart from then on, it would be quite a blow to herself. There is also the Master's side, whose heart is already hurt enough over the matter of the eldest sister. Chu Waste glanced at Qinlan in surprise and fell slightly silent. She wanted to tell Qinlan that eldest sister was already a member of the sect. However, she could not freely reveal the identities of the members of the sect without the orders of the sect leader. Seeing that Chu Waste did not say anything, Qinlan thought that Chu Waste was being difficult. A hint of contemplation appeared on his face as he continued. If that doesn't work, then can I give the spiritual liquid I've collected to eldest sister? Chu Waste shook her head. Senior Sister, I will inform the sect master of this matter, but I cannot guarantee how the sect master will decide. She could only say this to appease Qinlan, lest he or she make a wrong decision and reveal the identity of the godfather. At the end she didn't forget to remind, Senior Sister, the sect leader's spiritual liquid can only be used by ourselves. Without the sect leader's permission, it cannot be given to other outsiders. I'm already grateful that you were able to inform the sect leader of this matter, and what the outcome will be afterward can only be done to the best of one's ability. Qinlan nodded inside. It's good that Senior Sister understands. You are well aware of how the sect master treats us. Once our dragon ambergris sect secrets are exposed, not only will the sect master be implicated, but also everyone else will be left without food. Hearing Qinlan say so, Chu Waste's heart also breathed a sigh of relief as he continued to exhort. What Senior Sister said, he nodded approvingly, and at the same time realizing that he had just almost made a big mistake. 2 months later, inside the cave, Yi Ba opened his own panel. Name, Yi Ba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9 Suns Absolute Vein, Wonderful Grade. Burning Sky Body, King Grade. Greenwood Source Body, King Grade. 9 Phoenix Luanine Body, 12. 400 out of 100. 000, Emperor Grade. Realm, Peak of the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. Qualification, Superior Water Spiritual Roots. Superior Earth Spiritual Roots. Superior Fire Spiritual Roots. Earth Grade Gold Spiritual Roots. Earth Grade Wood Spiritual Roots. Talent, Grass and Tree Sense, Wonderful. Soul Puppet Cosense, Kings. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Center. Alchemy, Lower Grade. 3rd Order. Talisman Making, Upper Grade. 2nd Order. Formation Technique, 3rd Order Lower Grade, 1200/8000. Puppetry, 2nd Order Upper Grade. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, Fireball, Fire Python, Gengjin Sword Chi. Nutritional Technique. Fixation Technique. Seeing the results on the panel, a hint of a smile appeared on Yiba's face. With his intention to take special care of Qian Yurong, in 2 months' time, he had harvested a full 12,000 experience from Qian Yurong. The result was that his golden spiritual root had been upgraded to Earth Grade, and in addition, he had successfully obtained the Soul Puppet Cosense talent. Even the puppetry technique had been upgraded to the 2nd Order upper limit. All that was left was that the 9 Phoenix Luanine body didn't have enough experience. In addition, he had gained a great deal of experience from Qinlan. Harvested the Greenwood Source Body and the Earth Grade Wood Spirit Root. The Greenwood Source Body could keep his body always energized, making his whole person look younger and more energetic. But that was just the surface. On the inside, the vitality in him was stronger. Not only do you recover faster from injuries, along with that, his longevity had doubled. The lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator was usually over 200 years, while he now had a lifespan of 500 years. It was already similar to the lifespan of a Jidan cultivator. Just then, light flashed on the teleportation array. The figure of Stephanie emerged on it. A hint of displeasure was evident on its face. Senior brother, can it be me today? Bu Shanghua spoke bluntly, with some pleading in his tone. When Yiba saw this, he laughed bitterly inwardly. In these 2 months, he had mainly been on Qian Yurong and Qinlan, so he had naturally taken less care of Bu Shanghua and the others. That's why Stephanie is the way she looks today. Mournful and humble prayers for sweet rain. Come over here. Yiba nodded his head gently. Now that he had harvested all the experience from Qinlan, he could free up his position in time. Staggering cultivation like this still affects efficiency. Maybe I can let them all enter their own cultivation rooms and turn on the protective spell formations within the room so that I can help this one and then go to the next cultivation room to help the other female demons. Yiba murmured in his heart. The problem wasn't with him, it was with the fact that they were absorbing it too slowly at step Shanghua. It's like a floor drain draining. Too much water and too little drain. The water naturally drains slower. Chapter 78 Heavenly Thunder Whipping. Master's Substitute. 2 days later, Yiba stopped cultivating. The panel prompt popped up in front of it again. Absolute subordination established. Finally, today, he and Aya Shanghua also established absolute subordination. The number of loyal dogs under his command has increased by 1. Now counting Sun Yunyang, there were already 4 of them. The ranks are getting bigger and bigger. One day, the entire Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal sect would finally become his personal kennel. He then also bestowed his Earth Grade Gold Spiritual Root as well as his Extreme Grade Fire Spiritual Root to Bu Shanghua, upgrading all of her original 2 Upper Grade Spirit Roots. Bu Shanghua was very surprised when he sensed the changes in himself. Yiba gave her too many surprises. Not only did it allow her sword spirit body to awaken early, but later on, with Yiba's assistance, her cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. Eventually, quantitative changes caused qualitative changes, and she also awakened the hidden supreme sword body. Now, her spiritual root qualification had unexpectedly increased as well. Even a waste immortal seedling can become a top immortal seedling under senior brother's watering. Stephanie murmured inwardly. If she hadn't met Yiba, she would still be an outer disciple now. Senior brother. I heard from the Peak Master a few days ago that his senior sister is about to return to the sect, and then I will be able to worship under her. Bu Shanghua opened his mouth, informing him of some of the things that had happened to him. I heard third senior sister say that the senior sister in the Peak Master's mouth and the Peak Master are actually twin sisters. The name is G Drunken Butterfly. Oh, Yiba's eyes lit up and he instantly became interested. Twins. A master that can activate bonds by the sound of it. After you pay your respects, gather the details of G Drunken Butterfly. He immediately commanded. Yes, Lord Godfather. Step Shanghua agreed. In absolute subordination, it's absolute obedience. Back mountain. Inside the secret room, Qian Yurong slowly stopped cultivating, and there was an undisguised joy on his face. With the help of the Godfather, the injuries on her body were finally fully recovered. In addition, Her 9 Phoenix Luaning body had now awakened 6 Phoenix Luan true spirits. It gave her own strength a tremendous boost. I will definitely be able to get a good ranking in this peaks competition, Qian Yurong muttered, very confident in this. She intended to use this as a way to slowly repay her master's generous favor. Where is Qian Yurong? Quickly come out to meet me. Just then, an incomparably grand voice suddenly came from outside. The voice sounded like it was ringing in the bottom of Qian Yurong's heart. Qian Yurong frowned and got up to open the door of the secret room, flying up into mid-air to look at the visitor, only to see that in mid-air, there were a dozen or so cultivators wearing golden robes. Sovereign Peak Law Enforcement Hall. Qian Yurong showed a hint of dismay on his face. What she had done in Jin was still discovered by the sect. It was thought that months had passed, that no one had come looking for her, that she herself was safe. I didn't realize it was coming. Greetings, senior uncle, senior sisters, I am Qian Yurong. Qian Yurong flew in front of the group of cultivators from the law enforcement hall and spoke in a deep voice. One person does things for one person, and if the sect sends down a chastisement, she will bear it. I am Law Enforcement General Hall Deputy Hall Master Bao Bai. You sneaked into Jin without authorization and slaughtered 353 mouths of Jin's royal family, violating our clan's rules. Now according to the clan's rules, I will inflict 10 heavenly thunder floggings on you. Can you plead guilty to the crime? A middle-aged female cultivator in the lead questioned sternly. Disciple, plead guilty. Qian Yurong nodded his head crisply. What's done is done. And since the law enforcement hall was able to approach her and speak in such detail, they had already investigated her clearly. Wait. Suddenly, a voice came from below, immediately followed by several reclining lights rapidly flying up into mid-air, revealing Ji Yu and a few Jiedan elders. The look on Ji Yu's face was very grave. He looked at Bao Bai and pleaded for Qian Yurong. Hall Master Bao, is the punishment of 10 heavenly thunder flogging too heavy? Yurong has just broken through the early stage of Jiedan, and there are still injuries on her body. 10 heavenly thunder floggings will most likely not be able to survive, and she will directly die. It's just a few mortals that died around here. The clan has clan rules. If anyone messes up, wouldn't it be a mess? Bao Bai frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that it's not easy for a genius to come out of your Red Luan Peak, and that the head of the main hall is extraordinarily gracious, it wouldn't be the chastisement of 10 heavenly thunder floggings today, but rather the direct abolition of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. We've already left her with a sliver of a chance. Ji Yu was slightly silent. Bao Bai was telling the truth. If they really followed the clan rules strictly, arigato would have been abolished. Master teacher doesn't need to plead for me. 10 lashes of heavenly thunder. I'll suffer it myself. Qian Yurong was unwilling to see her own master lowered his voice and pleaded for her. If you still recognize me as your master, don't interrupt. Ji Yu looked at Qian Yurong with a stern gaze. Qian Yurong was stunned. She had rarely seen her master's father lose his temper with her. It was obvious that the master had been moved to true anger. She instantly dared not continue talking. Hall Master Bao, a disciple's fault is a teacher's fault. I, as a teacher, am willing to take these 10 heavenly thunder lashes for your own. Ji Yu looked at Bao Bai again and said in a deep voice, Peak Master Ji, this is out of order. Bao Bai faintly said, Hall Master Bao, the Peaks competition will be held in 2 months, and Yurong is the only true disciple from my peak to break through to Jiedan. Ji Yu's tone was pleading. Master, mustn't, you will die. Red Luan Peak can't live without you. Qian Yurong moved, tears welling up under his eyes. She didn't expect that her master would take the initiative to endure the heavenly thunder lash for the sake of saving her. An invalid. When the heavenly thunder whipping was executed in the law enforcement hall, one could not resist it with spells or magic weapons, but could only resist it with one's physical body. And even if her master's cultivation was a bit higher than hers, with a cultivation of the middle stage of Jiedan, she would most likely not be able to carry it off. Master is trying to die for her. Yurong, I have the final say in this matter, and it is my fault as a master teacher for making you do the wrong thing you are doing now. You don't need to persuade me anymore, otherwise, I will cut myself in front of you. Ji Yu stared at Qian Yurong and spoke solemnly. Bao Bai frowned slightly. She didn't want to offend the Lord of a Peak if she could. Thus after pondering for a split second, she took out her transmission note and asked the hall master. A moment later, she raised an eyebrow and nodded. The hall master agreed to your request. Thank you Hall Master Bao for making Ji Yu whole. Ji Yu thanked. Afterward, she took off the vestments on her body and landed towards the square in front of the Peak Master's hall. Hall Master Bao, you may begin, Ji Yu said in a deep voice. The surrounding Jiedan elders were all showing signs of intolerance and had the intention to plead for Ji Yu, but with their status, they couldn't even interject. Qian Yurong on the side even cried into a tearful person. The three of them, Chu Waist, Sun Yunyang, and Qin Lun, who heard the commotion, also hurried over. When they saw the scene before them, they all frowned, with a worried look on their faces. Good. Bao Bai nodded his head and flipped his wrist, and immediately a thick, lightning-flashing whip appeared in his hand. Matter surged from its body, and thunder light surged above the thunder whip, and the moment it waved its hand, the thunder whip was thrown out. The tip of the whip lashed hard at Ji-Yu's back. Snap! A sound that seemed like a thunderous explosion came out. With just this one blow, Ji-Yu's shirt behind her back was directly smashed, revealing tumbled blood and flesh with pitch-black scorch marks from being struck by thunder. Chapter 79 Heavenly Thunder Eroding Bones. Realm Falls. Master. Qian Yurong roared miserably. A knife seemed to be cutting her heart in her chest. She wanted to step forward to stop it, but after seeing the stern look in her master's eyes and the warning he had just given her, it was as if the breath had been removed from her body, and she dropped to the floor in a daze. Originally, she was still thinking of telling her master during the day about her recovery from her injuries, so that she wouldn't have to continue to labor over her matter. In addition, Master Teacher would certainly be extremely happy to see her recover from her injuries. But now, the sudden arrival of an accident had prevented her from even having the chance to say this out loud. The master's father was not yet aware that she had recovered and was currently an invalid, still willing to take the heavenly thunder lash for her. She didn't know how she was going to repay her master, and I don't know what I'm going to get in return. She felt that she would never be able to repay her master's kindness in her lifetime. Snap! Just then, the first whipping fell. The wounds on Ji-Yu's body got deeper. Its teeth were clenched and blood flowed from its lips. Pop! Snap! As a whiplash fell, the wounds on Ji-Yu's body increased. Boo! As the sixth flash fell, the aura on Ji-Yu's body suddenly erupted, but in just an instant, it quickly fell again. At this moment, the aura on its body changed to be similar to Qian Yurong's. Master Teacher's realm has fallen, Qian Yurong uttered in a daze. Beside him, Qinlan's brow furrowed and his heart was hard. Master Teacher was also extremely kind to her. Now that she had seen her master's father being whipped, she was even more empathetic. Shu Waste just started not long ago, but also from time to time by Ji-Yu's care, a variety of cultivation on the spirit of the Dan. At any time to answer the doubts on the cultivation of Ji-Yu is really a good master teacher. Sun Yunyang's heart was also a little hard to bear, even though her qualifications were the worst among her fellow disciples. But the master never disliked her, treating her like any other master or sister. If master's injuries can't be cured, we can ask the master then. Sun Yunyang thought so in her heart. Snap! Snap! As the last lash fell, this heavenly thunder flogging came to a complete end. 10 heavenly thunder lashes have been administered. Take care, Peak Master Ji. Bao Bai opened his mouth in a deep voice and immediately took the people from the law enforcement hall with him and flew away from Red Luan Peak. Master! How are you doing? Peak Master, how are your injuries? I have healing pills here. Qian Yurong, Qin Lan, and a group of elders surged to Ji-Yu's body, asking with anxious concern. I'm fine, you guys disperse. Ji-Yu stood up with Qian Yurong's assistance and looked at the surrounding crowd and commanded. Seeing that Ji-Yu really didn't seem to have any major issues, the Jedan elders looked at each other and continued to say a few words of concern before leaving. A few moments later there were only 4 left. Qian Yurong and Qin Lan, go into the great hall and talk. Ji-Yu spoke weakly. Qian Yurong obeyed and did as he was told. Unbeknownst to him, just as he walked into the main hall, a mouthful of blood spewed out from Ji-Yu, and the breath on his body became extremely disorganized. Senior, Qian Yurong's few were all worried and helped Ji-Yu to sit down carefully. Ji-Yu was still conscious at this time. It took out a spirit Dan from within the storage bag and swallowed it and then refined it, and her breath finally gradually calmed down. A moment later it reopened its eyes and slowly said, although I was injured this time, there is no major problem, and I only need to convalesce for 3 or 5 months before I can fully recover. You guys don't have to worry too much. Hearing Ji-Yu say this, Qian Yurong and the others also let out a long breath of relief. Master, I'm sorry, I've made you heartbroken over again. Qian Yurong still had tear marks on her face and bowed her head. I wouldn't be unaware of the things you do. Ji-Yu looked at her beloved disciple and reached out a hand to touch the top of his head. Back when you proposed to go out on a trip, I already sensed what you were going to do. The reason why I didn't stop you was because I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to realize your Taoist heart, thus breeding heart demons. Master, Qian Yurong's heart moved. How could she not have expected that her matter turned out to be known by her master? More than that, she let herself go to take revenge, and when she was found out afterwards, her master even took the initiative to bear the whipping for her. What was she going to get in return for this favor? No more superfluous words. You are all my Ji-Yu's disciples. From the day you became my children, I have already been treating you as if you were my relatives. No matter what you have done, I, as a parent, will not leave you behind. Ji-Yu gently waved her hand and smiled. Master, I have something to say to you. Qian Yurong gritted his teeth and said with a straight face. Ji-Yu smiled and looked at Qian Yurong. Master, the gap in the gene Dan inside me is healed. Qian Yurong said in a deep voice. She wanted to let her master know the good news. Healed? How is that possible? Ji Yu was very surprised. She grabbed Xian Yurong's arm and her spiritual energy immediately probed into his body. She also froze after seeing the intact golden Dan. Murmured, I can't believe it's true. Obviously, the hall master of the Dan Hall had already said that Arigato's injuries could not be cured. Now how did it suddenly recover? Not only had his injuries recovered, it seemed that his cultivation had also refined quite a bit. How did you recover? Ji Yu's eyes revealed doubt. Master, it's because of my 9 Phoenix Luanine body. I've awakened my 9 Phoenix Luanine body once again during these few months, and now I've awakened 6 Phoenix Luan. Xian Yurong spoke out the explanation he had thought of in advance. Although she didn't want to deceive her master, she had sworn a heavenly oath about the Dragon Ambergris sect and couldn't divulge a single bit of it. The 9 Phoenix Luanine body has awakened once again, Ji Yu uttered in surprise. This kind of early awakening of the physique was very rare. She guessed after a moment of contemplation. It could be that your injuries inspired the potential of the 9 Phoenix Luan leader, allowing it to awaken early and heal your injuries. Xian Yurong's heart rejoiced, thinking that her master had thought of the latter explanation for her, so much so that she didn't have to continue to make much of a fuss about it. Your recovery from your injuries is a great relief to my master, and I can rest assured when I hand over Red Luan Peak to you in the future. Ji Yu smiled and said, also for this Peaks competition, we should be able to raise our rankings. Don't worry, master, I will definitely do my best in the Peaks competition, Xian Yurong promised. I believe in you all. It's getting late, so you all go back. I have to continue healing. Ji Yu nodded gratefully. The little bitty girl who had followed her around was now able to hold her own. Hearing that Ji Yu wanted to heal her wounds, Xian Yurong's few didn't dare to continue disturbing and obediently withdrew from the main hall. After a few people left, Ji Yu raised her hand to turn on the protective spell formation in the grand hall. In the next second, the aura on its body was once again disorganized. Fresh blood spilled from his mouth and his face turned incomparably pale. Her injuries were so severe that the heavenly lightning had etched her bones and had penetrated deep into her bones and marrow, harming her flesh at all times. This wasn't the most serious. As long as she was given time, she slowly forced the heavenly thunder out of her body and her injuries could be recovered. The trickiest thing was that her dantian was pierced by the heavenly lightning. Although the Jindan was fine, a large hole appeared in the dantian. The dantian was the foundation of the Tao, the beginning of cultivation, and damage to the dantian could not be recovered at all. Her own spiritual energy would continue to escape until not a single bit of spiritual energy remained in her dantian. At that time, she would become mortal and her lifespan would be less than 100. I should be able to hold on for another half a year or so. It's good that Yurong has recovered from his injuries, and Red Luan Peak can be considered a successor. Ji Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. In the beginning, her master handed over Red Luan Peak to her and asked her to take care of the disciples on Red Luan Peak. She did. In the future, when she met her master in the Yellow Springs, she would be able to hold her chest out and face him directly. Chapter 80, Winesword Immortal. G. Drunken Butterfly. Pity. Inside the cave, Yiba received Shu Waste's voice transmission and learned of the changes that had just occurred in the outside world, and shook his head in slight regret. The good news was that Ji Yu was injured, and the bad news was that the injury wasn't serious enough to heal itself. Otherwise this would be an opportunity for him. If he could take Ji Yu and let him cultivate with his disciples, he might be able to activate the special bond again. Now he was not far from breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment. After reaching the late stage of foundation establishment, the fastest way to cultivate was to activate special bonds to infuse cultivation. One can directly reach the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. What a pity! Yiba shook his head once again and lamented. Then he looked at Tung Shahan beside his knees and opened his mouth to command. Now that your formation art has reached the middle grade of the 3rd rank, the spell formation within the cave needs to be upgraded once again. Yummy Godfather. Deng Shahan responded. What? Yiba was slightly stunned. What was Deng Shahan up to? He was talking about business. Alright, sect leader, but the spirit materials required to refine a 3rd order mid-grade spell formation are very precious, and the spirit stones I have on hand are somewhat insufficient. Tang Shahan gulped and reopened his mouth. No more gulps from his mouth. Not enough spirit stones? Yiba smiled, then directly took out a storage bag and threw it to Tung Shahan. Feel free to use the spirit stones in here as you please. He had Chu Waste sell some of the foundation establishment pills in exchange for a large amount of resources. In addition, there was also the yang field planted by Qinlan, which was now starting to produce red yang grass, and the spirit stones earned from the red yang dan refined out of it had all entered his pockets as well. Right now, he had so many spirit stones on him that he couldn't even spend them all by himself. Deng Shahan curiously opened it to check, and after seeing the number of spirit stones inside, he exclaimed out in shock. So many! She hadn't even seen these spirit stones before. and all of them are medium-grade spirit stones, a full 10,000 pieces. This was the equivalent of 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Talk to me again if it's not enough. Yi Ba continued. They're still on the bishop? Deng Xiaohan's mouth was slightly open, a bit numb. After reacting, he said, Sect leader, these spirit stones should be enough. Well, in addition to upgrading all the spell formations within the cave, everyone's exclusive room should also be furnished with protective spell formations, with the main function focusing on isolating perception. Yi Ba stated his requirements. Currently it was only his room that had the protective spells. Setting up protective spell formations in other people's exclusive rooms is just the beginning, and later he will have to remodel the rooms and establish cultivation rooms inside, with holes left outside the cultivation rooms. Yi Ba interrupted his mental conception in time. Now is not the time to think about that. After all, the protective spell formation hadn't been refined yet. No problem, sect leader. I'll need about a month to refine the array plate and the array flag. Tun Xiaohan nodded in response. Well, that's the main thing you'll do next. Finish refining the spell formation as soon as possible. Yi Ba exhorted. Sect master, then my cultivation. Tang Xiaohan's big spiritual eyes turned, hesitantly opened his mouth. The following 5 days of my time belongs to you. Yi Ba spoke in a deep voice. Deng Xiaohan's face was delighted. It's good to have compensation for yourself. She didn't want to delay her own cultivation because of the refining spell formation thing. 5 days later, Deng Xiaohan leaves. Yi Ba, on the other hand, looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him. Formation experience plus 3,500. Third order lower grade alchemist, 4,700/8,000. Absolute subordination established. Seeing the prompt, Yi Ba raised his eyebrows. Up to this point, Chu Waste, Bu Shenghua, Qi Hongyu, and Deng Xiaohan, the 4 female devils he had contacted at the very beginning, had all become loyal dogs under him. Below are the 2 Qilan and Qinlan. Yi Ba mused in his heart. Both have now established primary subordination. According to his prediction, it shouldn't be too far from establishing a high-level slave. In the past, it was his lack of cultivation and the gap between him and the two that caused the relationship to be slow to build. But now it was different. He had broken through to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. The realm gap between and the duo wasn't that big anymore. Establishing subordination is naturally faster. There is also a need to identify a few more female devils with natural talent. The peaks competition is a good opportunity, but in my current condition it's not suitable to go to the scene to watch. After all, for an event like the peaks competition, the great powers within the sect are bound to be there. Yi Ba mused, thinking about some of the pressing matters to follow. However, I can have Deng Xiaohan refine a magic weapon that can be observed from across the sky, so that she can carry it on her body, and I can just as well see what's going on outside. I just don't know if observing from across the sky will allow me to view the information of the female devil. There are still 2 months until the peaks competition. This matter is not urgent. Wait until Tang Xiaohan finishes the matter of the protective spell formation. Inside the Peak Master's Great Hall. My good sister, how is it that after several years of not seeing you, you have become the dying form you are today? Ji Drunken Butterfly looked towards Ji Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the recliner above, and opened her mouth with a teasing smile. It was dressed in a red gauze, tall, with a full chest, and a sword-shaped jade pendant sunk deep within the gully, bearing all alone. On its head was messy short red hair. Its face was full of lethargy, tilting its head and pouring a delicate red wine gourd on its hand towards its rosy lips, the spirit wine within it turning into a thin line that flowed into its mouth. A hint of helplessness appeared in Ji Yu's eyes. Her twin sister was good at everything but her mouth. I've been seriously injured this time and basically have no way to recover, so don't leave after you come back this time. Ji Yu sighed. Unable to recover? Ji Drunken Butterfly frowned, and in the next second its feet flicked and instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Ji Yu. Without waiting for Ji Yu to react, a white palm pressed on her shoulder. Are you a loser? How come you can't even take care of yourself? Ji Drunken Butterfly withdrew her hand and glared angrily at Ji Yu. Immediately afterward, he asked, you were fine inside the sect. Who hurt you? You wrong. She killed the royal family of the Jin Kingdom and violated the clan rules, so I endured 10 heavenly thunder lashes on her behalf. Ji Yu explained simply. That disciple of yours is also trash, doing something that violates the rules of the clan, and he was even caught. Ji Drunken Butterfly was furious. This family would have to fall apart without her. She'd only been gone for 6 years and so much had changed. You wrong. She can't help it, so don't blame her. When the Peaks competition is over, I will give her the position of Peak Master, and you will still need to look after her at that time. Ji Yu sighed. My senior nephew, I will naturally take care of him. Ji Drunken Butterfly nodded noncommittally. Immediately afterward, he frowned. Is there really no way out of your injuries? My dantian has been pierced. What else can I do? Ji Yu shook her head. I've found a disciple with superior qualifications for you, who is also a sword cultivator, so you can stay on the peak when you return this time. Chapter 81, Collective Cultivation Room. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. You'd better mind your own business first. Ji Drunken Butterfly frowned. She then took out a bottle of spirit elixir from within her storage pouch and tossed it to Ji Yu, explaining, there are 2 life enhancement elixirs in here, which should allow you to live for 20 more years. The mess you left behind yourself. It's better to find a way to clean it up while you're still alive. Sooner or later I'm going to have to leave the clan again. Ji Yu held the jade bottle in her hand, and when she looked up again, Ji Drunken Butterfly had already disappeared inside the main hall. She smiled and shook her head, obviously helping her, but still speaking evil words. This sister of his own, her character hasn't changed at all. What a waste. Obviously in the sect, how can you not even take care of yourself? After leaving the main hall, Ji Drunken Butterfly couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Ji Yu's injuries were impossible to recover from unless an immortal made a move. The only thing she could do was to keep her sister alive for a few more years. Tilting her head back and drinking a large mouthful of spirit wine, Ji Drunken Butterfly's emotions only calmed down some more. She tapped her foot and disappeared in an instant. 1 month later, inside the cave, Yiba looked at the rearranged protective spell formation in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Just a moment ago, Tang Xiahan had already upgraded the entire cave's protective spell formation. It utilized 5 sets of third-order mid-grade spell formations to lay down a combined grand formation that could withstand the attacks and probes of a late-stage Jiedan. The killing formation outside the cave's teleportation array had also been upgraded, and according to Tang Xiahan, even mid-Jordan cultivators could deal with it. The sense of security given to Yi Ba was sufficient. Finally, he looked to the rearranged room inside the cave. There were 10 rooms in total, and in addition to the rooms for him and Chu Waste and the others, there were 2 extra rooms. These 2 rooms he intended to modify into dedicated group practice rooms. Subsequently, some of the ideas in his mind that were beneficial to cultivation were intended to be tested in these 2 rooms. He walked into one of the rooms to check it out. It was a rectangular space, around 30*15 m in length and width. You can build a partition wall every 3 meters to separate this place into 10 single rooms, Yi Ba muttered in his heart. Since it was a group training room, it was natural for it to be able to accommodate all the female demons. Against the outer wall, leave the door open to each single room, so that they can each enter their own practice room. He was inspired by public restrooms. The difference was that he kept his own auxiliary cultivation space behind the toilet. When the time comes, you just need to leave a big enough hole in the back of the toilet. In this way, as long as the demoness entered his single room, he could perform assisted cultivation. He didn't even need to know who it was, but I should be able to make a rough guess. After all, everyone's physique is different, Yi Ba mused. After completing his own initial thoughts, he came to the open space outside the cultivation room. He then took out a refining furnace from within his storage bag. He had asked Deng Xiahan to help him purchase this, and the quality had reached the top grade of the 2nd rank, costing him 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. In addition to that, Tang Xiahan had also purchased some weapon refining spirit materials and spirit gold for him. He was currently a 3rd-ranked lower-grade formation master, so he planned to take matters into his own hands when it came to remodeling the collective cultivation room. He urged the spirit fire to ignite and heat up the refining furnace. After its temperature was raised to the right temperature, he took out a large chunk of spiritual metal and threw it in. A few moments later the spiritual metal melted, and under Yi Ba's divine sense control, it eventually finalized into an extremely thin metal wall, roughly the size of a door panel. Yi Ba measured some heights and then punched holes at a height equal to his waist. This is the arrangement necessary to channel the yang energy needed for cultivation. Looking at his masterpiece, Yi Ba nodded with satisfaction. He then produced 9 more door panels as he had done. After doing so, he refined some sturdy metal partitions. Taking these things into the cultivation room, he set them up one by one as he had just thought. Get out 10 single rooms. Finally, he carved formation patterns on these walls that could shield perception. In this way, there was no way for those inside the single room to detect anything outside. Finally, he took apart the exterior walls and put in doors that could be moved around the room. He did not, however, inscribe each person's name on the door of the room. Nothing more. He likes the mystery of opening a blind box, always cultivating day after day. He was also a bit numb and bored. It's also excellent to spice up your practice a little more and create some fun for yourself. After constructing the collective cultivation room, he also couldn't wait to try out the effects. Thus, after pondering for a split second, he sent messages to Deng Xiahan, Qi Hongyue, and Qi Lan. Let the 3 come over and practice. While waiting, in order to make it easier for the demonesses to understand how to use the collective practice room, he thoughtfully hung a practice instruction chart on the door of the group practice room. Includes, but is not limited to, diagrams of body movements, as well as some textual notes and keynotes. After doing so, he walked into the collective cultivation room and waited patiently up in the back. After 10 seconds or so, the light on the teleportation array lit up. Wearing a flame mask, Xylan's figure emerged above it, and it's still wearing that white muslin. She surveyed the cave in surprise. I hadn't been here for a few days, but the place had completely changed. Where is the sect leader? Somewhat puzzled, Xylan walked out of the teleportation array and headed towards the cultivation room in front of him. After surveying the room for a moment, she finally noticed the cultivation instruction map hanging on the door of the cultivation room. According to what it says, every time you come over to cultivate in the future, you only need to wait inside here. Xylan read it and pondered in his heart. As for the few physical action pictures above, she simply ignored them. To her, that's just small potatoes. She opened a door at random, walked in and got ready as requested, and began to wait patiently. Someone is coming so soon? After 2 days of no cultivation, these female devils are in a hurry. Yiba sensed the movement and raised his eyebrows. Afterwards, he also began to help it cultivate, and as time passed, other people entered the other cultivation rooms one after another. Yiba went back and forth between the 3 cultivation chambers, assisting several of Xylan's cultivation. It had to be said that this type of cultivation was really efficient. Even though it was 3 female demons, the combined cultivation time was only 1.5 times the time required for a single female demon. In this way, not only would he have more space time to use for cultivation, it also boosts the speed of building slaves as well as the acquisition of various experiences. After the trio left, Yiba found 3 differently shaped teacups in the 3 single rooms just now. This is what each of the 3 of them, Xylan, brought, but who exactly each teacup belonged to, Yiba didn't know. One can only guess. The cup in the first room is wide and deep, and the rest of the tea is fair, so it should be Xylan's. The second cup is overflowing with water. Odds are it's Chihonyue. The last cup is narrow and shallow, and there's not much tea left, so it has to be Deng Xiahan. He then put away the 3 teacups, intending to return them to the 3 women later. This was a communal group practice room after all, and it wouldn't be good to lose things. Chapter 82 Heavenly Rewards. Xylan's Breakthrough. A prompt popped up in front of Yiba. Formation experience plus 600. Third order lower grade formation master, 5300/8000. Advanced affiliation established. Xylan's hidden talent/physique and appraisal. Identification complete. Talent, heavenly rewards. Is it bestowed? Heavenly rewards. Emperor's grade. No more bottlenecks when breaking through the realm. As long as you cultivate until the realm is complete, you can break through smoothly. Yiba's heart was joyful after reading the hint. After working so hard for so long, he had finally established a high level of subordination between him and Xylan. Now only Xylan was left without establishing a senior subordinate. And, of course, there's Sun Yunyang. But he didn't think of Sun Yunyang as a human being for the time being. It had its own soul mark on it and was already its loyal dog. There was no need to waste too much energy on it. Just sweeten the deal once in a while. It was only natural that his energy should remain with those female devils who could give him the benefit of the doubt. Only in the end will Sun Yunyang be considered. The talent of Heaven's Way is very good, Yiba murmured in his heart. Breaking through no longer had the constraint of a bottleneck, which meant that Xylan's speed of realm advancement would be extremely fast. After all, for many cultivators, if there was not a suitable breakthrough opportunity, they would most likely stay in a certain realm for several years or even decades, with no progress in their cultivation. This situation became more obvious the higher the cultivator's realm. Without hesitation, he too chose to bestow directly. Immediately afterward, he took out a transmitting note and sent messages to the 5 senior sisters, Chu Waste, Xin Lan, Xian Yu Rong, Sun Yunyang, and Bu Shanghua. Let them come over and practice together. The collective cultivation room was effective, and he planned to let the 5 try it as well. Besides, this practice of opening blindfolded boxes of blindness is still quite interesting. However, before a few people came over, he had remodeled a few more cultivation rooms and arranged the location where he was with a special perception-enhancing spell formation. This way, even if he didn't take the ascension pill, his cultivation efficiency wouldn't slow down. Also, I can learn a few secret techniques that aid in cultivation to increase the efficiency of cultivation. Yiba mused. The female devils of the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal sect had developed various ways of ingesting yang qi to the extreme. After all, this was what they relied on to cultivate, so they were naturally extremely professional. Whether it was a variety of pills or secret methods that aided in cultivation, they were all available. He used to only occasionally take pills that aided in cultivation, such as the Ascension pill, but now he also wanted to learn a few secret techniques to continuously improve his cultivation efficiency. A couple hundred times a day is still too slow. Yiba waited patiently within the cultivation room after setting up the spell formation. Soon there were female demons arriving one after another. Yiba was also busy once again. Outside, the back hall of the formation hall, Lan, who was cultivating within the room and absorbing the remaining benefits within his body, suddenly had a startled expression on his face. Just a moment ago, it seemed as if a yoke had been opened within her mind. Her whole mind became very clear all of a sudden, as if she had suddenly been enlightened. She sank her mind and looked within herself to feel the changes in herself, finding himself more in tune with the heavenly Tao. The bottleneck of the Jidan bottleneck that was discovered some time ago was now magically gone. The original bottleneck was already on the verge of breaking with Yiba's help. It looked like with some more time, she would be able to break through the Jidan. But today, the bottleneck is indeed gone. It was a good thing though. It meant she no longer needed to break through the bottleneck. As long as one cultivates smoothly, one can break through to Jidan. With a movement of her mind, the spiritual energy within her body immediately surged up, rapidly converging towards the Dantian. She had stayed at the late stage of foundation establishment for many years, so naturally, she had already cultivated to foundation establishment perfection. It's just that there's always been a bottleneck present, and that's why he's never been able to break through. The sudden bottleneck magically disappeared, and she was beginning to break through. A large amount of spirit liquid surged into her dantian and very smoothly began to coalesce on its own. Coagulation of Jindan is actually a process in which the spiritual fluid changes from liquid to solid. The extreme compression of the spiritual liquid into a solid state would eventually lead to the formation of the golden Dan. As time passed, the spiritual liquid within Lan's dantian continued to contract. Half a day later, the spirit liquid in her dantian completely disappeared, and in its place was a golden Dan the size of a dragon's eye. I, finally, have formed a Dan. Lan slowly exhaled, his heart incomparably excited. She had thought that she would never be able to break through to Jiadan in her life, and could only die of old age in the late stage of foundation establishment. Unexpectedly, the sect leader gave her a chance to be reborn, allowing her to have a second spring of life and successfully break through to the Jiadan stage. It's possible that my bottleneck suddenly disappeared, and it's possible that I've also awakened some sort of special talent. Lan mused in his heart. Her daughter had once awakened the Thousand Tides Enchanting Bones talent with the help of the sect leader. Today, she should be in the same situation. It would be good to look through the clan's canonical books sometime to check what kind of talent it is exactly. Thinking so, Lan stood up in the next second and walked out of the house. Since she joined the Dragon Ambergris cult, she had stopped using spirit slaves. The few spirit slaves under her have been disposed of by her. In her opinion, it was enough that she had the help of the sect leader and no longer needed any other spirit slaves. Those wastes were of no use at all, and hadn't allowed her cultivation to improve in all those years. In the end, it was the sect leader who helped her to top off her conjugation. One of the two was spiritual milk that was beneficial to cultivation and the other was dirty water. There was no way to compare them. She felt that to bring the two together and compare them would be disrespectful to the patriarch. Snap! Xiren slapped himself, banishing the thought from his mind. Now that she had broken through to Jiadan, her mind was also alive. None of the elders of the Formation Hall had broken through to Jiadan for many years, so the position of the Hall Master of the Formation Hall was always left vacant. The following things are managed by the 6 elders together. Of course, it's more a case of each of the 6 managing his or her own end of the business and not interfering with each other. But now that she had broken through to Jiadan, that situation was going to change. Lan, was determined to be the Hall Master of the Formation Hall. Thinking of this, she got up and walked out of the room, tapping her feet to fly up into midair towards the peak. She wanted the Peak Master to grant her the status of Formation Hall Master. That way, whatever she does will be in name only. Receiving the 5 elders of the Formation Hall under his hand to manage them later on would also be much smoother. Soon, she arrived in front of the Peak Master's hall, but she was stopped by a woman in red at the door. "Seen your uncle Drunken Butterfly?" Lan spoke with some uncertainty after seeing the person's face clearly. "Humph, after so many years, you've still made some progress. Broke through to Jiadan." Drunken Butterfly snorted contemptuously after glancing at Lan. Lan pays his respects to senior uncle. Lan's past memories returned to his mind after hearing Drunken Butterfly's voice. Drunken Butterfly, the eldest daughter of the previous Peak Master, superbly talented, broke through the Jiadan at only 20 years of age, and the last time she left the clan, she was said to be a late-stage Jiadan cultivator. The only somewhat bad thing about it is that it is arrogant and despises anyone around it. From time to time, they would open their mouths to strike the people around them for a few sentences, and it was not uncommon for them to strike out and beat them up, which made a lot of disciples or elders afraid of Drunken Butterfly. Xilen is no exception. "Well, what is your business here?" Drunken Butterfly nodded gently and spoke faintly. Chapter 83, Always Leaving Things Behind. "Senior uncle, I have something I want to discuss with the Peak Master." Lan lowered his head and spoke. "My sister has been in closed-door cultivation lately. The matters within the peak have been temporarily left to me. So say what's going on." Drunken Butterfly said indifferently. Her sister's health is deteriorating. More time is needed to slow down the regression of cultivation. At this point, there was no more extra time to deal with the affairs within the peak. It had to be her substitute for the time being. Shilan was slightly stunned at the bottom of his heart, thinking how the peak master could have closed down when the peak's competition was about to begin. But she didn't suspect too much. After all, for cultivators, it was not uncommon for them to suddenly shut down from time to time when they suddenly had a flash of light one day and found an opportunity for a breakthrough. Senior Uncle, within our formation hall, we have been managed by 6 foundation establishment elders at the same time, which still has some impact on the overall development of the formation hall. And at the beginning, the peak master said that whoever of the 6 of us could break through to Jiedan would be the formation hall's hall master. Shilan spoke in a deep voice. Drunken Butterfly nodded her head gently. The position of hall master is naturally taken by someone with strong strength. I agree with your matter. From now on, you will be the hall master of the formation hall. You can go back. She thought it was reasonable. Thank you, Senior Uncle. Shilan's face was delighted. He then excused himself and returned towards the formation hall. She was going to start working on integrating the formation hall. This means that she can take advantage of the opportunity to make a lot of money out of it. After watching Shilan leave, Drunken Butterfly's figure disappeared from its original spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in a circular cultivation field at the back of the Peak Master's Hall. In the center of the cultivation field, Bu Shanghua, who was wearing a golden practice uniform, was rehearsing her sword technique. Go! With one hand, he pinched his sword finger and pointed it forward. Above the sword, the golden light was internalized, and it swiftly and incomparably stabbed forward. Wherever it passed, thin pitch-black cracks emerged in the void. A spatial crack. A hint of appreciation appeared under Drunken Butterfly's eyes. This new disciple of hers was super talented and worked hard enough. Also, its personality is very similar to her own, which is very much to her liking. Greetings, Master. Bu Shanghua heard the commotion and turned around to salute. Well, you have a good talent and have already comprehended a trace of the sword Dao origin. With your current cultivation at the early stage of foundation establishment, even a normal late-stage foundation establishment wouldn't be your match. Drunken Butterfly nodded slowly and pointed out. She then took out a yellow book and threw it to Bu Shanghua. This contains some of my comprehension of the sword path as well as a few powerful sword techniques. Take it and cultivate it, and come back and ask me again if there's anything you don't understand. Yes, Master. Bu Shanghua took the yellow book and put it into his storage bag, not checking it at first. The peak's competition is just around the corner. Even though you are only at the early stage of foundation establishment cultivation, but with your status as a sword cultivator, you may not be able to achieve a good ranking in it. Drunken Butterfly nodded her head gently and encouraged. Disciple understands, Bu Shanghua replied, but in his heart, he was in a hurry. Just now, she received a message from the sect leader, asking her to go over and cultivate. However, she was just now practicing her sword skill under the guidance of her master, so she simply couldn't get away. One could only pretend to continue cultivating the sword skill for the time being. The current her could only hope that Drunken Butterfly could leave quickly, so that she could immediately go to the bishop to practice. Nowadays, she was already at the peak of early foundation establishment cultivation, and after cultivating for a while, she was certain that she would break through to mid-foundation establishment. However, Drunken Butterfly didn't seem to have the intention of leaving at all. It's just stood aside, seemingly intending to continue to watch Bu Shanghua cultivate his sword skill. Bu Shanghua was in a hurry, but it was not good enough to just leave. That might make Drunken Butterfly suspicious, only to continue cultivating the sword skill. In the back of his mind, he was thinking of a suitable excuse to leave. Ikana, why are you a little distracted? Just then, Drunken Butterfly on the side saw the abnormality of Bu Shanghua and opened her mouth to inquire. Some time ago, Senior Uncle G endured 10 heavenly thunder lashes for Senior Sister and was injured. I don't know if he's healed now. Bu Shanghua's reaction was also quick, promptly finding a reason for herself. The Uncle G in her mouth was naturally referring to Jiyu. Hearing Jiyu, Drunken Butterfly was also slightly silent, contemplating. He said, your senior uncle's injuries aren't light, but he's still fine for the time being, so you don't have to worry too much. Speaking of this, Drunken Butterfly also lost the idea of continuing to instruct Bu Shanghua in his cultivation. You continue to cultivate. I'll go check on your senior uncle. After dropping a sentence, he turned around and left the cultivation square. Bu Shanghua's heart was delighted, so that she could leave. After seeing Drunken Butterfly walk into the Peak Master's Hall, she also forced herself to leave and return to her own residence a few moments later, opening the room's protective array and then arranging the teleportation array. The entire set of actions was very skillful. After getting everything done, she stepped onto the teleportation pad. After a flash of white light, she reappeared in the cave. She surveyed the cave in surprise. Discover how much things have changed here. Bu Shenghua walked forward and quickly discovered the cultivation instruction map hanging prominently outside the collective cultivation room. After figuring out how to use it, she looked up at a few of the cultivation chambers and realized that the spell formations above 4 of them had been turned on, obviously with people inside. I sure am late. Bu Shenghua secretly let out a cry of loss. It was followed by an impatient entry into the nearest cultivation single room as well. Yiba realized that after setting up the spell formation to amplify perception, the efficiency of cultivation had indeed increased a lot. In terms of effect, it was not inferior to the Ascension Pill at all. It's just that to open the spell formation, you need to activate it with a spirit stone. But this was only a small problem. Right now he had enough spirit stones on him. To put it bluntly, it's not that bad. And assisting 5 people at a time to cultivate at the same time was also very easy for him. There's no worry at all about having a busy schedule. It's like pumping water to irrigate farmland. The field was that big and absorbed a limited amount of water per day. He just needed to water it all at once. All that's left is for the fields to slowly absorb the water on their own. At best, some fields absorb faster and he waters them twice more. A day later, several female demons left the cultivation room one after another. Sun Yunyang, on the other hand, was thoughtful enough to stay behind and take the initiative to help clean up the cultivation room. Yunyang is really trying hard enough. For crying out loud, Yiba couldn't help but spit out. A few moments later, Sun Yunyang also finished cleaning the cultivation room, and it came to the house where Yiba was resting. From within the storage bag, he pulled out 4 teacups of different shapes. Master, these seem to have been left here by others. Sun Yunyang spoke up. Yiba was puzzled. Why do you all like tea? Sun Yunyang hesitated slightly and spoke hesitantly. Master, the cultivation room is a bit stuffy and hot, so I need spirit tea to relieve the heat. Yiba was stunned, and immediately realized that he seemed to have forgotten to set up the cooling spell formation. These female devils are also really, do not know to take the initiative to remind them without asking themselves. He then surveyed the 4 teacups before it, mentally pondering. Pink cup rim, no pattern. This is Young's. The cup is thin on the mouth but wide on the inside. This should be Chinlan's. Chu Waste's teacups come with a dense black pattern. This should be it. How come there's still half a cup of tea left? What a waste. The walls of this last cup are resilient. It's seen your sister Boo without a doubt. Yiba had once seen the teacups used by a few women, so he recognized them all just by looking at them. Chapter 84. 9 Phoenix Luaning Body Experience plus 800. 9 Phoenix Luaning Body, 32,000/100000. Quality Imperial. Advanced affiliation established. Shinlan's hidden talent/physique is being identified. Identification complete. Talent, Grass and Tree Gourmand. Is it bestowed? Herb and Tree Taotai, Sacred perceive all kinds of spiritual materials more keenly, can accurately judge their medicinal properties, and swallow all kinds of spiritual materials and elixirs by themselves, can completely absorb the medicinal power, and will not be affected by medicinal or elixir poison. Grass and Trees Taunt? There's something about this talent. Yiba's expression twitched. In their daily cultivation, cultivators could not do without the aid of various elixirs. For example, when a cultivator was building his foundation, he had to take the foundation establishment pill. Which cultivator who can cultivate to a high realm is not a medicine king, but as long as it is a spirit Dan, there is Dan poison. Under normal circumstances, as long as it is not eaten too much, Dan poison can be naturally discharged from the body. This talent of Chinlan's, however, allowed her to keep eating spirit pills without having to worry about the hidden problem of Dan poison at all. Moreover, she can absorb the medicinal properties perfectly. There won't be a single bit of it wasted. This is even more awesome. After all, except for some special physique, it is very difficult to completely absorb the medicinal power within the elixir. More or less will be wasted. The medicinal power gained by others by taking 3 pills was enough for Chinlan to take just 2. It can save a large amount of spirit stone expenses. Then isn't Chinlan's efficiency in absorbing benefits higher? Yiba secretly marveled. It's also less than that. The introduction of the talent just says swallowing, which may just mean taking it orally. I don't know if it includes other ways of absorbing it, but no matter what, Chinlan had gotten a talent for nothing. Even if he could only absorb the benefits orally, it was still a blood profit. Did Master think of something happy? Sun Yunyang, who was rubbing Yiba's shoulders at the side, softly inquired. Do your thing and don't ask so many questions. Yiba spoke faintly. He wanted Sun Yunyang to recognize her position. I'm sorry, Master. Sun Yunyang bowed her head apologetically, cursing herself for having nothing to say more. It would be bad if she upset her master and drove her away. Yiba closed his eyes and paid no more attention. The heart murmurs, bestow. Red Luan peaked back mountain. He was bending down to hoe the grass in the medicine field. This medicinal field was a young field that she had recently watered. Planted inside were the seedlings of red sun grass that she had transplanted, but the yang energy in the medicine field was too heavy, causing some weeds to grow extremely fast as well. She needs to be cleaned up more often than not to get it right. But just then, she suddenly looked startled. A hot current actually suddenly appeared within her body, rapidly running through her meridians. Her meridians were nourished and became tougher. At the same time, she realized that her flesh, blood, bones and organs were also rapidly getting stronger with the help of the heat flow, especially the upper and lower abdominal positions. What is this situation? Xinlan was somewhat overwhelmed by this sudden change in himself, had no idea what was going on, but the changes in her body are all for the better. Therefore she was also gradually calming down after a brief moment of panic. The change lasted for well over an hour before it finally disappeared. Suddenly, Xinlan's gaze froze, when she had just swept over a red sun grass next to her. Information related to the medicinal age as well as the medicinal properties of this red sungrass actually appeared in her mind. 51 years and 3 months and 10 days of medicinal age, and after being nourished by a large amount of yang qi, its medicinal properties far exceed those of the unusual red yang grass. In the past, she could roughly tell that this red sungrass was around 50 years old based on her knowledge of spirit herbs, but now, the age of the medicine is actually accurate to the day. It is even possible to determine the exact strength of its medicinal properties. Could it be the effect of that heat flow just now? Xinlan muttered in his heart. Think there must be some connection between the two. After thinking in place for a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. As the head of the Dan Hall of Hongwan Peak, she often dealt with all kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs, and the canonical books she came into contact with were mostly related to pill refining. Just now she recalled a special talent that was very similar to what she just had. The truth was that this talent was quite unbelievable, so she remembered it quite well. According to her memories, that talent was called grass and wood tao tai, a talent that the alchemists could only dream of. As long as one possessed this talent, they would be proficient in all kinds of spiritual herb knowledge and medicinal properties. In addition, it can also absorb 100% of the medicinal properties of the spirit elixir and there will be no residual elixir poison in the body. Just try it and see, he muttered in his heart. In the next second, she pulled out an elixir bottle from her bosom and took out an elixir from it and spat it down, sitting cross-legged on the ground running his gongfu to absorb the medicinal power. After half an hour had passed, she opened her eyes in incomparable surprise. At this point, she was already basically certain that she was the one who had awakened the gift of grass tao tai. In the past, when she ate the red yang dan, she would at most absorb 60 or 70% of the medicinal power. But just now, she had actually absorbed all of the medicinal power within the red yang dan without wasting a single bit of it. In this case, it could only be the awakening of the grass and trees tao tai talent. To make sure this didn't happen by accident, she once again took out a jade bottle from her bosom, only this one was much larger, as tall as her head. Opening the jade bottle, it was full of white spirit liquid. Without hesitation, Xinlan tilted his head and directly drank a large mouthful. Gulp! Between the rolls of his throat, the viscous spiritual liquid entered his mouth. After the spiritual liquid was imported, she sank her heart and began to cultivate and absorb it, and making comparisons with the past. As the spiritual liquid was absorbed, Xinlan soon discovered an abnormality. Not only was she absorbing the benefits faster than before, but she was also converting them into yang qi more efficiently. Previously, due to the spiritual liquids containing too much yang qi, she would have wasted much of it in the process of absorption. But now, she absorbed it completely. In other words, she could really absorb 100% of the medicinal properties within the spirit. I wonder if absorbing from elsewhere would have this effect as well. Xinlan's cheeks flushed as he thought so. She looked towards her left and right, although there were as if spell formations covering the outside of the yang field here, isolating the inside and outside. But she was still a little careful. Don't want to get caught trying it myself. She raised her hand and waved it lightly, once again drawing out a stream of spirit liquid from within the jade bottle. The spirit liquefied into an arc and disappeared into the hem of the skirt. A moment later, Xinlan opened his eyes in shock. I can't believe it's really possible. She was just taking a chance, not realizing that it would actually work in the end. That way, she'd be able to teach the bishop to get more out of her. Cultivation is also bound to increase faster. Her whole body was excited at the thought, but after a few moments, a question rose in her mind. Grass tree tao tai is a holy gift. How did I suddenly awaken it? After all, it was very difficult to awaken a talent or physique later in life. Without a special opportunity, it is simply impossible to do so. Wait, isn't the sect leader my greatest immortal destiny? Xinlan's eyes lit up and he vaguely understood. Chapter 85 Red Fire Foxtail Pen. After confirming that the talent he had awakened was grass and wood tao tai, Xinlan threw down the work on his hands and quickly walked back to the thatched hut. She tapped her storage bag and took out all kinds of pills inside that were helpful for cultivation. There were at least hundreds of them in bits and pieces. These were all the savings she had accumulated over the years as the head of the Dan Hall. In the past, there was no way to take too many elixirs. There would be Dan poison affecting oneself. But it's different now. She can eat all she wants. Without hesitation, she casually picked up 3 spirit pills and directly threw them into her mouth to start absorbing the medicinal power within the pills. Boom! The huge medicinal power surged within her meridians and was quickly absorbed by her dantian as she ran her gongfu to carry the circumference. Her cultivation grew at an extremely fast rate. Xinlan had a smile on her face. With the grass tree Tao Tai as a holy talent, she was certain that she would be able to cultivate to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment in a very short period of time. The only obstacle that could stop her cultivation speed would be the Jiedan bottleneck. Also, I need more spirit pills, Xinlan pondered in his heart. Luckily, she had recently refined many red Yangdan, and after selling them, she should be able to exchange them for some other high-grade spirit pills that would be helpful to her. Let's eat up the spirit pills in front of us first. If not, there's still the sect leader's place, where you can eat for free, Xinlan muttered in his heart. Inside the spirit slave hall, Qi Hongyue held a fiery red talisman pen in her hand, a hint of a smile on her face. This was the talisman pen that she had spent a large amount of spirit stones to buy from the refining hall. The name is Red Fire Foxtail Pen. The pen's barrel is bright red like blood, and the nib is made from the softest hair at the bottom of the red firefox's neck. Just to make such a talisman pen, a full 5 red firefoxes needed to be killed. It is a good aid for drawing talismans with the attribute of Supreme Yang. Try the effect, Qi Hongyue mused. She came to the talisman making table on the side of the house, and then took out the things needed for talisman making from within her storage bag. Rune paper, bully ink, paperweight. It was worth mentioning here that the spirit inks Qi Hongyue used nowadays were all mixed with Yang Qi, so she was more accustomed to calling the spirit inks as bully inks. She felt a little more intimate that way. Qi Hongyue held the red fire foxtail pen and reached inside the overwhelming ink to dip it. She then took a deep breath and began to draw the sigil on the rune paper. The talisman she wanted to draw was called the Five Thunders Talisman, and it was a third-order upper-grade talisman. She had already drawn this kind of talisman many times, so she was very skillful in drawing it. The pen is in the air. It's done. Qi Hongyue put down her pen and stared moodily at the talisman paper on the table. But right at this moment, the runes on the talisman paper suddenly became unstable, and the lines on it began to distort. In the end, there was even a bang, and it directly exploded. It exploded the entire rune paper into pieces. Still not working? Qi Hongyue frowned, her mood instantly falling to the bottom. There was clearly nothing wrong with her sigil being drawn. Why or why not? And for this attempt, she had just switched to a better charm pen. Qi Hongyue took a deep breath to calm her mind and immediately began to summarize the problem. There's no problem with the talisman I drew, and the talisman brush is of the finest quality, so there won't be any problems either. The only thing that could be a problem would have to be the hegemonic ink and the talisman paper, and the talisman paper is the one I bought from the talisman hall. Everyone is using it and no one else has a problem with it. It doesn't make sense that the one I have is defective. The only problem may be with the Barmer. But, what will go wrong with Ba Mo? Qi Hongyue frowned. Without Ba Mo's help, it would have been difficult for her to draw a second-order mid-grade talisman successfully, not to mention the fact that he could now easily draw second-order upper-grade talismans. She frowned deeper and deeper, clearly having some trouble figuring it out. Could it be because there's a problem with the way the Ba Mo is stored, resulting in some lack of yang energy, thus leading to problems with a decrease in effect? Qi Hongyue eventually really did come up with a possible reason for the failure of the talisman making. That's when the yang energy of the Ba Mo escaped too much, causing the quality of the Ba Mo to drop. The idea had taken root within her mind just as soon as it had surfaced, and the more she thought about it, the more likely it became. Though she would collect and store her yang qi at the first opportunity every time she finished practicing and came back. But the process of transfer is needed in the meantime. After all, this was likely the cause of the decline in the quality of Ba Mo's yang qi, and those yang qi might have some of her other elixirs. Whether this is the reason or not, we'll know if we try, Qi Hongyue pondered in her heart. She then took out a transmission note and asked Yi Ba if he had time at this moment. She was going to turn to the patriarch for a solution. Soon, she received a reply from Yi Ba. Qi Hongyue's face was delighted, and she immediately packed up the things needed for talisman making in front of her. He then walked to the depths of the room and set up the teleportation spell. After a flash of light, it had arrived inside the cave. Qi Hongyue quickly walked towards the room where Yi Ba was. She soon met Yi Ba waiting for her in the room. Lord Sect Leader. Qi Hongyue bowed and saluted. Ah! Yi Ba stretched out his hand and blocked the spirit fruit that Sun Yunyang handed over. He then sat up from the bed and curiously inquired. You just said within the sound transmission that you need my help? What exactly is it? Qi Hongyue's cheeks blushed slightly as she lowered her head and said, Lord Sect Leader, I've recently been attempting to draw a third-order lower-grade talisman, but every time I get to the last step, I fail. I previously thought it was the talisman pen, but I just changed it to a better one today and it still doesn't work. Now I suspect it's Barmer. Chi Honyue explained. What is Mo? Yi Ba was a bit puzzled. This was the first time he had heard that talisman making required the use of such a thing. Odd knowledge to add to the list. Only then did Chi Honyue realize that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. She used to just be on her own and say she was used to it. Hastily explaining, Bimo is Spirit Ink. It's just that I added Lord Sec Leader's Yang Chi to it, thus renaming it as Bimo. Yi Ba. He was a bit speechless. What kind of stuff were these demonesses working on so much every day? Even if Qin Lan had taken Yang Chi for farming, this was another one used for blending Spirit Ink. How do you need me to help you? Yi Ba spoke faintly. Lord Sec Leader. I need a pure Yang Chi. Chi Honyue whispered. As if she was afraid that Yi Ba didn't understand, she added another sentence. It's the purest kind that doesn't go anywhere else and isn't mixed with other impurities. Yi Ba. Chapter 86 Third Order Lower Grade Talisman Making Technique. What do you mean? Let him do it himself? He was a noble Lord Sec Leader. How could he take matters like this into his own hands? Absolutely not. Chi Honyue was thinking about fart eating. The most he could do was teach Chi Honyue. Yi Ba told Sun Yin Yang to wait outside. He was not yet in the habit of being surrounded by irrelevant people while cultivating. He then opened the protective spell formation in the room, isolating the inside and outside. Come here. Yi Ba guided Chi Honyue to a table inside the house. This was where he drew his charms on a regular basis. Now it just happened to be lent to Chi Honyue for use. Hong Yu, bring out the things you use for talisman making. Yi Ba opened his mouth and commanded. Good. Chi Honyue obediently took out the talisman paper, the overwhelming ink, and the red fire foxtail pen. At the same time, she had prepared a bowl of spirit ink without Yang Chi, just waiting for Yi Ba to provide it for her in a while. Hong Yu, the matter of drawing the talisman still needs your own contribution. Yi Ba spoke with a light smile. But, Lord Sec Leader, I can't do it alone. Chi Honyue was a bit anxious. Thought Yi Ba was unwilling to help, but soon she realized that she had misunderstood Yi Ba. If I say I'll help you, but there's no way to do this kind of thing alone. Tell you what, I'll just teach you. Yi Ba opened his mouth. Is Lord Sec Leader teaching me to draw talismans? Chi Honyue was puzzled in her mind. In her impression, it seemed that Lord Sec Leader did not know how to make talismans, but there was no need for the Godfather Sama to deceive her to do so. Just as she was wondering, Yi Ba grabbed her wrist and made it hold the stem of the red fire foxtail pen. Feeling Yi Ba's powerful palm as well as the warmth of the pen, Chi Honyue's cheeks blushed. Hong Yu, rune paper charms need to calm the mind. You can't do it the way you are now. Yi Ba admonished. There are also rules about the way you hold the pen, with the palm facing inward and the thumb facing up. Also, to move up and down or rotate, your wrist must be flexible enough. This way the lines of the talisman drawn will be smooth and not easily interrupted. Yi Ba was like a patient teacher, teaching Chi Hongyu. He was also a second-order upper-grade talisman maker, and was qualified to teach Chi Hongyu to hold a pen. Chi Hongyu finally understood what Yi Ba meant by asking her to contribute. It's really quite tiring to hold a pencil like that, but in order to be able to draw a third-order lower-grade talisman, she was willing to suffer no matter how hard it was. With time, and many attempts, she's finally getting the hang of it. The quill of the red fire foxtail pen in her hand also turned hot. In the end, she got fresh, pure Baja ink. Without saying a word, she immediately gripped the red fire foxtail pen tightly and quickly drew on the talisman paper in front of her. This time, she did it all in one go. The wrist is extremely fast. A few moments later, a complete 5 thunders spell had been drawn on the talisman paper. The moment she had just retracted her brush, suction erupted from the talisman, absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy from the surrounding area. It's a harbinger of success. After absorbing enough spiritual chi, a third-order upper-grade 5 thunders curse was also successfully refined. Chi Hongyue's face wore a joyful expression as she happily looked at Yi Ba. Your Holiness, I did it! Aha! You're good! Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. Before his eyes, Chi Honyue's panel also changed. Name, Chi Honyue. Physique, 19 absolute vein, wonderful. Realm, early foundation stage. Qualification, excellent water spiritual root. Talent, 1,000 tides of enchanting bones, imperial. Avatar, none. Talisman technique, lower grade. Third order. Technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, intermediate charm. Water butterfly, dragon. The column of its talismanic art had clearly turned into a lower grade of the third rank. This meant that Yi Ba himself could continue to gain experience in talisman arts. This was also the reason why he was willing to help Chi Honyue. After all, helping Chi Hongyu was helping himself. Hongyu, what kind of talisman is this? Yi Ba curiously inquired. This is the 5 thunder incantation, comparable to the power of spells at the early stage of Jiedan. Shi Honyue introduced. Then you draw a few more. If Ba Mo doesn't have enough, you'll contribute yourself. Yi Ba laughed lightly, then leave me 10 or 8 sheets. The early stage of Jiedan talisman was also somewhat helpful to him. Good. Shi Honyue nodded her head in agreement. Quietly, he began to draw the sigil. However, in the process of making talismans, the consumption of soul power was great. Moreover, the current Shi Honyue was merely an early foundation establishment cultivator, and her divine soul power was not strong enough. Drawing such a high-grade talisman was a great challenge for herself. Often, when they drew out a sheet, they had to stop and take an elixir to regulate and recover their soul power. But even so, she ended up only drawing out 5 thunder curses before she couldn't hold on any longer. Lord Sect Leader, I can't, Shi Honyue gasped. These 5 thunder incantations will be given to you first. The rest I will continue to draw when I recover after I return, and I will send them over to Lord Sect Leader at that time. Aha! Yi Ba nodded lightly. He then continued, you've come all this way, cultivate for a while before you leave. Ah! A hint of joy appeared on Shi Honyue's slightly tired face. It's not like it's her turn today. It was kind of a windfall for her. There was certainly no reason to refuse, and she nodded her head in agreement with a small peck of her head. A day later, the cultivation ended. Shi Honyue's face revealed a strong color of joy as she sensed the spiritual energy that had grown a lot within her dantian. She had actually made an unexpected breakthrough in yesterday's cultivation. Nowadays, she was already a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Thank you, Sect Leader, for helping me make a breakthrough. Shi Honyue looked to Yi Ba, who was on the side, and said gratefully. Yi Ba nodded with a light smile. You worked hard enough yourself. He was only thinking of gaining some experience in the talisman making technique, but he didn't expect Shi Honyue to be so competitive and break through on her own. However, he wasn't surprised by the confrontation. Even though Shi Honyue's breakthrough to foundation establishment was much slower than Shu Waste and Bu Shanghua, however, it had the talent of an imperial grade, 1000 Tides enchanting bone, which could greatly enhance the efficiency of cultivation and gain more benefits during the process of cultivating with him. Thus in today's cultivation exceeding Shu Waste and Bu Shanghua was also something that deserved to happen, but a few people, even if there was some disparity, it wouldn't be too big as all. Shu Waste's sun and moon spiritual body could absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and his cultivation speed wasn't slow. As for Bu Shanghua, the supreme sword body that he possessed was a saint-grade offensive physique. Even if his realm was slower to ascend, his battle power wouldn't be any worse than Shi Honyue, who had made a breakthrough now. None of the several demonesses had a bad physique. It was just that each had advantages in different directions. Well, Lord Godfather, can I take away some of the bajime? I just ran out of them. Shi Honyue lowered her head and said with some embarrassment. Of course, but half of the talismans you draw in the future will have to be given to me. Yi Ba gently nodded and spoke. Shi Honyue couldn't always whore him out for nothing, could she? It's always necessary to come up with some corresponding payment. After all, he was the master. Shi Honyue is just a loyal dog. Okay, Sect Leader. Shi Honyue happily agreed. Even if she had to take out half of the charms, she'd still make a good profit. A third-order lower-grade talisman could be sold for many spirit stones. Chapter 87. Each of your disciples works hard. Rune Road experience plus 500. Third-order lower-grade talisman maker, 500/8000. In just 10 days or so, I'll be a third-order lower-grade rune maker as well. Yi Ba looked at the panel that popped up in front of him and murmured in a low voice. Inside the Peak Master's Great Hall, Ji Drunken Butterfly looked upwards at Ji Yu, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, and frowned slightly. In less than 2 months, Ji Yu's cultivation had already fallen to the early stage of Jiedan. The body revealed an aura of decay and corruption. It's like a flower that's about to wilt without nourishment. How long can you keep it up? Ji Drunken Butterfly opened her mouth to inquire. The speed at which my cultivation is escaping is much faster than I thought. I should be falling back to the foundation establishment realm soon, and the rate of falling down the realm will only get faster after that. Ji Yu replied, and with a beat of her voice continued. In 4 months at the most, I will become completely mortal. Sister, don't worry about me. This should be my destiny. Bull ****** robbery. My generation of cultivators' cultivation is originally against the heavens. My life is by me, not by heaven. Ji Drunken Butterfly sneered. The fact that you have ended up where you are today is completely self-inflicted. Ji Yu smiled and shook her head. She couldn't make sense with this sister of hers. Did not dwell further on the matter. Ji Yu pondered for a split second before opening her mouth to inquire about the recent situation of several of her disciples. What she was most relieved about was still her 4 disciples. Those disciples under you are diligent in their cultivation. I basically can't see them go out during this period of time. They are all cultivating in their residences. They are probably preparing for the peaks competition. Drunken Butterfly replied. Especially Sun Yun Yang. I've seen her come out of her room once since I got back. That's good. Yu nodded in relief. Although Yun Yang is not as talented as her other sisters, her cultivation is hard enough. The Taoist heart is firm, which is why I accepted her as a disciple in the first place. Diligence makes up for clumsiness. Of the several disciples, Yun Yang is probably the most promising to break through to the Yuaning great cultivator in the future. You'd better mind your own business. Drunken Butterfly snorted coldly and turned around to leave the grand hall. Alas! Behind her, Yu let out a deep sigh. 20 days later, inside the cave, the aura on Yiba's body shook, and then began to climb rapidly. A moment later, a hint of joy appeared on its face. The breath on his body was also slowly falling back. After this period of cultivation, he had also managed to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. In fact, he didn't cultivate much. It was mainly all the cultivation provided by the Fortune waste. Yiba felt that this was quite good. The female devils sucked him in, and he sucked them back. Perfectly closed loop belongs to Iz. The grandiose plan to fatten himself by thinning the whole clan of female devils has gotten off to a good start. Subsequently, Yiba summoned the panel to check it out. Name, Yiba. Physique, Supreme Yang Immortal Body, Immortal Grade. Sword Spirit Body, Wonderful Grade. 9 Suns Absolute Vein, Wonderful Grade. Burning Sky Body, King Grade. Greenwood Source Body, King Grade. 9 Phoenix Luanine Body, 22. 400 out of 100. 000, Emperor Grade. Realm, Late Foundation Stage. Qualification, Superior Water Spiritual Roots. Superior Earth Spiritual Roots. Superior Fire Spiritual Roots. Earth Grade Gold Spiritual Roots. Earth Grade Wood Spiritual Roots. Talent, Grass and Tree Sense, Wonderful. Soul Puppet Cosense, Kings. Avatar, 5 Elements Formation Center. Alchemy, Lower Grade. 3rd Order. Talisman Making, Upper Grade. 2nd Order. Formation Technique, 3rd Order Medium Grade. Puppetry, 2nd Order Upper Grade. Technique, Great Ultimate Bliss Taoist Technique. Spells, Fireball, Fire Python, Gengjin Sword Chi, Nourishing Art, Solidifying Art, Spear and Shield, Great Lance Walking Art. In addition to the increase in cultivation, his formation art had also been upgraded to the middle 3rd rank. In addition, he had also learned 2 secret arts that assisted in cultivation, Spear and Shield, and the Big Gun Row book. The boost in the direction of aiding cultivation is significant, roughly 1.5 times higher. It made him gain experience much faster. Right at this moment, light fanned out on the teleportation array outside, and Deng Xiaohan's figure emerged in it. It slowly came to the front of Yiba's room and spoke softly. Sect leader, I've brought what you wanted. Come in. Inside the house, Yiba responded indifferently. Deng Xiaohan pushed the door in and after making a bow towards Yiba, he immediately took out a copper mirror from within his storage bag. Introducing, Sect leader, this is the Heaven Peeping Mirror. In conjunction with the Heavenly Eye Stone I'm carrying on my person, I can view images within 1,000 miles across the sky. Oh, Yiba's expression moved as he took the bronze mirror from Deng Xiaohan's hand and carefully examined it. The copper mirror was only the size of a palm, with one side as smooth as a mirror, while the other side was inscribed with a dense array pattern. It's cold and heavy in the hand. This was something he had Deng Xiaohan refine in order to be able to observe the Peaks competition from a distance. The Great Peaks competition. The Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect's 36 peaks collectively participated, and there were bound to be many geniuses appearing in it. Yiba wanted to identify a few suitable geniuses among them as potential targets. Currently, of the female demons around him, only Qian Yurong could still provide him with experience. The others were no longer of great use to him. That's why he needs better talented demonesses. However, he wasn't completely sure about whether or not he could see the demonist's information panel when observing from across the room, and hadn't attempted it before. What is the spell that opens it? Yiba inquired. Deng Xiaohan took out a jade tablet from within his storage bag and handed it to Yiba. The spell is in here. Yiba took it and stuck it on his brow. His divine sense disappeared into it, and he was instantly informed of the spell to open the heaven-prying mirror. The Dharma was so simple that he learned it just by reading it once. He pinched his hand with one hand and pointed out towards the heaven-peeping mirror in his hand. Buzz! The heaven-peeping mirror trembled lightly, and a faint spiritual light erupted from it. The aura shone on a wall to the side, and images immediately appeared inside, similar to a projector. Only the picture inside made Yiba a little puzzled. It was actually a snowy white. What is this situation? Yiba looked at Deng Xiaohan and asked why. Deng Xiaohan's cheeks blushed, then he took out a pendant that was deep within his chest. The pendant was hung from its neck by a red cord, and below it was a yellow orb with eye-like patterns. Sect leader, this is the Heaven's Eye Stone. In order to conveniently view the image without being suspected by others, I brought it with me. Deng Xiaohan opened his mouth to explain. Yiba nodded indistinctly. No wonder it was so white just now. he looked to the image that was once again projected on the wall, which by now was also back to normal. The scene in the picture is exactly the scene inside the house. The angle is about 160 degrees, still a super wide angle. Yi Ba was satisfied with this. Afterwards, he stepped forward and removed the Heaven's Eye stone from Deng Xiaohan's hand and shown it towards him. He looked at the picture on the wall again. At this time, he also finally confirmed that it was possible to view other people's information through the remote viewing situation. Returning the Heaven's Eye stone to Deng Xiaohan, Yi Ba complimented. Well done. It's good that Lord Sect Leader is satisfied. In addition, you can remotely manipulate the Heaven's Eye stone through the Heaven's Peeping Mirror. You can change the angle of the Heaven's Eye stone through vibration. Yi Ba raised his eyebrows. Deng Xiaohan was quite considerate. He strangled and struck the Heaven Peeping Mirror to manipulate the Heaven Eye stone. The Heaven's Eye stone was found to be trembling slightly in Deng Xiaohan's chest, and then it also managed to change its angle. Yi Ba nodded in satisfaction. Deng Xiaohan had once used the protective formations within the cave to spy. It's still pretty good at making this kind of stuff. This is called a specialty. Chapter 88 Prime Peak. Shen Yulin, Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect. The peak of the sect's main peak. The five young beauties stood in mid-air and struck out towards the void in front of them in unison. The void in front of them rippled violently. In a tremor, an incomparably huge pitch-black crack actually split open. Rumble. The crack continued to expand, and a huge object flew out from it. It was a huge circular ring. The body was made of unknown materials, black on one side and snow white on the other. Below the ring, countless runic formations were inscribed, and at this moment, they were all emanating bursts of spiritual light. Under the control of the five people, the circular ring slowly hovered in mid-air, no longer moving. The yin and yang ring has been stabilized, so we can allow the disciples of all peaks to enter. One of the beautiful women spoke softly. Yes, Elder. At the back, a disciple responded. Soon, the disciples, elders, and peak masters of the 36 peaks all flew up into midair one after another, sitting down one after another in the aura seats floating around the yin-yang two-year ring. 36 peaks, each occupying a direction. The disciples of Red Luan Peak were led by G Drunken Butterfly and sat down near the northwest corner. According to the rules of the peaks competition, each peak could send 20 Foundation Establishment disciples and 5 Jiedan disciples to participate. Thus Red Luan Peak, besides disciples such as Qian Yurong, Sun Yun Yang, and Chu Waste, there were also other disciples within the peak attending, and Deng Xiaohan was also among them. At this moment, the Heaven's Eye stone in Deng Xiaohan's chest position was trembling slightly. Inside the cave, Yi Ba, who had finally adjusted his angle, lay on the bed and looked at the projection on the ceiling. After seeing the magnificent playing field in front of him, he was also surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a shocking scene. Right at this moment, a young beautiful woman dressed in white flew up in the middle of the ring, and as she looked around, she slowly opened her mouth. Welcome to all the peak masters who have come with their disciples to participate in this peaks competition. The rules of the great competition. In the spirit of the intention of fellow disciples sparring, in the great competition shall not kill, shall not waste, except for my own magic weapon, shall not use the large power disposable magic weapon, shall not take the elixir to stimulate the potential, the power of the talisman, the puppet and other external objects cannot exceed their own cultivation realm. The above situation, if there is a violation, the qualification of the competition will be cancelled at once. Heavier cases will be dealt with according to the clan rules. Now, the Foundation Establishment disciples from each peak participating come forward to draw lots. The young beauty tapped her storage bag, and a round ball-shaped, honeycomb-like magic weapon flew up into the air. As the spell rotated, a stream of light shot out from it, splitting into 36 regions suspended in midair, corresponding to the locations of the 36 peaks. Seeing this, within the 36 peaks, many disciples got up and flew into midair, grasping a stream of light in their hands. Deng Xiaohan looked at the jade sign in his hand, which was inscribed with the number 6. The others had their own numbers in their hands. The 20 Foundation Establishment participating disciples of Hongwan Peak corresponded to 20 numbers. They would compete with disciples who got the same number within other peaks, and the winners would get the corresponding points. The peaks will eventually be ranked according to the number of points accumulated. Soon, the disciples of each peak were already taking their numbers and returning to their seats. However, there was one of the peaks that had no disciple to come up and take the jade token. In the ring, the white-robed middle-aged beauty frowned and looked towards the seats beside the ring. There was just one person sitting there, and the seats around it were empty. Peak Master Shin, does your peak still not have any disciples to participate in the grand competition this time? The white-clothed beautiful woman opened her mouth to inquire. Aha! The latter nodded lightly. Prime Heaven Peak has not had any disciples participate in the grand competition for 4 consecutive times. According to the sect rules, if there are still no disciples participating in the grand competition next time, Prime Heaven Peak will be removed from the sect, the white-clothed beauty said in a deep voice. Yulin knows, Shen Yulin replied softly, her cold brows frowning slightly, a touch of sorrow under her eyes. Her master's father sat down and returned to the heavens after dropping the peak master position on her. When Prime Peak reached her generation, she was the only one left on the entire peak, plus an old dog. She had also thought about going out to recruit disciples, but once those disciples heard that she was the only peak master in the entire peak, they all changed their minds and went to other peaks. A strong sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. The Prime Peak, which was always at the bottom of the peaks competition, also had pitifully few cultivation resources. The various medicinal fields within the peak were even barren. The white-clothed beauty in the ring nodded toward Shen Yulin gently before paying no more attention and began to continue presiding over the grand competition. Inside the cave, Yiba met Shen Yulin through Tang Xiahan's perspective. He took a keen interest in this peak master. Its looks were extremely beautiful, wearing ice crystal-colored robes, as if it was a fairy that had fallen from the sky. At the same time, this woman's information appeared in front of him. Name, Shen Yulin. Physique, cold ice sacred body, holy. Realm, mental jiadun. Qualification, heavenly ice spiritual root. Talent, ice and jade, imperial. Avatar, none. Talisman making, third order upper grade. Technique, swallowing dragon technique. Spells, advanced charm. Ice dragon. Ice blade. 1,000-mile ice seal. Hiss. Yiba sucked in a breath of cool air. This Shen Yulin is simply a superb. Not only did he have a saint-grade physique, but he also had an emperor-grade talent. In addition, the quality of its spirit root was actually a heavenly grade above the earthly grade. If he himself could obtain her, his strength would definitely have a huge increase. Yiba immediately set it as his future goal. If he didn't take this kind of extreme product, he would feel sorry for himself. And with the announcement of the white-clothed beautiful woman on the ring, the competition between the disciples of each peak officially began. The gigantic yin-yang binary ring was automatically divided into 25 smaller rings under the control of a few elders of the Great Ultimate Bliss Immortal Sect. 20 of the rings were used by Foundation Stage disciples, while the remaining 5 were used by Jiadan Stage disciples. The disciples of the 35 peaks, according to the numbers on their hands, boarded the corresponding ring. The disciples in each ring competed for rankings according to the ring challenge. For example, in the 6th ring where Deng Xiahan was, the disciples above would be guarding the ring based on their individual strengths, and during the guarding period all the other disciples could attack the ring, and the one who won in the end would be the first in the 6th ring. This is followed by a second disciple guarding the ring for second, and so on. Yiba looked at the many female devils in ring number 6. Most of them did not have a special physique. A few of them had a chi pin or myriad pin physique, while there was one each of a king pin and emperor pin physique. The quality is okay, Yiba murmured in his heart, secretly memorizing the imperial grade disciple's appearance and name, intending to ask Deng Xiahan for specific information afterwards. As for that king pins, to be honest, the current one was already a bit unattractive to him. Chapter 89 Hongwan Peak is in the limelight. Deng Xiahan of Hongwan Peak, please enlighten your fellow disciples. On ring number 6, Deng Xiahan came to the center of the ring and arched his hand towards the surroundings. A disciple of Red Luan Peak, that Red Luan Peak that was always at the bottom in the past? Humph. If it weren't for Prime Peak holding up the bottom, Red Luan Peak would be the bottom of the list. Senior sister, with your cultivation in the middle stage of foundation establishment, how did you have the courage to be the first to defend the ring? Come on down. Let Sister Chi from Sovereign Peak be the first to guard the ring. You shouldn't waste everyone's time. That's right. It's hard to believe that you still think you can beat Senior Sister Chi. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but sneer out after hearing that Tang Xiahan was a disciple of Red Luan Peak. Others were expressing their dissatisfaction, feeling that Deng Xiahan was really wasting their time. After all, the first one to guard the ring deserved to be the strongest one, but Deng Xiahan clearly wasn't. What genius can come out of Hongwan Peak? The disciple who was addressed as Senior Sister Chi frowned. Just now, she had wanted to go up and be the first to guard the ring, but she didn't expect to be preempted by Deng Xiahan. In the bottom of his heart, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Deng Xiahan's actions. However, as a disciple of the Sovereign Peak, she should have the heart of the Sovereign Peak, and she could not disgrace the Sovereign Peak outside. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, she looked around and said soothingly, "What Senior Sister Tang has done is in line with the rules of the ring challenge, so everyone will just challenge according to the regulations. Senior Sister Chi is right. It's still Senior Sister Chi who is broad-minded. That's right, unlike some people who have no self-awareness. Senior Sister Chi, go up and teach her a lesson and kick her out of the ring. This will also save everyone's time." The disciples around them chimed in. Qinan raised her eyebrows slightly. She was within the rules when she challenged Deng Xiahan at this time. Thus, after pondering for an instant, she also came directly in front of Tang Xiahan. In a deep voice, he spoke, Senior Sister Tang, let me learn about your strength. Good. Tang Xiahan nodded his head, not putting the Qi Nan in front of him in the slightest. The elder in charge of statistics on the side saw this and passed out a loud voice. Sovereign Peak Qi Nan versus Red Luan Peak Deng Xiahan. Swish. Just as the words fell, Qi Nan offered his own magic weapon, which was a golden needle-like magic weapon, narrow and slender. The speed of the shot was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Deng Xiahan almost instantly. Deng Xiahan's face remained unchanged as she raised her hand and waved it lightly. Several formation patterns were drawn by her out of thin air. A protective spell formation was created out of thin air in an instant. Boo! The moment the golden needle pierced the protective spell formation, it was bounced straight out. How is it possible? She actually blocked Senior Sister Qi's attack. Some of the disciples watching the battle around them cried out in shock. Tang Xiahan's attainments in formations are so deep that he can draw formation patterns out of thin air, something that very few formation masters in the sect can do. The insightful disciple spoke in a deep voice, seeing Tang Xiahan's means. So Deng Xiahan still has some strength? Senior Sister Qi is in the late stage of foundation establishment. The realm gap is there. Deng Xiahan can't win. Right in the middle of the crowd's discussion, Qi Nan struck again. The golden light on its body blazed out, and countless golden lights smashed into Deng Xiahan like rain. Tang Xiahan's face was bland. The protective spell formation on her body could block even a Dan stage attack. Naturally, he would not be afraid of Qi Nan. Boo! Boom boom boom. After a series of attacks, Deng Xiahan was unharmed, and the protective spell formation in front of him showed no signs of breaking at all. What's going on here? Qi Nan muttered, her eyebrows furrowed together. She was confident that her attack had reached the strength of a half-step Jiedan, so how could Deng Xiahan possibly defend against it? And just when she wanted to perform a stronger tactic, Deng Xiahan shook his head gently in his mind and struck out as well. Qi Nan didn't deserve to be her opponent. Deng Xiahan flicked his fingers in all directions, and a little bit of spiritual light formed a strange shape hanging in midair. Buzz! It was connected with a buzzing sound. An attack and kill formation instantly took shape. This formation was set up by her with the help of the great momentum of the void. The moment it was formed, a dark spatial blade emerged within it, spinning and chopping towards Qi Nan. What a terrifying aura! I'm a bit out of breath. Is this an attack that the foundation stage can unleash and send out? Isn't she from Red Luan Peak? How could she be so strong? Deng Xiahan? I remember that name. The moment Deng Xiahan's attack came out, it caused the nearby disciples to turn pale in disbelief. Boom! The spatial blade viciously chopped at a shield artifact in front of Qi Nan, chopped it off easily. However, just as it wanted to take a step closer, the Jiedan stage elder on the side dashed forward and blocked the spatial sharp edge. Aha! The Jiedan elder stifled a grunt and almost didn't catch it. She didn't expect this space sharp blade to be so powerful. It was good that in the end, Deng Xiahan dispersed the space sharpener. Qi Nan's face was unsightly. She had thought that she was bound to win first place, but she hadn't expected that Red Luan Peak had actually produced a genius. Red Luan Peak Deng Xiahan wins. Deng Xiahan waved his hand to disperse the spell formation in front of him and looked around at the disciples in midair, speaking in a faint voice. Next, the many disciples below looked at each other in dismay. None of them wanted to come up to challenge and bowed their heads without uttering a word. Qi Nan had been defeated, and they considered themselves inferior to Qi Nan. Neither wanted to go up there and make a fool of themselves. After 10 breaths, the Jiedan elder saw that there was still no one to challenge. It was announced, Deng Xiahan of Red Luan Peak is awarded first place in ring number 6. Deng Xiahan nodded slightly towards the Jiedan elder, then tapped his foot and left the ring to return towards where Red Luan Peak was located. At the Red Luan Peak location, Qilan stood up to greet him with satisfaction, a thick smile on her face. Deng Xiahan had not only fought for Red Luan Peak, but also for the formation hall. Ji Drunken Butterfly, who was sitting beside Qilan, also rose in surprise and complimented. You've taught a good disciple. Qilan's face glowed as he humbly said, Xiahan has enough talent of his own and works hard too. Deng Xiahan resumed his seat. His heart was not in a state of great emotional upheaval. She was a saint's quality physique, and it was only natural for her to defeat Qi Nan. I don't know when it will end. Deng Xiahan sighed in his heart. She wanted to get back to practicing. The day she didn't see the Godfather, it was hard for her. Inside the cave, Yiba had a smile on his face. It was like going out for a dogfight and his own dog won first place. The master was certainly pleased. In addition to that, within Deng Xiahan's perspective just now, he met Ji Drunken Butterfly's message. Name, Ji Drunken Butterfly. Physique, Wine Sword Imperial Body, Imperial Grade. Realm, Peak Late Jiedan Stage. Qualification, Heavenly Gold Spiritual Root. Talent, Never Say Die, Imperial. Avatar, Silent Sword Dao. Brewing Technique, 3rd Order Upper Grade. Technique, Swallowing Dragon Technique. Spells, Advanced Phantasmagoria. Imperial Sword Art. Dragon Slaying Art. Heavenly Sword Art. dual emperor products, plus the divine ability silence sword Dao. Yi Ba found another treasure demoness. Chapter 90, Don't Progress the Living Flower. The match in the arena continued, and Yi Ba adjusted the angle of the heavenly eye stone to look at the rings in various places in front of him. With a single sweep, he saw at least 7 or 8 imperial-grade physiques. Sacred physique disciples also saw too. Looking at him was incredibly coveted. But nay, his current strength didn't allow it. One can only note their names down for the time being and put them on the loyal dog waiting list. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a familiar figure. It's exactly the steppe birth flower. It stood on top of the ring, with an icy coldness on its face that made it uninhabitable, and cut down its opponent with a sword. Of course, he entered casually. He's an acquaintance. After defeating the last opponent, Steppe Shenghua also won the first place in the ring challenge. Yi Ba was not surprised by this because just a few days ago, Wu Shenghua and Shu Waste had also broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment one after another. Wu Shenghua's cultivation was the way of the sword. The power of the Gongfu was powerful. Coupled with the supreme sword body of the holy product, the opponents in the late stage of foundation establishment were simply not enough to look at. According to Bu Shenghua herself, her current battle power was at the early stage of Jiedan. As time passed, one after another, the disciples of Red Luan Peak returned. Apart from Bu Shenghua and Deng Xiahan who won first place, Shu Waste and Qin Lan both only won second. Shu Waste was unlucky to have encountered a late-stage foundation establishment Empyrean physique, and it was the same offensive type of physique. Although she used her full strength, she was still undefeated. Qin Lan, on the other hand, because his own physique didn't add anything to his battle power, his opponent had a king's quality offensive physique and his battle power was a bit stronger. Qi Hongyue and Sun Yunyang were a bit weaker. Qi Hongyue took a bottom 30th place, and Sun Yunyang was 25th. The other Red Luan Peak disciples were basically ranked at the bottom. In the end, there was only one Jiedan disciple left, Qian Yurong, who had yet to finish the competition. In the entire Hongluan Peak, other than Qian Yuyong, there were no young Jiedan disciples. The others were all older Jiedan elders. It was the one that didn't have the face to go up and compete with the juniors. Winning is disgraceful and losing is even more humiliating. Qian Yurong was in the ring where he was, and he was not the first to defend the ring. Her realm today was at the early stage of Jiedan, and with the help of the sect leader, her 9 phoenix Luanine body had been completely awakened, and now that the 9 phoenixes were all gathered together, her battle power had gained a great enhancement. Confident that he could defeat a mid-stage Jiedan cultivator, but the ring she was in was full of 18 late-stage Jiedan cultivators. With such a huge realm gap, it was impossible for her to be an opponent, so she's waiting for the right moment. It was only after all 15 late Jiedan cultivators in front of her had gained their placements that she stepped forward to try to compete for the placements behind her. But right at this moment, a female cultivator in green clothes jumped ahead and entered the center of the ring. Qinghuan Peak Mo Qingyi, please enlighten your fellow disciples. Mo Qingyi looked at the remaining disciples with contempt. With her mid-Jiedan cultivation, plus her Kingpin's Royal Dao magic sound talent, there would not be any disciples who would be her opponent. This had been verified several times in the previous Peaks competitions. She knew all the disciples present. All of them had once been her defeats. The only newcomer that she was not aware of was Red Luan Foam. But it didn't matter. It was merely an early Jiedan cultivator. It would be best if the other party had the sense to admit defeat directly, or else she wouldn't mind making a move to teach her a lesson or two. As Mo Qingyi's words fell, none of the Jiedan cultivators present went forward. They were all clear about Mo Qingyi's strength. Time passed, just when Mo Qingyi thought that there was no challenge and he would win straight away. Qian Yurong took a step in front of it, lightly opening her mouth. Red Luan Peak Qian Yurong, please enlighten me. Senior sister, are you sure? An early stage Jiedan stage is going to fight me? Mo Qingyi frowned and asked back. Aha! Your Red Luan Peak has ranked below my Green Luan Peak every time. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? You're not my opponent. I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, if you strike in a while, I won't be merciful. Mo Qingyi's tone was condescending, not placing Qian Yuyong in his eyes. With her strength, she could destroy the other party with a lift of her hand. Senior sister, please. Qian Yurong had no intention of backing down. Her master treated her with great kindness, and this time, even if she put her best foot forward, she would defeat Mo Qingyi and gain a good ranking in return for her master's kindness. Seeing Qian Yurong's lack of understanding, Mo Qingyi's face also turned cold. Red Luan Peak Qian Yurong versus Qing Luan Peak Mo Qingyi, accompanied by the fall of the transmission of drinks from the Jiedan elder on the side. The two struck almost simultaneously. Mo Qingyi tapped his storage bag and conjured up a green-colored ancient zither. Between raising his hand and fluctuating, a sound wave was transformed into various spells as if it were substantial, flooding towards Qian Yurong. Senior Sister Mo's Imperial Dao demonic sound talent is a perfect match for the magic weapon Duqin. and can fully utilize the power of her talent. On the side, a disciple who was familiar with Mo Qingyi opened his mouth. Qian Yurong is a bit out of her depth. This kind of attack can't even be blocked by an intermediate Jiedan stage, let alone her. An early Jiedan stage. A disciple opened his mouth, not favoring Qian Yurong. After all, its early Jiedan cultivation was there. It's an inherent disadvantage. However, right at this moment, the aura of Qian Yurong's body erupted, and 7 phoenix luan of enormous size burrowed out of her body. Between the flaps of the phoenix luan's wings, a large number of spirit feathers erupted, shattering those spells that had been condensed with spells. However, the moment those spells shattered, a large amount of woozy sounds came out from them. It invaded Qian Yurong's mind, causing confusion in her consciousness. Its movements jerked. Right at this moment, Mo Qingyi saw the opportunity to use her zither to condense a sharp sword and stab at Qian Yurong. Just as the sword was about to pierce Qian Yurong's face, his eyes snapped, and a phoenix luan once again drilled out from within his body to crush the sword. At the same time, the other 7 phoenix luan together, head and tail connected. Wilink Qingyi hole surrounded in the center, a large number of green light diffusion. Wilink Qingyi trapped in it, no matter how it struggles cannot get out of the trap. Mo Qingyi's face was ugly as he questioned, "Were you not affected by my demonic sound just now?" He, since I know that senior sister has the Imperial Dao demonic sound, how could I not be worried? Qian Yurong laughed lightly, and at the center of her eyebrows, a phoenix luan loomed. It was this last phoenix luan that protected her divine soul. Subsequently, she pinched her knuckles with one hand and struck out towards the phoenix luan circle in midair, and instantly a huge confining force erupted, making Mo Qingyi, who was in the middle of it, unable to move at all, and even her internal organs were squeezed and oozing blood. "I admit defeat." A hint of panic appeared under her eyes as she hastily conceded defeat. In that instant just now, she felt the scent of death. Qian Yurong sniffed and raised his hand to call Feng Luan back. Red Luan Peak Qian Yurong wins. The Jiedan elder droned out in a deep voice. With a smile on his face, Qian Yurong looked around and opened his mouth. Which other fellow disciples would like to give advice? The others looked at each other in disbelief, none of them challenging. Although Qian Yurong was only at the early stage of Jiedan, his battle power was too strong. It was no worse than a normal late-stage Jiedan. They thought they were no match. Naturally, you don't go up there to be humiliated. After 10 breaths, the Jiedan elder also declared Qian Yurong the winner once again. Chapter 91, The Great Competition Ends. 28th place. How can it be? Senior sister Qingyi actually lost. And she lost to a disciple from Red Luan Peak. A young female disciple exclaimed out in shock from where Qingluan Peak was located, her face full of disbelief. What's it like to yell and scream? Sit down. Beside him, a middle-aged beautiful woman droned in a low voice. The latter chilled and sat down obediently. Senior, there's something wrong with Red Luan Peak this time. I saw them take out good rankings in several rings. In the Foundation Establishment Disciples Ring, they even got 2 first places. Another female disciple seated to the left of the middle-aged beauty frowned and spoke. What do you see? Green Luan Peak Master Yuan Lingsheng frowned. That Deng Xiahan and Bu Shenghua, disciples have never heard of them before. It's as if they came out of nowhere. And disciples are puzzled by this. There must be something here that we don't know about. I'm familiar with a spirit slave hall disciple on Red Luan Peak, so I can investigate afterward. Yuan Lingsheng nodded gently. I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure to investigate the situation clearly. It's Master. Yun Yun responded with a respectful voice. The bout continued in the ring, but it was also quickly coming to a close. In the end, Hongluan Peak gained 1,353 points and ranked 28th. The ranking was a full 7 places higher than the last peak's competition. Although both Deng Xiahan and Bu Shenghua had won first place in their respective rings, it was because the other disciples of Red Luan Peak were not able to do so and dragged their feet. In addition, there was only one Jiedan disciple, Qian Yurong, and the other peaks had at most 5. The points they gained were naturally no better than the other peaks. However, the people of Red Luan Peak were quite happy about this result. This meant that they could obtain more resources for cultivation. Moreover, they have cleared their own ranking as the second of 10,000 years. Compared to the opening of the Red Luan Peak crowd, Green Luan Peak had a hard time because they became the second. On the contrary, Optimus Peak, the bottom one, didn't have much of a reaction. There wasn't a single disciple on Prime Peak. Coming to participate in the peaks competition was completely over to make up the numbers. The penultimate is more secure than whoever is sitting there. The crowd returned to Red Luan Peak under the leadership of Ji Drunken Butterfly. Qian Yurong's several faces were filled with smiles, and they all couldn't wait to tell Ji Yu the good news. Senior uncle, if my master's father can hear this news in a while, he will definitely be extremely happy. Qian Yurong looked at Ji Drunken Butterfly to the side and spoke with a smile. Of course she'll be happy. Ji Drunken Butterfly nodded noncommittally. That sister of hers, she only thinks of others and everything. and only herself in the end. However, this time, Qian Yurong's few people were also considered to be competitive and took a good ranking. Under Ji Drunken Butterfly's leadership, Ji Yu's group of disciples, plus Bu Shenghua came together to the Peak Masters Hall. At this moment, the door of the Peak Masters Hall was open, and Ji Yu was wearing a large red robe, sitting on the seat above. Seeing Qian Yurong and the others return, a hint of a smile appeared on his slightly haggard face. Senior, we got the 28th place at the Peaks competition. Qian Yurong bowed in obeisance while speaking happily. 28th place? Ji Yu muttered, a look of relief on her face as she nodded. You guys did a great job. I'm relieved to have you guys at Red Luan Peak. Immediately after his words, he said in a deep voice, 3 days later I will announce Yurong as the Peak Master. Qian Yurong was stunned and looked at Ji Yu in confusion. Ji Yu sighed, then raised her hand and waved it lightly, turning on the Peak Master Hall protection spell formation. The matter of her injury was destined to remain hidden. Now it's time to account for what happened after she abdicated. The injuries on my body can't be controlled anymore. In less than 3 months, my cultivation will completely escape to become immortal. At that time, Red Luan Peak will be handed over to you, Ji Yu said in a showdown. Qian Yurong's face stagnated as he looked at Ji Yu in disbelief. Agitated, didn't you say that the injuries on your body could be recovered in the first place? Did you lie to me? Senior, why are you hiding such an important matter from us? Sun Yunyang opened her mouth, her brows furrowed together. What was on his mind? On the other hand, was the request for his master to save his master's life in the back. Ji Yu had also been extremely kind to her over the years, and she couldn't bear to see it become a waste of space just like that. With tears in her eyes, Xinlan looked at Ji Yu in a daze, her heart aching like a knife twisting. Subconsciously, he looked towards Chu Waist. The latter directly ignored his gaze. Chu Waist naturally knew what Xinlan meant, which was nothing more than wanting the sect leader to save Ji Yu. But how could she be in charge of such a thing? I understand how you all feel at this time, but there are some things that were predetermined a long time ago, so you don't have to be too sad. Ji Yu sighed and spoke. What does it look like for one to cry and cry? Like you guys? How can you manage the entire Red Luan Peak? Ji Drunken Butterfly frowned and lightly shouted, a look of boredom on her face. In the bottom of his heart, he very much did not see these disciples of Ji Yu. Feeling that his sister was giving her all for these disciples was not worth it at all. One by one, they all suck. Qian Yurong lowered his head, his teeth clenched. Her mood dropped instantly from the top of the mountain to the bottom. I won't let my master turn into a mortal and die of old age, she muttered mentally. For cultivators, becoming immortal could be worse than death. The master had been so kind to her, and it was only because of what happened to her that she had become what she was today. Even if it was a life for a life, she had to let her master recover. Nowadays, only the sect leader can save master, Qian Yurong secretly said. She had already decided in her mind that she would go over and beg the godfather in a moment. She would agree to whatever conditions the sect leader put forth. Master, is there really no way at all? Chu Waist spoke tentatively. Ji Yu gently shook her head. My dantian was pierced by the heavenly lightning, and I can't return to heaven. Then he opened his mouth and instructed. In the future, you guys should listen to Yurong's words and assist her in taking the Peak Master's seat. Got it all memorized? Sun Yunyang and the others looked at each other and responded in a deep voice. Disciples, bear this in mind. Well, I'm a little tired too, so you guys leave. Ji Yu nodded her head in satisfaction and raised her hand to lightly wave, signaling Qian Yurong and the others to leave. As her cultivation escaped, her energy and physical body were not what they used to be. Qian Yurong bowed his head and turned around to quickly leave the Peak Master's hall. She desperately wanted to see the sect master and plead for his help to save Ji Yu. Seeing Qian Yurong's appearance, how could Chu Waist and Sun Yunyang not guess what was in their hearts? After looking at each other, they all followed. After hesitating for a split second, Xinlan also took a step to chase after him. At first, after seeing Qian Yurong recover from his injuries, she had also vaguely guessed that Qian Yurong had joined the Dragon Ambergris sect, and confirmed it later from the mouth of Chu Waist. Chapter 92 Qian Yurong's request. Qian Kingdom's royal daughter voluntarily becomes a handmaiden. Inside the secret room at the back of Red Luan Peak, Qian Yurong's 4 daughters gathered together. However, at this moment, Qian Yurong was frowning at Xinlan. She didn't realize that Xinlan was also a member of the church. About the Dragon Ambergris cult, she vowed not to speak to anyone outside the sect. At this time, Xinlan was here, so there were some things she couldn't say out loud. Eldest sister, I am also a member of the Dragon Ambergris cult. Facing Qian Yurong's gaze, Xinlan opened his mouth to explain. What? You're even? Qian Yurong opened his mouth in shock. In the end, she was surprised to realize that she was the last one to join the Dragon Ambergris sect among the several sisters, and the last to know about it. Well, when my origin was damaged, it was only with the help of the sect leader that I recovered. Xinlan nodded his head. I see. Xian Yurong suddenly realized that she was clear about Qinlan's damaged origin. She then looked around at the Chu Waist trio and said in a deep voice, Master Teacher has been as kind to me as a mountain, and has treated you all well. We can't watch her just turn into a mortal and die of old age. Eldest sister, I know you want to beg the sect leader for help, but I can't fully guarantee whether the sect leader will agree. Chu Waist responded in a deep voice. I must save my master. If the sect master doesn't agree, I'll go beg the sect master. Even if I have to be a slave or a servant girl, I'm willing. Xian Yurong's teeth clenched as she said in a deep voice. Its face was resolute, and it looked like it had already made up its mind. Chu Waist's heart stirred as he secretly said, if eldest sister is willing to be a maidservant, with my understanding of the sect leader will most likely agree. On the side, a trace of surprise appeared on Sun Yunyang's face. Their eldest sister had a strong personality, and under normal circumstances it was impossible for her to recognize anyone else as her master. I didn't expect that this time, for the sake of the master, it could go to such an extent. Immediately afterward a sense of crisis rose in the bottom of her heart. If eldest sister became a maidservant like her, would she steal the work from her hands? That's a lot less she can get out of it. Eldest sister, don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to go back and inquire about the sect master's meaning first. Chu Waist spoke out to pacify. Good. I'm counting on you first in this matter. Xian Yurong grabbed Chu Waist's hand with a pleading look in his gaze. Don't worry, senior sister. I know what to do. Chu Waist nodded gently and turned to leave the chamber. Eldest sister, I'm just as worried about Master Teacher as you are, so don't worry. I'll go and beg the sect leader as well. Sun Yunyang pacified Xian Yurong and followed her away. She had to inform the sect leader of this matter first, so that she would not be robbed by Chu Waist and take sole credit for it. She's going to fish for some soup anyhow. Eldest sister need not worry too much. Sect leader, he possesses a very broad love. When he saved me in the first place, it was all without asking for anything in return. Odds are that he will agree to help sect leader. The last remaining Qinlan spoke out to comfort. Immediately after its words turned, frowning, actually, I'm more worried about whether or not Master Zun, she will agree to join the Dragon Ambergris sect, and in case it doesn't, what are we going to do? After all, to Master Teacher, it's long since made Red Luan Peak and even the Great Extreme Bliss Immortal sect her home, and to have her join another sect just to stay alive would be an extremely difficult thing to do. Xian Yurong was stunned and also realized where the problem was. At first, when she was faced with the persuasion of both Chu Waist and Sun Yunyang, she was also completely unconvinced at first. Even when she finally tasted the sweet benefits, when faced with a request to join the religion, she simply refused. In the end, under the duo's continuous persuasion, plus her desire to repay her teacher's favor, she reluctantly agreed to join the Dragon Ambergris sect. However, the master's affection for Red Luan Peak was extremely deep, and it had its own opinions. With her understanding of her master's father, it would be extremely difficult to persuade him even if several of their sisters were to persuade him together. There is no way that master would betray the division just to stay alive. Though in their current view, there was no relationship between joining the Dragon Ambergris sect and betraying their division. But their masters would not be easily convinced. Xian Yurong gritted his teeth. If we can't move Master Teacher by talking to him, even if we have to tie him up, we have to tie him up in front of the sect leader. Qinlan looked at Xian Yurong in shock. Senior sister, aren't we deceiving our master by doing so? If I really have to bear this charge alone, let me do it. For the sake of Master Teacher, even if it means letting me die, not to mention such a crime. Xian Yurong replied solemnly. Although her action was a great disrespect to her master, she was trying to save him and did not think she had done anything wrong. Eldest sister, do it together. I won't let you take it on alone. Qinlan spoke. Senior sister just doesn't understand our Dragon Ambergris sect. As long as it's truly joined the Dragon Ambergris sect, it will know how good the sect master is. What senior sister said is extremely true. Xian Yurong nodded approvingly. This was something she knew well and had the most say in. Then the matter will be settled thus for now. And in case the master does not agree, he will forcefully bring it to the sect leader. Also be careful to avoid senior uncle so that she doesn't notice anything unusual. Qinlan had given more thought to it, and had even taken G drunken butterfly into consideration. We can branch out when we plan to act. Xian Yurong replied in a deep voice. Good. Qinlan nodded heavily. The two dutiful disciples had thus decided the fate of their master. Inside the cave, Yi Ba, who was assisting Qilin, Qi Hongyue, and Tang Xiahan in their cultivation, received messages from Chu Waist and Sun Yunyang one after another. The three of them, Qilin and Qi Hongyue, couldn't wait to come to him just after the grand competition. The three men waited in the cultivation room like dogs who wanted to be rewarded by their masters after winning a race. Yi Ba was also somewhat speechless at this. I thought to myself that the addiction to cultivation is also so great. These three are trying too hard to get ahead. Yi Ba temporarily let the three people cultivate alone. while he himself took out the two Chu Waste's transmission notes one after another to check. After listening to all the contents inside again, he was also able to figure out the cause and effect. People sit at home. Joy comes from the sky. Yi Ba's face showed joy. As the head of a peak, Ji Yu's talent couldn't be bad in any way. Moreover, taking down Ji Yu was equivalent to taking down the entire Red Luan Peak. At that time, he would still be able to do whatever he wanted in Red Luan Peak and do whatever he wanted. A lot of things can be let loose in a big way. As for Qian Yurong taking the initiative to ask to be a slave and a servant girl, of course she herself was going to fulfill her. You can't refuse a handmaiden who comes to your door. He is helping others as well as himself. It was only that a thin camel was bigger than a horse, and without knowing how much of Ji Yu's cultivation was left today, he still needed to be cautious. I can drag it out for a while so that Ji Yu's cultivation continues to fall, Yi Ba muttered. This had another advantage. The lower Ji Yu's cultivation level was, the easier it would be to establish subordination. Otherwise the Ji Yu in the middle stage of Jiadan, if he wanted to establish a subordination with it, he didn't know how long it would take. In case of an accident during that time, it would not be good. Chapter 93, Your master is seriously injured and needs to use too much strength. Junior sister, is there still no news from the sect leader's side? 5 days have already passed. Inside the secret room at the back of Red Luan Peak, Xian Yurong frowned at the Chu Waste in front of him. Chu Waste gently nodded his head and explained, Senior sister, I've already informed the sect master about what happened to Senior, and the sect master's meaning is that he'll have to think about it. Pausing for a split second, Chu Waste's face showed a trace of difficulty. I'm not good at overly rushing the sect masters, in case it causes the sect master to be unhappy. She didn't say the latter words explicitly, but thought Xian Yurong should be able to understand. Xian Yurong clenched her teeth, and at this moment it was as if she had made some sort of determination. In a deep voice, he said, I'll go beg the sect master. Sect master's cultivation is escaping daily, and the longer it drags on, the more harm it will do to sect master. Sect master has other things to be busy with lately, so he doesn't have time to see us for the time being. Chu Waste replied. Of course, those were the words the bishop told her to say. The purpose is to stall for time. Xian Yurong was stunned. In the past, when the sect leader helped them cultivate, but they were rarely without time. What's going on now? Junior sister, is the sect master deliberately avoiding me? Xian Yurong vaguely realized something and questioned out loud. Chu Waste deliberately showed a hint of difficulty on his face. Junior sister, you talk to me. Master teacher isn't thin on you either. We can't watch master teacher go on like this. Xian Yurong stepped forward and pulled Chu Waste's hand and said with a straight face, Senior sister, I understand everything you said, and I also don't want anything to happen to my senior. Chu Waste frowned and responded softly, followed by a sigh. Alas, at first, the sect master was willing to help, but after hearing about senior elder's injuries, the sect master was a bit hesitant and said that he would have to think about it. It seems to be that saving the master's life requires a tremendous amount of energy from the sect leader. You also know that master's injuries can't be saved at all by ordinary means. Xian Yurong's face revealed a trace of dawning realization. Instantly understanding. Secretly, he said, yes, the injuries of the senior master are so serious that it must cost more to save them. What the junior sister said makes sense. Looks like I misunderstood her. Thinking of this, a trace of guilt rose in the bottom of her heart. I'm sorry, little senior sister. I misunderstood you just now. It's fine, senior sister. I know that you are also worried about the matter of your senior, but this matter can't be rushed. We can only wait for news from the sect master's side. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll be the first to tell senior sister when the sect master has news. Chu Waste shook his head and emphasized once again. Well, I believe in senior sister. We can only rely on you now. Xian Yurong nodded solemnly. 5 days later, same place. Junior sister, has the sect master not returned the news yet? No. Chu Waste shook his head. Half a month later, or the backwoods chamber. Junior sister, master's cultivation has fallen to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Has Lord Sect Leader still not replied? Xian Yurong pulled Chu Waste's hand, her eyes revealing a color of anticipation. Chu Waste still shook his head. Junior sister, master can't wait. Senior sister begs you, request with the sect master to let me see him. As long as junior sister helps me accomplish this, I will never trouble junior sister again in the future. Xian Yurong said in a deep voice. What are you talking about? Senior sister, where is the trouble between us? I will go back and request the sect master, but whether it will succeed or not, I can't guarantee it. Chu Waste nodded in agreement. A month later, Chu Waste took the initiative to find Xian Yurong. There was a look of worry on her face. Eldest sister, how is it going over there with master? Xian Yurong shook his head. The situation is very unpromising. Master's cultivation is escaping faster and faster. Now it has fallen to the early stage of foundation establishment. Eldest sister, I received a reply from the sect leader here. He will have time in a month, so you will be able to meet him then, Chu Waist said in a deep voice. In a month's time, Master Teacher will almost be able to fall to the chi practicing stage, in line with sect leader's expectations, Chu Waist murmured in his heart. A month? Qian Yurong frowned, thinking that this time was too long. Eldest sister, this time the sect leader is giving you a chance. You must seize it, as long as the sect leader makes a move. Even if senior sister becomes mortal, then there's still hope for salvation, Chu Waist spoke out to urge. Right, you're right, junior sister, with the sect leader's ability, as long as he or she makes a move, Master Teacher will definitely be saved. 1 month is 1 month, I'll wait. Qian Yurong nodded heavily, feeling that what Chu Waist had said was very reasonable. 1 month later, light flickered on the teleportation array inside the cave, and when the light dissipated, Qian Yurong's figure appeared in it. It wore a purple golden robe and a golden goddess mask on its face, and underneath the mask, its face looked a bit haggard. She walked out of the teleportation array and straightened her clothes, then walked towards the room where Yi Ba was. My Lord Preceptor, I am Arigato. Come in. Inside the room, Yi Ba waved his hand to open the protective spell formation outside the room. Qian Yurong folded his hands in front of the small of his back and stepped into the house. She kept her head down so she couldn't see her toes. Yurong pays his respects to Sect Master. Qian Yurong bent down and saluted. Well, I heard Chu Waist say that you were anxious to see me? Yi Ba gently nodded his head and inquired. Lord Sect Leader, you should already know about my master's matter. I would like to request Lord Sect Leader to lend a hand and help my master. The pleading intent in Qian Yurong's tone was very obvious. Yi Ba frowned, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Yurong, your master's dantian was pierced by heavenly lightning. Her injuries are more serious. Saving her will take too much of my strength and time. There are other members of the church who need my help. Sure enough, little senior sister is right. Rescuing Master Teacher does require too much energy from the sect leader, and the sect leader is somewhat reluctant because of this, Qian Yurong secretly said in his heart, completely understanding the reason. Lord Sect Leader, please save my master. I can persuade her to join our sect. Qian Yurong bent both knees and knelt in front of Yi Ba, pleading. This, Yi Ba pretended to be difficult. Lord Sect Leader, as long as I can save my master, I will do whatever you ask me to do. From now on, my life, Qian Yurong, is the sect leader's. Qian Yurong knelt and walked forward, grabbing Yi Ba's pants leg. A strand of tears dripped down from underneath the mask onto his chest, and slid into the deep ravine and disappeared. Yi Ba was silent. I'll give a shoulder and leg rub. Qian Yurong continued to plead, and began to move his hands to squeeze Yi Ba's legs. But to be honest, this Qin Kingdom's imperial daughter's methods were really not good. Its technique is not 1/10 as good as Sun Yunyang's. Might as well not pinch. Seeing that Yi Ba remained unmoved, Qian Yurong became anxious and cried even harder. She didn't know what else she had to offer the patriarch. In her opinion, even if she were to give all of herself to the sect leader, with the sect leader's cultivation eyesight, she would not be able to see it. But she would not give up. Master's life must be saved. She gritted her teeth and called her divine soul right out. I would like to be a slave and a servant for the Lord Sect Leader. Yes. Yi Ba nodded his head and directly placed a slave seal on Qian Yurong's divine soul. Qian Yurong was stunned. Lord Sect Leader, this is a promise. She hadn't been ready just yet, and the Lord Godfather's spell casting was too fast. But it was good that the Godfather had agreed. Her master was saved. Chapter 94. Open your mouth. Master, I miss your heart of sincerity, so I'll help you once this time. Yi Ba spoke softly. He was tricking Qian Yurong as an islander. Thank you, Sect Master. In the future, Yurong will definitely serve you well. Qian Yurong said gratefully. Well, just go back and bring your Master Teacher here. I will heal her wounds myself. Yi Ba nodded his head, and in the end, he didn't forget to instruct. You know the rules. You need your master's father to take the Heavenly Tao Oath in advance and join the Dragon Ambergris sect. Although he had learned from Chu Waist that Jiyu's cultivation had fallen to the Qi refining stage. However, Yi Ba was still cautious and wanted Jiyu to take the Heavenly Tao Oath. At that time, Chu Waist and Sun Yunyang would also be present to supervise, so that it's foolproof. Yurong understands. Qian Yurong nodded heavily and thanked Yi Ba once again before turning around and leaving in quick steps. After returning to the secret room in the back of the mountain, Qian Yurong called over several Sun Yunyang at the first opportunity. With a joyful look on his face, he said, the sect master has already agreed to my request. Now we only need to send our master to the sect master, and the sect master will reach out to help. What do you few have in mind? We have to take advantage of senior uncle's absence to strike. Otherwise, if we are discovered by senior uncle, with his strong character, there will be trouble behind us. Qin Lan voiced a reminder. Sun Yunyang nodded. What senior sister said is true, but I've inquired in advance. Tomorrow senior uncle will take Bu Shanghua out to behead the demons, and probably won't be back until the day after tomorrow. In order to show her worth in front of the godfather afterwards and gain rewards, she thought of basically everything she could think of. Then let's wait until tomorrow. After senior uncle leaves, we'll do it right away. Xian Yurong immediately clapped his hands. Immediately afterward, he continued, there's another thing. The sect master needs master to first take the heavenly Dao oath to join the Dragon Ambergris sect. Xin Lan shook his head. With master teacher's feelings for the sect, it would be unrealistic to let her join the Dragon Ambergris sect. It would be worse for her than killing her. I used to listen to her, but this time I can't leave it up to my master. When the time comes, I'll force her to take the heavenly Dao oath with my death. Xian Yurong gritted his teeth, already determined. This time, whatever she said, she had to save her master. Eldest sister is right. When the time comes and we all force ourselves to die, I don't believe that master would disregard our lives. Sun Yunyang nodded approvingly. Yes, we'll all fight to the death. Xin Lan echoed, his face resolute. The following morning, after Ji Drunken Butterfly left Red Luan Peak, several women, Sun Yunyang, came to the Peak Master's Hall to find Qian Yurong. Now Qian Yurong had become the new Red Luan Peak Master. Its weekdays to deal with the affairs of the sect were in the Peak Master's Great Hall. Ji Yu, on the other hand, was enjoying the rest of her life in a side hall behind the Peak Master's Hall. Upon seeing Sun Yunyang's trio, Qian Yurong immediately got up and led the trio to the back inside the side hall. Master, disciple has something to find you. Qian Yurong spoke in a respectful voice outside the door. Well, come in. Ji Yu spoke softly, her voice slightly weak. Qian Yurong pushed the door and after all the people had entered, he raised his hand to turn on the protective formation of the side hall. Seeing his four disciples so exuberant, Ji Yu was a little puzzled in her heart. Opening his mouth, he inquired, what's the matter with you guys? Master, our senior sisters have discovered a spirit medicine that can heal your injuries and would like to ask you to try it. Qian Yurong spoke in a respectful voice and took out a large jade bottle. This is the leftover liquid collected by Chu Waste. Although it wasn't a first hand, and might even have some impurities, there was no better way to do it today, so he could only delegate to his master first. You guys Ji Yu shook her head in relief, but didn't want to try. I see that each of you is so filial nowadays. I'm already very content. As for the wounds on my body, I have released them, and you should be like me. During this period of time, she had unloaded the burden of being the peak master, and her entire state of mind had changed drastically. It has also come to terms with its current fate. Nowadays it's all about living the rest of your life in peace. However, she was still very pleased with the few disciples who remembered her. No, master, this is something we've begged for you with great difficulty. You must try it. Qian Yurong expressed his refusal. Then he persuaded. Back then, I was also about to give up on treating my injuries. Or was it master teacher who told me not to give up? Now that it's master teacher's turn, how can you give up? This, Ji Yu was stunned, not realizing that his eldest disciple was using the words he had once said to make things difficult for himself. She then laughed softly and nodded. I'll give it a try then. It was not good for her to directly disappoint the disciple's piece of filial piety, and it wouldn't hurt her to try. Seeing Ji Yu agree, a smile appeared on several of Qian Yurong's faces. Qian Yurong directly pulled the cork off the jade bottle and lifted it up, reminding, Master, open your mouth. Her master's dantian was damaged, and now there was no way for her to even use her mana, or else it would cause her spiritual energy to escape even faster. It would have to be her instead. Ji Yu's heart skipped a beat. Such a large jade bottle was half a man's height. Can her stomach drink that much? It's not going to burst her, is it? But the eye saw that Qian Yurong had already tipped over. She could only rush to catch it with her mouth open. What a familiar smell! The moment the entrance was made, Ji Yu's heart was flooded with doubts. The texture she couldn't say, but the smell was a sense of déjà vu. Suddenly, her eyes glazed over and she instantly realized. The heart exclaimed, this is Yuan Yang. The moment it froze, it forgot to swallow, and actually accidentally let the contents of its mouth spill out. Master, quickly drink it, don't waste it. Sun Yunyang stepped forward to remind, while carefully ingesting the overflowing spirit liquid onto her own fingers before licking it into her mouth. There was a flash of reminiscence on his face. Hearing the reminder, Ji Yu hurriedly swallowed. It was just that she was puzzled as to what use Yuan Yang could be. She had never heard that Yuan Yang could also heal injuries, but now that it's happened, and you've drunk it all, you can only go on with it. That said, it was the first time she had ever eaten the stuff. A few moments later, until the last drop at the bottom of the bottle slipped off and was swallowed by Ji Yu. Ji Yu's entire body was uncomfortable and gasped. For Master, I can't drink anymore. Master is ready. You only need to run your energy to absorb the medicinal power now. Qian Yurong put away the jade bottle and reminded in a voice. Yes. Ji Yu nodded her head. and now she felt like her stomach was going to burst. Don't even dare to talk much for fear of spilling out of your mouth. She sank her heart and began to run her gongfu to absorb the benefits.